House of Commons sound. 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 House of Commons sound.
Just look into this picture whenever you get a chance.
Order! Order! Before I look to the Leader of the House to move the business of the House motion, that is to say, motion number 1, it might be for the convenience of the House to know that no fewer than 157 colleagues are seeking to catch the eye of the Chair today. The Chair will do his best to accommodate as many colleagues as possible. I would ask that colleagues please do not come to the Chair to inquire whether you're going to be called and if so when, or to inquire on behalf of a colleague, or to cause others to inquire on your behalf or that of others. I understand the interest. We've done our best and will do our best. Please be patient and hope for the best. Needless to say, but for the benefit particularly of new members, bear in mind if you do wish to speak, it is imperative that you remain until all of the front bench speeches have been completed. Thereafter, people must use their own judgment and come and go if they wish, but try to remain in the chamber for as much of the debate as possible. Motion number 1 on business of the House. The Leader of the House to move.
I beg to move formally, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is as on the order paper, Mr. Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We shall be dealing today with the security of our country, the safety of the people of Syria and the lives of our armed forces, which is why we asked 2 weeks ago for a 2-day debate, a request my right honourable friend repeated on Monday, so that members had a chance to make proper contributions and an opportunity to reflect on the arguments between the 2 days. As you've just said, Mr. Speaker, 157 members have put in to speak, 87 from this side of the House, 70 from that side of the House, plus the front bench speeches, during which members and right honourable members will undoubtedly want to press ministers on their argument and on their case. You, I gather, will be announcing soon that there will be a 5-minute limit on speeches, backbench speeches, and that this will almost certainly be reduced to 4 and 3 minutes. And even so, not all members will be able to speak in the debate today. I gently say to the Prime Minister, this is no way to proceed if you really want to take the House and the country with you.
Mr. Pete Wishart, on motion number 1.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's very important that we on these benches put forward a profound disappointment that there's going to be a guillotine motion this evening after rejecting all the calls and requests for a 2-day debate. Business that could so easily have been postponed tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. I think the public expects us just to clear the decks and get down to debating the important issues of the day. Now, it's very likely, given almost a quarter of the members of this House want to speak today, that people will be disappointed. Every member of Parliament in this House has the right to represent their constituents on an issue of such importance, and our constituents have the right to listen to their MPs on something like this. This is no way to do business, Mr. Speaker, and we remain very disappointed that the government has not listened to more time for this debate.
Very good. The Leader of the House wishes to speak. The Leader.
Simply to say, Mr. Speaker, I think since we have 157 people waiting to speak, it would be much better if we got on with the debate. So I beg to move.
Yeah. Order. Perhaps the Honourable Lady will let me just say what I have to say. I will not be making any announcement soon about any time limit, and I have given absolutely no honourable or right honourable member any reason to believe that I shall. If I have something to say, I will say it to the House. If the Honourable Lady must. Very briefly, point of order, Melanie on.
Mr. Speaker, I just wish to raise an error on the order paper. My name has erroneously been added to an amendment.
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady. The Honourable Lady's name was apparently inadvertently added to an amendment. I believe that she has indicated a desire for her name to be withdrawn from that amendment, and that is noted. Perhaps, if she'd be kind enough, we can leave it there. Let's put the question. The question is as on the order paper in respect of motion number 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before I call the Prime Minister to move the motion, I should inform the House that I have selected Amendment B in the name of Mr John Barron and others. The amendment will be debated together with the main motion. At the end of the debate, Mr Barron will be invited to move the amendment formally, and the questions will then be put first on the amendment and then on the main motion. We now come to motion number 2 on ISIL in Syria, United Nations Security Council Resolution 2249. I wish to call the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion on the order paper in my name and that of my right honourable friends. The question before the House today is how we keep the British people safe from the threat posed by ISIL. And, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear from the outset. This is not about whether we want to fight terrorism, it's about how best we do that. I respect that governments of all political colours in this country have had to fight terrorism and have had to take the people with them as they do so. And I respect people who come to a different view from the government and the one I'll set out today, and those who vote accordingly. And I hope that provides some reassurance to members right across the House. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way, and he is right in his opening statement to say how important it is to respect opinion on all sides of this House. So would he apologise for the remarks he made in a meeting last night against right honourable and honourable friends on this side of the House?
Well, I couldn't be clearer in my opening remarks. I respect people who disagree. I respect the fact that governments of all colours have had to fight terrorism, and I respect we are all discussing here how to fight terrorism, not whether to fight terrorism. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion, I'm not pretending, I think I shall make some progress. Mr. Speaker, I will
Order. The Prime Minister is clearly not at this stage giving way. Order. He has the floor. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will take dozens of interventions in the time that I have. I'm conscious of not taking up too much time because so many people want to speak, but I promise I will give way a lot during my speech. But let me make a bit of progress at the start. In moving this motion, I'm not pretending that the answers are simple. The situation in Syria is incredibly complex. I am not overstating the contribution that our incredible servicemen and women can make. Neither am I ignoring the risks of military action, nor am I pretending that military action is any more than one part of the answer. I'm absolutely clear that we must pursue a comprehensive strategy that also includes political, diplomatic and humanitarian action. And I know that the long-term solution in Syria, as in Iraq, must ultimately be a government that represents all of its people, and one that can work with us to defeat the evil organisation of ISIL for good. But, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding all of this, in a moment, notwithstanding all of this, there is a simple question at the heart of the debate today. We face a fundamental threat to our security. ISIL have brutally murdered British hostages. They've inspired the worst terrorist attack against British people since 7/7 on the beaches of Tunisia. And they've plotted atrocity after atrocity on the streets here at home. Since November last year, our security services have foiled no fewer than 7 different plots against our people. So this threat is very real, and the question is this: do we work with our allies to degrade and destroy this threat? And do we go after these terrorists in their heartlands, from where they are plotting to kill British people? Or do we sit back and wait for them to attack us? I give way to the honourable member.
Prime Minister, for giving way. It would be helpful if he could retract his inappropriate comments from last night. But will he be reassured that no one on this side of the House will make a decision based on any such remarks, nor will we be threatened into from doing what we believe is the right thing, whether those threats come from online activists or indeed from our own dispatch box?
Completely agree with the honourable gentleman. Everyone in this House should make up their mind on the arguments in this House. And there is honour in voting for, there is honour in voting against. That is the way this House should operate, and that is why I wanted to be absolutely clear at the start of my sentence. This is about how we fight terrorism, not whether we fight terrorism. I'm going to make some progress, and then I'll give way in a moment. In answering this question, we should remember that 15 months ago, facing a threat from ISIL in Iraq, this House voted 524 to 43 to authorise airstrikes in Iraq. Since then, our brilliant RAF pilots have helped local forces to halt ISIL's advance and recover 30% of the territory ISIL had captured. On Monday, I spoke to the President of Iraq in Paris, and he expressed his gratitude for the vital work our forces are doing. And yet, when our planes reach the border with Syria, a border that ISIL themselves do not recognise, we can no longer act to defend either his country or indeed our country. Even when we know that ISIL's headquarters are in Raqqa in Syria, and it is from here that many of the plots against our country are formed. I give way to the honourable member for Gordon.
The Prime Minister is facing an amendment was signed by 110 members of this House from 6 different political parties. I've examined that list very carefully. I cannot identify a single terrorist sympathiser among that list. Will he now apologise for his deeply insulting remarks?
I've made very clear this is about how we fight terrorism, and there is honour in any vote that honourable members make. Now, Mr. Speaker, we possess the capabilities to reduce this threat to our security. And my argument today is that we should not wait any longer before doing so. We should answer the call from our allies. The action we propose is legal, it is necessary, and it is the right thing to do to keep our country safe. And my strong view is that this House should make clear that we will take up our responsibilities rather than pass them off and put our own national security in the hands of others. I give way to the honourable member for Stratford-on-Avon.
Very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. I have just returned from Baghdad and Erbil, where ISIL is on the back foot. Ramadi is surrounded. Sinjar has been liberated. The route between Mosul and Raqqa has been cut off. But everyone on the ground tells me that unless we attack ISIL in Syria, there is no point liberating Mosul or the rest of Iraq, because all they will do is regroup in Syria and come back and attack that country and our country.
I think my honourable friend makes a very important point, and it's set out very clearly in the UN Security Council that the fact this so-called caliphate exists in Syria as well as Iraq is a direct threat to Iraq and the government of Iraq. Now, he talks about some of the better news there's been from Iraq. I would also add to that what's happened in Tikrit since that has been taken off ISIL. We've seen 70% of its population returning to that city. Later on in this debate, I'm sure we'll talk about the importance of humanitarian aid, the importance of reconstruction. That can only work if you have good government in those towns and the absence of ISIL or Daesh in those towns. Let me make a little bit of progress, and then I will take some more interventions, including from the different political parties in this House. Now, Mr. Speaker, since my statement last week, the House has had an opportunity to ask questions of our security experts. I've arranged a briefing for all members, as well as more detailed briefings for Privy Councillors. I've spoken further to our allies, including President Obama, Chancellor Merkel, President Hollande and the King of Jordan. The King of Jordan has written in the Daily Telegraph today expressing his wish for Britain to stand with Jordan in eliminating this global threat. I've also listened carefully to the questions asked by members on all sides of this House, and I hope that honourable members can see the influence this House has had on the motion that stands before us. The stress on post-conflict stabilisation and reconstruction, the importance of standing by our allies, the importance of only targeting ISIL, not deploying ground troops in combat operations, the need to avoid civilian casualties, the importance of ceasefires and a political settlement, and the commitment to regular updates to this House. I've drawn these points from across the House and put them in the motion, because I want as many people as possible to feel able to support this action. I give way to the honourable member for Carshalton.
I thank the Prime Minister, and can I say first of all that I will be supporting him today. I do think, however, that he needs to apologise for the comments he made in relation to the Labour Party. Could I ask him very specifically, in relation to civilian casualties, what the UK government are going to do to minimise those?
The honourable gentleman raises a very important point. In Iraq, for a year and 3 months, there have been no reports of civilian casualties related to the strikes that Britain has taken. Our starting point is to avoid civilian casualties altogether. And I have argued, and indeed I'll argue again today, that our precision weapons and the skill of our pilots make civilian casualties less likely. So Britain being involved in the strikes in Iraq can both be effective in prosecuting the campaign against ISIL, but also can help us to avoid civilian casualties as well. Let me give way to the honourable member for Birkenhead.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister. Is he aware that we have press reports that over the recent past, 60,000 Syrian troops have been murdered by ISIL, and our allies have actually waited to attack until after those murderous acts have taken place. And therefore, there is a key part in the motion for many of us which talks about our action will be exclusively against ISIL. If ISIL are involved in attacking Syrian government troops, will we be bombing ISIL in defence of those troops, or will we wait idly by, as our allies have done up to now, wait for ISIL to kill those troops and then for us to bomb?
What I'd say to the right honourable gentleman, who I have great respect for, the motion says exclusively ISIL, because that was a promise I made in this House in response to points made from both sides of the House. And as far as I'm concerned, wherever ISIL are, wherever they can be properly targeted, that is what we should do. And let me just make this point, because I think it is important when it comes to this argument about ground troops. In my discussions with the King of Jordan, he was making the point that in the south of Syria, there already is cooperation between, of course, the Jordanian government and the French and the Americans and the Free Syrian Army, but also there's a growing ceasefire between the regime troops and the Free Syrian Army, so they can turn their guns on ISIL. That is what I've said. This is an ISIL-first strategy. They are the threat. They are the ones we should be targeting. This is about our national security. Let me make a little bit of progress, and then I will take more interventions. In my remarks, I want to address the most important points that are being raised, and of course I'll take as many interventions as I can. Mr. Speaker, I believe the key questions that have been raised are these. First, could acting in this way actually increase the risk to our security by making an attack on Britain more likely? Second, does Britain really have the capability to make a significant difference? Third, the question asked by a number of members, including the Honourable Member for Gordon, is why don't we just increase our level of airstrikes in Iraq to free up capacity amongst other members of the coalition so they can carry out more airstrikes in Syria? Fourth, will there really be the ground forces needed to make this operation a success? Fifth, what is the strategy for defeating ISIL and securing a lasting political settlement in Syria? And sixth, is there a proper reconstruction, post-conflict stabilisation plan for Syria? I want to try, in the time I've got available, to answer all of these in turn. Let me give way to the Honourable Member.
Thank the Prime Minister for giving way, and he will know how members of my party feel when it comes to fighting and dealing with terrorism. And for that, there will always be support, no matter where terrorism raises its head. But turning to the motion, could I ask the Prime Minister if he can guarantee to the House, where he indicates that the government will not deploy UK troops in ground combat operations, if it becomes necessary at a later date to do that, will he come back to this House and seek approval for that?
It's not only something I don't want to do, it's something that I think if we did would be a mistake, because the argument was made to us by the Iraqi government that the presence of Western ground troops, that can be a radicalising force, that can be counterproductive, and that is our view. But I would say to him, and to colleagues behind me who are concerned about this issue, I accept that this means that our strategy takes longer to be successful because we rely on Iraqi ground troops in Iraq. We rely on the patchwork of Free Syrian Army troops there are in Syria. In time, we hope for Syrian ground troops from a transitional regime. But all of that takes longer. And I think one of the clear messages that has to come across today is that, yes, we do have a strategy. It's a complex picture. It will take time, but we are acting in the right way. Let me make one more point before I take some more interventions, because before we get on to all these things, Mr. Speaker, I want to say a word about the terminology we use to describe this evil death cult. Having carefully considered the strong representations made to me by the Honourable Member for Gillingham and Rainham, having listened to many members of Parliament across the House, I feel it's time to join our key ally France, the Arab League and other members of the international community in using as frequently as possible the terminology Daesh rather than ISIL. Because frankly, this evil death cult is neither a true representation of Islam nor is it a state. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very interested to hear what the Honourable Gentleman says about what name we should call Daesh, but if we're talking about terminology, should he not take this opportunity to withdraw the remarks that he is calling those who will not be voting with him tonight a bunch of terrorist sympathisers? Because not only is that offensive, it is dangerous and it is untrue.
I've made my views clear about the importance of all of us fighting terrorism, and I think it's time to move on. So let me turn to the important questions, and I will take interventions as I go through these questions. First, could acting increase the risk to our security? This is one of the most important questions we have to answer. Mr. Speaker, Privy Councillors across the House have had a briefing from the Chair of the Independent Joint Intelligence Committee. Obviously, I can't share all the classified material, but I can say this. Paris wasn't just different because it was so close to us or because it was so horrific in scale. Paris was different because it showed the extent of terror planning from Daesh in Syria and the approach of sending people back from Syria to Europe. This was, if you like, the head of the snake in Raqqa in action. So it's not surprising, in my view, that the judgment of the Chair of the Joint Intelligence Committee and the judgment of the Director General of the Security Service is that the risk of a similar attack in the UK is real, and that the UK is already in the top tier of countries on ISIL's target list. So let me be frank, Mr. Speaker. I want to make this point, and I will take some more interventions. If there is an attack on the UK in the coming weeks or months, there will be those who try to say it's happened because of our airstrikes. I do not believe that would be the case. Daesh have been trying to attack us for the last year, as we know from the 7 different plots that our security services have foiled. The terrorist threat level to the UK was raised to severe last August in the light of the threat from Daesh, meaning an attack is highly likely. 2 minutes. 800 people, including families and children, have been radicalised to such an extent that they've travelled to this so-called caliphate. The House should be under no illusion. These terrorists are plotting to kill us and to radicalise our children right now. They attack us because of who we are, not because of what we do. Honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. We all on these benches share the Prime Minister's horror for Daesh and its death cult and abhor terrorism. Will he take this further opportunity to identify which members of these benches he regards as terrorist sympathisers?
Everyone in this House can speak for themselves, but what I'm saying is when it comes to the risks of military action, the risks of inaction are far greater than the risks of what I propose. Now, next, there are those who ask whether Britain conducting strikes in Syria will really make a difference. This is a question that came up. Okay, let me make my argument and then I'll take his question, because this point has been raised in briefing after briefing. I believe we can make a real difference. Now, I told the House last week about our dynamic targeting, about our Brimstone missiles, about the Raptor pod on our Tornadoes, and the intelligence gathering work of our Reaper drones. I'm not going to repeat all that today, but there is another way of putting this which I think is equally powerful. There is, of course, in the coalition a lot of strike capacity. But when it comes to precision strike capability, whether covering Iraq or Syria, last week the whole international coalition had some 26 aircraft available. 8 of those were British Tornadoes. So typically the UK actually represents between a quarter and a third of the international coalition's precision bombing capability. And we also have about a quarter of the unmanned strike capability flying in the region. So we have a significant proportion of high precision strike capability. That's why this decision is so important. He's been very persistent. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
He's right to sing the praises of the RAF pilots. And my constituent, Mike Poole's son was tragically killed training for the RAF in a tornado in 2012. He has asked me specifically this question: will the Air Force in northern Iraq, or is the Air Force in North Iraq, and if we go into Syria, does it have coalition warning systems attached in this crowded airspace? Absolutely essential at the safety of our pilots.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise this issue, and I pay tribute to his constituent son. We will be part of the deconfliction process that already exists between those coalition partners flying in Syria and the Russians. And of course, in terms of our own aeroplanes, they have the most advanced defensive air suites possible to make sure they are kept safe. So the argument I was making is one reason why members of the international coalition, including President Obama and President Hollande, who made these points to me personally, they believe that British planes would make a real difference in Syria, just as they are already doing in Iraq. Honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister giving way. It's important in this debate that there's respect across the House. In that spirit of respect, will the Prime Minister, he's been asked before, but he must apologise for the slur that was put on every member of the opposition last night. Do it now and let's have a proper debate.
People who are going to vote either way tonight, either vote is an honourable vote, but I really do suggest that we get on with the debate that the country wants to hear about. Now, in many ways, what I've just said, I believe, helps to answer the next question that some members have asked about why we do not simply increase our level of airstrikes in Iraq to free up other coalition capacity for strikes in Syria. We have these capabilities that other members of the coalition want to benefit from, and it makes absolutely no sense to stop using these capabilities at a border between Iraq and Syria that Daesh simply do not recognise or respect. In fact, there was, let me make this argument because it's an important detailed point. There was a recent incident in which Syrian opposition forces needed urgent support in their fight against Daesh. British Tornadoes were 8 minutes away, just over the border in Iraq. No one else was close. But Britain couldn't help, so the Syrian opposition forces had to wait 40 minutes in a perilous situation while other coalition forces were scrambled. Now, that sort of delay, it endangers the lives of those fighting Daesh on the ground and, frankly, does nothing for our reputation with our vital allies. Let me give way to my honourable friend.
The Prime Minister for giving way, but can he understand that at a time when already too many aircraft are chasing too few targets, what concerns many of us is a lack of a comprehensive strategy, both military and non-military, including an exit strategy? One of the fundamental differences between Iraq and Syria is that you have nearly a million personnel on the government payroll, and still we're having trouble pushing ISIL back. In Syria, the 70,000 moderates, quite frankly, we risk forgetting the lesson of Libya. Can I just ask, what is his reaction to the Foreign Affairs Committee's decision yesterday that actually the Prime Minister had not adequately addressed our concerns?
Let me answer both of my honourable friend's questions. The second question, I think, is perhaps answered by something that I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in, which is wishing the honourable member for Ilford South well, given his recent illness, who normally is always at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and always voting on a non-party basis, on the basis of the arguments that he believes in. But where my honourable friend and I disagree is I believe there is a strategy of which military action is only one part. And the key answer to his question is that we want to see a new Syrian transitional government whose troops will then be our allies in squeezing out and destroying the so-called caliphate altogether. But my disagreement with my honourable friend is that I believe we cannot wait for that to happen. The threat is now. ISIL, Daesh are planning the attacks now. We can act in Syria as we act in Iraq, and in doing so we can enhance the long-term security and safety of our country, and that is why we should act. Let me give way to the honourable member for Gillingham and Raynham.
Well, Mr. Prime Minister, can I first of all thank you for that change in terminology and all members of Parliament across the House for their support in this. Will the Prime Minister join me in urging the BBC to review their bizarre policy when they wrote to me to say that they can't use the word Daesh because it would breach their impartiality rules? We are at war with terrorists, Prime Minister. We have to defeat their ideology, their appeal. We have to be united in that. Will he join me now in urging the BBC to review their bizarre policy?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend, and I've already corresponded with the BBC about their use of IS, Islamic State, which I think is even worse, frankly, than either saying so-called IS or indeed ISIL. But Daesh is clearly an improvement, and I think it is important we all try and use this language. Let me make some progress, and then I will give way some more. There is a much more fundamental answer as to why we should carry out airstrikes in Syria ourselves. And it's this. It is Raqqa in Syria that's the HQ of this threat to our security. It is in Syria where they pump and sell the oil that does so much to help finance their evil acts. And as I've said, it is in Syria where many of the plots against our country are formed. So we must act in Syria to deal with these threats ourselves. Give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. I would have preferred to hear an apology, but I want to discuss the facts. The fact is that we are proposing to be targeting very different things than what we're targeting in northern Iraq. And I'd like to ask the Prime Minister two questions. What practical steps will be used to reduce civilian casualties? And secondly, what sorts of targets will we be going against which will reduce the terrorist threat to the UK in terms of operations directed against our citizens?
Well, let me answer him very directly. In terms of the sorts of targets that we can go after, clearly it is the leaders of this death cult itself. It is the training camps. It's the communications hubs. It is those that are plotting against us. As I'm going to argue in a minute, the limited action that we took against Khan and Hussein, which was, if you like, an airstrike on Syria, has already had an impact on ISIL, on Daesh. And I think that is a very important point. So how do we avoid civilian casualties? Well, we have a policy, a start point, of wanting zero civilian casualties. And 1 year and 3 months into these Iraqi operations, we haven't had any reports of civilian casualties. Now, I'm not standing here and saying that, you know, there are no casualties in war. Of course there are. This is a very, very difficult situation we're putting ourselves into. It's hugely complex. It's a difficult argument in many ways to get across, but its heart is a simple point, which is, will we in the long term be safer and better off if we can get rid of this so-called caliphate, which is radicalizing Muslims, turning people against us, and plotting atrocities on the streets of Britain? Let me take a question from my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that there are already hundreds, if not thousands, of civilian casualties? Those who are thrown off buildings, burned, decapitated, crucified, who have had to flee Syria away from their co-religionists who have so bastardised that religion. Those are the civilian casualties we are trying to help.
My honourable friend has put it extremely clearly. That is one of the aims of what we're doing, which is to prevent this death cult from carrying out the ghastly acts it does on a daily basis. Let me make some progress. Let me turn to the question of whether there will be ground forces to make this operation a success. Those who say there aren't as many ground troops as we would like, and that they're not all in the right places, they are correct. We are not dealing with an ideal situation. But let me make a series of, I think, important points. First, we should be clear what airstrikes alone can achieve. We don't need ground troops to target the supply of oil, which Daesh uses to fund terrorism. We don't need ground troops to hit Daesh's headquarters, their infrastructure, their supply routes, their training facilities, their weapons supplies. It's clear that airstrikes can have an effect, as I've just said, with the issue of Khan and Hussein. So irrespective of ground forces, our RAF can do serious damage to Daesh's ability right now to bring terror to our streets, and we should give them that support. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Prime Minister. How would the Prime Minister respond to the point that Daesh, since its attack on its offensive against Baghdad was blunted by air power, has actually changed its tactics, dispersed its forces, and particularly in Raqqa, a town of 600,000 people at the moment, has dispersed its operations all through that city into small units, which make it impervious to attacks from our tornadoes, given the small number of tornadoes we have?
I think what the honourable gentleman says is absolutely right. Of course they've changed their tactics from the early days, when airstrikes were even more effective. But that's not an argument for doing nothing. It is an argument for using airstrikes where you can, but having a longer-term strategy to deliver the ground troops through the transition that you need. But the argument really before the House is very simple. Do we wait for perfection, which is a transitional government in Syria, or do we start the work now of degrading and destroying this organisation at the request of our allies, at the request of the Gulf states, on the knowledge from our security experts that it will make a difference? And make a little bit of progress, then I will take interventions from both sides. As I said last week, the full answer to the question of ground forces can't be achieved until there's a new Syrian government that represents all of the Syrian people, not just Sunni, Shia and Alawite, but Christian, Druze and others. And it's this new government who will be the natural partners for our forces in defeating Daesh for good. But there are some ground forces that we can work with in the meantime. Now, last week I told the House, let me give the explanation and then colleagues can intervene as they like. Last week I told the House we believe there are around 70,000 Syrian opposition fighters who do not belong to extremist groups and with whom we can coordinate attacks on Daesh. The House would appreciate there are some limits on what I can say about these groups, not least that I can't risk the safety of these courageous people who are being targeted daily by the regime or by Daesh or by both. But I know this is an area of great interest and concern for the House, so let me try and say a little more. The 70,000 is an estimate from our independent Joint Intelligence Committee, based on a detailed analysis, updated on a daily basis, and drawing on a wide range of open source and intelligence. Of these 70,000, the majority are from the Free Syrian Army. Alongside the 70,000, there are some 20,000 Kurdish fighters with whom we can also work. Now, I'm not arguing, this is a crucial point, I am not arguing that all of these 70,000 are somehow ideal partners. Some, though, left the Syrian army because of Assad's brutality, and they clearly can play a role in the future of Syria. And that is actually a view that is taken by the Russians as well, who are prepared to talk with these people. Let me give way to the Honourable Member for Winchester.
Thank the Prime Minister for giving way and the helpful way that he has helped colleagues from across the House. He spoke about a long-term strategy to see a new government in Syria. And there's wide agreement on that among our allies, but possibly more of a challenge with Russia. So I wonder whether he could update the House on conversations that he's had with President Putin, maybe directly or via the United States, as to the short and longer-term prospects for President Assad.
Well, I've had these conversations with President Putin on many occasions, most recently at the G20 in Antalya. The President of the United States, Barack Obama, had a meeting with him at the climate change conference in Paris. And as I've said before in this House, there was an enormous gap between Britain, America and France, and indeed Saudi Arabia, and Russia on the other hand. We wanted Assad to go instantly. They wanted him to stay potentially forever. That gap has narrowed, and I think it will narrow further as these vital talks in Vienna get underway. And let me just make a point about the Vienna talks, because I think some people worry it's a process without an end. The very clear ambition in the Vienna talks is for a transitional government within 6 months and a new constitution and fresh elections within 18 months. So there is a real momentum behind these talks. Let me give way to the Honourable Member for Leicestershire.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. And will he confirm to the House that alongside any military intervention in Syria that may be authorised by the House tonight, he remains completely committed to the huge humanitarian effort which has kept so many people alive by this government in that region?
I thank my honourable friend. I can certainly confirm that. We have been the second largest bilateral donor in the world after America, and we'll be keeping that up, not least with the vital conference that we'll be co-chairing in London next year, where we'll bring together the whole world to make sure we fill the gap of the funding that hasn't been available. Let me give way to the Honourable Member for Birmingham Hodge Hill.
Well, to the Prime Minister, he's presenting his case well. And if he'd come to the House and asked for a very narrow licence to take out ISIL's external planning capability, I think it would have commanded widespread consent. But he's asking for wider authority than that. And I want to draw him, therefore, on the difference between Iraq and Syria. In Iraq, there are ground forces in place. In Syria, there aren't. Can I invite him to say a little bit more, at the very least, about what ground forces he envisages joining us in the seizure of Raqqa?
Let me try and answer that as directly as possible, because it goes to the nub of the difficulty of this case. I don't think you can separate taking out the command and control of ISIL's operations against the UK or France or Belgium or elsewhere. I don't think you can separate that from the task of degrading and destroying the Daesh caliphate, so-called caliphate they've created. The two are intricately linked, and indeed, as I argued in front of the House last week, as long as this so-called caliphate exists, it is a threat to us, not least because it is radicalising Muslims from across the world who are going to fight for that organisation and then potentially returning to attack us. But on his issue, on his second question about ground troops, as I've explained, there are three parts to this argument. One, the things we can do without ground troops don't don't underestimate them. 2, the ground troops that are there, not ideal, not as many as we'd like, but people we are working with and can work with more. 3, the real plan is, as you get a transitional government in Syria that can represent all the Syrian people, there will be more ground troops for us to work with to defeat Daesh and the Caliphate, which will keep our country safe. Now, I know that takes a long time. I know that is complex, but that is the strategy. But we need to start with the first step, which is going after these terrorists today. Let me take the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful, but I do think the Prime Minister has to acknowledge that the ground troops which we can work with will be absolutely essential for his long-term strategy. And at the moment, he has not shown to me that as we defeat ISIL, we simply create a vacuum into which Assad will move, and we will simply fighting another enemy. And just a final word, can I give him some motherly advice? If he now just got up and said, whoever does not walk with me through the division lobby is not a terrorist sympathizer, he would improve his standing in his house enormously.
I think I'm very happy to repeat what she said. As I've said, people who vote in either division lobby, they do so with honour. I couldn't have been more clear about that. But look, what I would say to her is, if she's saying there aren't enough ground troops, she's right. If she's saying they're not always in the right places, she's right. But the question for us is, should we act now in order to try to start to turn the tide? Let me make some progress, because there's some important. I'll certainly give way to the leader of the SNP in a moment. I just want to be clear about the 70,000. That figure does not include a further 25,000 extremist fighters in groups which reject political participation and reject coordination with non-Muslims. So although they fight Daesh, they cannot and will not be our partners. So, Mr. Speaker, there are ground forces who will take the fight to Daesh, and in many cases we can work with them and we can assist them. I want to make one final point, and then I will give way to the leader of the SNP. If we don't act now, we should be clear there will be even fewer ground forces over time as Daesh will get even stronger. In my view, we simply cannot afford to wait. We have to act now. Let me give way to the leader of the SNP.
Grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. Would you clarify for every member of the House the advice that he's been given and others have been given in relation to the 70,000 forces that he speaks of? How many of those 70,000 are classified as moderate, and how many of them are classified as fundamentalists who we can never work with?
On the 70,000, the advice I have is that the majority are made up of Free Syrian Army. But of course, the Free Syrian Army has different leadership in different parts of the country. The 70,000 excludes those in extremist groups like Al-Nusra that we will not work with. But as I said very clearly, I'm not arguing that the 70,000 are ideal partners. Some of them do have views that we don't agree with. But the definition of the 70,000 is those people that we have been prepared to work with and continue to be prepared to work with. But let me make this point again. If we don't take action against Daesh now, the number of ground forces we can work with will get less and less and less. If we want to end up with a situation where you have the butcher Assad on one side and a stronger ISIL on the other side, not acting is one of the things that will bring that about. Let me give way to my honourable friend.
I know from my time in government how long and how hard and how anxiously the Prime Minister thinks about these questions. But will he ensure that we complete the military aspect of this campaign, if at all possible, so that we can then get on to the really important, but perhaps the most difficult aspect of the questions that he's posed, namely the post-conflict stabilisation and the reconstruction of Syria? Because without this early stage, there won't be a Syria left to reconstruct.
I think my right honourable friend, who himself always thought about these things very carefully, is right. That is the end goal. And we shouldn't take our eyes off the prize, which is a reconstructed Syria with a government that can represent all the people. That is a Syria at peace, so we don't have the migration crisis, we don't have the terrorism crisis. That is the goal. So let me turn to the overall strategy. And again, I set this out in the House last week. I'll make some progress. But let me say a little more about each of the non-military elements. Counter-terrorism, counter-extremism, the political and diplomatic processes and the vital humanitarian work that my right honourable friend just referred to. Our counter-terrorism strategy gives Britain a comprehensive plan to prevent and foil plots at home, and also to address the poisonous extremist ideology that is the root cause of the threat that we face. And as part of this, I can announce today that we will establish a comprehensive review to root out any remaining funding of extremism within the UK. This will examine specifically the nature, scale and origin of the funding of Islamist extremism activity in the UK, including any overseas sources. It will report to myself and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, next spring. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make this point finally before giving way again. I know there are some who suggest that military action could in some way undermine our counter-extremism strategy by radicalising British Muslims. So let me take this head on. British Muslims are appalled by Daesh. These women-raping, Muslim-murdering, medieval monsters, they are hijacking the peaceful religion of Islam for their warped ends. As the King of Jordan says in his article today, these people are not Muslims, they are outlaws from Islam. And we must stand with our Muslim friends here and around the world as they reclaim their religion from these terrorists. So far from an attack on Islam, we are engaged in a defence of Islam. And far from the risk of radicalising British Muslims by acting, failing to act would actually be to betray British Muslims and the wider religion of Islam in its very hour of need. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Prime Minister said that they would fight all the time in this country. Why do not the Iranians, the Saudis, the Turks, why do they not fight these people? Why is it always going to be us who fight them?
The Turks are taking part in this action and urging us to do the same. The Saudis are taking part in this action and urging us to do the same. The Jordanians have taken part in this action and urge us to do the same. I have here quote after quote from leader after leader in the Gulf world begging and pleading with Britain to take part so we can take the fight to this death cult that threatens us all so much. Now, the second part of our strategy is support for the diplomatic and political process. Let me say a word about how this process can lead to the ceasefires between the regime and opposition that are so essential for the next stages of this political transition. It begins with identifying the right people to put around the table. Next week, we expect the Syrian regime to nominate a team of people to negotiate under the auspices of the United Nations. Over the last 18 months, political and armed opposition positions have converged. We know the main groups and their ideas, and in the coming days, Saudi Arabia will host a meeting for opposition representatives in Riyadh, and the United Nations will take forward discussions on steps towards a ceasefire, including at the next meeting of the International Syria Support Group, which we expect to take place before Christmas. The aim is clear, as I've said: a transitional government in 6 months, a new constitution and free elections within 18 months. So I would argue that the key elements of a deal are emerging. Ceasefires, opposition groups coming together, the regime looking at negotiation, the key players, America and Russia, Saudi Arabia and Iran, and key regional players like Turkey, all in the room together. And my argument is this: hitting Daesh doesn't hurt this process, it helps this process, which is the eventual goal. Let me give way to my honourable friend.
Extremely grateful. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the murders on the beach in Tunisia and the carnage in Paris on the 13th of November changes everything, and the British people would find it rather odd that it would take something more than that for Britain to stand shoulder to shoulder with a number of other countries and to take on Daesh?
My honourable friend speaks for many. They attack us because of who we are, not because of what we do. And they want to attack us again and again. And the question for us: do we answer the call of our allies, some of our closest friends in the world, the French and the Americans, who want us to join with them and Arab partners in this work, or do we ignore that call? And if we ignore that call, think for a moment what that says about Britain as an ally. Think for a moment what it says to the countries in the region who will be asking themselves, if Britain won't come to the aid of France, its neighbour, in these circumstances, just how reliable a neighbour and a friend and an ally why this country is. Let me make some progress on the vital subjects of humanitarian relief and the longer-term stabilisation, because I'm conscious of the time. I set out for the House last week our support for refugees in the region and the extra £1 billion that we'd be prepared to commit to Syria's reconstruction and the broad international alliance that we would work with in the rebuilding phase. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear, and my honourable friend for Dorset North made this point. People will not return to Syria if part of it is under the control of an organisation that enslaves Yazidis, throws gay people off buildings, beheads aid workers and forces children to marry before they are even 10 years old. So we cannot separate the humanitarian work and the reconstruction work from dealing with Daesh itself. Give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful indeed to the Prime Minister for giving way and welcome any comments that distance British Muslims in Scotland from Daesh, and I also welcome his use of that terminology now. I asked the Prime Minister a question as a new member of this House, looking to seasoned parliamentarians and those who have been in this chamber for some period of time, as new members do on such occasions. Given that the language being used would be considered unbecoming of a parliamentarian for the benefit of new members, would the Prime Minister now withdraw his remarks in relation to terrorist sympathisers?
What I say is I think everyone is now focused on the main issues in front of us, and that is what we should be focused on. Let me turn to the plan for post-conflict reconstruction to support a new Syrian government when it emerges. I've said we'd be prepared to commit at least £1 billion to Syria's reconstruction. The initial priorities would be protection, security, stabilisation and confidence-building measures, including meeting basic humanitarian needs such as education, health and shelter, and of course helping the refugees to return. Now, over time, the focus would shift the longer-term rebuilding of Syria's shattered infrastructure, harnessing the expertise of the international financial institutions and the private sector. As I said last week, we are not in the business of trying to dismantle the Syrian state or its institutions. We would aim to allocate reconstruction funds against a plan agreed between a new inclusive Syrian government and the international community once the conflict had ended. That is the absolute key. Let me take the honourable member here, I'll take another honourable member there, and then I'll try and draw to a close.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister. What really matters to my constituents is whether they'll be safer after this process has taken place. He's making a very strong case that we are attacking the heart of this terrorist organisation. Will he assure the House, as well as taking action in Syria, he will also shore up services, security services and policing in the United Kingdom?
I think that is what our constituents want to know. What are we doing to strengthen our borders? What are we doing to exchange intelligence information across Europe? What are we doing to strengthen our intelligence and policing agencies, which the Chancellor spoke about so much last week? All of this we should see through the prism of national security. That is what our first duty is. And when you have your allies asking you, the intelligence there, the knowledge you can make a difference, I believe we should act. Let me take an intervention from the Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. He rightly makes the point of how important it is that we not just stand with our allies, our friends in Europe, but are seen to stand with them as well. However, he does not, as Prime Minister, and has not so far, stood with those European allies on the matter of taking our fair share of refugees from this crisis and other. Will he look again at the Save the Children request that this country takes 3,000 orphaned children, refugees who are currently in Europe?
I would say we have played a huge part in Europe as the biggest bilateral donor. No other European country has given enough as much as Britain has. And we've also going to take 20,000 refugees, with 1,000 arriving by Christmas. But I am happy to look once again at this issue of orphans. I think it's better to take orphans from the region rather than those who come over with sometimes extended family. But I'm very happy to look at that again, both in Europe and out of Europe, to see if Britain can do more to fulfil our moral responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. This is not 2003. We must not use past mistakes as an excuse for indifference or inaction. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, inaction does not amount to a strategy for our security or for the Syrian people. But inaction is a choice. I believe it's the wrong choice. We face a clear threat. We've listened to our allies. We've taken legal advice. We have a unanimous United Nations resolution. We've discussed our proposed action extensively at meetings of the National Security Council and Cabinet. I've responded personally to the detailed report of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. We have a proper motion before this House, and we're having a 10.5-hour debate today. Now, in that spirit, I look forward to the rest of the debate. I look forward to listening to the contributions of members on all sides of this House. But I hope that at the end of it all, the House will come together in large numbers for Britain to play its part in defeating these evil extremists and taking the action that is needed now to keep our country safe. In doing so, I pay tribute to the extraordinary bravery and service of our inspirational armed forces, who will once again put themselves in harm's way to protect our values and our way of life. And I commend this motion to the House.
Order. The question is motion number 2 as on the order paper. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The whole House recognises that decisions to send British forces to war are the most serious, solemn and morally challenging of any that we have to take as members of Parliament. The motion brought before the House today by the Government authorising military action in Syria against ISIL faces us with exactly that decision. It's one with potentially far-reaching consequences for us all, here in Britain, as well as the people of Syria and the wider Middle East. For all members, taking a decision that will put British servicemen and women in harm's way and almost inevitably lead to the deaths of innocents is a heavy responsibility. It must be treated with the utmost seriousness and respect given to those who make a different judgment about the right course of action to take, which is why the Prime Minister's attempt to brand those who plan to vote against the government as terrorist sympathisers both demeans the office of the Prime Minister and, I believe, undermines the seriousness of the deliberations we're having today. If the Prime Minister now wants to apologise for those remarks, I'd be happy to give way to him to do so. Since, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister is unmoved, we'll have to move on with the debate, and I hope he will be stronger later to recognise that, yes, he did make an unfortunate remark last night, and apologising for it would be very helpful to improve the atmosphere of this debate today.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and as he appropriately is pointing out that the Prime Minister is not showing leadership by not withdrawing his slur on me and others, would he also agree with me that there is no place whatsoever in the Labour Party for anybody who has been abusing those members of the Labour Party who choose to vote with the government on this resolution?
Mr Speaker, abuse has no part in responsible democratic political dialogue. That I believe very strongly, and that is the way that I wish to conduct myself, and I wish others to conduct themselves in that way. Yes, I do give way, then I'll move on.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that if the Prime Minister came to that dispatch box and made a clear apology, he would clear the air immediately and we could move on in this debate with a simple "I'm sorry"?
Well, as he often does on these occasions, he appears to be taking advice from the Chancellor of the Exchequer on this matter. If he wants to apologise now, that's fine. If he doesn't, well, the whole world can note that he's not apologising. Mr Speaker, since the Prime Minister first made his case for extending British bombing to Syria in the House last week, the doubts and unanswered questions then expressed on both sides of the House have only grown and multiplied. That's why it's a matter of such concern that the government has decided to push this vote through Parliament today. It would have been far better to allow a full two-day debate that would have given all members the chance to make a proper contribution. And you yourself, Mr. Speaker, informed us that 157 have applied to speak in this debate. It is, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
I'm very grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He and I have worked together on the Kurdish issue. He knows how tough the Kurds are finding it fighting ISIL in both Iraq and in Syria. His shadow Foreign Secretary believes that the 4 conditions debated at the Labour Party conference for taking action in Syria have been met. Why does he disagree with him on that?
Well, he may have to wait a few moments to hear that, but it will be in my speech, I can promise him. But I also am pleased that he's made the intervention with respect to the Kurdish people, because at some point over the whole of the Middle East and the whole of this settlement, there has to be a recognition of the rights of Kurdish people, whichever country in which they live. He and I have shared that view for more than 30 years, and my view is not changed on that.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and right honourable friend for giving way, and I'm glad that he has mentioned the Kurds. Could he be clear at this dispatch box that he or anyone on this bench in no way will want to remove the air protection which was voted on with an overwhelming majority in the House 14 months ago?
I thank my friend for that intervention. It is not part of the motion today, so we move on with this debate. It's impossible, I think, Mr. Speaker, to avoid the conclusion that the Prime Minister understands that public opinion is moving increasingly against what I believe to be an ill-thought-out rush to war. And he wants to hold this vote before the opinion grows even further against it. Whether it's a lack of strategy worth the name, the absence of credible ground troops, the missing diplomatic plan for a Syrian settlement, the failure to address the impact of the terrorist threat or the refugee crisis and civilian casualties, it's becoming increasingly clear that the Prime Minister's proposals for military action simply do not stack up.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman give way, and I agree with what he's been saying, that the case has not been put for this. I wonder, under the circumstances and the slur that's been put on the opposition benches, whether or not he will reconsider that it's important that the Labour Party in its entirety joins with those on these benches here and opposing the government to whip the Labour MPs to make sure this government's defeated on this motion.
Every MP has to make a decision today. Every MP has a vote today. Every MP has a constituency, and every MP should be aware of what constituents and public opinion is, and they will make up their own mind. Obviously, I am proposing that we do not support the government's motion tonight, and I would encourage all colleagues on all sides to join me in the opposition lobby tonight to the government's proposals. Last week, the Prime Minister focused his case for bombing in Syria on the critical test set by the very respected cross-party Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Given the holes in the government's case, it's scarcely surprising that last night the committee reported the Prime Minister had not, and I quote, adequately addressed their concerns. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the committee judged that the Prime Minister's case for bombing has failed its tests.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman that the committee resolved 4-3 that the Prime Minister has not adequately addressed concerns contained in the committee's second report, with the absence of his honourable friends for Kinnan Valley and Ilford South, who would have resisted that motion. But it is on a narrow point where logically it is almost impossible for the Prime Minister to adequately meet those concerns, given the fact he's not in a position to produce sufficient detail, obviously to satisfy some of my colleagues. It is a very weak point for him to rely on, and he ought to go to the substance.
I I thank the member for Reigate for his intervention, and he and I have often had very amicable discussions on many of these issues, and I'm sure we will again. The fact of the matter is, though, that at a meeting of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, there was a verdict given that the Prime Minister had not adequately addressed the concerns. Now, I understand there are differences of opinion. Goodness, there's plenty of differences of opinion all around this House. Your benches and these. And so I ask the Chair of the Select Committee to recognise that a decision has been made by his committee. After the despicable and horrific attacks in Paris last month, the question of whether the government's proposals for military action in Syria strengthens or undermines our own national security must, Mr. Speaker, be at the centre of our deliberations. There is no doubt that the so-called Islamic State group, Mr. Speaker, I have given way quite a lot of times already. There are 157 members who wish to take part in this debate, and so I think I should try and move on and speed it up slightly, which appears to meet with your approval, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that the so-called Islamic State has imposed a reign of sectarian and inhuman terror in Iraq, Syria and Libya, and there is no question that it also poses a threat to our own people. The issue now is whether extending British bombing from Iraq to Syria is likely to reduce or increase that threat to Britain, and whether it will counter or spread the terror campaign ISIL is waging across the Middle East. The answers don't make the case for the government motion. On the contrary, they're a warning to step back. A vote against yet another ill-fated twist in this never-ending war on terror. Let's start with the military dimension. The Prime Minister has been unable to explain why extending airstrikes to Syria will make a significant military impact on the existing campaign. ISIL is already being bombed by Syria or Iraq, by the US, France, Britain and Russia, and other powers. Canada has, interestingly, withdrawn from this campaign and no longer takes part in it. During more than a year of bombing, ISIL has expanded and lost territory. ISIL gains included the Iraqi city of Ramadi and the Syrian city of Palermo. The claim that the superior British missiles will make the difference is actually quite hard to credit when the US and other states, as an intervention said earlier, when the US and other states are struggling to find suitable targets. In other words, extending British bombing is unlikely to make a huge difference. Secondly, the Prime Minister has failed to convince almost anyone that even if British participation in the air campaign were to tip the balance, there are credible ground forces able to take back territory now held by ISIL. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear there are no such forces. Last week, the Prime Minister suggested that a combination of Kurdish militias, the Free Syrian Army, would be able to fill the gap. He even claimed a 70,000-strong force of moderate FSA fighters were ready to coordinate action against ISIL with the Western air campaign. That claim has not remotely stood up to scrutiny. Kurdish forces are a distance away in the sunny Arab areas where ISIL controls, nor will the FSA, which includes a wide range of groups, few, if any, would regard as moderate and mostly operate in other parts of the country. The only ground forces able to take advantage of a successful anti-ISIL air campaign are stronger jihadist and Salafist groups close to the ISIL-controlled areas. I think these are serious issues that we need to think through very carefully, because I believe that's what the Prime Minister's bombing campaign could lead to. This is why the logic... Mr. Speaker, I will give way later on in my contribution, but I think I should be enabled to make what is, I think, an important part of this contribution. This is why the logic of an extended air campaign is, in fact, mission creep. And Western boots on the ground, whatever the Prime Minister may say now about keeping British combat troops out of the way, are a real possibility. Thirdly, the military aim of attacking ISIL targets in Syria is not really part of a coherent diplomatic strategy. The UN Security Council Resolution 2249, passed after the Paris atrocities and cited in today's government motion, does not give clear and unambiguous authorisation for UK bombing in Syria. To do so, it would have had to be passed under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter, to which the Security Council could not agree. The UN resolution is certainly a welcome framework for joint action to cut off funding, oil revenues, arms supplies from ISIL. But I wonder how much signs there are of that happening. I'll give way to the member there.
For giving way. Myself and the honourable member don't agree on very much, but on the necessity to cut off their oil supplies, I do very much agree with him. Therefore, I'm afraid I'm at a complete loss as to understand why he would oppose airstrikes, which are such a crucial part in targeting oil supplies, which are providing funding for ISIL and Daesh.
The problem is the oil supplies that are being sold by ISIL are going into other countries, into Turkey and to other places. And I think we need to know exactly who is buying that oil, who is funding that oil, what banks are involved in financial transactions which ultimately end up with ISIL, and which other countries in the region may or may not be involved in it. Despite, Mr. Speaker, the clear risk of potentially disastrous incidents, the shooting down of a Russian military aircraft by Turkish forces is a sign of the danger of a serious escalation of this whole issue.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. The number of these ground troops is, as he says, unknown, and their composition is also unknown. But what we do know is that they are, by definition, opposition fighters. They are anti-Assad. Does he agree with me that the Prime Minister still has a question to answer around how we can work with them to retake ground from Daesh without getting drawn into a wider conflict with Russia, given that they're on the other side?
I think the member for Brighton makes a very important point, and she has been very active in trying to promote peace and humanitarian resolutions to the many conflicts that exist around the world. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has avoided spelling out to the British people the warnings he's surely been given. The likely impact of UK airstrikes on the threat of terrorist attacks in the UK. That's something everyone who backs the government's motion should weigh and think about very carefully before we vote whether or not to send RAF pilots into action over Syria. It is critically important, Mr. Speaker, that we as a House are honest with the British people about the potential consequences of the action the Prime Minister is proposing to us today. I'm aware that there are those with military experience, including members on the benches opposite as well as this side, who have argued that extending UK bombing will, and I quote, increase the short-term risk of terrorist attacks in Britain. We should also remember the impact, Mr. Speaker, on communities here in Britain. Sadly, since the Paris attacks, there's been a sharp increase in Islamophobic incidents and physical attacks. I've discussed these with people in my local mosque in my constituency, and it's horrific. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the message from all of us in this House today must go out. None of us, let's say this together, we will not tolerate any form of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia or racism, any form in this country. The Prime Minister has not offered a serious assessment, in my view, of the intensified air campaign on civilian casualties in ISIL-held Syrian territory or the wider Syrian refugee crisis. At least 250,000 have already been killed in Syria's terrible civil war, 11 million made homeless, and 4 million forced to leave the country. Many more have been killed by the Assad regime than by ISIL itself. Yet more bombing in Syria will kill innocent civilians. There's no doubt about that, and turn many more Syrians into refugees. Yesterday, I will in a moment. Yesterday, I was sent a message from a constituent of mine who comes from Syria. I'm sorry, it's not funny. It's a family who are suffering. His name, Abdulaziz Al-Mashi, and I quote from his message. I'm a Syrian from Mabij city, which is now controlled by ISIL. Members of my family still live there, and ISIL didn't kill them. My question to David Cameron is, can you guarantee the safety of my family when your air forces drop bombs on my city? It's a fair question from a family who are very concerned. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I'd say to the right honourable gentleman, I speak as a member of the military who has left, and there's a fundamental point here that we think the Leader of the Opposition is making, and that is that this is about national security. All these conflicting arguments, the complex situations, it's very, very difficult, but it comes down to national security and inhibiting what these people are trying to do on the streets of this country.
Yes, of course, security on the streets of this country in all of our communities is very important. That's why we have supported the government in no longer pursuing the strategy of cutting the police and also increasing security in this country, because clearly none of us want any kind of atrocity on the streets of this country. My borough was deeply affected by 7/7 in 2005.
Can I just say that the member who has the floor cannot be expected to give way to a further intervention when he's in the process of answering an existing one. And the honourable gentleman is an experienced enough denizen of this House to be aware of that. Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr Speaker, but I'd like to give way to the member for Tottenham.
I'm very grateful. Stop it. I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition. In making his points, does the Leader of the Opposition accept that this 70,000 moderate Sunnis that the Prime Minister claims is there consists of many different jihadist groups? Yep. And there is some concern, I think it's across the House, that in potentially degrading ISIL, Daesh, which is possible, we actually create a vacuum into which other jihadists come over time. That surely does not make the streets of Britain safer.
Mr Speaker, in a sense of North London geography, I now give way to the member for Southgate.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful for him giving way. He has a consistent position in relation to opposing airstrikes. He has consistent in this House. On 26th of September 2014, when he voted against airstrikes against ISIL in Iraq, he said this. He said, I do not believe that further airstrikes and the deepening of our involvement will solve the problem. So does he maintain his opposition to airstrikes in Iraq, let alone increasing and extending it to Syria?
Mr Speaker, I thank both members for their interventions, and the point made by my friend, the member for Tottenham, is a very serious one. We have to be careful about what happens in the future. We have to, as the Prime Minister has said and others have said, we have to be very aware of the danger of some people, mainly young people, being deeply radicalised and end up doing very, very dangerous things indeed. Is the radicalisation of a very small number, but nevertheless significant number of young people across Europe a product of the war or something else? I think we need to think very, very deeply about that, and think very, very deeply about what's happened in this world since 2001 and the increasing numbers of people that are suffering because of it. I rest my case at that point. There isn't, Mr Speaker, an EU-wide strategy to provide humanitarian assistance to those victims. Mr Speaker, perhaps most importantly of all, I ask the Prime Minister this. Is he able to explain how British bombing in Syria will contribute to a comprehensive, negotiated political settlement of the Syrian war? Such a settlement is widely accepted to be the only way to ensure the isolation and defeat of ISIL. ISIL grew out of the invasion of Iraq, and it has flourished in Syria in the chaos and horror of a multi-fronted civil war. Yes.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. The Prime Minister spoke often of the choice between action and inaction that we face today. But those of us who will be voting against airstrikes, we also want to see action. The Prime Minister said almost nothing about cutting off the financial supplies for Daesh, which buy the bombs, which help radicalise recruits. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we need action on this point?
We absolutely need action to ensure there is a diplomatic and political solution to the crisis. I welcome what the Prime Minister said about speeding up the process in Vienna, but surely the message ought to be, let's speed that up rather than sending the bombers in now to bring about that political settlement. What we need, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is an involvement of all the main regional and international powers. Now, that I know that has been attempted. I know that there have been discussions in Vienna, and we welcome that. I think it is regrettable that Geneva too. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try and make progress with the speech, if I may. There are over 150 members who wish to speak. Therefore, I think long speeches of the front benches actually take time out of backbench speeches. So the aim must be to establish a broad-based government in Syria that has the support of the majority of its people, difficult as that is to envisage at the present time. But such a settlement could help take back territory from ISIL and bring about their lasting defeat in Syria. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I'm really sorry to have to tell members opposite. I've given way quite a lot on members on both sides. I'm now going to continue with my speech. Ultimately, no, I'm not.
Order. A very long-established convention of this House that the member who has the floor gives way or not as he or she chooses. The Leader of the Opposition has made it clear that for now he's not giving way. The appropriate response isn't then for a member to jump up and shout, "Give way." It's just not terribly sensible. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point I was making was that ultimately the solution in Syria has to be by all the people of Syria themselves. I think on that, surely, we're all agreed. The government... I thought I made it clear. I think the Speaker made it clear that at the moment I'm not giving way. I'm really sorry, but I'm not, OK? The government's proposals... for...
Smog. On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, though it is indeed customary that he who holds the floor decides whether or not to give way, is it not also customary to answer questions when they're put in interventions, and we are waiting for the answer on Iraq?
The honourable gentleman is a sufficiently experienced parliamentarian to know that he's made his own point in his own way, and it's on the record. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker. The government's... Mr. Speaker, if I could move on with the speech, I'd be most grateful. The government's proposals... The government's proposals for military action in Syria are not backed by a clear and unambiguous authorisation by the United Nations. It does not meet the 7 tests set down by our own Foreign Affairs Committee. And it does not fulfil 3 of the 4 conditions laid down in my own party conference resolution of a couple of months ago. The past week, Mr. Speaker, voice has been given to growing opposition to the government's bombing plans across the country, in Parliament, outside, in the media and indeed in my own party. And I believe it's a consideration of all the wars that we've been involved in the last 14 years. These matters were debated a great deal during my own campaign to be elected the leader of the Labour Party, and many people think very deeply about these matters. The light of the record of Western military interventions is one that has to be analysed. British bombing in Syria risks yet more of what President Obama, in a very thoughtful moment, called the unintended consequences of the war in Iraq, which he himself opposed at the time. The spectre, Mr. Speaker, of Iraq, Afghanistan and Libya looms over this debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not giving way. I'm going to carry on with my speech. Mr. Speaker, to oppose another war and intervention, in my view, is actually not pacifism, it's hard-headed common sense, which I think we should be thinking about today in this House. To resist ISIL's determination to draw the Western powers back into the heart of the Middle East isn't to turn our back on our allies, it's refusing to play into the hands of ISIL and what I suspect some of them want us to do. Is it wrong for us here in Westminster to see a problem, pass a motion, drop bombs and pretending we're doing something to solve it? That's what we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. And I ask the question of the House of this, has terrorism increased or decreased as a result of all of that? The Prime Minister said he was looking to build a consensus around the military action he wants to take. I don't believe he's achieved anything of the kind. He's failed, in my view, to make the case for another bombing campaign. All of our efforts should instead go into bringing the Syrian civil war to an end. Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, I ask members to think very carefully about the previous decisions we've made. What we are proposing to do today is send British bombers.
Point of order, Mr. David Winnick.
Speak on a number of occasions of receiving complaints from the public, particularly over PMQs. What do you think the public makes when my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, is being shouted down constantly by the government benches?
I think what the public wants is a civilised, though robust, debate by members on both sides of the House. I thank the honourable gentleman, a very experienced member, for that point of order. Let's proceed without fear or favour. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes in this House we get carried away with the theatricals of the place and forget there are millions of people who've sent us to this House to represent them, and we should be able to conduct our debates in a decent, respectful and civilised manner. And short as this debate is compared to the number who want to speak, I hope all those members that have applied to speak do get called. And I conclude with this point, Mr. Speaker. In my view, only a negotiated political and diplomatic endeavour to bring about an end to the civil war in Syria will bring some hope to the millions who've lost their homes, who are refugees, who are camped out in various points all across Europe, dreaming of a day that they can go home. I think our overriding goal should be to end that civil war in Syria, and obviously also to protect the people of this country. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe that the motion put by the Prime Minister achieves that, because it seems to put the emphasis on bombing now, whereas I think the emphasis should be not on bombing now, but on bringing about all our endeavours, all our intelligence and all our efforts I think it's very strange that members don't seem to understand. There are millions who watch these debates who want to hear what's being said, don't want to hear people shouting at each other. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge members on all sides of the House to think very carefully about the responsibility that lies with them today. Do we send in bombers, not totally aware of what all the consequences are going to be, or do we pause, not send them in, and instead put all of our efforts into bringing about a peaceful, humanitarian and just political settlement to the terrible situation faced by the people in Syria?
Sir Alan Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is anybody on either side of the House, as all of us are trying to show responsibility and duty, who in any way relish the decision that we are being asked to take today. It is not straightforward like the response to the invasions of Kuwait and the Falklands. It's a very, very difficult decision we're being asked to take, and in taking it, I think we have to have two issues in the forefront of our thinking. First, the security of our own country, and secondly, the desperate need to restore stability in the Middle East. But rather than rehearse all the arguments, I would like to just pick out and emphasize a few points which I'd ask the House solemnly to consider. The question of whether to commit our armed forces has actually, over the last few years, become seriously muddied both by the painful experience of past decisions and by the complexity of the unfolding disorder across the Arab world. The experience of Afghanistan, in part, to which the Leader of the Opposition referred, and of Iraq, more significantly, have led to growing reticence and indeed distrust in this House and outside it about any proposal for military action. So the first point I would like to emphasize is that we must take the decision today based on the merits of today. We must base it on today's facts and not on yesterday's mistakes and regrets. So, well, before I give way quickly, may I just point out politely to the Stop the War coalition that when it actually comes to Syria, stopping the war is exactly what we want to do.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I absolutely agree with him that what we need are facts and greater clarity about our capability to take on the task that's ahead of us. Yesterday, we were told that there were between 20 and 30,000 Daesh across Syria and Iraq. But I couldn't be given a number as to how many Taliban we were fighting in Afghanistan to get a comparator when we had 10,000 of our troops and 30,000 Americans fighting them. I couldn't get them. I couldn't get an answer as to how often we had used our brimstone missiles, and I couldn't get an answer as to how many more planes we would be flying. Don't we need those questions answered?
Interventions must be brief. They mustn't be mini speeches, however well-intentioned. Sir Alan Duncan.
May I implore the Honourable Lady to appreciate that the search for certainty in the Middle East is a vain hope. And perhaps the watchword, which I learned 30 years ago when I first went there, was that if you're not confused, you don't understand. It is a very, very complex world in which we are deciding to act. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, let me move on to my second point. The second point, and again I address this to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, we must not underestimate the extent and the nature of the danger we face and say that because it's all over there, it's not over here. The phenomenon of ISIS-Daesh is not only a vicious force running rampant through that miserable space between Iraq and Syria, it is also fueling those who would readily walk up the main street of a major city with a suicide bomb or carrying a Kalashnikov. So to those who say that airstrikes would increase that danger, I would urge them not to give in to that narrative. These people are already targeting us now. No. Thirdly, we have to see this threat, in the context of even greater regional danger. We're witnessing the collapse of nation states across potentially the whole of Arabia, along with the violent release of centuries of sectarian hatred. A crucial element of our policy, Mr. Speaker, should be to try to stop this spreading. And that means that we must support stable rule within the 6 countries of the GCC, and those who just attack the conduct of our Gulf allies simply do not understand the horror that would be unleashed by further instability in the region. Even now, we face the real prospect of an arc of brutality and terrorism stretching from Syria through Iraq to Yemen and right across into a terrifying link with the Horn of Africa. And fourthly, we can't turn away from this threat and subcontract our obligations. If we are to pursue the destruction of ISIS-Daesh and rebuild stable government and underpin wider stability and make all of that a serious and convincing objective of our foreign policy, we must be part of the convoy that is trying to do it. We cannot, as I would see it, negligently watch it roll by while not playing our part. Put frankly, our reputation, our international reputation, has suffered from the parliamentary vote in August 2013. Our allies now question, whether we can be relied upon when they call for joint assistance. Mr. Speaker, if we choose today to remain on the sidelines, especially when there is a new and unequivocal UN resolution in place, it would signal to the world that the UK has indeed chosen to withdraw. Mr. Speaker, we should not be in the business of national resignation from the world stage. Perhaps indeed the paradox of our position today is not that we're doing too much, but that we're doing too little. But if I do have a concern, and again, let me look directly at the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, it is that the action I hope we'll vote for tonight is not the whole answer, and the Prime Minister is not pretending that it is. The hope that local so-called moderate forces can do the job on the ground and somehow put Humpty Dumpty together again is, of course, more of an act of faith than a certain plan. But I think it's wrong, however, for the Leader of the Opposition to dismiss their significance and conclude that their composition is sufficient reason to do nothing. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, I think we should carry this motion. We've got to carry it with our eyes open, knowing that we are flying into a mess that shows no easy prospect of being quickly resolved. But we cannot leave a vile force unchallenged. Mr. Speaker, these airstrikes do matter. I believe they're justified. But I also think that, in my view too, the future judgment of the Prime Minister about what then follows will eventually become more important than the decision we're taking tonight.
Mr. Angus Roberts.
It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman, a fellow member of the Intelligence and Security Committee, although I fear that we will be in different lobbies later this evening. Mr. Speaker, may I begin by intimating support for Amendment B, which appears in my name and those of Honourable and Right Honourable Gentlemen, I draw attention to the fact it's supported by an honourable and right honourable ladies, of course. It's signed by members of 6 different political parties and over 100 members from right across the House, and it reads that while welcoming the renewed impetus towards peace and reconstruction in Syria and the government's recognition that a comprehensive strategy against Daesh is required, does not believe that the case for the UK's participation in the ongoing air campaign in Syria by 10 countries has been made under current circumstances and consequently declines to authorise military action. Mr. Speaker, may I begin by thanking the Prime Minister. I'd like to thank him for advanced sight of his statement and for the briefings by his National Security Advisor Sir Mark Lyle-Grant and colleagues from the Ministry of Defence, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, DFID and other agencies. And I again put on record our appreciation to all of those who are charged with keeping us safe at home and abroad. And notwithstanding the profound differences that I have with the Prime Minister on the issue, I would wish to commend him for briefing parties and parliamentarians in recent weeks and the tone he adopted in last week's statement. It's disappointing, to say the least, that he chose to describe opponents of his bombing plans in Parliament as terrorist sympathisers. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, we have before us today against bombing is signed by the Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay, who served with the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers in Northern Ireland. It's also signed by the Honourable Labour Member for Norwich South, who served with the Territorial Army in Afghanistan. The amendment is also signed by my colleagues from East Kilbride and Glasgow North West, both of whose husbands served in the armed forces with distinction. It's also been signed by members from Northern Ireland who've had to experience terrorism at first hand. It is totally wrong to impugn members of this House who differ with the government on bombing Syria as terrorist sympathisers. The Prime Minister has had numerous occasions to apologise. I fear he is not going to. I would be prepared to give way to the Prime Minister if he wishes to apologise. And he isn't, so I won't give way to the honourable gentleman. I hope the Prime Minister regrets what he said. We in the Scottish National Party share the concerns of everybody else in this House and the country about the terrorist threat by Daesh. We deplore the Assad regime and have regularly raised the issue of refugees in the region and in Europe. There is agreement across this House that the threat from Daesh is real and doing nothing is not an option. However, we recall that only 2 years ago, this Prime Minister, this government, wanted us to bomb the opponents of Daesh, which would no doubt have strengthened them. Now, of course, we haven't heard it yet, but there is no shortage of countries currently bombing in Syria. Most recently, the Russians have been attacking Daesh, and too often the moderate opposition to Assad as well. Coalition nations which have conducted strikes in Syria include, and it's a long list, Mr. Speaker, Australia, Bahrain, Canada, France, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, incidentally, which also uses brimstone as a weapon system. The Republic of Turkey, which interestingly is also bombing our allies in Kurdistan.
That's right.
The United Arab Emirates and the United States of America. Now, open sources confirm, Mr. Speaker, that since September 2014, these airstrikes have included F-16 Falcons, F-22s, FA-18 Super Hornets, sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, and also weapons from drones launched from above Syria. The United States Central Command, CENTCOM, confirms that the United States has conducted more than 2,700 airstrikes in Syria. Daily strike updates from the Combined Joint Task Force Coalition shows that military forces have continued to attack Daesh terrorists in Syria using bombers and remotely piloted aircraft in a moment. In recent days, these have included near Ain Issa, 3 strikes struck an ISIL tactical unit and destroyed an ISIL tactical vehicle. I'm reading from the reports from the United States military. From near Al-Raqqa, 2 strikes struck 2 separate ISIL tactical units and destroyed ISIL vehicles. Near Dar al-Zawr, 1 strike destroyed an ISIL vehicle. Near Al-Hol, 2 strikes struck an ISIL tactical unit and destroyed an ISIL checkpoint. The point is, there is bombing currently underway in Syria, and to pretend that what is being proposed, while not taking that into account, is highly misleading, and I give way to the honourable gentleman.
To our allies' operations in Syria, does he think there's a legitimate case for those operations, or would he want them to withdraw?
I'm hugely supportive of efforts which can lead to stabilisation in Iraq. It's very important. But I would like to stress one thing in particular. I think we have a particular responsibility towards the Kurds, both in Iraq and in Syria. And I would wish that the Prime Minister would use his good offices when dealing with NATO allies, that we do not undermine the efforts in Iraq and in Syria. I've answered the honourable gentleman. And we ensure that Turkey does not bomb our Kurdish allies, and we should do everything. I've given way, and I will make some progress. The Prime Minister has asked us to listen to his case for bombing in Syria, and we have. I've now repeatedly asked two very specific questions, as have other members on all sides of this House. How will the UK plan secure peace on the ground in Syria? And I quote, as the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee asked, which ground forces will take, hold and administer territories captured from Daesh in Syria? And the second question that I posed was, how will the UK plan secure long-term stability and reconstruction in Syria, given that the UK spent 13 times more bombing Libya than on its post-conflict stability and reconstruction? And I asked the Prime Minister, how much does the Prime Minister estimate that this will cost, and how much has he allocated from the United Kingdom? And I'd like to turn to those two questions. Because on the issue of ground forces, we have been told that there are 70,000 troops that are opposed to Assad and to Daesh, which could take the territory that Daesh currently holds. The problem is that only a part of those forces are moderate, and there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that they would definitely deploy from other parts of the country to counter Daesh. Now, I asked the Prime Minister in intervention, and members will have heard, I asked the Prime Minister, of those 70,000, how many are moderate and how many of them are fundamentalist? I have not had an answer to that question, and I would invite any member from the government side to tell the rest of the House what that is.
Come on.
Silence.
Come on, silence.
Silence. Silence on a critical issue posed by the. I will give away in a moment to the esteemed chairman of the Intelligence and Security Committee. Of course I will, but this is an absolutely vital point. This is a vital point that was raised by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. A key part of the argument of having any credibility that a bombing strategy will lead to medium and long-term peace in Syria and dealing with Daesh is that there are ground forces capable of taking the ground when they manage to displace and degrade Daesh forces. Now, we have asked repeatedly, and I ask again, I will give way if any member from the government side wants to elucidate and explain to the House what the Prime Minister was not. I see the Foreign Secretary chuntering from a sedentary position. I'm happy to give way to him if he will confirm from the dispatch box what is the makeup of these 70,000 forces. Mr. Speaker, I've now asked a question directly to the Prime Minister, which he didn't answer. I've challenged the Foreign Secretary to answer the question. Is there anybody else from the government side who will answer the question? I give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the right honourable gentleman, because we asked the very similar point at the Defence Select Committee yesterday. And what the point that the right honourable gentleman is making is a nitpicking, quibbling point, which if he will hear me out, is dancing on the head of a pin to try and achieve the result that the honourable gentleman starts with. There are these people. We have to trust them. They are not on Assad's side, and they are not on ISIL's side. We need to work with them.
So let's get this right, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's been asked the question. The Foreign Secretary was given an opportunity to confirm the answer to the House. Members from the government side were asked to answer the question. They haven't. I see another member prepared to intervene, so let me accept that intervention if we are going to get an answer to the question of the 70,000 non-Assad and non-Daesh forces in Syria, how many of them are moderate and how many of them are fundamentalists? I give way to the honourable gentleman.
And you know, right honourable gentleman, giving way. He is a clever man, and he rarely asks a question that he does not know the answer to himself. So I put the question back to him, how many moderates he thinks there is. And also, he seems to be tied up on the 70,000. He seems to have forgotten the Kurds in Syria, the several battalions of Syriac Christians, and also the Arabs in north and north-east Syria, who will work with the Free Syrian Army to take in Daesh.
No answer.
So, Mr. Speaker, anybody watching this debate and reading Hansard in future will be able to recognise that this question has been asked time and time and time again, and we have not had an answer to that question. It is a fundamentally, I've now given way a significant number of times on the question, and nobody has answered the. Sorry, if my esteemed colleague, the chairman of the Intelligence and Security Committee, is able to answer the question, I would be delighted.
What interests me about the argument that the right honourable gentleman is putting forward is he raises perfectly legitimate questions, which should, I hope, be answered in the course of the debate. Yes. But what he glosses over is what his and his party's position is on the current operations, which I think he will agree with me are in fact controlling Daesh's ability to do violence and cruelty in the area and terrorism in Europe.
Fair question.
And if indeed those actions at the moment involving our allies both in Syria and Iraq are achieving that goal, I find it very difficult to understand how he can argue that we ourselves should not cooperate in northern Syria.
I have the greatest respect for the right honourable gentleman, and he makes good points, and I will come on later in my comments to some of the questions that he makes. But I just note respectfully again that we haven't heard an answer to the question which I was posed, and from the government front bench you have the opportunity again, if they wish, to tell the House. I note that they don't. So I will make some. If the honourable gentleman can answer the question, I'd be delighted.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. As member of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, part of the committee, I was in the Middle East last week. We went to Cairo, we went to Amman, and we went to Beirut, cities which has also suffered destruction. We spoke to military people, counter-terrorism people, the politicians. The answer that you seek, I can tell you how many people there are. It's about 10 to 15,000, and that was the answer given by everyone there.
Goodness. My goodness, Mr. Speaker, that's a very, very important intervention from the Honourable Lady. So, from her experience and having travelled the region, she is suggesting that the government's figures that we have been provided are massively wrong. And I mean, this is a very, very important point, Mr. Speaker. We are now hearing on a crucial issue raised by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, a crucial issue that, far from the 70,000 that we've heard repeatedly, it's significantly less. This should worry us all, and I will make some progress. The problem with this issue, and it is a critical issue, is that only a part of the forces that the Prime Minister and his colleagues have spoken about are moderate, and there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that they would definitely deploy from other parts of the country to counter Daesh. And it appears to be totally wishful thinking that without a comprehensive ceasefire first in Syria, we can expect any redirection of any forces from other fronts in Syria. On stabilising and rebuilding Syria, Mr. Speaker, the second question that I posed to the Prime Minister, we're advised by the World Bank that it will cost $170 billion to rebuild Syria. The Prime Minister has made a commitment to contribute £1 billion towards this mammoth task, which is welcome. New money to deal with the rebuilding after the stabilisation of Syria, which we welcome. We are entitled to ask, however, Mr. Speaker, whether a contribution of less than 1% of what is required is realistically going to be enough. Now, yesterday, Like some other members of the House, I took the time to meet Syrian exiles, to discuss their experiences and to hear their views. It was heartbreaking to hear about people who are literally surviving just on hope, of 16-year-olds who only wish to attend their makeshift schools in the basement whilst enduring barrel bombing by the Assad regime from above. And they asked whether we are seriously asking people to stop fighting Assad and move to another part of the country to fight Daesh. They asked how we expect people to fight Daesh if they have no feeling of any support. Now, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we were written to as parliamentarians by Syrians in the UK from many different organisations, from Syria Solidarity UK, from the Syrian community in Manchester, from Kurds House, from the Syrian community South West, from Peace and Justice for Syria, from Scotland for Syria, from the Syrian Welsh Society, from the Syrian Platform for Peace, and the Syrian Association of Yorkshire. And in their letter to us, they said that MPs are being asked the wrong question on Syria, that being whether or not to bomb Daesh. They said, and if I can just make the point and then I'll come on to the gentleman, they said, from these many organisations from across the United Kingdom, that Daesh must be defeated for the sake of people in Syria, as well as for the safety of people in Europe, of people in Britain as well. However, they stressed that the greatest threat to Syrians comes from Assad rather than Daesh, with the number of civilians killed by Assad's forces being over 2.5 times the number of UK civilians killed in the Second World War. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and he's making a very important point in this debate. Irrespective of how this House of Commons votes tonight, isn't it important that we do see a successful political resolution to the difficulties in Syria? And given that the Prime Minister has set out timescales where he expects there to be a transitional government, was he as surprised as I was at those timescales, given the current impasse between the likes on the one hand of Russia and Iran, and on the other hand the USA and France and others in respect of the future of Assad?
The honourable gentleman makes a good point, and I am about to come on to the political process in a second, but I'd like to give way to the honourable gentleman, who I would wish to commend on behalf of all of us in this House who have supported the campaign that we call Daesh by its real name, which is Daesh and nothing else. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable gentleman and his entire party for being one of the first to support me in this campaign when I first raised the issue on changing the terminology to defeat this evil organisation. Will he join me and urge the Leader of the Opposition to join his own Shadow Foreign Secretary, to join his Chair of Home Affairs Select Committee, to join the Equalities Minister, to join the Treasury Minister to ensure that we use the right terminology to defeat this terrorist organisation now that the government has agreed to use the proper terminology?
I agree with everything that the honourable gentleman has said, and can I just say, as somebody who is tremendously proud at having reported for the BBC World Service for nearly a decade, it is beyond me that my former employees cannot find it in themselves to use the appropriate terminology, and I call on them to do so from today onwards. Coming back, I've given way to both sides. I need to make some progress. Returning to the Syrians that I met, they made an appeal that civilian protection should be a primary concern in any military action by the UK, and to protect civilians, MPs need to explicitly back concrete action to end Assad's air attacks on civilians, and this is the point raised by the honourable gentleman from the Labour Party. The SNP, as I believe all parties in the House and all members in this House, support the international initiative on Syria agreed in Vienna to secure a ceasefire in Syria, to transition to stable representative government, and countering terrorist groups including Daesh. We believe that these aims will only be secured through agreement and a serious long-term commitment to Syria. And this surely must be the key diplomatic priority for this government to make sure that the timescale is as quick as can be delivered. The UK must step up its support for the International Syria Support Initiative and other diplomatic efforts to secure a ceasefire in Syria, political transition, combating terrorists like Daesh, and planning for the long-term reconstruction and stability support. I believe that the government has not answered the questions posed by the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Commons. In fact, neither do a majority who voted on the issue in the Foreign Affairs Committee. In these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, we cannot support the government. It is important, however, Mr. Speaker, and this is very, very important, that a message goes out to our armed forces that regardless of the differences that we have in this place, we wish for their safety and we appreciate their professionalism. This is particularly relevant for me, as it would appear that most aircraft deployed to the region will be from RAF Lossiemouth in my constituency. The UK government, Mr. Speaker, is going to have a huge problem with legitimacy and mandate for this operation in Scotland. It may well win the vote tonight, but it will do so with the support of only 2 out of 59 Scottish MPs. An opinion poll released today shows that 72% of Scots are opposed to the bombing plans of the government, and in normal circumstances, in a normal country under these circumstances, the armed forces would not be deployed. Mr. Speaker, I was a co-sponsor of the 2003 amendment to oppose invading Iraq, and I am proud to co-sponsor today's amendment opposing bombing in Syria. I appeal to colleagues on all sides to make sure we do not ignore the lessons of Afghanistan, ignore the lessons of Iraq, ignore the lessons of Libya. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let's not give the green light to military action without a comprehensive and credible plan to win the peace.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very important for the whole House that in this debate today we're clear about what it isn't about. This is not about provoking a new confrontation with Daesh. They have already confronted peace and decency and humanity. We have seen what they are capable of in terms of beheadings, crucifixions, mass rape. We have seen the refugee crisis that they have provoked in the Middle East with its terrible human cost, and we have seen their willingness to export jihad whenever they are able to do so. It's also not about bombing Syria per se as it's being portrayed outside. It's the extension of a military campaign that we are already following in Iraq across what is in effect a non-existent border in the sand. And I'm afraid the unwillingness of the Leader of the Opposition to answer the question of my honourable friend will give the clear impression that he's not just against the extension of the bombing campaign into Syrian territory, but he's against bombing Daesh at all. And that is a very serious position to hold. And to understand the nature of the threat that we face and why it requires a military response, we need to understand the mindset of the jihadists themselves. First of all, they take an extreme and distorted religious position. They then dehumanise their opponents by calling them infidels, heretics, apostates. And let's remember that the majority of those that they have killed are other Muslims, not those of other religions. They then tell themselves that it's God's work, and because it's God's work, they accept no man-made restraint, no laws, no borders, and they deploy extreme violence in the prosecution of their self-appointed mission. And we have seen that violence on the sands of Tunisia. We heard it in the screams of the Jordanian pilot who was burned alive in a cage. We need be under no illusions about the nature of the threat that we face. This is not like some of the armed political terrorists we've seen in the past. This is a fundamentally different threat. This is a group that does not seek accommodation, they seek domination. We need to understand that before we are able to determine what our response should be. I will give way once to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. He will know of concerns about Daesh starting to leave Syria to go to Libya in growing numbers. Does he agree with me that when we are tackling Daesh in Syria, we will have to confront them as well at some stage in Libya?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. As I said, we have not chosen this confrontation. They have chosen to confront us and the free world and decency and humanity. And it is absolutely a prerequisite for stability and peace in the future that we deal with this threat wherever it manifests itself. Now, there are two elements to this motion, Mr. Speaker. There's the military element and the political element. On the military question, will British bombing as part of an allied action in Syria be a game changer? No, it won't be a game changer, but it will make a significant and serious contribution to what the alliance is able to do. And the Prime Minister is absolutely correct when he says that some of the weaponry that we possess enables us to diminish civilian casualties, and that has a double importance. It's important in itself from a humanitarian point of view. It's also very important in not handing a propaganda weapon to our opponents in the region. Britain can contribute to this. We did it successfully in Libya, minimising civilian casualties. It is not an unimportant contribution to make. But I believe we must be rational and cautious about wider implications. No war, no conflict is ever won from the air alone, and the Prime Minister was right to point out that this is only a part of the wider response. If we downgrade and degrade the command and control of Daesh, territory will need to be taken and it will need to be held. And I believe that ultimately we will need to see an international coalition on the ground if that is to be successful in the long term. There may be Syrian fighters of a number that the JIC has actually set out. They may be coordinating the international coalition. They may be capable of doing so. But we have to recognise that there needs to be a wider ability to take and hold territory. But can I say to those who are opposing the motion, the longer we wait to act, the smaller that number of allies is likely to be, and the less their capability is likely to be as part of a wider coalition. And if we do not have stability and security on the ground in Syria, there is no chance of peace, whatever happens in Vienna. Mr. Speaker, on the political side, our allies simply believe that it's absurd for Britain to be part of a military campaign against Daesh in Iraq, but not in Syria. It is a patently militarily absurd position for us to hold, and we have a chance to correct it today. But we must not contract out the security of the United Kingdom to our allies. It is a national embarrassment that we are asking our allies to do what we believe is necessary to tackle a fundamental threat to the security of the United Kingdom. And this House of Commons should not stand for it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on that, when we do not act, it makes it much more difficult for us diplomatically to persuade other countries to continue their airstrikes. And the peeling off of the UAE and then Jordan and then Saudi from the coalition attacking Daesh is of great significance. We have a chance to reverse that if we take a solid position today. Mr. Speaker, this motion and the action it proposes will not in itself defeat Daesh, but it will help. And alongside the Vienna process, it may help bring peace in the long term to the Syrian people. But without the defeat of Daesh, there will be no peace. We have not chosen this conflict, but we cannot ignore it. To do nothing is a policy position which will have its own consequences. If we do act, it doesn't mean we will not see a terrorist atrocity in this country, but if we do not tackle Daesh at source over there, there will be an increasing risk that we have to face the consequences over here. That would be an abdication of the primary responsibility of this House of Commons, which is the protection and defence of the British people. That is what this debate is all about.
Sir Gerald Kaufman.
Mr. Speaker, there is, of course, absolutely no doubt that Daesh, IS, is a vile, loathsome, murderous organisation. The attack in Paris, the murder of 130 innocent people, could just as well have been in London, and their choice of Paris was a retaliation against French activity in their region, but that does not justify our taking activity if it were appropriate, relevant, and above all, successful. They claim to call themselves Islamic. And the Prime Minister talked about reclaiming Islam from them. They do not own Islam. Hundreds of millions of Muslims throughout the world are appalled by their murders, their beheadings, their kidnappings, all of the abominable things that they do. But, Mr. Speaker, our loathing of IS, our wish to get rid of it, to defeat it, to stop it, is not the issue here today. The issue here is what action could be taken in order to stop them, in order to get rid of them. And I have to say that I don't see such an action. The Prime Minister spoke about getting a transitional government in Syria. He spoke about the situation in Syria. I've been to Syria many times. I did it with some distaste as Shadow Foreign Secretary and met leading officials in the Syrian administration. Murderers. I knew they were murderers. They murder their own people. They murdered 10,000 people in Hama alone. I would be delighted to see them got rid of, but they're not going to go. And when there's talk about negotiations in Vienna, the assumption that somehow or other that is going to result in getting rid of Assad, getting rid of the administration, is a delusion. Putin, one of the most detestable leaders of any state in the world, will make sure that because they're his allies and because they suit him, action against them is not going to be successful. So what is the issue today? It isn't an issue about changing the regime in Syria, which would make me very, very happy indeed. It isn't about getting rid of Daesh. Getting rid of Daesh would make me very happy indeed. It's about what practical action can result in some way in damaging Daesh, in stopping their atrocities, in stopping the people who are fleeing from them, in stopping the people who are flocking to them, including, sadly, some small number of people from this country. If what the government were proposing today would in any way not simply or not totally get rid of Daesh, but weaken them in a significant way so that they would not go on behaving in the abominable fashion that we see, I wouldn't have any difficulty in voting for this motion today. But there is absolutely no evidence of any kind that bombing Daesh, that bombing Raqqa, will result in an upsurge of other people in the region to get rid of them. What it would do might cause some damage. It won't undermine them. What it will undoubtedly do, despite the assurances of the Prime Minister, which I'm sure are given in good faith, it will kill innocent civilians. And I am not going to be a party to killing innocent civilians for what will simply be a gesture. I'm not interested in gesture politics. I'm not interested in gesture military activity. I'm interested in effective military activity, and if that is brought before this House, I vote for it. When the previous Conservative government came to us and asked for our support to get rid of Saddam Hussein from Kuwait, I, as Shadow Foreign Secretary, formulated the policy that led Labour members of Parliament into the division lobby to vote for that. I am not interested in gestures, I'm interested in effective activity. This government's motion and the activity that will follow, including military action from the air, will not change the situation on the ground. I'm not interested in making a show. I'm not interested in members of this House putting their hands up for something that in their own hearts they know will not work. And for that reason, I shall vote against the government motion this evening.
Order. An 8-minute limit on backbench speeches will now apply with immediate effect. Mr. Crispin Blunt.
Mr. Speaker, there are those who have honourably opposed intervention on every occasion since 2003, including my honourable friend and fellow member of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the member for Basildon and Billericay, who is the mover of today's principal amendment. Part of the strength of his case is that he was undoubtedly right over Iraq in 2003 and prima facie on Libya in 2011, which is the subject of a committee inquiry. However, it is my judgment that he was wrong last year to oppose our support for the government of Iraq against ISIL. I don't know what he would say to the Yazidi families rescued by British forces and British helicopters from the terror that ISIL brought. And I'm satisfied that our military effort in Iraq over the last year has been to the enormous credit of our armed forces and the stabilisation of Iraq in the face of a rapidly advancing threat from ISIL, wholly justified the strong majority that this House then gave for that intervention. The reality we should acknowledge, of course.
Directly referred to me, I will answer them as best I can. And the reason I think a number of us opposed the motion about airstrikes in Iraq last year was very simply because we did not feel then, and I still have great reservations now, that we had a comprehensive plan. We have not beaten ISIL in Iraq, despite nearly 1 million security forces on the government payroll. And that brings us on to Syria, because we have nothing near that in Syria, and we still don't have that plan.
The position in Iraq was desperate. Baghdad was threatened by the advance of ISIL, and it was absolutely necessary that the international community went to the aid of the government and people of Iraq. I'm happy to give away my second name at the time.
On the first select for giving way. He talks about the desperation in Iraq. I've just had an email from someone who I'll keep anonymous because they're working in Raqqa. And they say this: Daesh are the death that is stretching from the east. When you see them, it is as if you are seeing the angel of death. They're in Raqqa right now. How can I carry on exposing my child to severed heads and hanging bodies on a daily basis? A mother in Raqqa.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend, and the reality we have to acknowledge is that whether we like it or not, ISIL is at war with us. We don't have to confect some case about weapons of mass destruction, nor is this about a threat to the citizens of a country from their own government. This is about people at war with us and our values and our society. This is not a war of choice. And I haven't spoken to anyone, Mr. Speaker, who demurs from the proposition that ISIL must be denied the territory that they currently control. And whilst the defeat of ISIL and its ideology will be the work of many years, even decades, the retaking of this territory is an urgent and immediate requirement. This, therefore, is the mission. Whilst the civil war rages in Syria, it is virtually impossible to achieve that. That is the necessary first step. And finally, after the negotiations and the agreement of the Syrian International Support Group at Vienna on the 14th of November, a way can be seen to that transition. Before then, I don't believe the government was able to offer an answer to our question of which ground forces will take hold and administer the territories captured from ISIL in Syria to the satisfaction of the committee. In the wake of that, I believe they can and did. And indeed, the Prime Minister made the point today rather revealingly when he mentioned the real plan. And it's the real plan is the ideal solution, which is referenced on page 20 of the Prime Minister's response to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, when he envisages the political transition in Syria, allowing a new leadership and reform of the Syrian Arab Army to enable it to tackle terrorist groups in defence of the Syrian nation. The Syrian army, fighting alongside the Free Syrian Army, ideally need to be the forces that reclaim Syria for a new Syrian republic. But we should not imagine for 1 minute that this is a task they will be able to accomplish on their own. We need to influence the policy of our coalition partners and the policy of the whole international community to face up to the reality that this entails. This is the crucial issue. How would we, the United Kingdom, exercise the greatest influence? Everything I have heard in the last month taking evidence on this issue suggests that our role as a compromised and limited member of the coalition against ISIL, operating only in Iraq, weakens that influence. Now we can debate the efficacy of airstrikes and the additional capability that brimstone missiles bring to the whole coalition. But the truth is, we all know that those issues are marginal to the outcome. What is not marginal to the outcome is getting the international politics right. And it is not in the interest of our country or the people we represent for this House to deny the government the authority it needs today. I am now satisfied that the government, who along with the Americans helped block the transition process by our preconditions about the role of Bashar al-Assad, can now play a critically constructive role in the transition. Indeed, my criticism of today's motion is that the government should be seeking wider authority from the House. Limiting the targeting of ISIL and excluding al-Nusra and any future terrorist groups that will be listed by the United Nations as envisaged under the UN Security Council Resolution 2249 is a restriction I do not understand. If armed groups put themselves beyond recall in the judgment of both the International Syrian Support Group and the Security Council, then our armed forces should be authorised to act within the law. Equally, the limitation on deploying UK troops in ground combat operations, I believe, shows a lack of foresight. We know that both Syrian and Iraqi armed forces are going to need the maximum possible help, which arguably should include the embedding of trainers in the fighting echelon capability that includes artillery and engineers, as well as comprehensive logistical, service support, command and control and communication functions. Where will these come from? And the truth is that since this mission must succeed, if necessary, these war-winning capabilities may need to be found from beyond the neighbouring Sunni countries and the whole of the United Nations, with effective military capability may be required to provide that, including us. However, if the government has chosen a path, I'm afraid I can't give way to my honourable colleague and friend on the committee, who's made such an excellent impression on the committee so far, because I'm time limited. If there is time at the end, I will let his. If there is time at the end, I will take his intervention. However, if the government has chosen a path that is going to require it to come back to this House for more authority, then that's the government's choice. To my mind, ISIL is such a clear and present danger to the civilised world that if all necessary means are endorsed by the Security Council, then so should this House. The Foreign Affairs Committee will continue our inquiry into the international strategy to defeat ISIL, and on behalf of this House, to hold the government to account in detail. The Right Honourable Lady for Cullen Valley who is sadly unwell, but hopefully in recovery, and we wish her a speedy recovery, has communicated to me that she would be supporting the government this evening. The honourable member for Ilford Southsview does not take much guessing as to which side he would be on this evening. And in my judgment, this House will best discharge its responsibilities by giving our government the authority it needs, not just to act with our international partners against this horror, but to influence them to make the necessary compromises in their national objectives and to ensure the collective security of all nations. And I give way to my honourable friend from North East.
I'd like to thank the member for Reigate, and if I can take the opportunity to pay tribute to his work as chairman of this committee. We will be on opposite sides tonight, but I pay tribute to that. Earlier on, the member mentioned the point about where we would sit, and I would like to make the point that during our evidence, it says in our report, several of our witnesses suggested that by participating in military action against ISIL in Syria, the UK would actually compromise its diplomatic capability.
That's a point that's going to have to come to our own conclusions. I have to say to him and to the House that nothing I've heard in the last month has pointed towards anything except the opposite of that conclusion. And ministers have been clear about that evidence. Every single country we went to who was asked this question said that the United Kingdom's position was compromised by the fact that we were only half in and half out of the coalition. It's a position of no conceivable diplomatic benefit, and it's one that this House should rectify this evening. Mr. Speaker, part of the Prime Minister's challenge is that we were both present 12 years ago when another Prime Minister delivered an utterly compelling performance, and we made the United Kingdom party to a disaster in the Middle East. It's right that we should be mindful of our recent history, but we must not be hamstrung by it.
This is Margaret Beckett.
This debate centres on national security and on the safety of our constituents, and there'll be differences of view within and between every party in this House. So, in good faith and conscience, members will reach different conclusions. Anybody who approaches today's debate without the gravest doubts, reservations and anxieties simply hasn't been paying attention. But we're sent here by our constituents to exercise our best judgment, each our own best judgment. This is a debate of contradictions. The terms of today's motion, echoing the UN resolution, are stern, almost apocalyptic, in the threat they describe as an unprecedented threat to international peace and security. But the proposal before us amounts, as my honourable friend Forgotten said, only to a relatively minor extension of action we are already undertaking. We're being asked to agree to act both in Iraq and Syria precisely because that is what Daesh do, and their headquarters is in Syria. We're being asked to make a further contribution to an existing international effort to contain Daesh from extending the mayhem and bloodshed that accompanies their every move even more widely across the Middle East. Serious questions are being raised, and I respect those who raise them. There is unease about ground forces. There is proper concern about the strategy and the endgame, and about the aftermath, about rebuilding. Some say simply that innocent people are more likely to be killed. Military action does create casualties, however much we try to minimize them. So should we, on those grounds, abandon action in Iraq, although we undertake it at the request of Iraq's government, and it does seem to be making a difference? Should we take no further action against Daesh, who are themselves killing innocent people and striving to kill more every day of the week? Or should we simply leave it to others? Would we make ourselves a bigger target for Daesh attack? We are a target. We will remain a target. There's no need to wonder about it. Daesh has told us so and continues to tell us so with every day that passes. We may as well take them not just at their word, but indeed at their deeds. They have sought out our fellow countrymen and women to kill, including aid workers and other innocents, and whatever we decide today, there is no doubt that they will do so again. Nor is the consequence of inaction simply Daesh controlling more territory, more land. We've seen what happens where they take control. The treatment of groups such as the Yazidis in all its horror should surely make us unwilling to contemplate any further extension of Daesh-controlled territory. Inaction, too, leads that way to death and destruction. Quite separately, there are those not opposed in principle to action who doubt the efficacy of what is proposed. A coalition action which rests almost wholly on bombing, they say, will have little effect. Well, tell that to the Kosovans. And don't forget that if there had been no bombing in Kosovo, perhaps 1 million Albanian Muslim refugees would have been seeking refuge in Europe. Tell that to the Kurds in Kobani, who, if memory serves, pleaded for international air support without which they felt they were losing control to Daesh. Tell them in Sierra Leone that military action should always be avoided because there would be casualties. Their state and their peace were almost destroyed. It was British military action that brought them back from the brink. Of course, it took place in conjunction with political and diplomatic activity, and I share the view that it's vital that such activity is substantially strengthened, and I was heartened by what the Prime Minister told us today. Our conference did call for a United Nations resolution before further action, and we now have a unanimous Security Council resolution. Moreover, that resolution calls on member states in explicit and unmistakable terms to combat Daesh's threat, and I quote, by all means. And it calls to, and again I quote, for us to eradicate the safe haven they have established in Iraq and Syria. Those are the words of the UN resolution. And though it speaks of the need to pursue the peace process, the United Nations resolution calls on member states to act now. Moreover, our French allies have explicitly asked us for such support, and I invite the House to consider how we would feel and what we would say if what took place in Paris had happened in London, if we had explicitly asked France for support and France had refused. These are genuinely, These are genuinely extremely difficult, as well as extremely serious decisions. But it is the urgings of the United Nations and of the socialist government in France that, for me, have been the tipping point in my decision to support military action.
John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to the amendment in my name and that of other honourable members. There are many on both sides of the House who feel that extending airstrikes into Syria is not a wise move in the absence of a long-term strategy, realistic strategy, both military and non-military. Otherwise, we risk repeating the errors that we made in Iraq, in Helmand, in Libya, and would have made only 2 years ago in this House if we had allowed the government to intervene on behalf of the rebels. That strategy must include comprehensive layout as to the military plans. It must include thought given and plans made for the aftermath, and indeed an exit strategy. But many of these questions that we have asked remain unanswered. But can I just say that we all accept there are no easy answers in foreign policy nowadays, just a series of tough decisions. But as such, there has got to be respect on both sides to those views held. One or two people have suggested that one is playing politics or personalities with this issue. I would refer them to my voting record on Iraq, my opposition to the extension of the Afghan mission to Helmand, my opposition to Libya, and indeed 2 years ago in this House when we were asked to support arming the rebels and then extending or striking Assad. I have been called a pacifist, and worse. And I would refer those people to my military record as a soldier, where I've got the medals to prove I'm certainly not a pacifist, and also to my record in Northern Ireland as a platoon commander during the 1980s. By all means.
I have huge respect for my honourable friend. As a military man, will he agree with me that in all military operations throughout history, the first thing that goes wrong on day one is the plan? However, that should not stop us from making the effort and hopefully succeeding at the end, where we hope a peaceful solution can be finally found.
I wouldn't disagree with my honourable friend at all, but at the same time, we owe it to those participating in any military action that we think very carefully through the plans to make sure they are as realistic, as comprehensive as possible. Otherwise, I suggest we do risk repeating past errors. Yes.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I have huge respect for him and his military record. Now, while he makes some eloquent points about the complexity of the situation and the seeking of a political solution in the end, surely the protection of our people and the safety on our streets has to come first.
I completely agree with my honourable friend. There are many on both sides of this House who oppose the government on extending military strikes, who believe that to be the case. But don't forget, some of us supported the initial deployment to Afghanistan in 2001 on that basis because there was a clearly laid out strategy. What I don't see in this plan is a clearly laid out strategy, and that is why we have got to ask these questions and try and get some answers. But perhaps the most damning, Mr. Speaker, most damning accusation against those of us who say we don't want to support the extension of military airstrikes is that we're sort of sitting on our hands. We don't want to do anything. We want to stick our heads in the sand. And I would refer to that point that we do believe, or many of us believe anyway, in the need for military action to take on terrorists. Many of us supported that initial deployment to Afghanistan in 2001, and we succeeded very quickly within a couple of years. Where we had trouble with Afghanistan is when the mission morphed into one of nation building, when we simply did not realise what we were getting into and did not have the resources to back it up. But we need a long-term strategy. So what should that be? What should it include? It's no good just standing here and saying we need one if we haven't got an idea what it should be. Well, let me give some examples. Let's talk about the non-military side of this. We've been talking about disrupting Daesh's financial flows and business interests in this place for at least a year, if not 18 months. There has been no noticeable disruption of those business interests or financial flows. We have command of the skies in Syria. Why are we not disrupting those business and financial interests? There's no been real answer about that. Why aren't we doing more to disrupt their prominence on social media? Again, we've talked about it in this place many times, but I do not see any evidence of us actually disrupting that prominence. Something we should tackle, but perhaps above all, Mr. Speaker, we should be tackling the ideology and the sectarianism that feeds the extremism that these groups, including Daesh, feed off. Now, that is a long-term strategy. You can't do it overnight. But again, I don't see much evidence of that. Where are those awkward questions to our allies in the region about feeding this extremism? We're not getting that message across. But can I come back to the point that has been raised before, but courtesy of the Foreign Affairs Committee recent visit to the Middle East, we only managed to get back Thursday morning in time for the Prime Minister's statement, about these mythical 70,000 troops. We all know, we all accept, you cannot bomb ISIL out of existence through airstrikes alone. It will take ground forces. But everybody is having trouble identifying what those ground forces should be and who should actually supply them. We visited various capitals. We visited Tehran, we visited Riyadh, we visited Abu Dhabi, spoke to a lot of experts across a wide range of fields. And the point that kept coming across was the belief that there are very few moderates remaining in Syria after 5 years of civil war. But even if you believe the 70,000 figure, even if you believe they were all moderates, what the strategy doesn't address, and I haven't had an answer back, and I have asked this question before, is what is stopping these moderates, once the common enemy, once they've been somehow miraculously told to swing round, stop fighting Assad and take on Daesh, what is stopping them splintering into 100 or even 1,000 militias, as we saw in Libya? We ignore the lessons of Libya, Mr. Speaker, at our cost. Because what we were being told on the ground only last week is that they are a very splintered, very, not a homogenous group by any stretch of the imagination. And they are liable to turn on each other just as they are to turn on an enemy if they are so set to do so. And we should, I've made this point, I'm sorry, I've allowed 2 interventions, I must now crack on. And we should also draw the lessons with Iraq. I mean, we are struggling to defeat Daesh in Iraq, and that is with, estimates vary, but certainly 800, 900,000 security forces on our payroll. I mean, one strategy you could employ is actually finish the job in Iraq before we actually start thinking about any long-term strategy in Syria. But again, we're struggling. And that is one of the fundamental differences between Iraq and Syria. As for the issue about sitting at the top table, can I just address this point very centrally? Because again, this was a strong message when we were visiting the Middle East. We are already at the top table. China is not intending to intervene in this situation, and yet sits at the top table in Vienna as a member of the P5. We would do so also, and it's quite clear that we are showing solidarity with our partners. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the short-term effect of British airstrikes will be marginal. I think most people accept that. But as we intervene more, we become more responsible for the events on the ground and lay ourselves open to the unintended consequences of the fog of war. Without a comprehensive strategy, airstrikes will simply reinforce the West's long-term failure in the region generally, at a time when there are already too many aircraft chasing too few targets. And I suggest, just as in previous ill-advised Western interventions, a strong pattern emerges. Time and time again, the executive makes a convincing case, often with supporting intelligence sources, and time again, it turns out to be wrong. Just a few weeks ago, the Foreign Affairs Committee produced a very reasoned and thoughtful report arguing against airstrikes in Syria in the absence of a comprehensive long-term strategy. Returning from my travels, I and other colleagues still hold to that view, and it was the decision of the committee last night that the Prime Minister had not adequately answered or addressed our concerns. So, Mr. Speaker, I will oppose this military action and will intend to move the amendment in my name and that of other honourable members. We have stood at this very point before. We should have no excuse for repeating our errors and setting out on the same tragic, misguided path once more.
Johnson. Member for Basildon and Billericay. It is during my time in Parliament that it's become a convention that this House authorises military action, whereas previously it was for a Prime Minister to do under the guise of royal prerogative. Sometimes they would involve the House of Commons, most often they didn't. And this new convention, I believe, places a responsibility on members of Parliament to weigh up the arguments and vote according to their conscience rather than a parliamentary whip. I'm not sure if other parties are whipped on this vote or not, but what I'm pretty sure about is that nobody on any side of this House would seek to justify their vote tonight by pleading that whilst they disagreed or agreed with the proposition, the whip forced them to vote the way they did. On votes such as this, with the exception of the front bench, perhaps the whip is irrelevant. So whilst I'm grateful to the Shadow Cabinet for the free vote my party has been afforded, I don't think it will make the slightest difference to the way we make our decision. I intend to vote for the motion this evening for one basic reason. I believe that ISIL-Daesh poses a real and present danger to British citizens, and that its dedicated external operations unit is based not in Iraq, where the RAF is already fully engaged, but in Syria. This external operations unit is already responsible for killing 30 British holidaymakers on a beach in Sousse, and a British rock fan who perished along with 129 others in the Paris atrocity a few weeks ago. It's true that this unit could have moved out of Raqqa, but that's not what the intelligence services believe. In fact, the fact is that just as Al-Qaeda needed the safe haven they created for themselves in Afghanistan to plan 9/11 and other atrocities, so ISIL-Daesh need their self-declared caliphate to finance, train, organise and recruit to their wicked cause. Yes, there may be cells elsewhere, but there is little doubt that the nerve centre is in Raqqa. Just over 14 months ago, this House sanctioned military action in Iraq against ISIL-Daesh by 524 votes to 43. Nobody expected that action to bring about a swift end to the threat from ISIL. Indeed, the Prime Minister, in responding to an intervention, said, and I quote, "This mission will take not just months, but years." Many honourable and right honourable members felt at that time that it was illogical to have the effectiveness of our action diminished by a border that ISIL-Daesh didn't recognise. We were inhibited by the absence of a specific UN resolution. And so there was some justification for this House to confine its response to one part of ISIL-held territory in September 2014. There can surely be no such justification in December 2015. No such justification after Paris. No such justification given the request for help from our nearest continental neighbour and close ally in response to the murderous attack that took place on 13th of November. No such justification, I'll give way in a second, no such justification after UN Security Council Resolution 2249. Paragraph 5 of that resolution unanimously agreed, and I quote, "calls upon member states that have the capacity to do so to take all necessary measures to eradicate the safe haven ISIL has established over significant parts of Iraq and Syria." I give way.
I thank the honourable member for taking my question. And can I put the point, which I would have pointed to the honourable member for South Derby? A similar call from France was met by Germany, with Germany sending reconnaissance aircraft but refusing to bomb.
Mr. Speaker, Germany are constrained by their history, but the point I'm making is that after recent events, where we sit now in this Parliament, having authorised military action by the RAF in Iraq, we can no longer justify not responding to that by extending our operations into Syria. If we ignore that part of UN Resolution 2249 that I've just mentioned, we're left supporting only the pieties contained in the other paragraphs, unequivocally condemning, expressing deepest sympathy, reaffirming that those responsible must be held to account. In other words, Britain, this country, will be expressing indignation whilst doing nothing to implement the action unanimously agreed in a motion which, in our role as chair of the Security Council, we had helped to formulate. Furthermore, there is no argument against our involvement in attacking ISIL-Daesh in Syria, that cannot be made against our action in Iraq, where we've helped to prevent ISIL's expansion and reclaimed 30% of the territory it occupied. As the Prime Minister set out in his response to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, I'll give one a second. The Prime Minister pointed out in his response, this means that RAF tornadoes with these special pods so sophisticated that they gather 60% of the coalition's tactical reconnaissance in Iraq can be used to similar effect in Syria, so long as another country then comes in to complete the strike. This is a ridiculous situation for this country to be in. I give way.
I thank my friend again. Is the difference, though, in Iraq to Syria, that on the ground in Iraq is a long-established ally of ours in the Kurds, in the Peshmerga, who actually want to work with us? We haven't got that in Syria. We've got what the Prime Minister is now describing as a patchwork.
I think my honourable friend, as always, makes a really important point. I've just reread the Hansard from that debate we had back in September 2014. This wasn't raised by anyone, incidentally. The issues of what comes next, and it's a very important consideration, and we've expressed concerns on all sides of the House. It mustn't stop us responding to what happened in Paris, responding to Resolution 2249, and the request for all countries with the capability to act now. The UN resolution didn't say, let's delay this, it said to act now. And I don't believe there's anybody in this House that believes that defeating this motion tonight will somehow remove us from the line of fire, that ISIL, Daesh and its allies will consider us to no longer be a legitimate target for their barbaric activities. The 102 people murdered in Ankara were at a peace rally. The 7 plots foiled by the security services so far this year were all planned against us before this motion was even conceived. Our decision today will not alter ISIL Daesh's contempt for this country and our way of life one iota. But it could, I believe, affect their ability to plan and execute their attacks. If it doesn't destroy this capability in Syria, it will force their external operations unit to move, and in so doing make it more exposed and less effective. The motion presents a package of measures which will be taken forward by the international community to bring about the transformation in Syria that we all want to see, and we're promised regular updates as part of this motion on that aspect. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I believe it meets the standards that many members will have set for endorsing military action now that the Convention applies. Is it a just cause? Is the proposed action a last resort? Is it proportionate? Does it have a reasonable prospect of success? Does it have broad regional support? Does it have a clear legal base? I think it meets all of those criteria. I find this decision as difficult as anyone to make. I wish I had, frankly, the self-righteous certitude of the finger-jabbing representatives of our new and kinder type of politics who will no doubt soon be contacting those of us who support this motion tonight. But I believe that ISIL Daesh has to be confronted and destroyed if we are to properly defend our country and our way of life. And I believe that this motion provides the best way to achieve this objective.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members are being asked to back airstrikes against Daesh to show solidarity with our French and American friends. Yet a gesture of solidarity, however sincerely meant, cannot be a substitute for hard-headed strategy. Most Defence Committee members probably intend to vote for such airstrikes, but I shall vote against airstrikes in the absence of credible ground forces as ineffective and potentially dangerous, just as I voted against the proposal to bomb Assad in 2013. Indeed, the fact that the British government wanted to bomb first one side and then the other, in the same civil war, in such a short space of time, illustrates to my mind a vacuum at the heart of our strategy. At least we are now targeting our deadly Islamist enemies rather than trying to bring down yet another dictator with the same likely results as in Iraq and in Libya. Daesh must indeed be driven out of its territory militarily, but this can be done only by a credible force which is ready and able to do the fighting on the ground. So who will supply this force, without which airstrikes cannot prevail? The failure of the ineptly named Arab Spring in so many countries shows the two most likely outcomes: a victory for authoritarian dictatorship on the one hand, or a victory for revolutionary Islamism on the other. Moderation and democracy have barely featured in the countries affected, and Syria seems to be no exception. I am sorry to say, genuinely sorry to say, that we face a choice between very nasty authoritarians and Islamist totalitarians. There is no third way. Our government, however, is in denial about this. It does concede that airstrikes must be in support of ground forces, and has come up with a remarkable figure from the Joint Intelligence Committee of 70,000 so-called moderate fighters with whom we can supposedly coordinate our airstrikes. It is very doubtful, however, that were such an alliance successful, the territory freed from Daesh would cease to be under Islamist control. Yes, I think I heard the Honourable Lady first.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Could he comment specifically upon the independent reports that indicate the Free Syrian Army are currently selling supplied weapons to Daesh in their own fight against Assad?
It is certainly true that there have been well-documented cases of such weapons ending up in the hands of Daesh, though I wouldn't wish to tar the entire Free Syrian Army with what some of its factions might have done, or in fact have done, as the Honourable Lady rightly suggests. But in an attempt, to try and establish the facts about these 70,000, I have made inquiries of two people whose expert opinion I much admire. One is the writer and journalist Patrick Cockburn, who is one of Britain's leading commentators on Syria and Iraq, and who was one of the first to write about the threat from what was then called ISIS long before it captured Mosul. This is what he tells me, and I quote, "Unfortunately, the belief that there are 70,000 moderate opposition fighters on the ground in Syria is wishful thinking. The armed opposition is dominated by ISIS or Al-Qaeda type organizations. There are many small and highly fragmented groups of opposition fighters who do not like Assad or ISIS and could be described as non-extremist, but they are generally men from a single clan, tribe or village. They are often guns for hire, and they operate under license from the Al-Qaeda affiliate, the Al-Nusra Front, or its near equivalent, Ahrar al-Sham. Many of these groups, no, I'm sorry, I've promised over there. Many of these groups seek to present a moderate face abroad, but remain violently sectarian and intolerant inside Syria." I promise the Honourable Gentleman.
The Honourable Gentleman for giving way. But does he not agree with me that it's a ridiculous situation? On the one hand, the government praises the Kurds. On the other hand, the government's ally, Turkey, is attacking the Kurds. How ridiculous can you get than that?
I thank him for that contribution. It's not only ridiculous, it's highly dangerous. And I will insert at this point something I was going to leave out. I would just say in passing, to have separate conflicts going on within the same battle space without reaching a proper agreement can lead us into all sorts of nasty confrontations, the worst of which would be if we ended up eyeball to eyeball with the Russians when they and we share the same common enemy in ISIL-Daesh. The second expert I consulted was our former ambassador to Syria, Peter Ford. And this is how he describes the Free Syrian Army. He calls it a ragbag of 58 factions at the last count, united mainly by a desire to use the FSA appellation in order to secure Gulf, Turkish and Western funding. He goes on to say that most of the factions, which are extremely locally based, have no interest whatsoever in being drawn into battles against groups which basically share their sectarian agenda hundreds of miles away in areas with which they're unfamiliar. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of having dodgy dossiers, we now have bogus battalions of moderate fighters. Now, I wish to continue as follows. Once Daesh has been driven out, if eventually we get an overall military strategy together, which adding a few bombing raids does not comprise, once it has been driven out, as it must be driven out, there arises the question of the occupying power. Because there will have to be an occupying power remaining in control for many years to come if other Islamists are not going to take over from Daesh. That occupying force must be a Muslim one, and only the Syrian government army is likely to provide it. Indeed, as the Prime Minister himself acknowledged in the Commons on 26th of November, and I quote, "In time, the best ground troops should be the Syrian army." So, to bring matters to a close, airstrikes alone are a dangerous diversion and distraction. What is needed is a grand military alliance involving not only the West, but Russia and, yes, its Syrian government clients too. I honestly think that my honourable friend, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, has had more than his fair share in this debate, and I'm going to make use of mine. We need to choose the lesser of two evils and abandon the fiction of a cosy third choice. There is a general consensus now that the decision to remove Saddam Hussein was a terrible mistake. But Saddam Hussein was every bit as much of a vicious dictator as we are told that Assad is. So ask yourself, when you're thinking about the hard choice that has to be faced tonight, ask yourself this. You may feel pious about it, looking back on the wrong decision that was made about Saddam Hussein, but a very similar decision confronts us tonight. It is a question of choosing the lesser of two evils, not fooling ourselves that there's a cosy third option, which in reality is a fantasy.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that no Parliament ever takes a more serious decision than what we should do to protect the security and safety of our nation and whether to put our forces in harm's way. And I know that every member of the House will be weighing that decision very seriously, not least because the truth is we have got those decisions wrong before and our governments have got those decisions wrong before. When we went into Iraq in 2003, but also when we failed to intervene early enough in Bosnia a decade before that. And so, since the Prime Minister made his case last Thursday, I've raised a series of questions, sought for a series of assurances, some of which I have received and some of which I have not. And I do not believe that the Prime Minister has made the most effective case. And so I understand why many in this House feel that they are not yet convinced. But I also feel that I cannot say that the coalition airstrikes that are underway already in both Syria and Iraq should somehow stop. And if they're not to stop, and France has asked for our help, I do not think that we can say no. So I think that there are changes that need to be made to the government's approach, and I will argue for them. And I think there are more limits in the approach they need to take, but I will also vote with the government on this motion tonight, even though I recognise how difficult that is for so many of us. The whole House, I think, agrees that we need a strategy that delivers peace and defeats ISIS, Daesh. But I disagree with any suggestion that somehow this can be done as ISIS first or Daesh first in their approach, because I think that simply will not work. In the end, we know that it is the Vienna process, that it is the process to replace the Assad regime, which is dropping barrel bombs on so many innocent people across Syria, which is crucial to also preventing the recruitment for ISIS as well. And if we or the coalition are seen to be siding with Assad or to be somehow strengthening Assad, that will increase recruitment for Daesh as well. I also disagree with the suggestion that somehow there are 70,000 troops who are going to step in, and the purpose of these airstrikes is to provide air cover for those troops to be able to take on and defeat Daesh, because we know that's not going to happen anytime soon. We know that there aren't such forces anywhere near Raqqa. We know too that those forces are divided. The airstrikes won't be part of an imminent, decisive military campaign. But I also disagree with those who say that instead of ISIS first, somehow we should have Vienna first, and we should wait until the peace process is completed in order to take airstrike action against Daesh. And that's why I think the coalition airstrikes are still needed. We know that ISIS is not going to be part of the peace process. They won't negotiate. They are a death cult that glorifies suicide and slaughter. And we know too that they have continuous ambitions to expand and continuous ambitions to attack us, to attack our allies, to have terror threats not just in Paris, not just in Tunisia, but all over the world and anywhere that they get the chance. They hold oil, territory, communications that they want to use to expand. And I don't think that the coalition can simply stand back and give them free rein while we work on that vital peace process. When coalition airstrikes are already in place involving France, involving Turkey, involving Jordan, the US, Morocco, Bahrain, Australia, if we have evidence that there are communication networks that are being used in order to plan attacks in Paris or Berlin or Brussels or London, can we really say that those coalition airstrikes should not take place to take those communication networks out? If we have evidence that there are supply routes being used to plan an expansion to take over more territory, to increase their barbaric regime into wider spaces, do we really think that the coalition airstrikes should not be able to take those supply routes out? And if we think that the coalition airstrikes should continue, can we really say no when France, having gone through the terrible ordeal of Paris, says they want our help in continuing those airstrikes now? And I have argued in this place and elsewhere continually for our country to do far more, to share in the international support for refugees who are fleeing the conflict. And I still think we should do much more and not leave it to other countries alone. But that same argument about sanctuary applies to security as well. And I don't think we can leave it to other countries to take the strain. And I cannot ignore the advice from security experts that without coalition airstrikes over the next 12 months, the threat from Daesh in the region, but also in Europe and in Britain, will be much greater. And I think we have to do our bit to try to contain that threat, not to promise we can defeat or overthrow it in the short term, because we cannot, but at least to contain what they do. And I also think it's important to make sure we degrade their capacity to obliterate the remaining moderate and opposition forces, however big they are, because when Vienna does get properly moving, there has to be some opposition forces. It cannot simply be a peace debate with involving Assad and Daesh as the only forces left standing, because that will never bring peace and security to the region. So, if we are to do our bit and to take the strain, I think we also need to have more limited objectives than the Prime Minister has set out. In self-defence, to support the peace process, but not just to create a vacuum for Assad to sweep into. It makes the imperative of avoiding civilian casualties even greater, because where there is any risk that people are being used as human shields to cover targets, however important those targets might be, those airstrikes should not go ahead. It makes the imperative of civilian protection even greater, and that's not mentioned in the government's motion. It should be the central objective, not just for humanitarian reasons to prevent the refugee crisis, but also to prevent the recruitment that fuels ISIS. And I think time limits too, because I don't support an open-ended commitment to airstrikes until Daesh are defeated, as I know the Foreign Secretary raised yesterday. Because if it isn't working in 6 months, or if it proves counterproductive, we should be ready to review, and we should also be ready to withdraw. And we will need to review this, and I think tonight we should lend the government support and keep that under review, not to give them an open-ended commitment that this should carry on, whatever the consequences might be. And I would say finally to the government, I have accepted their argument that if we want coalition airstrikes to continue on an international basis, we should be part of that. But I would also urge them to accept my argument that we should also do more to be part of supporting sanctuary for refugees who are fleeing that conflict too. And there are no easy answers in here. But I would say too, in the interests of cohesion in our politics and in our country, the way we conduct this debate is immensely important. None of us, however we vote tonight, are terrorist sympathisers, and none of us will have blood on our hands. The blood has been drawn by ISIS, Daesh, in Paris, across the world, and that is who we must stand against.
A 5-minute limit on backbench speeches will now apply. Nusrat Ghani.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a great deal of talk about our solidarity with our French allies following the horrific events in Paris. While it is all very well to metaphorically stand alongside our allies, we make a mockery of solidarity if we refuse to fly alongside them in skies over Syria. More than that, to make a mockery of our own credibility if we ignore UN Security Council Resolution 2249, which has been secured unanimously. Having called upon the world community to take action, and with the comprehensive and strategic argument the Prime Minister has put forward, we cannot ignore that call and expect our international partners to look at us with any shred of respect or goodwill. How can we ourselves have any self-respect when we leave this fright to the brave Kurdish women fighting with antiquated weapons? But this is not all about national pride, living up to our responsibilities or our own self-respect. It's about keeping the British people safe. Those at risk of being murdered by terrorists and those at risk of being brainwashed into joining them. And we are already doing that. I welcome the Prime Minister's announcement that 5 million will go towards the establishment of a new Commonwealth unit to counter extremism, and the announcement the Prime Minister made today of a comprehensive review to root out those funding extremists in the UK. According to Oxford University's Professor Scott Atran, 95% of Daesh recruits are signed up by friends and family. And there are few things more dangerous than misfits who feel they can live outside the law being recruited by the lure of Daesh. It's one of the most barbaric and strategically dangerous enemies we have ever faced. Its ability to recruit ordinary Westerners, its commitment to transforming them into murderers and suicide bombers, and its lack of mercy to any man, woman or child are unparalleled. It rapes, enslaves and decapitates. Its victims are Muslims, Kurds, Yazidis, Syrian, French and British. Acts of atrocity are how it sustains its image of invincibility, and its growth depends on a steady beat of battlefield victories looting along the way. It craves headlines which reinforce its apocalyptic propaganda, so much so that a manager of an electronic store in Raqqa said that Daesh loses popularity among ordinary, uneducated people when it loses its brilliant victories. And that, for me, is at the heart of this argument. The very destruction of the caliphate state in itself is the right thing, because its existence, along with its self-proclaimed caliph and the nonsense that they have fulfilled the Wahhabi ideology, Wahhabi prophecy, is the ideology.
Will my honourable friend give way? I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm enjoying listening to her develop her points. But does she agree with me that this motion tonight is not about military action alone in isolation? It's about a broader strategy.
Tonight's motion is not just about military intervention, it's about humanitarian and diplomatic relations as well. We must break the umbilical cord that acts as an anchor from Raqqa and offers a seduction of salvation and destruction to the already damaged minds of Westerners and Middle Easterners alike. Until we can demonstrate that we can scar and humiliate Daesh, we won't be taken seriously by those who are attracted to Daesh's bidding. Raqqa is its command and control. It's from there that it plans its trilogies of terror to control parts of Syria and Iraq and to establish wilayats or provinces which have already been declared in Algeria, Libya, Egypt, Nigeria, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Afghanistan and Pakistan, and closer to home to create command and control cells in Europe. Mr. Speaker, caliphates cannot exist as underground movements because they are founded upon territorial authority. So to destroy it and its pull, we must take away its command of territory. And to do that, we must take military action because Daesh cannot be negotiated with. They are not going to sit at a table and agree to a 10-point plan for a political settlement. So you have to take the fight to them. And I haven't met anyone opposed to airstrikes who's willing to go over and negotiate with them. There is nothing that we have that they want apart from our demise. They recently said, "We will conquer your Rome, break your crosses and enslave your women." As a Muslim woman, I will stand with people of all faiths who abhor Daesh's ideology, their rhetoric and their actions. We are justified in taking action to destroy them. They are a threat, and they won't rest until they have destroyed us and everything we stand for. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in favour of the government's motion this evening.
Mr. Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a group of us on this side, Mr. Speaker, who are caught in between, not opposed to any action, but of course also want to take action but feel the strategy isn't in place. We are making a decision today not based on airstrikes but on overall strategy. Well, let me say from the outset, I'm under no illusion that there is no perfect strategy given the particular complex circumstances of the civil war and insurgency in Syria. There is no certainty in the Middle East. We all want to protect our citizens and reduce the threat of Daesh, and a few more airstrikes, I'm afraid, will not do that. Some of it may not even be planned from Syria. We lack an overall strategy to confront ISIS, Daesh, who are established in other countries such as Libya. I'd like to make it clear that I'm not opposed again to military action, but I'll only support it if I believe there is a reasonable chance of success. I do not believe the argument that by bombing Daesh in Syria it will somehow greatly increase the chances of a terrorist attack in the UK. I think that's a wrong argument. Or that the government is proposing an indiscriminate bombing of Syrians. Again, a wrong argument. Also, I understand the argument about being restricted to Iraq, but I think clearly we were invited in there by an elected government and we have ground forces on the ground. We do not have that situation in Syria. In Syria, it's a much more uncertain situation, it's complex, and we do not have the ground forces that I believe we should have. The Prime Minister has also, I will give way.
John General and I visited Iraq together last year, and the fact of the matter was the Iraqi army is totally destroyed. There were no ground forces in Iraq, leaving aside the Peshmerga, any more than there are now in Syria.
I don't think we can leave aside the Peshmerga, but also you may recall that actually the Sunnis need arming in Iraq, and the Prime Minister keeps agreeing to that. He says it's the right thing to do, but we never hear what happens. It doesn't happen. So actually there's a lot more we could be doing in Iraq as well, but the fact is we do have armed forces that we support at the Peshmerga or Iraqi army on the ground with airstrikes, and that is the difference in terms of Syria. Now the Prime Minister says it's important that we stand by our allies. This is an argument some of my colleagues who support the government position have stressed at me, and it is a strong point. But my response is that doing the right thing must be the primary reason for our decision. Does the strategy by the government, proposed by the government, add up? After all, the French, a very important ally, did not support us in our decision to go into Iraq. A perfectly reasonable position for them to take because they didn't think it was the right thing. And it comes back to the fact we must do the right thing. It's also said that we should not be relying on our allies to bomb Syria. But it's not as if we're doing nothing. As I said, we're in Iraq and we're doing a lot in Iraq. On the issue of the 70,000 Syrian opposition fighters on the ground, we know a large number of groups that belong to a term that's less than moderate and more Islamic, as the Foreign Secretary said yesterday. There remains a considerable degree of uncertainty about how reliable they will be in the fight and what they might bring to any peace negotiations or future government. Many people who are moderates are simply fleeing Syria. The Prime Minister in his speech last week set out the progress with the coalition's action in Syria, and I welcome that there has been some progress. But let's turn to the International Syria Support Group meeting in Vienna. And there has been progress. The pathway the Prime Minister set out leading to elections is not tied down, and it still leaves what to do about Assad. In his memorandum to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, he made the statement that there were differences to resolve. So I asked the Foreign Secretary yesterday what those differences were. By way of example, he said the Russians want to store up the Assad regime to take on Daesh. That's a pretty big difference in terms of where we are at the moment. And I want to come finally to the issue of ground troops. This may or may not be used by some opponents of action for not doing something. It's certainly not my right way for doing it. Military action, as a cover for not taking action. This is certainly not my position. I've been consistent on this matter from the start, and it's a major stumbling block in support for this motion. We should look to the example in Iraq, where a concerted campaign with drones, US and UK special forces launched a concerted attack on Al-Qaeda, which was with considerable success. But there also was a surge of Americans, with tens of thousands of American troops on the ground. Now, the government has said that ground troops will be needed, but it does not say when, and rules out British ground troops. It appears wrong to me to embark on a strategy without having ground troops or a coherent explanation of when, who, or how many. What assessment has he made of the numbers of ground troops and other military assets that will be needed? But it gets more complicated because the government says there is no military solution, only a political solution to stop the civil war in Syria. What if Assad refuses to go? Is that really true? Is it realistic? I do not believe we can have one without the other. In my mind, and the solution, there's got to be some solution, but in my mind, I'm clear that the UN needs to agree to putting a huge coalition force in Syria, in the hundreds of thousands, to stop the civil war, maintain safe areas, at the same time put in place a political strategy that is achievable to run alongside it. Preferably, I'd like to see as many Muslim countries sending their soldiers as possible. A firm deal with Russia and Iran will be needed. Now, the government has not convinced me of the wider strategy, but it has a reasonable chance of success, and instead we should be getting to a situation which will gradually up our involvement in a piecemeal way and find ourselves in a much more complex situation than even in Iraq. Those in the government who argue that we're somehow making us less secure by not doing this, I disagree. I would support action if I felt it was feasible and deliverable. Yeah. But at the same time, the government did cut our armed forces and police forces, which is important in terms of security as well. So I believe that ISIL, Daesh need confronting. I believe ideologically and military they must be defeated. It's essential to both our security and that of the Middle East that the Prime Minister will come forward with a strategy that has a reasonable chance of success. He has not done so today. He must come back with a better plan.
Mr. Keith Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by, and this may be, of course, the kiss of death to them, by congratulating the Right Honourable Members for Derby South, for Kingston upon Hull and for Normanton on 3 formidable speeches. I think that it always takes incredible courage to stand against your own party, and I don't think you should be denigrated for doing so. Secondly, I will be supporting the government's motion, and I fully understand all the caveats that colleagues have put forward of one kind or another, but the most important immediate issue is the strikes against Daesh in Syria, which our intelligence and security agencies have identified and wish to carry out, who are offering a present threat now to us, to our constituents, and to our allies in Europe. This is a present threat. Now, you know, they may not get it entirely right, and I can see my right honourable friend from his constituency is... No. I've got so many.
Name it. New Forest.
It would be wrong to name them all. They think that there is no direct threat as far as intelligence is concerned. I think for those colleagues who have received briefings of one kind or another, they understand that. And the intelligence and security services cannot guarantee to prevent every threat. And I think that we should give our support to this motion primarily because we wish to extend our air campaign into Syria to help to prevent the threats to this country. Secondly, I am very much minded of the fact that the sort of elephant in the room is the Iraq War and the fact that we tend to keep looking back to previous wars to draw lessons of one kind or another. I think the Prime Minister is absolutely right to think that we've got to look at the present situation and the future. We hopefully have learnt lessons, both political and military, from that war. But you know, we can end up by having our current operations, our current politics, determined by past experiences. Our predecessors sat in this Commons in the 1930s, determined never to have a great war again. The Labour Party was divided, there were pacifists, there were those who wanted collective security. My own party supported appeasement, which the overwhelming majority of the British public did, because they genuinely, these weren't evil men and women, they genuinely wanted to prevent another war. They failed, of course, because they were dealing with people in other countries who were not prepared to negotiate. The second lesson learnt from that was in 1956. Anthony Eden believed that Nasser was another Mussolini, and therefore he was prepared to take action which was the wrong action at the time. And I feel that we should put it onto one side, where we stood on these other campaigns, and look at what the situation is today. And the final point that I would make on this is that there has been a great debate about the 70,000 moderates or immoderate people who might or might not provide ground forces. I'm sure the leader of the SNP, even as we speak, is getting YouGov to go out and try and get them to answer whether they consider themselves moderate or immoderates. But you know, I have to say, I'm sorry, I've almost run out of time to the honourable. I have to say that we know in the Second World War that when Churchill and Roosevelt were looking at resistance in Europe, it was dreadfully difficult to try and find out whether people were communists, non-communists, goalists, or one kind or another. Their criterion at the end of the day was, were they fighting the Nazis? There isn't an easy solution to this, but I think the Prime Minister has laid out, as far as he can, a set of proposals, and I would urge the House to vote with the Prime Minister on this occasion.
Mr. Nigel Dodds.
And I want to thank the Prime Minister for the national security briefings we've received and the discussions we've had with him and others in recent weeks. And these are very, very serious matters that we're considering, and it is right that the debate should take place in a respectful way, both in here and outside this chamber as well. What has been proposed is the extension of action that is already happening in Iraq. And our test on these benches has been one of realism. Our experience in Northern Ireland has taught us that no other approach can be brought to bear when you're facing terrorism. It must be fought, and it must be fought with all the means realistically at our disposal. We have not sought this conflict. Terrorists have inflicted it upon us, but we must now respond. And we know in these benches only too well the consequences of terrorism being appeased and indulged. Terrorism must be faced up to. It isn't a choice between political initiatives and fighting terrorism. Both go hand in hand. And that is why it is important that this motion talks about action now. So our case to the Prime Minister has been clear and consistent throughout. 4 things were necessary for our support. First, we needed to know that the vile terrorists of Daesh, ISIL would be the target. And in the motion before us, that has been made explicit. I welcome that clear objective being written into the terms of the motion. We all know the convoluted complexity of the Syrian civil war. Today, we're not being asked to take sides in that war. Today, we're being asked to take the side of civilised people everywhere, the side of our own citizens. We're being asked to strike at the terrorists who have decided to wage war on us. Secondly, we also had to be sure that these people do represent a clear and present danger to the United Kingdom, to our own citizens. There can be no one in any doubt whatsoever about that fact. Our citizens are under attack, or threat of attack, both here and abroad. And to those who say that this action will merely serve to increase the threat or to bring violence and retaliation, the reality is, as we have heard over and over again, that we're already at the top, if not nearly at the top of the terrorist target list. The Russian airliner blown up over Egypt could just as easily have been a plane carrying British holidaymakers. And the fantastic work done by our security services in thwarting attack after attack already illustrates the level of threat that exists against us. Thirdly, we needed to be convinced that British action would make a real and practical difference. The Prime Minister is right to say that this action will not in itself resolve the terrorist threat, but if it helps to reduce, degrade or lessen the threat to British citizens, as I believe it will, then it would be wrong, utterly wrong, not to act. And Mr. Speaker, we require an overall political and diplomatic strategic framework to be in place to address the underlying problems and to work towards a settlement of the Syrian civil war. These factors make the situation very different from the vote in 2013. And can I commend again the government on the humanitarian support that the UK government gives day in, day out to those fleeing conflict in Syria. And it should not be forgotten in the midst of this debate that the UK is the second highest donor of such aid in the world, and British aid workers, backed up by massive British resources, in collaboration with our international partners, are giving enormous help to civilians and refugees in Jordan, Turkey and Lebanon, and that, of course, should continue. I'm happy to give way, yes.
I thank the honourable member greatly for giving way. And isn't that a demonstration that this is about one aspect of our strategy, not just about a purely military strategy?
The honourable member is right. It is about an overall package. Military intervention on its own won't solve it, but it's got to be part of an overall package. But to say that we should wait until there is a political or diplomatic outcome is like saying that we should have waited 30 years for the Belfast Agreement or the St Andrews Agreement to bring about a settlement in Northern Ireland. We need to protect people, our own citizens, now when there is a real and present danger to them, and not to do so would be a dereliction of duty. Mr. Speaker, Paris, like the downing of the Russian airliner, were assaults upon civilised values which must be faced up to. And if we can realistically do something to destroy or to degrade this evil, to prevent it spreading still further, then we must act. It's a heavy burden of responsibility. So it's a choice. It isn't a choice between military intervention on the one hand and political diplomatic initiatives on the other. Both go hand in hand, as I've said. There's now a realistic chance that overwhelming pressure can be brought to bear against ISIL Daesh in Syria. And therefore we in these benches will be voting for the motion tonight. And now that British force is to be employed, if the House votes that way, in the common good, it is the duty of every credible political figure to offer their full support to our armed forces. Mr. Speaker, we wish them success as they do the hard and necessary work and we pray for a safe and swift return for all of them.
Mrs. Cheryl Gillan.
Mr. Speaker, there is a dangerous and deadly cult operating within this country and within Europe and on the doorstep of Europe. And today we're going to decide whether we duck our responsibilities and do nothing, or we extend our military operations and widen our attack on the territories that they have taken over. To widen our airstrikes to include Daesh areas held in Syria is in fact only a small extension of our current military activity. And I can honestly say that I don't think this House has ever seen a Prime Minister set out so clearly the detailed options before us today and his reasons for asking us to support the motion. To vote for this motion, in my view, responds positively to the requests of our closest allies in France and the USA, adds value to the current military operations by providing the precision bombing capability and reconnaissance needed to degrade Daesh's capabilities and to remove its leadership, and therefore, I believe, reduce the direct threat to our citizens. And the threat is real and present and extreme. From beheading aid workers to slaughtering holiday makers on a Tunisian beach, not to mention the 7 foiled terrorist attacks that our brave men and women here in our intelligence services and our operations have saved us from. Anyone saying a positive vote tonight will increase the danger here in the UK needs to wake up and realise that the threat is already here and controlled by Daesh leaders, mostly in Syria. I believe that if we add to the forces trying to eliminate that Daesh leadership, we will be increasing the odds of removing the people that orchestrate the violence and terrorism and wholesale murder. I could not support the government today if I thought that airstrikes would form our strategy on Syria and Daesh in its entirety. However, with the Vienna process and with a reasonable estimation of the ground forces that should be available to back up more efficient air activity, I believe that focused diplomacy and military action will complement each other in moving forward to what we all want to see happen, a negotiated and peaceful settlement in Syria. Whilst I admit that airstrikes will likely not be enough to eliminate the threat of Daesh, it is important to recognise the role it specifically plays at this exact time. Now, like many members in this House, I've had representations from the people in Chesham and Amersham on both sides of the argument. But I think that after that attack in Paris, where we saw the wholesale slaughter of many young people, that it has resonated even more with the general public that Daesh is a dangerous force and must be defeated at its roots. As it stands, I think it is the best course of action for Britain to increase its commitment to this complex, difficult and continuing conflict, and thereby increase those odds in improving the safety of our country and British people wherever they are in the world. The PM also knows that we need to be constantly revising our plan for post-conflict Syria and the whole region. And I think if we want to see peace in our time, then I believe we will need to address this. And so tonight I will be putting our hands into the safety and security of our armed services, and I will be supporting the motion.
Mr. Tim Farron.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. As has been mentioned already, the spectre of the Iraq War in 2003 hangs over this House, hangs over the whole debate that we are having today in this country as well as here today. And in 2003, the late and very great Charles Kennedy led the opposition to the Iraq War, and he did so proudly. That was a counterproductive and illegal war, and Daesh is a consequence of that foolish decision taken then. But Charles Kennedy was also right in calling in the 1990s for intervention in Bosnia, military intervention, to end a genocide there. So I am proud of Charles on both counts. My instincts like other people's instincts, are always to be anti-war and anti-conflict. In automatic instincts, bound to be, in many cases, that we should go straight in and react straight away. Others will say, under no terms, not in my name, should there ever be intervention. It is right to look at a question like this through the prism of what is humanitarian, what is internationalist, what is liberal, what is right, what will be effective. So I set out 5 principles that I put to the Prime Minister, and in the time I've got available, I won't go into all of them here, but you know, on my availability on the website, you can go and have a look at them and find out what my sense is very clearly, that on balance, any reasonable person would judge them to have been broadly met. But my sense, I will give way.
Would the honourable member confirm that, unlike the Leader of the Opposition, he and his party supported airstrikes against Daesh in Iraq, and that today's vote is about extending those airstrikes across the border that Daesh themselves don't recognise into Syria to degrade the Daesh so far as possible?
I'm happy to confirm that. I mean, the reality is, though, today, for me, and for probably many other people here as well, has been one of the toughest decisions, if not the toughest decision, I've had to take in my time in this place. I will say that the 5 broad principles that we set out have been broadly met, but I will not give unconditional support to the government as I vote with them, as I intend to do tonight, because there are huge questions on the financing of Daesh from states such as Turkey and the trade that is going on there. There are huge questions about the protection of civilians. Yes, a ceasefire, as has been discussed in Vienna, is the ultimate civilian protection, but the possibility of safe zones established within Syria is something we absolutely must continue to press for. I continue to be very concerned about the lack of political involvement and stated involvement, notwithstanding what's been said by the King of Jordan overnight, by close-by regional states such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. I am continuously concerned about our failure to take our fair share of refugees as part of the EU overall plan. And though I welcome what has been said, by the Prime Minister earlier on, I want to see a lot more than just looking into taking 3,000 orphan children from refugee camps. I want them here in Britain. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Liberal Democrat leader for giving way. Why, given he has pressed so much for the government to take more refugees, is he content to bomb that country when the Prime Minister has refused to give that assurance? This is ridiculous.
So, I mean, I think it's important to... I'm going to come on to that in a moment. The reality is simply this. This is a very tough call, incredibly tough call. And a final point I wanted to just press the Prime Minister on is about the funding of Daesh from within UK sources. I am very pleased to hear from the statement made earlier on that there will now be a full public open inquiry. It must cut off that which fuels this evil death cult. So this is the toughest call I think I have ever had to make, maybe ever, and certainly in this House. And what pushes me in the direction of voting for action is, above all things, the United Nations Resolution 2249, which calls for us to eradicate the safe haven that ISIS have, that Daesh have within Syria, that doesn't just permit this country, but urges this country and all members that are capable of doing so to take all necessary action to get rid of Daesh. If we were just being asked to bomb Syria, I would be voting no. I would be out there demonstrating in between the speeches. I would be signing up to those emails and the Stop the War Coalition. But this is not a case of just bombing. This is standing with the United Nations and the international community to do what is right by people who are the most beleaguered of all. I was so proud to tears when I watched at Wembley the other week as English fans singing La Marseillaise, probably very, very badly indeed, but doing it with gusto, standing shoulder to shoulder, literally, with our closest friends and allies. How can we then not do that today when asked to do something where we are literally putting our money where our mouths are? But if you want to know what's really pushed me into the position where I feel we have, on balance, to back military action against Daesh, it is my personal experiences in the refugee camps this summer. I cannot pretend not to have been utterly, personally moved and affected by what I met. I could give you anecdote after anecdote that would break your heart, but one in particular is a 7-year-old lad being lifted from a dinghy on the beach at Lesbos, and my Arabic interpreter said to me, that lad has just said to his dad, Daddy, are ISIL here? Daddy, are ISIL here? I cannot stand in this House and castigate the Prime Minister for not taking enough refugees and for Britain not standing tall as it should do in the world and opening its arms to the desperate like we have done so proudly for many, many decades and throughout our history if we do not also do everything in our power to eradicate that which is the source of the people fleeing from that terror. We are absolutely under the spectre of a shocking, an illegal, a counterproductive war in Iraq, and that is a lesson from history that we must learn from. The danger is today that for too many people we will be learning the wrong lessons from history if we choose not to stand with those refugees, not to stand as part of the international community of nations. This is a very tough call. On balance, it is right to take military action to degrade and to defeat this evil death cult.
Owen Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I entirely endorse the comments of the last leader of the Liberal Democrat Party. Until we remove Daesh, we are all at risk. We are at risk with or without bombing in Iraq, with or without bombing in Syria. I was in France and saw the stunned reaction of the French populace, people going about their daily business. There is no negotiation, as the leader of the opposition suggested, with people who are going to gun down people in a restaurant, people who are going to go and take a bomb to a crowded football stadium. So an absolute priority is to remove Daesh. And it is clearly nonsense that if we've all voted, or large numbers voted a year ago, to bomb in Iraq, that our aeroplanes stop at an arbitrary boundary through the sand. And if we are invited by our severely damaged and hurt allies and neighbours, the French, to bring special technology, it is a terrible dereliction that we do not involve ourselves and offer that technology. I've talked the past couple of days to some very experienced Allied generals. There is also an intangible benefit. There is no doubt whatever that having the UK playing a full part in a coalition, bringing intelligence, bringing planning and bringing our experience, does have an intangible moral and philosophical boost to the campaign. So I am quite clear that this is about the safety of our citizens. We are better off if we engage in this activity. But, Mr. Speaker, I would briefly like to touch on that artificial boundary. My honourable friend for Melton and Rutland called these nation-states. These entities, Syria and Iraq, were created in the 1920s out of elements of the Ottoman Empire. If you look at Iraq, it was three old Ottoman vilayats. There was Basra, which is very Shia, there was Baghdad, which is mainly Sunni, and then there was Mosul, which was Kurdistan. The Kurds emerged from the First World War. They were promised, their biggest nation, about 19 million then, about 30 million now, they were promised a country. They didn't get one. So we are living with the consequences of what was decided then. I remember when I was at Cambridge, the late Professor Jack Gallagher talking about the fat cats. France and Britain came out of the First World War with these new entities very much increasing their sphere of influence. It was always assumed that there would be British and French influence, passive military influence if necessary, very active military in the case of the bombing campaign in Iraq in the 1920s. This system worked in 1958 when the king was killed. It sort of worked under the horrendous dictatorships of Saddam Hussein and Assad pair. It's broken down now, and I think it could have worked. All the criticism of the Iraq War, I think it was a terrible, terrible decision by the Obama regime to withdraw the US garrison. There's a US garrison still in West Germany, there's still one in Japan, there's still one in South Korea, there's still one in the Philippines. And they should have been there for the long term.
I'm extremely grateful on that point. The reason why the Americans, of course, withdrew was because the Iraqis would not give a status of forces agreement under which US forces would not be liable to Iraqi law. That's why the Americans were forced to withdraw.
Yes, and I think the administration was weak not to get their way on that, and of course the Maliki regime, which was corrupt and very sectarian, has now gone. So what we need to look at now is how do we make these entities work? You talk to anyone who's an expert in the area, it is not an option to destroy these boundaries. What I would put to the front bench, and there's a line in the motion which gives grounds for this, is to follow what the current Prime Minister is doing in Iran. He's talking about functioning federalism. What we need to do is to give these ethnic groups security within these old post-World War I boundaries. And if you look at how the Ottomans did it,
They basically left the locals to run their own show. And there is a clear breakdown in Iraq where you could give, and it's already happening obviously with the Kurds, significant autonomy within these entities. We will not get support for locals to remove Daesh, considering the terrible conditions they're living under, if they don't feel they will emerge at the end of this very difficult process with an entity to which they are loyal and in which they are safe. You will not get Sunnis in Iraq to stick their head above the parapet and end up with another corrupt Maliki Shia regime. You will not, exactly the other way around, you won't get the Shia if they're going out with another Saddam regime. So I appeal to the... I will.
Very grateful to my honourable friend. I agree with him entirely on the federation point. Trying to put a construct of a nation-state boundary on what are still tribal areas is almost impossible, and it shouldn't be ruled off. If it works so well in Yugoslavia, as it clearly has done, following that conflict, it's something we should look to.
My proposal is that we do not rearrange the post-World War boundaries. We do, in these negotiations in Vienna, work very closely with locals and intending very clearly that at the end of the process, having removed Daesh by military means, we then have an entity which allows local ethnic groups, religious groups, to have real loyalty to the area where they live. If we don't do that, all the questions the other side about how many, the 70,000, all the rest of it, of course there is doubt, because they're not prepared to stick their heads above the parapet yet until they know exactly where we're going, and they know that they will emerge living in a federation, in a part of that federation, where they can be loyal to the new entity. So I will be supporting the motion tonight, but I would urge the government in these Vienna talks to look at how they can advance and bring in certainly in the case of the Sunnis, other local powers, in order that there is a long-term solution. And we have to look long-term. There is no close short-term fix. And there will ultimately, I think, have to be an international presence to help grow these local institutions. But we must build it around the local ethnic groups.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that no one in this House who is going to be voting against the government's motion are not bothered about the security of the United Kingdom and the people who live in this country. We all live in it, our families live in it. So the suggestion that somehow those of us who are intending to vote against this particular motion are terrorist sympathisers, I'm afraid I found extremely insulting. And also that we're somehow pacifist. As I mentioned in an earlier intervention, last week I actually happened to be in Cairo, Amman and Beirut. It's important because those three countries are at this moment in time fighting Daesh at their borders. So I think what they had to say about what we, the United Kingdom, can do to help and assist fight Daesh needs to be heard in the chamber. Firstly, every single person agreed that extension of the airstrikes into Syria alone is not going to achieve anything without a massive boots on the ground. And when we're talking about massive, just to even take back Raqqa, which is a city of about 500,000 people, it was estimated that you would need at least about 40,000 to 50,000 ground troops with air support, with command and intelligence, with headquarters, surveillance, and all sorts of information to be able to take it back. That's just Raqqa. And then, of course, you have the challenge. You take that territory, how do you hold on to it? So unless and until the Prime Minister is saying that we're going to get those boots, whether it's the surrounding Arab countries or whether it's the international community, we need to have those sort of strategies if you're really serious about containing and destroying Daesh. And let me make it clear, I have no sympathy with Daesh because 99% of the people who've been killed by Daesh and Assad are actually Muslims. And it's hundreds of thousands of slaughters of Muslims taking place. So I, as a Muslim, have no truck with Daesh. And I would, of course, happily support the motion today if I genuinely believed that it was going to actually make a dent on Daesh, if actually we in the United Kingdom were actually even more safer, and whether we get rid of Daesh. And I think this is important. What's going on here, I sense, with all due respect to the Prime Minister and the government, is
this is a symbolic gesture, basically, to show that we are in the international community, that we are siding with France. I mean, of course, what happened in Paris, we're all devastated by that. But to use that as the main reason to go into this extension is wrong. Now, what we need to do, these other people said, when we were talking to the people in the Middle East, they said, apart from the armed troops, they thanked the United Kingdom for all the help we provide to the Jordanian and the Lebanese army and the intelligence services. But they said that that kind of help has to be provided to the other countries in the region, like Nigeria, like Mali, like Kenya, who are poor countries who don't have that kind of intelligence or capability to be able to do with Al-Shabaab and Boko Haram, because they've all got to be dealt with. Thirdly, Assad has to be out of the picture for there to be any settlement, and therefore the Russians and the Iranians have to come on board. You also need, obviously, Saudi Arabia and the other Muslim countries around there to be involved. In fact, there was a suggestion that what should happen is, as ground forces, Sunni Muslims around the Arab nation should be the one going in. But you know what? The people there weren't. They said, if you can't get these Sunni Muslims in, that's fine. Western troops are fine as well, because what you need to do is control and stop Daesh. And then finally, General Hatiti of the Lebanese army, Christian Maronite, said that central to all of this, and I know some people are going to sort of strike me down on this, they said the Israel-Palestine conflict has to be the key. And this wasn't just said in Beirut, it was said in Cairo, it was said by Amman, because it's a big key, it's a big recruitment drive, and unless that situation is sorted out, we're never going to have a peace in the Middle East. And as far as I can see, this extension of airstrikes, you know, General Sir Richard Sheriff, who was the Allied Deputy NATO Commander, just recently said, the Americans have already, in Iraq alone, put on 57,000 sorties. We've had so many different countries in bombing them in Iraq, but there's some ground troops, and we managed to regain a bit of the territory. We have no such troops in Syria.
Mark Pritchard.
I'd like to start by paying tribute to the Leader of the Opposition in his absence. I think that all members across the House that have been here for some time know that the Leader of the Opposition is a champion of human rights. Yes. But perhaps the greatest human right of all is the right to life. And I would ask the Leader of the Opposition and those that support him today to rethink their position. Because if we don't take on Daesh, more men, women and children, in their hundreds, in their thousands, will continue to be murdered. And I don't think that anybody enters Parliament to make war. Indeed, I would hope that everyone in this chamber is a peacemaker. There is enough war and conflict in this world already, as we're discussing today. Indeed, I pay tribute to the pacifists and peacemakers who sit on the benches opposite, and the peacemakers on these benches. Their views are both valid and respectable. But unfortunately, our enemies, Daesh, are neither peacemakers nor pacifists. They are a brutal, murderous and genocidal enemy that are killing men, women and children and peacemakers, probably at this very hour as we speak. And whether it is politically or intellectually palatable or not, it is a case, sadly, of kill or be killed. And on a point of law, and for some of the waverers opposite, I would say to them that the motion before us today is both legal and legitimate, both in terms of UN Resolution 2249 and the right to self-defence in international law. And as we've been reminded by the Prime Minister, a UN resolution supported both by China and Russia, and if I may add, a UN resolution supported by the Venezuelan government, a government admired by some, certainly, in the wider Labour movement, and by the Unite leader, Len McCluskey, and indeed by many in Momentum. If Venezuela are prepared to support airstrikes in Syria, then why not Her Majesty's opposition? Let me say at this juncture, it should be the consciences of individual members of Parliament that determine the fate of this sombre motion before us today, not the bullying and self-interested unions who appear to be engaged in their own insurgency campaign against Labour MPs. So can there ever be a just war? Well, many faith leaders believe so, including faith leaders here in Britain. Something recognised by the Archbishop of Canterbury, who said that forceful force should be used in these circumstances that we're discussing today, and other Christian bishops in the Middle East and other religious minority leaders in the Middle East. There is such thing as a just war.
My honourable friend is there.
I'm very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He is very eloquently describing the precepts of St. Augustine. However, would he desist from describing this conflict as a war, since that gives the opposition a dignity which they do not deserve?
Well, my honourable and gallant friend speaks from great experience and wisdom. I have to agree and disagree with him. I think we need to recognise it for what it is. We are at war, but it is a war that we have not chosen, or a conflict that we have not chosen. It is a conflict that our enemies have brought upon us, and we need to defend our interests and our citizens, but at home and abroad. Happy to give way.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I agree with a great deal of what he said. But I think our honourable friend for Bracknell put it very well in his opening speech for the debate on the Middle East the other day, when he said that this cannot be a war because ISIL is not a state, and we should be clear that they are the common enemy of humanity.
Well, my honourable friend, as always, speaks wisely again, like my other honourable friend. We are in conflict or at war, whatever phrase. The fact is we have a common enemy. We have to work with our allies to destroy our enemy. And as I said earlier, it's sadly a case of kill or be killed. None of us want to be in conflict. None of us. In an ideal world, we would all be at peace. But we at present do not live in that ideal world, certainly in this dispensation. And of course, the argument could be, can socialists ever fight just wars? Well, there is the late, very great Jack Jones, the Union man himself, who stood up for freedom and democracy. So too Clement Attlee, Major Attlee, a wounded war hero, and Ernest Bevin, arguably Labour's best foreign secretary. All fought for freedom and liberty in their own ways. Some more to the left than others, I admit, but all socialists defending Britain, defending our allies, defending our values, defending the weak and marginalised, defending the persecuted and the repressed. And I say to undecided Labour MPs, look to your proud socialist history, but also don't be bound by recent New Labour history. This is a new challenge, a new threat, and we may not all be where we want to be, but we are where we are. And today's motion is a dose of reality for all of us. An internationalist motion, an inclusive motion, a protective motion, a motion that cannot be ignored, and a motion that I hope honourable members on all sides will support.
Gisela Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, it is easy to be brief at this point because there have been two speeches on our benches where I can honestly say there's every word I agree with them. One came from the Right Honourable Member for Derby South, and the other one from the Right Honourable Member from Kingston upon Hull. Yeah. They made a most extraordinary case both of why action is necessary, but also why inaction would be so very, very difficult to defend. We asked to make a decision here, and it's very important in the light of new social media, when our email boxes are full of people who essentially at this stage saying, don't do it. And quite frankly, I am relieved that I'm being asked not to do it, because I would be deeply troubled if my email inbox was full of people gung-ho saying, go and get them. But I think it is right that as we come here, we make an extremely careful judgment. And at any one time, we can only make the best judgment at this time. There are many unanswered questions about this particular area of the world, but none of us can claim to know what the next steps will be. But there are some things which we do know about. And one of them is that just as actions have consequences, so does inaction. The danger for government is always to know when not to do something, because they could always take action. So they always have to question, is it the right thing to do? And the danger for oppositions is to think that because we are in opposition, it is appropriate to always oppose. No. Occasionally, it is right to do things, and occasionally it is right for an opposition to support a government, even when they don't entirely agree with the motion that is on the order paper. But I will be supporting the motion tonight because it is good enough. And it is good enough for 3 reasons as far as I'm concerned. And they're very much intertwined. The conflict we're facing is both Daesh, who are terrorists and essentially bad people who I don't think have got any redeeming features. But we also face on top of that a potential civil war with Assad, and what has not been mentioned so far is a really difficult conflict in terms of Turkey and Russia. However, just because it is complicated does not mean we're not doing anything. And the 4 things which persuade me that it is on balance better to do something than to do nothing is the starting point was the UN resolution. Absolutely important. The second one was that in terms of the strikes we're taking, we are adding capacity, and capacity which will enhance the actions we're already taking in Iraq, and we're taking it to Syria. Not only will we bring something to the table, we will actually strengthen the coalition. The third, as the motion says quite rightly, we are looking at a political process, and anybody who's been involved in negotiations knows that military actions without a political process on their own will not succeed. Both go hand in hand, and both enhance the other. Therefore, I think the political process is going to be vital. And third, the one mistake I hope we're not going to make again is take our eye off the fact that you need functioning state institutions when you take military actions. One of the errors which we did make in Iraq, but I hope in Syria and the work which DFID is doing and the work we're doing with the coalition to keep the state structures so that whatever happens next, and we all know we can't predict what's going to happen next, but we will be acting with our allies. We will be acting because countries like France calling on us, if it had been reversed, if this had happened in London, and we'd asked France and they turned no, we would have been appalled, quite frankly. And the final question is, we have to answer the question, why now? Why don't we wait a few weeks? I think the why now is because, A, Russia entering the theatre has changed the dynamics, and second, and most importantly, because this is in the national interest, Daesh's ability to both operate within Syria, but also to organize terrorist attacks in mainland Europe has increased tremendously. And the reason why we have to ask now is because if we actually want to stop that war, it may not be the perfect first step, but quite frankly right now, it's the best first step I'm being asked to support.
Mr. David Davis.
Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with the excellent speeches of my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Billericay, Basildon Billericay, and the chairman of the Defence Select Committee. Both of whom made very eloquent speeches, and I can therefore just focus not on the high principle but on the practicalities of this. And I'll start from the Prime Minister's point at the beginning when he said all members of this House on all sides want to see the end of ISIS. Therefore, we are not talking about the aim, we're simply talking about the practical method of going about it. And the House, I think, all the House can agree with 90% of the motion in front of us. The contentious part is solely the issue of bombing, of whether or not we should engage in the bombing. Now, what's being proposed is entirely understandable for symbolic, and that's not a small word, for important symbolic reasons, to add a small number of British fast jets to the American-led air campaign in Syria and Iraq. But I think we should just face some facts. That air campaign has so far amounted in both countries to about 10,000 sorties, a third in Syria, against 16,000 targets. The avowed aim? To degrade ISIS or Daesh. The outcome? In the period in which the campaign has been operating, the recruitment for Daesh has doubled, from 15,000 to 30,000 personnel, and by a macabre coincidence, one extra recruit for every target we destroyed. So from that point of view, it is not achieving the aim intended. It's doing some good things. The Radwan lady, the ex-Foreign Secretary, is not here, but she talked about Kobane. It's pinning them down from time to time. But it's not achieving what we intended. Indeed, arguably, it's achieving the opposite. Last week, the greatest modern warrior, the ex-Special Forces, American Special Forces Commander, General Stanley McChrystal, was in the House. and I spoke to him, and one of the things he said in terms was, and he was talking about drones principally, aerial warfare. He said, never believe in this sort of war you can cut off the head of the snake. It always regenerates. It always reorganises. It's the wrong metaphor for this sort of warfare. So this doesn't work on any level. The other point that leaps out to me is that it's debatable, and I've heard arguments from knowledgeable colleagues, it's debatable whether, no matter how skillful and how brave our pilots will be, and they will be both, no matter how skillful and brave they are, it's debatable whether they will make any difference at all, not even a marginal difference. And the reason is that there are a large number of aircraft available, of all sorts of weapon systems, including Brimstone, including things that compete and may be better than Brimstone, but they're all there. Not in this moment, in a second. They're all there. What is the constraint? What is the constraint is not the weapon system, it's targets. The Americans in Syria are flying about 7 sorties a day. The Russians, on their declaration, over 140, because the Russians are getting 800 targets a day from the Syrian army. We're getting less than half a dozen, by the sounds of it, from the Free Syrian Army. So if you wanted a practical demonstration of the usefulness in war of the 70,000 that we're told about, you have it there. They're not useful, even as target spotters. I give way.
Will he inform the House what his opinion is on the actual bombings in Iraq that are taking place? He's got a very clear view on what we may or may not do in Syria.
I've told him. I've already told him. He can't have been listening. The simple truth is that they have not achieved the aim they were set out to do. They are doing some useful things. They're pinning down some people. But by themselves, they cannot achieve what we have been told is their aim, the reduction and removal of ISIS. And that's the failure. That's the failure. So where do we go from here? Now, I'm not going to go into great elaborate detail about the long-term plan. We've had that from a number of colleagues, and I think all the arguments on that have been made very well. And we know the creation, the diplomatic creation of the future Syrian state, the creation of the army on the ground, they're all going to be difficult, and they're not going to be very dramatic. But what we can do immediately, and if people are looking for immediate actions, there are a couple of things we can do pretty much straight away. We can demand, not request, demand of Turkey that it shuts the Turkey-Syria border. ISIS has got $1 billion of income from putting oil across that border, and it sends weapons the other way, and it gives freedom of movement to ISIS. Turkey is a NATO member. It should not be giving any sort of comfort to our enemies. Secondly, Saudi and the Gulf states are supposedly our allies. They send tens of millions of pounds, of dollars, into these Islamist organisations, not just ISIS, also al-Nusra and the others. The use of this money is essentially to employ soldiers in a country where starvation is always at the door. So that money is incredibly powerful. So if we want to do something straight away, which will do more than several squadrons of aircraft, it's get our allies to do their job. And if I may turn around to the issue that people have raised several times, shouldn't we help the French? Yes, we should help our allies. We should help our allies by destroying ISIS, by doing it properly, not by symbolism.
Khalid Mahmood. Speaker, I first of all welcome the Prime Minister's use of the name Daesh for these barbaric group of people who have absolutely no connection at all whatsoever to Islam, the faith that I am of, and has been affirmed by the Grand Imam Sheikh Al-Taib of Al-Azhar University only in the last few days, ensuring that those people are not referred to in any way as Muslims, and they should be seen as such. For a period since 9/11, we've been saying to a majority of the Muslim countries and nations that they should start to take action against radicalization and terrorism. They have started to do that. They've done that right from Indonesia, from Pakistan, Jordan, Egypt, Tunisia, and other countries that are involved in that. Pakistan, over the last 3.5 years almost, has lost 5,000 troops in tackling them. Before that, it was a common occurrence in that country where you had at least a number of suicide bombs taking place across the country, and particularly in Karachi, where there was a huge number of deaths that took place disproportionately across from the rest of the country. By taking the very difficult steps of putting boots on the ground in the northwestern frontier areas and dealing with them and going through street by street, door by door, they've managed by and large to deal with that. If we are to tackle the terrorists, if we are to tackle the ideology, if we are to tackle these people, then we cannot do it alone by airstrikes. The case that has been put forward today, and I have had a fairly strong position for a long time, that we should support action against Daesh. Today, I'm in a quandary at the moment. From all the people that have spoken to me, my constituents, some of the people that have spoken to in this place, and I find myself in a very different place at the moment. I find myself in a different place because of some of the things that have been said by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said that, and the Foreign Secretary has said, is that under no circumstances will we have any people on the ground. If we are to defeat this horrid group of people, the only way that we're going to deal with that is by having people on the ground. And that means not just us, not just America, not just that France, people from the EU, but we need a coalition of the nations, the Muslim countries that are around there, to deal with that. So if we think that we can just deal with this by airstrikes, no matter how accurate our brimstone missiles are, no matter how amount of strikes and sorties that we can carry out, and if we are able to take that war from the air and defeat them, there's a bigger issue. Because consistently on this issue of terrorism and radicalization, we've managed to jump out of the frying pan into the fire. The Syria dispute started when there was the Muslim Brotherhood and Al-Qaeda. That popped on for a bit. Nobody took really notice of that. It was fine because they were having a go at Assad, and that's okay, we could stand by, allow them. And of course, some of our allies also wanted to supply arms to them as well. So we turned a blind eye and allowed them to carry on doing that. That then turned into Daesh, ISIL. The barbarity of those people, what they wanted to do, joined by the Baathists in Iraq, joined by all those people that we call, in some instances, Sunnis, for a geographic stake in Iraq. And we've discussed now about how we divide Iraq up to meet different religious groups within that. It's complete nonsense. What we've got to be able to do is to, first of all, take this ragtag and bone tail of these people who do not represent anybody or to be able to do anything. And the only way we'll do that is move forward. And I very quickly say that we need to tackle the assertions of 70,000 people who we call the Free Syria Army. That is, again, Al-Qaeda, that is the Muslim Brotherhood, and those people who are never going to be our friends and never our friends. Thank you.
Amanda Soloway.
There are some occasions in life that you dread, and you just know that you'll have to face them, even if you don't want to. And today, for me, is one of those days. Like all my colleagues here, I don't relish the thought of extending the airstrikes. One innocent life lost is one too many. And yet, I find myself standing here before my colleagues, ready to vote for airstrikes in Syria. My mind is very clear. There cannot ever be a justification to allow terrorists to wreak terror and fear across this or any nation. It just isn't right. Earlier this year, I came to the House to talk about a tragic shooting of one of my constituents, Scott Chalkney, from Chaddeston, who was shot dead by terrorists while he was on holiday in Tunisia. Then to have the tragedy in Paris, where people are out enjoying themselves and 5 of their lives ended, their loved ones' lives taken, or their lives changed dramatically, physically and emotionally. It's when things like this happen that it really brings home to you just how vulnerable we all really are. Events like this take place all over the world. It makes it so clear to me that we cannot stand by and allow it to happen. Listening to the Prime Minister on Monday and then today, I am satisfied that intervention airstrikes are absolutely necessary to protect our way of life so that we can all live reasonably as human beings. I recently went on a trip to Jordan to visit refugee camps and host communities. I was really struck by the stories that were relayed about people fleeing their homes, leaving behind what many of us take for granted, such as a roof over their head or freedom to walk down the street, purely to ensure that their family members could stay alive. One mother told me that she fled after the death of one of her children to safeguard the lives of her other children from ending so abruptly. What became clear to me is that all the families I spoke to wanted to return home, and we must ensure that we help rebuild Syria so that Syrians can return home to the country they love. I know that this will take time, and it's with great sadness that intervention needs to be happened to ensure that all those here, all of my family, all of my constituents, all people living in this country, refugees and indeed, I'm nearly finished, and indeed people all over the world can live a life free of fear. I'm a mother of 2 grown-up daughters, and I want them to have children of their own who will run free, not live in fear of being struck down whilst at play. It's essential that we can help where we can, in any way that we can. All families deserve this, and it's our duty as elected members to deliver this. So with a heavy heart, I support these airstrikes. However, I vote with full confidence that it is the right thing to do.
Mr. David Winnick.
Mr. Speaker, one hopes that the decision which will be made at 10 o'clock will be decided according to our own conclusions and not because of whipping or because of any kind of threats from outside, whatever they may be, and which I deplore. We should be able to vote without any fears of intimidation and the rest. And also, if I may say so, without the kind of slurs that the Prime Minister made apparently at a private meeting. I'm not a sympathiser of terrorism. I hate terrorism, and I doubt if there's a single member of this House who thinks otherwise. At least I hope not.
Right.
As one member, I'm simply not persuaded by the arguments advanced by the government today. If I was, I would certainly vote with the government, and I certainly wouldn't be put off any more than a number of my honourable and right honourable friends will be by threats. We must be able to vote as we consider appropriate on this issue. Now, there is, in my view, some may doubt it, but in my view, there's a growing public unease over what is being proposed. And that is certainly not because anyone doubts in the country. No one can possibly doubt the sheer murderous brutality of the people that are described by various names, ISIL or Daesh. We know it, and we knew it long before Paris. The atrocities, the beheadings, the publicising of those beheadings, the burning alive of the Jordanian era. We know this. There's no doubt about it. There's no argument about that type of foe. But the unease, which I mention and which I happen to share, is simply the view that what is being proposed will make very little difference, if any, that it will make us feel good, that we would join with our allies in bombing parts of Syria, but at the end of it all, it will make little or no difference. And it's interesting to note, can I just say that I've supported more military action in the last 30 years than I've opposed it. But I've done so on the basis that there's an objective. The liberation of Kuwait, for example, there was quite clearly a clear objective. There was a clear objective over Kosovo, which I supported, but I urged that the massacre of Muslims should be halted. And we knew that if the Serbian leadership would not give way, ground troops would be used by this country and the United States. Now, there's no one, and the point has been well made, no military chief, no one who's held senior military positions, be it here or in the United States or France, states, and the government doesn't state, that airstrikes alone would defeat ISIL. Everyone knows that. I mean, there's no feeling that if we approve the motion at 10 o'clock, we're on the way to victory. We know that airstrikes in itself will not do what is necessary. And my fear is that, as the government now argues, their government argues, we're bombing in Iraq, then why not in Syria? How long would it be? How long will it be before the argument is advanced, which I've just heard, where the government says, well, Parliament has agreed to airstrikes. Airstrikes are not sufficient. Why not ground troops? Yes, ground troops are excluded in the motion, but isn't there a possibility that in time, the government will come back with that argument? Ground troops will be necessary to defeat ISIL. No one, I assume, doubts that, but it shouldn't come from this country. And the final point I make is simply this. Sunni Muslim opinion asks, and will continue to ask, why is action being taken against ISIL and not the other lot of mass murderers who rule Syria, the Assad regime, the regime which is responsible for the civil war and all that has emerged? Mr. Speaker, it will be with some reluctance that I will not be able to support the government tonight, because I want to see ISIL defeated. But what is being proposed will not achieve that objective, and that's why I will not be able to support the motion.
Mr. Gary Streeter.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to take part in this debate where strongly held views are being put forward with passion, but also with respect for the other side's point of view. But I rise, following the honourable gentleman, who I've known for many, many years, I rise to support the motion before us this evening. But I can well remember back in 2003, sitting on that side of the chamber, of course, very much second-class seats compared to this side, third row back, studying the face of the then Prime Minister, Tony Blair, as he made his case for invasion of Iraq. And of course, none of us ever vote lightly to send our forces to war, but I have 4-2 Commando in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, magnificent Royal Marines, knowing that if we voted to send them into battle, not all of them would come back, not all of them would come back in one piece. A very, very weighty matter. And now, looking back on that, I have acknowledged publicly that that decision was a mistake. There were no weapons of mass destruction. Going to war on a false premise is a very serious matter, perhaps the most serious thing, the worst thing a government can ever do in a mature democracy. But just because it was wrong to invade Iraq in 2003 does not mean that it's wrong today to join our allies in the bombing of Daesh in Syria. If we are to keep our citizens safe here in the United Kingdom, we have to take the fight to Daesh and destroy them where they are, as well as protecting ourselves in our own land through our excellent security forces and police. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman give way, and I wonder if he would reflect on what he has been saying about the dodgy dossier that we had in Iraq, but also having heard in particular from the chairman of the Defence Select Committee that the stories of the 70,000 troops we now know is something of a fantasy. And given that that's central to the government's story and strategy for this, will he reflect on what we've been told today as far as the 70,000 are concerned?
Dodgy dossier, and I certainly don't accept that the number of the Syrian Free Army of 70,000 is a fantasy. I don't accept that. There are different views on this, but I prefer to trust the Prime Minister's security briefing, and I certainly take a lot of comfort from that. But I recognise that bombing alone will not solve this problem. Revenge for the Paris attacks is not a sufficient motivation. But I am fully persuaded that we cannot do nothing. I realise that bombing is just a part of a much wider response, which I believe the Prime Minister set out last week and again today in very credible terms. I realise it does not lie within the gift or power of European nations alone to resolve these deep-rooted and complex regional conflicts, but just because we cannot do everything does not mean that we should do nothing. Now, I will give way.
Thank you. Will he agree with me that just because the future is uncertain and just because we are not going to have a neat Hollywood-style finish, we should not prevent ourselves from taking action that we know will at least take us in the right direction, even if the ultimate destination is unclear?
Speaker, I agree very much with my honourable friend, and that's the case I'm seeking to make, that we must not do nothing and we've got to do the right thing. Now, some of my constituents believe that this action, if taken, will make matters worse for us here in the United Kingdom, and I simply do not accept that. We are already a top target of these evil people. It's clear that our military capability will make a strategic difference to the fight to eradicate and destroy them, and that's why France, the USA and the Gulf states are so keen for us to join in with their action. There is in existence, as we've widely heard, a United Nations resolution authorising all means necessary, and it makes no sense, surely, to carry out airstrikes in Iraq, but to have to stop at a border not recognised by Daesh, especially as their headquarters is in Syria. And it's from these strongholds that they plan and launch attacks against the West. Now, we all know that in every conflict of which we've had recent experience, the long-term resolution is to be found in political settlement, i.e. the warring factions ultimately talking to each other and agreeing on a way forward. And so it was in Northern Ireland. But how could anybody possibly believe that we could negotiate with the fanatics behind the butchery in Iraq and Syria? It's simply not possible. Now, I realise that the presence of ground forces is vital, and I hope that the forces from the region, whether the Free Syrian Army or others, will be able to seize the opportunity to advance that airstrikes will bring. It's vital that the Vienna talks make progress, and I understand that good progress is being made, and that they will deliver a long-term settlement for Syria that encompasses a transfer of power from the Assad regime in a way that maximises the prospect of stability. In both Iraq and Syria, we need to see a government representing all of the people which the international community can support. Syria is not like Libya, where removing the leader created chaos. Syria has a highly educated population and a strong middle class and civil society. But, Mr. Speaker, we all must accept, and many people have said this, the situation is a mess. There are no easy answers. But in the end, we are being attacked by a bunch of ruthless barbarians who seek to destroy the values that we hold dear. It's just and right that we should defend ourselves and the many innocent people they kill, maim and enslave on a daily basis. We are right to do all we can to eradicate this evil force from the face of the earth. I will be supporting the motion tonight.
Mr. Alex Salmon.
We cannot do nothing, said the honourable member from South West Devon. But that's not an argument for doing anything. It's an argument for doing something that works and doing something that's part of an overall strategy which has some chance of success. I find myself in the unusual position, give me a minute or two and then perhaps, I find myself in the unusual position of going to compliment some speeches from the Conservative benches. There are many fine speeches in this debate thus far, but some of the best have come from the Conservative benches, people who are dissenting from the government's line on this debate. The Right Honourable Member for Holton Press, in a minute or two, the Right Honourable Member for Holton Press and Howden did this House a service by reminding us of the proportionality of what we are actually discussing here. We're discussing adding perhaps an extra 2 tornadoes and perhaps a segment of typhoons to the war in terms of the bombing campaign in Syria. That's what we're discussing. We make up 10% of the current flights in Iraq. We, as the Right Honourable Member said, we will not make any conceivable difference to the air campaign in Syria, where there are too many planes already chasing too many targets. I give way to my companion.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, but does he not agree that the RAF has the capability to destroy ISIL's or Daesh's supply and funding lines without causing any civilian casualties of note? And why, therefore, if the RAF is capable of doing that, why is the right honourable gentleman opposing this?
If I could say to the honourable gentleman, the number of times I've heard the argument about minimising civilian casualties from a bombing campaign, and I bow to no one in terms of the skill of our pilots and sophistication of weapons, but if he actually believes that we're going to engage in a bombing campaign in a concentrated urban city area like Raqqa and there's not going to be civilian casualties, then he is living in a different planet from any other. And as the Right Honourable Member for Holton Price and Howden indicated, that there is no conceivable balance of difference that we're going to make to the campaign in Syria. Now, the Prime Minister said we mustn't be haunted or hamstrung by past mistakes. And by that he meant the war in Iraq. I actually am more interested in mistakes which are far more recent in terms of this House and its decision-making, and this government and its decision-making. I mean, firstly, the mistake last night of describing opponents of the government's action as terrorist sympathisers. It's a hugely demeaning thing for a Prime Minister to do when he should be engaged in attempting to unite the country, to concentrate on accenting divisions within the Labour Party. I mean, goodness knows, I've spent a lifetime in politics attacking the Labour Party and replacing them, but I have not attacked the divisions on this issue because this is a matter of war and peace. It's about sending people into conflict. And therefore, for a Prime Minister to demean himself in that way indicates that, yes, he might be successful in dividing the Labour Party, but we will fail in uniting the country, and he should have apologised when given ample opportunity to do so. The speech from the honourable member, the Right Honourable Member, the Chairman of the Defence Select Committee, he reminded us that only 2 years ago the same Prime Minister came to this House asking to bomb the other side in the Syrian civil war. Now, that can be called many things to honourable and right honourable members, but it's not the sign of a coherent military or political strategy. And then, of course, another mistake which is less thought of, and that's the mistake which spent 13 times as much bombing Libya as we did in reconstructing that country after the carnage and the total disarray and dysfunction of society that resulted. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Bring it up to more recent history. 26 September 2014. His parliamentary leader, the Right Honourable Member for Moray, voted against the bombing of ISIL in Iraq. Would he have joined in that position, and does he maintain the opposition to operations in Iraq against ISIL?
Because this party has been demonstrated to be correct, not least in Iraq, in terms of being cautious about military interventions. Because the difficulty with military interventions is once you get in, it is hugely difficult to get out. But what I will concede to the honourable gentleman now, there is in one part of Iraq a logical reason for having an assisted bombing campaign, whether it be the US or by the 10% contribution of the UK, and that is the Peshmerga forces on the ground, probably be our only reliable ally across this region, have had some success in pushing back Daesh. Now, I asked, because the Prime Minister referred to this earlier on, he asked about a question, didn't develop the argument about what the question I asked about why don't we accent our action in Syria as opposed to in Iraq, as opposed to diverting to Syria. What he didn't say was the second part of the question I asked at closed security briefings, incidentally, and that was to ask why hadn't we given the Peshmerga heavy armour? Why hadn't we given them heavy weapons? Why do they have to dominate the road between Mosul and Raqqa using only machine guns? I suspect the answer I wasn't given, the true answer, is because it would offend our NATO allies in Turkey, who spend as much, if not more time, bombing our allies in the Kurds than they do in pursuing the campaign against Daesh. If I could return to the honourable gentleman who wanted something to be done, what can be done? Well, firstly, if we as a Western liberal democracy can't pursue a successful campaign of propaganda against a death cult, then we should have a very good look at ourselves. Now, I accept we've made progress at last in calling these people for what they are, as Daesh, the mocking term which mocks their claims to be a state or to represent the great religion of Islam. But much, much more can be done in carrying that forward. Infinitely more can be done in terms of interrupting and dislocating the internet strategy which they pursue. For one of our fast, smart bombs, we could have a whole squadron of people taking down their websites and stopping the communication and contaminating the mind. Contaminating the mind of young people across Western Europe as across the rest of the world. And above all, and here I very much agree with the leader of the Labour Party, the interruption of the financial resources without which this evil cult could not function. When I've asked the Prime Minister about this, he tells me we're sitting on a committee. For 2 years, nothing, little or nothing has been done to interrupt the flow of funds, to identify and stop the financial institutions without which Daesh could not have lifted a finger against us or anyone else. And finally, I would say this. We are being asked to intervene in a bloody civil war of huge complexity. We're being asked to do it without an exit strategy and no reasonable means of saying we're going to make a difference. We should not give the Prime Minister that permission.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Can I start by drawing the attention of the House to my interest as a current member of the Reserve Forces? The shadow of Iraq is clearly hanging heavy over this debate, and in particular it's hanging over the Labour Party. And I understand that. And I understand it because I have only rebelled against my party once, and I'm very pleased to see my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, on the front bench, because it gives me the opportunity to point this fact out. It was in 2003, and it was over Iraq. And the debate around Iraq has overshadowed our politics in this place for 12 years, and I sense the pain is particularly felt on the benches opposite. But what we're considering today has very little to do, in my mind, with what we were considering 12 years ago. And let us just cast our mind back to 2003, where we were presented with the proposition of supporting or otherwise what the Prime Minister of the day had committed us to. This is different because it is permissive. It's different because this isn't actually a war at all. That was. It was entering a conflict with all our armed forces against a sovereign state, with a government, however unsavoury it was. And boy, was it unsavoury. This is quite different. This is the extension of a conflict we are already joined in, and I would argue, though others may disagree, a conflict in which we are making a real contribution. The border between Syria and Iraq is not respected by our opponent. That opponent is not subject to any form of reasonable negotiation. It is a death cult. It is an organisation that gives you a grisly form of Hobson's choice. You can either convert and subscribe to a murderous, barbaric, medieval ideology, one that crucifies people, cuts their heads off, subjugates women, or you can be killed. That is the choice. There is no middle way, and there is no grounds for negotiation, and very, very little room for politics. Now, I don't want to convert, and I don't want to be killed, and neither do my constituents. So the only way to deal with this organisation is by the use of lethal force, and I accept within the comprehensive arrangements that we have discussed at length today. But lethal force means the involvement of our armed forces, and our armed forces are uniquely good at this kind of thing, as many of us have seen evidence of, those of us who have been to a number of the theatres in which they have been effective recently. Better, much better, I would say, than those of our allies, however good they are. The Security Council Resolution 2249 is quite clear. We are to use all necessary means, and words mean what words say. And I think sometimes some of those opposite are wrapped up too much. They've been reading too much of Lewis Carroll in their interpretation of what words mean. They mean what they say, and it gives, I think, a green light in clear and unambiguous terms for this country to do what I believe is necessary. And France has made a direct request. And those of us who stood in this chamber only a few weeks ago and emoted over what was happening in Paris need to think about this very clearly. Because those who were happy to sing the Marseillaise and express solidarity at that time, and yet are not prepared to support a direct request
from our second closest geographically European neighbour need to think about that hubris, for that is what it would be, that was expressed at that time. Can I say in respect to the Vienna process, and this is a plea that I have, in Iraq one of the big mistakes we had was de-Baathification, in which everybody from a corporal or clerk upwards was stripped out, generally speaking, at the behest of expats with axes to grind. That made our job extraordinarily difficult when it came to reconstruction. We must not make that same mistake. And I'd like to finish, as indeed the motion, which I will be wholeheartedly supporting this evening does, in expressing my support and admiration for our brilliant armed forces. They are truly the best in the world. Many of them are my constituents, and I think need the wholehearted support of the whole of this House this evening, and I'm confident we will give them it.
Mr. Dan Jarvis.
It's a great pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for South West Wiltshire. And I want to begin by saying that, of course, these are always the most difficult of judgments. There is never a perfect solution. So I rise, having reflected upon the case for extending our airstrikes to target Daesh's stronghold in Syria with the utmost of care, conscious of what I heard at the National Security Council and mindful of what is best for my constituents and for our country. Now, I will be supporting the motion tonight, but before I set out why I'm doing so, let me say something about how this debate has been conducted outside of this chamber. Because let us be very clear, there is principle in opposing military action, as there is principle in supporting military action. Everyone must have the freedom, either in this place or outside of it, to say what they believe to be right without the fear of recrimination. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question before us today is not whether our country enters into a new conflict. It is whether we extend our existing commitment in a conflict that we cannot hide away from, because we are already engaged in a struggle with Daesh. Just over a year ago, this House of Commons voted overwhelmingly to support airstrikes against Daesh in Iraq. We did so because of the direct threat that they pose to our safety and to global security, and because any idea that these fanatical terrorists will leave us alone if we leave them alone is simply misguided. And because, Mr. Speaker, the action that is taking place in Iraq is working. There is no logic in opposing Daesh in that country when they do not recognise any border between their bases in Iraq and their strongholds in Syria. We must confront them over the same territory from which they are plotting attacks against us, because the dangers being projected from Daesh's stronghold in Syria have multiplied, and we will not overcome them through piecemeal interventions alone. That is why I made it clear that I would only support extending military action against Daesh if it was framed within a wider strategy that leverages all of the tools at our disposal. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think there is agreement across the House that diplomacy to broker the end of the Syrian civil war must play an essential role. In an ideal world, we would perhaps wait for the transition timetable agreed at the Vienna conference to be concluded. But I don't believe that the scale of the threat we face affords us that luxury. Now, I understand the voices cautioning against our broader engagement, but the test for all of us, however, must be the hastening of the defeat of Daesh. And there is no realistic strategy for bringing about Daesh's defeat without degrading their command and control structures in Raqqa. So when will we begin this task, if not now? We have a firm legal basis, we have a UN resolution, and our allies are asking us for our help and the capabilities that our brave Royal Air Force pilots can offer in precision targeting. In the words of the French Socialist Defence Minister, the use of these capabilities over Syria would put additional and extreme pressure on the Daesh terror network. If we ignore these calls today, when will we answer them in the future? Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand honourable members who have listened to the case for extending airstrikes, but who are reluctant to proceed without greater assurances from the Prime Minister about the strategy he is pursuing. In this sense, I agree with him The proposals before us are constructive and, in my view, do meet the basic test for extending our action. But they do need to be developed if we are to ultimately succeed in overcoming Daesh and restoring peace for the Syrian people. So let me briefly say this to the government front bench. On post-conflict reconstruction, the guarantee of a further £1 billion in humanitarian relief is significant, but we need to hold the international community to their responsibilities to Syria and refugees at the upcoming donors conference in London. Mr. Speaker, just to conclude, my party, the Labour Party, has a proud and long tradition of standing up for the national interest when our country is under threat. When the War Cabinet met in 1940, it was the Labour ministers Clement Attlee and Arthur Greenwood that tipped the balance in favour of resisting Nazism. Daesh are the fascists of our time, and I believe there is still a dignity in uniting with our allies in common cause against a common enemy in defence of our common humanity, and that is what I hope we will do.
Yeah. Mrs. Caroline Spellman.
Religious dimension to this debate, and faith leaders do shape public opinion, so I thought it might be helpful if I shared with the House the views expressed by the Church of England on the subject. At a meeting of its General Synod last week, a motion on the migrant crisis called unanimously upon the government to work with international partners in Europe and elsewhere to help establish safe and legal routes to places of safety, including this country, for refugees who are vulnerable and at severe risk. That motion passed with 333 votes, none opposed. And the Archbishop of Canterbury made it clear that, in his view, force might be necessary to keep the refugees safe. He also said the Church wouldn't be forgiven if it turned inwards at this time of crisis. Rather, it must face the facts that extremism is now a feature of every major faith, including Christianity. Cardinal Vincent Nichols has backed proportionate military intervention to tackle Daesh, and he cites Pope Francis saying that where aggression is unjust, aggression is licit against the aggressor. And these are views which I share, which is why I will support the motion. As the Prime Minister has said, this is not a war against Islam. Religious extremism is global, and the key to solving this is the determination of people of faith to overcome it, not just in Syria, but right round the world. The Church is well placed to help, as the conflict is both theological and ideological. By reaching out to other people of faith and showing common cause in tackling extremism, we can demonstrate to a fearful secular world that faith leaders hold one of the keys to finding a solution. Where religion is being hijacked for political ends, we should say so. The Anglican Communion offers a worldwide network of churches to deploy in the joint global endeavour to stamp out extremism. Together, the integration of hard and soft power is likely to produce a better outcome. So I would urge my right honourable friend who will be replying to the debate to consider this question, that to combat Daesh, it's important that prominent theological and ideological strategy is alongside any potential military humanitarian intervention. Because unless we understand our enemy and those we choose as our allies in the region, we'll be unlikely to properly understand the conflict. And I hope you'll be able to inform the House as to what thought the government has given to this advice as it develops its strategy. The Church can also play an important practical role in offering hospitality, accommodation, support and friendship to refugees, whatever their religious tradition, and advocacy for those who are being persecuted because of their faith. Hospitality is a spiritual gift, seen as a spiritual gift by the Church, and explains why this country, with its Judeo-Christian roots, has got a long tradition of providing successive waves of migrants safe haven. We need to recognise the conflict may affect the number of migrants and displaced people, and therefore I believe the Prime Minister's right to convene a donors' conference early in 2016. We should also recognise that international development aid agencies, many of whom are Christian in origin, would emphasise that it's better to help refugees in their own region, so that once it's safe, they can more easily return and rebuild their country. My local imam, who is from Syria and who has family still there, is very anxious about the safety of civilians and the need to avoid a power vacuum. The public will also need continuous assurance and transparency about why action is being taken and what outcomes are being achieved. So I welcome that commitment to quarterly updates of this House. It's all important how we give our international aid during and post-conflict, and how we ensure the voice of the displaced is heard in the post-conflict planning. Mr. Speaker, as we know, it is the most vulnerable, often the women, who have no voice at all in war. We have a duty to make sure they get heard.
Mr. Pat McFadden.
There are two issues at the heart of this debate. The first is how we view the terrorist threat that we face, and the second is the specific proposal before us tonight. And I want to take each of these in turn. There is a view that the Islamist terrorist threat that we face is a product of what we have done or a reaction to it. In this view, while of course the activities of terrorists are condemned, the real source of the problem is seen as the actions we've taken in the past and the kind of action proposed in the motion before us tonight. In this view, the killings in Paris were seen as, I quote, reaping the whirlwind of action that France, or perhaps the West more generally, has taken. The danger of this view is that it infantilises terrorism and it absolves it of the full responsibility. This is at heart a view which separates the world into adults and children, perpetrators and victims, with the West as perpetrator and others as victims. But life is not as simple as that. The world is not, in foreign policy terms, split up into adults and children. The terrorists are adults motivated by their own ideology, which justifies the killing of innocent people from France to Mali to Iraq and to Syria. They are fully, not partially, responsible for what they do. No one forces anyone to sell women into sexual slavery. No one forces anyone to behead innocent aid workers. No one forces anyone to bomb the London Underground or to kill innocent Parisians at a pop concert. And the problem with this argument is not only that it misunderstands what we are up against, but it also implies that if we lie low, they will leave us alone. They will not. That's right. And if we disarm ourselves against the threat that we face, then we cannot confront it or overcome it. This argument is also too timid about our own values. Our society is not perfect, but we strive for a society where women and men are equal, where we have freedom of association, where we have freedom of religion, where we have democracy and we have diversity. And these things are worth defending. Now let me turn to the specific proposal before us tonight. Too much of the debate in recent days has discussed this as though it is an entirely new military intervention. It is not. It is an extension of the military intervention that we've been engaged in against ISIS in Iraq for 15 months. And that military intervention has had some effect. And the argument is, why is it right to take action against ISIS in Iraq but not in Syria? And several things have happened since we took that decision. First, we've had more terrorism on the beaches in Tunisia, in Paris, in Mali, on the Russian passenger jet and elsewhere. But secondly, we have had a United Nations resolution calling on us to take all necessary measures to eradicate the safe haven that ISIS-Daesh have across both Iraq and Syria. And that call from the international community, backed up by a call from the socialist government in France, by Jordan and by other allies, should mean something to us. But as I said to the Prime Minister the other day, if we take this action, we don't just extend our involvement, we extend our responsibility too. And he has a personal responsibility, and the government as a whole have a responsibility if we do this. Not to just take military action as a response to Paris and then move on. It is a big moral responsibility to use every means that we have, diplomatically, with our soft power, politically, through the Vienna process to get people round the table, including many who see one another as enemies or opponents, to try to carve out a better future for Syria. The use of hard power and soft power go hand in hand. And similarly, if we are concerned about the flight of refugees and the human desperation implied in that flight, then we have a duty to do something about the causes of it. And that means both tackling Daesh ISIS and also trying to shape a better future for Syria, a future where people can live in that country rather than seeing it as a place from which to flee.
Johnny Mercer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard a lot of the complexities around this very difficult question tonight. So I stand with humility now, not to add any particular clever intellectual insight into this debate, but I will seek to lay out very briefly my view, and hopefully by extension the views of most of those whom we asked to conduct these operations, and what this means for our country and the choice we face tonight. I feel very strongly about national security. I've seen the threats that we face with my own eyes, and I've felt them with my own hands. We have a privileged way of life in this country, a free democracy, a free speech society and a healthy economy. We are privileged for reasons too numerable to enter into here, but we are chiefly blessed because throughout our generations we have had men and women who believe so much in this nation that they have taken difficult political decisions, and some have even taken up arms and sacrificed everything to protect this way of life. Mr. Speaker, I've become worried of late that we've lost some of that spirit, something that makes us recognise a dangerous threat to this precious way of life and to resolve to deal with it appropriately. We must always remember how privileged we are in the sea of humanity of which we are a part. We earned this privilege through the years. From generation to generation we protected the gift, and it is time to protect it again. We are under threat from a group of individuals who seek to destroy our very way of life in this country. They hate everything about us and work night and day to disrupt and kill us whenever the opportunity presents itself. This is not the Iraq problem of 2003.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Yes, of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that the heart of this matter is that one of our closest allies just last month suffered the most horrific terrorist attack? That same ally is asking us for military help. And it will be quite the wrong message to send out for us simply to turn our back one of our closest allies at this particular time.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I completely agree with him. I do think this is a hugely complex issue, and there is no easy answers, but I do think we are in danger of almost overcomplicating it in what this is, a threat to our national security and people's individuals' capability to project force into this country and the duty we have to defend. We're under threat from, like I say, from a group of individuals who seek to destroy our very way of life in this country. They hate everything about us and work night and day to disrupt and kill us whenever the opportunity presents itself. These individuals have demonstrated they have this strategic reach. They can reach into our homelands, into our communities, into our families and destroy all that we hold dear. I understand the avalanche of questions that are being put forward by colleagues, and I think in the history of this House it would be impossible to find a Prime Minister who has done more to answer them. We will add to the mission in that part of the world militarily. We operate in a way that not might, but will accelerate in a moment. We will add to that mission because we operate in a way that will, not might, but will accelerate the process of destroying the networks and individuals who operate against us. We've been doing that in Iraq. We must also do it in Syria, where they regenerate themselves. We use weapons, and I've used them myself, that are specifically designed to limit collateral damage while retaining pinpoint accuracy and lethality. They are better at this than anything else currently being used. We've been asked by our international partners to step up, and we must deliver on that. But, Mr. Speaker, overlaying these technical arguments must surely be a greater calling that I think, in the relative comfort of the United Kingdom in 2015, we can neglect. We have a duty in this House to keep our nation safe. Keeping our nation safe involves a multifaceted approach. We must do all we can to stabilise the instability through aid. We must ensure our security and intelligence services have the resources and powers to act here at home to retain an effective goal-line defence. We must train and mentor indigenous forces. We must do everything possible to stop the source of funds for terrorist organisations, however uncomfortable those conversations with those in the region may be. I have personally interrogated this government's response to this threat, and I'm satisfied that we are doing all of those things. But in our comfortable existence in this country of ours, Mr. Speaker, we must also accept some uncomfortable truths.
There are some, thankfully few, but a significant few in this world, who trade on man's inhumanity to man. They use fear, religion and violence to promote their own self-interests and power, nothing more and nothing less. The so-called religion they proclaim is as far removed from Islam, a religion as peace, and any Muslims who I've ever known and lived amongst, as it is possible to get. In 2008, I wrote a reconciliation strategy towards Tier 1 Al-Qaeda target set in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The truth then is as valid as it is today. This group of people will never be reconciled to a peaceful, democratic, equal society that they hate so much. They want to die, they want to kill all those who do not conform, and until they are killed, they will not deviate from their path. So military action is a part of this national security. We as a society must get used to that in this barbaric world in which we now live. We cannot honestly say that we are doing all we can to our constituents at home if our full spectrum response does not include military action. Finally, I respect and to an extent understand those who would disagree with me this afternoon. We have made catastrophic mistakes of late that has damaged our standing on the world stage, but they are done, they are history and they cannot be changed. We must wear them and carry them as our burden. It is the least we owe to the families of the men and women we lost in pursuit of those actions. Similarly, I understand those who think that some of us are too quick for action and would seemingly take every opportunity to engage militarily abroad. All I would say to those is conducting those operations makes you less likely, not more likely, to want to do it again or ask anybody else to do it for you, unless it was absolutely necessary. Today I say to the House that this is absolutely necessary. We must do all we can to keep our people safe. A part of that is surgical foreign military engagement, and if we neglect that part, we cannot honestly say we're doing everything we could to keep our families safe. I'm not prepared to go back to Plymouth tomorrow night and say to my constituents that I was fully aware of the threat that we face from this particular angle, but I was not prepared to do everything possible to protect them from this threat.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to follow the honourable gentleman from Plymouth. Although I don't agree with the position he puts forward, I think he's put it very, very clearly and passionately, and I thank him for it and thank the armed forces for the work that they do. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I share the horror and revulsion at recent atrocities in Paris, Beirut, Syria itself and elsewhere. Yet I have still to hear convincing evidence to suggest that UK bombing ISIS targets in Syria is likely to increase our security here in Britain or help bring about a lasting peace in the region. To the contrary, the evidence appears to suggest it would make matters worse, and that's what I want to highlight in the few minutes that I have. Because if we're interested in evidence, a good place to start might be to examine the effect of the US-led bombing campaign so far, to explore whether it's been successful and if our contribution would make a real difference. From what I've seen, the sustained bombings to date have not done much to push Daesh into retreat. According to the latest figures from the US Department for Defense, US-led forces have flown some 57,000 sorties while completing 8,300 airstrikes over a 17-month period. But they have relatively little to show for it. Because while the air war has so far killed an estimated 20,000 ISIS supporters, the number of fighters ISIS can still deploy, between 20 to 30,000, remains unchanged. Moreover, there are very real dangers that the airstrikes on Syria have become increasingly Western-driven. All 4 of the Middle Eastern states previously involved, Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, have now withdrawn. Now that risks feeding the Daesh propaganda, in which it presents itself as the true guardian of Islam under attack from the Crusader West. Now that message, although utterly pernicious and wrong, is precisely being reinforced by Western bombings, with every indication that the attacks are an incredibly effective recruiting sergeant. Again, according to US intelligence sources, in September of last year, there were 15,000 recruits who were reported to have joined Daesh from 80 countries. A year later, that figure has risen to 30,000 recruits from 100 countries. And I've had no reassurance that Western military action wouldn't simply drive more recruits. Nor have I heard evidence to contradict the conclusion of the Foreign Affairs Committee report itself on military challenges, which very clearly states, and I quote, "Our witnesses did not consider that extending airstrikes into Syria would have anything other than a marginal effect." Indeed, as others have pointed out, far from the issue being a lack of Allied aircraft above Syria, the real problem is actually a shortage of viable targets on the ground. Now, the dangers are being compounded by ISIS's deeply cruel use of human shields, which will both make targeting them more difficult and again add to the civilian death toll. There's much talk of focusing on Raqqa, but in reality, according to recent exiles, many in the ISIS leadership have already gone to ground in places like Mosul, And they suggest that in a city like Mosul of 1.5 million people and perhaps 150,000 ISIS terrorists, if you wanted to get rid of ISIS in Mosul, you'd literally have to flatten the entire city. Now, Mr. Speaker, those of us who are sceptical about the use of airstrikes are often accused of saying we don't want anything to happen, we want inaction. But I would want to say that nothing could be further from the truth. The government can and should be playing a role in brokering peace and stability in the region. The Prime Minister could be redoubling his commendable efforts to date to find a diplomatic solution. The civil war is inextricably linked to the rise of ISIS in Syria, as the Foreign Affairs Committee report repeatedly emphasised. ISIS flourishes where chaos reigns, so renewed efforts is absolutely needed to end the Syrian civil war.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for allowing me to intervene. Is the Honourable Lady inviting the House to ignore completely the UN Security Council Resolution 2249?
That resolution calls on us to use all means, and I want to make sure that we are using all of the means short of military action. I don't believe that we are doing that, and I don't believe we should be using military action unless the evidence was there that it was going to make things better. On the opposite side of the House, there's some kind of laughter at the idea that we might want to not use military action if we don't have the evidence that it's going to work. One of the reasons I don't want to use military action is that there are no ground forces on the ground. We have heard again and again that airstrikes will not work without the ground forces, and yet when asked to suggest where these ground forces are going to come from, they are mythical. They are these bogus battalions, as the honourable member, who is the chair of the Defence Committee, set out. So let us not suggest that those of us who don't think that there is an instant military action to this that will be the answer now are not just as committed to seeing an end to ISIS as those on the other side of the House who do seem to think there's a military answer. All of us are committed to getting rid of ISIS. Some of us are more committed than others to looking at the full range of measures in front of us and looking at the evidence that suggests that the bombing to date has not been successful. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the other measures that I would like to see taken forward. I've talked about the diplomatic efforts building on the Vienna peace talks. That diplomatic effort must also extend to Iraq, where the Abadi government must be encouraged to reach out to the neglected Sunni minority, especially in those parts of the country where ISIS is recruiting. I want to ask as well, why are we not applying some sanctions to places like Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states who've turned a blind eye and allowed the flow of finance to ISIS and potentially to other terrorist groups? Why are we still selling weapons to Saudi Arabia, which then get used in a vicious and destabilising war in Yemen, which has killed thousands, made millions homeless, and is creating yet more chaos in which Al-Qaeda can thrive? Why aren't we putting pressure on Turkey over the oil sales and the transit of fighters across their border? Why are we not doing more on refugees? We should be having more refugees, of course we should, here in the UK, but we should also do more in terms of putting pressure on our allies to put more resources into those refugee camps in the region. I appreciate the Prime Minister has done a lot on that. This country has been good on that. Let's make sure that our allies do the same, because those refugee camps are becoming absolutely desperate. It's cold, there's more poverty, there's more desperation, and we can be sure that ISIS will be recruiting in those refugee camps too.
Mr. David Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I'm bound to confess that I agreed with very little of what the Leader of the Opposition said in his contribution to this debate. But he was entirely right when he said that the issue of whether or not members of this House should vote to send the British Armed Forces into action was possibly the most serious, solemn and morally challenging that they can be asked to make. And I believe that the principal question that members of this House should be considering, or the principal questions, are those of security, legality and utility. The first question we should be asking ourselves is whether the security of this country is under threat. And that, I would say, is certainly the case. The terrorist organisation that dignifies itself by the title of Islamic State, but which I'm glad to see members on all sides are now calling Daesh, represents, in the words of Security Council Resolution 2249, an unprecedented threat to international peace and security. And that is certainly the case here. Already, Daesh murderers have beheaded our fellow citizens in front of TV cameras and distributed those medieval scenes across the internet. 30 of our fellow citizens were murdered on the beach at Sousse. And we've heard of 7 plots that have already been disrupted by the security services, so there can be no doubt as to the threat that Daesh poses. And I know that many honourable members will also be concerned about the issues of legality, but that, I believe, is properly addressed by Resolution 2249 itself, which calls upon states to take all necessary measures to prevent terrorist attacks and to eradicate the safe haven that they have created in both Iraq and Syria. It is hardly surprising that after the experience of Iraq, many members on all sides should be concerned about the issue of legality, but I do not believe that that arises in the current case. Indeed, it's clearly the case that the international community regards Daesh as such a unique threat to the peace of the world that military action is not only justified but is positively encouraged. And the question of utility, will British military action make a difference? And I believe that it will. Britain should not be standing by while our strongest ally, the United States, and France, which has itself suffered so grievously and so recently, bear the greatest load to rid the world of this pernicious and evil organisation. As the Prime Minister rightly put it, we should not subcontract our security to our international partners. Mr. Speaker, the Royal Air Force boasts some of the finest military pilots in the world. It possesses formidable weaponry, including the Brimstone missile, which is unique to the British Armed Forces and which will make a considerable contribution to degrading the power of Daesh. Our allies are calling for us to join them. I give way.
The Honourable Gentleman for giving way. You say that the Honourable Gentleman says that the Brimstone missile is unique to the Royal Air Force. Isn't it the case, and didn't I ask the Prime Minister this the other day, that the Saudi Arabian Air Force have been using the Brimstone missile in in Syria since February of this year?
So far as I know, and I stand to be corrected by the Honourable Gentleman, but I don't know whether he's right, the Brimstone missile is unique to the British military forces, and of course we have the finest of pilots in the world flying out those planes. To those who say that British engagement over Syria will put this country at risk of retribution by terrorists, I say, yes, that is probably right. However, that will not change the state of affairs that prevails at the moment. The fact is that ISIL, Daesh, is an organisation that does not recognise the border between Iraq and Syria. It regards the land on both sides of that border as part of its own territory. And we're already in action against Daesh in Iraq, and therefore already at risk of retribution. The danger to our citizens is already great, but I do not believe that it will be increased one jot by the action which I hope that this House will support. The risk is already there. And what is required is that we should continue to adopt the vigilance that we're already displaying in order to keep our citizens safe at home. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the case for action is strong, the legal basis is strong, and that Britain can and will make a difference in the struggle against Daesh in Syria. I shall therefore be supporting the motion. I urge all other honourable members to do likewise. But what I would say is this. It is entirely honourable that members should go through either lobby this evening. If the outcome of that vote is that we commit ourselves to military action in Syria, then every honourable member of this House should, and I believe will, give all necessary support to our brave armed personnel in Syria.
Mr. Ivan Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, the horrendous events in Paris sent shockwaves through the world. Innocent people butchered in one of the world's most beautiful cities. And such carnage inevitably demands a response from the government of France and her closest allies. Therefore, it's perfectly understandable that the Prime Minister decided to seek support from this House to extend UK airstrikes against Daesh from Iraq to Syria. But as my right honourable friend, the member for Halton, said, the problem with his response is it's exposed the failure of the government and the international community to adopt a credible strategy. Let me be clear, Daesh must be defeated. They represent a direct threat to our national security. Their fascist ideology and barbarism leave no space for negotiation or diplomacy. However, this will not be possible without significant ground forces from the region. And in turn, this will not happen unless and until a political agreement is reached to end the Syrian civil war, accompanied by reconstruction and a steady flow of humanitarian support. And as other honourable members have said, there must be a concerted effort to choke off the funding and weapons which are being made available to Daesh through a variety of sources. In truth, extending our airstrikes will do little or nothing to increase the overall capacity to degrade Daesh. It is a short-term tactic which falls into the category of being seen to do something rather than prepared to do the heavy lifting which is necessary to produce a credible and coherent strategy. My right honourable friend, the member for Wolverhampton South East, in his excellent speech, was right to say that the government has a duty to do that heavy lifting. I am not sure that that will exist. Mr. Speaker, it is rewriting history to equate being on the left as always opposing military action. I feel this more than most, as my grandfather was fought in Spain for the International Brigade against Franco's fascists. And like my right honourable friend, the member for Derby South, I'm proud of the difficult choices that we made in Kosovo, Sierra Leone and Afghanistan. We saved hundreds of thousands of lives, and in the latter case, undoubtedly enhanced our national security. However, my generation of politicians must also show some humility. There were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and the post-conflict strategy was a disaster. In Afghanistan, it took far too long for us to adopt an integrated approach to security, political dialogue and development. And in Libya, we had no strategy for dealing with the knock-on effects following the fall of the Gaddafi regime. For some, the lessons of these conflicts is that military intervention is always wrong. I fundamentally disagree. Of course, military action must always be a last resort, but there are times when it's the right thing to do. However, a common denominator over many recent years has been our failure and the failure of our allies to have a credible, sustainable strategy beyond our initial interventions. A strategy which defeats tyranny, but also minimises the loss of innocent lives and restores stability and belief for people in a better future. And I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of such a strategy, I am not prepared to risk this mistake again, which is why tonight I will be voting against the government's motion.
James Gray. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of sympathy for the way in which the honourable gentleman from Bury South advanced his argument, although I disagree with the conclusion to which he arrived, because he has spoken, I think, in the way that many people in the debate this afternoon have, in saying that there can be no certainty that the motion that we're being asked to vote for today will necessarily achieve the result that the government is seeking to achieve. Of course, we can't say that. Of course, there are a great many very difficult questions to be asked, and they need to be answered, and I'm very glad, incidentally, that the House of Commons Defence Committee will shortly be addressing some of those very practical questions about the way in which military force will be used. Will our modest 8 Tornadoes, even with their magnificent brimstone missiles, make much difference? We don't know. Who will carry out the ground operations necessary to achieve the ultimate destruction of Daesh? And the absolutely central question, how are we going to prevent the deaths of innocent civilians? What effect will it all have on security here at home? Will it make it better or worse? And then there are the geopolitical questions we haven't really addressed very much this afternoon. By fighting in Syria against Daesh, will we be on the same side, for example, as President Putin or even Mr. Assad? Is our enemy's enemy our friend? Is the great question. No one has really addressed that question. So anyone who claims to have straightforward, clear answers to these questions is probably fooling himself. I don't believe there are straightforward, clear answers. I don't believe that this motion can be supported simply on dogmatic or on or straightforward grounds. No one can be certain that what we're asking our armed forces to do today will necessarily have the right outcome. Yet, by the very same token, Mr. Speaker, if we don't know, and we cannot say with any certainty that the motion today will have the result we seek, by the very same token, nor can we say that doing nothing will have a better outcome. We cannot say that at all. And who, after all, can really ignore Paris? Can we ignore Tunisia, Sharm el-Sheikh? Can we turn a blind eye to women sold into slavery, crucifixions, the beheadings, gay people thrown off buildings, as we heard so much this afternoon? Are we really too timid to react with force to mass rape, genocide, thousands of people murdered? How will we look at our constituents in the eye if doing nothing means an outrage of some kind or other to come in the UK? And can we really sit back, Mr. Speaker, and let the US and France, let Russia, let Hezbollah do our job for us? Doing nothing is a safe option. There's no question about that at all. Action demands a much tougher argument. The fact is that the Middle East is a cauldron, a viper's nest, a maelstrom, and there can be absolutely no dogmatic certainty as to what is the best thing to do there. Now that, Mr. Speaker, leads me to three conclusions. The first is that our vote today cannot be based on certainty. It cannot be based on dogma. It certainly cannot be based on party allegiance, nor on some kind of claimed superior knowledge over other honourable members. It's truly a conscience vote, a vote based on our instincts. It's a vote based on the balance of probabilities, our feeling for things, what our constituents said to us, and above all, our hopes for peace in the future. Second, Mr. Speaker, I do have a real feeling that today's debate has been somewhat over-egged. We're not going to war with Syria. We're not going to blast Syria to pieces, as some of my constituents have written to me to suggest we are. All we're doing is extending an existing campaign. We're going across an invisible line in the desert sand, a Sykes-Picot line invented by the French at some stage in the past, a line which means absolutely nothing at all. We are committed to destroying Daesh, and we must do that whether it's in Syria or in Iraq. Now, Mr. Speaker, having been reasonably consensual up to this moment, I now jump away from that into an area which I'm confident I'll be the only person in the House, I think, that probably agrees with myself, if you see what I mean. And that is that, given the complexity of the matter, and given its insignificance in a sort of way, is it really right that we are committing all of this argument, all this debate, to the outcome that we're seeking this afternoon? The only war in the history of Great Britain in which we've actually voted was the illegal war, Mr. Blair's illegal war in 2003. And I don't think the vote of the House of Commons is necessarily a very good precedent for that. Is there not an argument that says the generals and the intelligence chiefs and the Prime Minister should be the people who take these difficult decisions, giving us then the opportunity to scrutinise and criticise what they have done? Is there not some argument that by asking us to vote for it, we are in fact removing the right subsequently to disagree with our leaders? Surely there's an argument in favour of setting up some kind of structure, maybe a War Powers Act such as they have in the United States of America, maybe return to the royal prerogative, some kind of structure by which the Prime Minister and the generals take these decisions, and it's our right thereafter to criticise them rather than emasculating ourselves by voting for them.
Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill.
Mr. Speaker. This debate, in essence, boils down to UK RAF jets going into Syria, into a war that is already inexistent, a multi-cornered, a multifaceted war. It probably, as has been mentioned, is not the great squadrons that are imagined in the press or in the minds of the public as a result of what's been put into their minds from the press. It is, as we've heard, 8 jets, and as the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee told me, probably 2 active at any one time on any day in Syria. For context, that we have been, I'm grateful to the member for Brighton Pavilion for this, there have been 57,000 sorties flown in Syria, with 8,000 of those dropping bombs in 17 months. That's 113 sorties a day, with 16 of those sorties dropping bombs. We're going to deflect what we're doing in Iraq. 10% of the sorties flown in Iraq are by the UK. I asked the Prime Minister last week if bombing Syria would mean he'd be bombing ISIL less in Iraq. He's made that choice to bomb ISIL in Iraq. Would he be bombing them less or not? He couldn't answer. I'm afraid that is something the Prime Minister should have been able to do, but wasn't able to do. The Prime Minister then claimed he would have 75,000 free Syrian troops. But I have to tell the House that the Americans tried to raise a force of moderates and mobilise them, but it failed. According to David Waring on CNN from the University of London, who lectures in Middle East politics, the US initiative to stand up a 15,000-strong moderate force to confront ISIS recently collapsed in failure. In fact, they only managed to put a half-dozen troops onto the battlefield, 6 onto the battlefield. I great the honourable gentleman.
The one issue that doesn't seem to feature in his discourse or that of any of the members of his party is what would have happened if there had been no intervention in Iraq at all. Because surely the consequences might well have been that Daesh would have spread very quickly and in fact caused a generalised conflict. And it's ignoring that point, which seems to be remarkably selective on the part of those who are arguing that we shouldn't be taking further steps now. And I'd be very grateful if you cared to address it.
Well, the honourable gentleman might like to know about interventions in Iraq, and the award-winning journalist this year, Martin Chukov, I'm thinking he's an Australian who works at The Guardian, just got the award from the Foreign Press Association after speaking to ISIS commanders, has noted from them that they were incubated in Iraq in the camps of the Americans. That is what intervention has done, and the honourable gentleman knows full well that is the result of intervention. I'm very grateful. Only 2 months ago, we have to notice, well, only 2 months ago, one of the central views of the US and his allies was that Russian involvement in Syria would only fuel more radicalism and extremism. Mehdi Hassan in The Guardian noted the UN's Defence Secretary Ashton Carter warned that the consequences for Russia will itself to become rightfully fearful of terrorism. The point that is almost censored in public debate here in the UK and in this House and the discourse is that involvement in disastrous wars increases, not decreases, threats to us in the West. And I'm also grateful to Mehdi Hassan for reporting the words of the retired US General Mike Flynn around the UN's Defence Intelligence Agency. The more bombs we drop, that just fuels the conflict. That is a very, very hard truth for some to hear, but it is indeed the truth. Indeed, the war on terror started by George W. Bush was straight from the must-do-something school of thought, a school of thought that is all too prevalent, Mr. Speaker, in this House today. It turned a few hundred terrorists in the Hindu Kush into a force of 100,000 almost globally, certainly active in 20 countries. It had classic recruiting tactics of the unjust war in Iraq, based on lies. 12 years ago, the must-do-something rhetoric in the UK at the time talked of appeasement, trying to conjure images of Neville Chamberlain. But all the while, the unseen appeasement then was that of George Bush by the poodle that we had as the UK leader, Tony Blair. As the writer Jürgen Tortelhofer said in a recent article in The Guardian, war is a boomerang that will come back and hit us in the form of terrorism. And we have to be honest about that very real possibility with the people. The Daily Telegraph said as much very recently about the crash of the Russian Metrojet in Egypt. That was, said the Telegraph, as a direct consequence of Russia's involvement in Syria, indicating further that perhaps Putin had incited this attack on the Russians. We have to be very sure what we can see in the eyes of others we've seen in our own eyes. So what have we got in Syria? We have 10 countries bombing, Kurds fighting, the Free Syrian Army fighting, which, as the chairman of the Defence Select Committee told us earlier, is a rag bag of 58 separate factions. We have Assad, we've got Daesh, ISIL. Meanwhile, significantly, Russia bombs our allies, but we are looking like we won't or can't bomb theirs. We then have the Turkey bombing a Russian plane. They're also bombing the Kurds. When they bombed the Russian plane, they were taunted by the Greeks, both in NATO. Throw in America, France, the UK, the regional powers, and we have the powder keg of 1914 that we seem blissfully unaware of. All in all, we have a debate here about two jets that is taking us into a situation we shouldn't be going into. I'm against this, as you can see, in many ways, but I'm also, I would like to say, against this in the way the government are doing it and handling it. They should have had given more time for this. They shouldn't have bumped the House on this yesterday. They know that full well. And the final point is the UK is caught between its time of emperor and Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, giving an urge to the people here that something must be done, even if it's the wrong thing.
Steve Double.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a recently elected member of this House, one of the questions I asked myself before putting myself up for election was, would I be ready to stand up and be counted on a day like today? So I'm pleased to be able to add my voice to this debate today and lay out my position. And I have to say that deciding on how I'd vote in this motion today is one of the serious and indeed solemn occasions in my life, and I've taken longer agonising over how I would vote this evening than just about any other decision I've had to make so far. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear about what we are deciding on today. This is an extension of a conflict that we are already engaged in. It is not a new conflict. Daesh are already our mortal enemy. They hate us and everything that we stand for. And what is at stake here is our national security. But it makes no sense to me whatsoever for us to be willing to attack them from the air in Iraq, but not be prepared to follow them into Syria. They are our enemy, and they remain our enemy wherever they can be found. But we also need to note that extending our aid raids into Syria is only one part of a full package of measures contained in this motion. We all want to see peace in Syria and in that region. And I'm pleased that this motion commits us to not just bombing, but to our continual involvement to find a political resolution in Syria. We want to see an end to the refugee crisis that is seeing thousands upon thousands of Syrian people risking their lives to escape from the terror of Daesh. We want to be able to begin the work of reconstruction in Syria and to see the country and that region rebuilt and return to economic stability. And this motion commits us as a country to play a part in all of these things. But none of these things will be possible while Daesh remains able to continue their campaign of terror in that country. In coming to my decision on how to vote, along with wanting to see a comprehensive package of measures, I also had two main specific concerns that I needed answered. And these were reflected in many of the emails that I've received from constituents in St Austell and Newquay. Firstly, will extending our military involvement in Syria increase or lower the risk to our nation? We have to understand we are already at the top of the list of targets for Daesh. We've already heard of the 7 known planned attacks on our country. And the reason that we have not witnessed the scenes of horror as Paris has on the streets of this country is not because we are not a target. It is down to the incredible and excellent work of our security services, and we should be eternally grateful to them. This threat is not going to go away or even lower by doing nothing. I won't give away, I'll carry on if I can, please, as I'm nearly out of time. My second specific concern was that I needed to answer the question of civilian casualties. None of us want to see civilian casualties as a result of the action we take. But we have to face the fact there are already civilian casualties as a result of Daesh in Syria. Thousands of people are being murdered, are being terrorised and are being enslaved as a result of their activity. Unfortunately, there nearly always are civilian casualties when we engage in war. But I believe that Daesh are already killing more people, more civilians in Syria, than are ever likely to be caught up as a result of our aerial campaign. Not attacking Daesh will result in more and more civilian casualties. I'm comforted to learn that in the 15 months that we have been bombing in Iraq, there are no reported civilian casualties, and that gives me confidence. Summing up, Mr. Speaker, some people are saying this is not our fight. We should keep out of it. We shouldn't get involved. But it is already our fight. Our people have already been killed on the beach in Tunisia. British people were caught up in the attack in Paris. It's not going to end there. This is our fight, and I believe we should be standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies, and I will be voting with the government and for the motion this evening.
Order. A 4-minute limit on backbench speeches will now apply. Joan Ryan.
Mr. Speaker, and like other honourable and right honourable members, I have given a great deal of consideration to this matter, to the views of my constituents, my colleagues and the contributions made in this House today. There is no doubt that this is a very difficult and complex set of issues before us. However, I will be voting to extend our airstrikes to Syria this evening. And I want to outline the fundamental issues which have influenced my decision. The first was, does Daesh pose a clear and present danger to the UK and to our allies? Daesh are an appalling terrorist group. They are responsible for terrible human rights abuses and war crimes. We have witnessed atrocities on the beaches of Tunisia, on the streets of Paris, Ankara and Beirut, and in the skies above Egypt. And we know that 7 Daesh plots against the UK have been disrupted this year alone. I think there is no doubt that they pose a clear and present danger to the UK, at home and abroad, and to our allies. My second question was, is there international support for military action against Daesh in Syria? The UN Security Council resolution states that Daesh pose an unprecedented threat to international peace and security, and it calls on member states to take all necessary measures to deal with Daesh in Syria and Iraq. This resolution is unequivocal, and it asks us to act. And following the atrocity in Paris, the French President has also made an explicit request to the UK to join the airstrikes against Daesh in Syria. Thirdly, I ask myself, what has been the outcome from the UK's involvement against Daesh in Iraq? The RAF has helped to shrink the territory controlled by Daesh by some 30%. They've succeeded in doing great damage to their infrastructure, and they have helped Iraqi forces, security forces and Kurdish Peshmerga troops to liberate towns from Daesh. My fourth question was, is the UK already involved in confronting Daesh in Syria? The UK has reconnaissance drone aircraft operating over Syria, and we are providing equipment to forces opposed to both Daesh and Assad in the country. The primary motion under consideration is not a decision to go to war, but to extend military action against Daesh into Syria. Given that they do not recognise borders, I see no sense in allowing them safe haven from RAF strikes in one country when we are confronting them in another. My fifth question is there a comprehensive plan to end the civil war in Syria? Military action can only be part of a wider process involving further political and diplomatic efforts which enables a Syrian peace process. The International Syria Support Group, which includes major regional players and our allies, has been holding constructive discussions in Vienna on this issue, and I am encouraged by the progress being made. A sustainable peace in Syria will help bring an end to the chaos that has allowed Daesh to thrive. And on this issue, I would ask the Prime Minister to give assurances that the bravery shown by Kurdish Peshmerga forces and the Kurdish community will be recognised and they will be engaged in the Vienna process. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is agreement in this House that Daesh pose a clear and present danger to the UK, and our first duty is to protect our citizens. Therefore, it is not right to expect our allies to fight Daesh in Syria on our behalf. Extending military action against them will not be the cause of plots against the UK. They have already attempted multiple attacks on us over the past year. But I believe striking at Daesh has the potential to erode their capabilities to bring terror to our streets. I will be voting in favour of military action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Sir Edward Lee.
Mr. Speaker, there have been many powerful speeches, and I admire those people who have such a certainty of view about this, which I don't share, and I suspect for that reason that many people may find it difficult to support what I'm going to say, because I'm full of doubts, and I think many people in the country listen to this debate. Many good people are full of doubts. I was talking to a friend, an Arab friend, only yesterday, who lives and works in the region and who loves his country, and he said, really, I think you're not being honest, you in the British Parliament. You've got to go to war if you want to, on the basis that your friends and allies have asked you. Your closest friends and allies, the French and the Americans. If that's what you want to do, you go ahead and do it. But bear this in mind, when you go to war, you almost certainly won't make any difference, and you might make things a lot worse. I'm afraid that is the rather nuanced opinion of many people in the Middle East. And I know that there's a sense of wanting to be in solidarity with one's own friends in this chamber, but I was there in this chamber during that Iraq debate, and I was one of only 15 Conservative MPs who voted against it. I haven't regretted that decision, and I have been there and I have talked to people who've been horribly scarred by war. Tens of thousands of people have lost mothers and sons as a result of our action. So we have to learn from history, Mr. Speaker, and we have to learn the lessons of our involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya, and we have to approach this debate ultimately obviously not from a party point of view or from what is important for our own country, but with a deep sense of humanity and love of peace and care for some of the most vulnerable and traumatized people in the world. And we have made terrible decisions which have made the lives of many people in the Middle East much worse. So it is a nuanced decision, and I accept that our military involvement will make some difference. I'm not going to repeat all the arguments. I'm not competent to comment on brimstone missiles. I'm sure they will help to degrade ISIL. I accept the arguments that have been made that if we are bombing ISIL in Iraq, why not in Syria? But there is a difference in that in Iraq we are supporting a legitimate, if inadequate, government. We are supporting ground forces, whereas the situation in Syria is hopelessly confused. And I'm afraid we can't forget that many of us were asked to bomb Mr. Assad 2 years ago. And I've heard of the phrase, my enemy's enemy is my friend. But my enemy's enemy is my enemy is rather more complex. So, of course.
I don't know if he agrees with me, but I mean, so often we've gone into these places with a minimal knowledge of the realities on the ground. I mean, for example, most of the people that we call Daesh in Syria and Iraq are the ordinary Sunnis, and we've got to give them a more meaningful choice than living under ISIS or living under Shia militias.
I agree with that, and I think that we are rather arrogant in the way that we look at this debate. We want to call ISIL Daesh, but we have to understand that many people in the Muslim world, for whatever reason, actually living in the region, support ISIL. Now, that we find that an extraordinary point of view. If by some miracle our bombing campaign made a difference, if by some miracle we took Raqqa, although as my honourable friend, the Chairman of the Defence Committee, has explained, there are no credible ground forces to do that. If we achieved all that, what would happen? Would ISIL go away? No, because ISIL is an idea. It's not just a criminal conspiracy. There are many people in the Muslim world who support this flawed ideology. And we in the West and in this House are not going to defeat it just by military action. But I will give this question to the government before I sit down. I'm not a pacifist. My duty is not to my friends in France, much as I love them. It's not to the traumatized people of the Middle East. It's the people we represent. If, in his summing up, the Secretary of State can convince us that not that some people are inspired, but there is a direct threat to this country from Raqqa, that there is a command and controlled structure, and they are plotting to kill our people. Honourable friends are nodding. Let's hear it from the Secretary of State. If we are acting in self-defence, then by all means let us go to war. But let us be a just war, defending our people and in a sense of deep humanity and love of peace.
Mr. Tom Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, it's a very difficult decision. None of us here, I don't think, want to be in the position that we're in. None of us here want to actually believe that going into Syria or bombing in Syria is a good decision. But the reality of it is, let us be quite clear, we are not bombing or planning to bomb Syria. My understanding is we are planning to bomb ISIS in Syria. We are planning to take on that regime and that terrorist regime. And my goodness, coming from Northern Ireland, we know what it's like to fight terrorism. We know what it's like to have to undergo that scrupulous nature of people trying to assess every movement that you take. And look, I have great sympathy for the Prime Minister and the government taking this decision. I have great sympathy for all of those around us who have to take this decision, whatever chamber they go through tonight or whatever voting lobby they go through, because it is not an easy decision. But can I also say, what are the alternatives? Yes, I would love to be able to negotiate with the Syrian government, with those people in the Middle East who are genuinely interested in a peaceful outcome. But is that realistic on its own? And we have heard the case made here today that this is not going to be the silver or golden bullet. This is not going to be the resolution for everything that will happen. But what I am sincerely hoping it is, that it will be part of a process that can bring a positive resolution and positive outcome. Mr. Speaker, I would love to be here today saying that we are going to be at peace in the Middle East for the next foreseeable future. But that is not the reality, and that is not the case. I just hope that we have that strategy. And I talked to the Prime Minister and some of his officials just last week, and one of the challenges that I put was, have we a short-term and long-term strategy that will actually resolve this, not just with bombings and not just with a military action, that there are overarching strategies to resolve this in principle. I have heard it since then. I've heard it on that evening when I met the Prime Minister and his officials. I've heard it in a statement that there are strategies. Now, none of us can guarantee those will positively work, but I am sincerely hoping that they do and they will work. But I want to assure this House that I don't take this decision lightly. I will be voting for the action as proposed by the Prime Minister here today. I do not take it lightly, but I do want sincerely a genuine outcome to this. I want to reassure all the people of the Western world, all of those people in the Middle East, that we are standing for a peaceful society, that we are standing actually with those shoulder to shoulder, and hopefully that we can get a genuine resolution that will help not only the people in this chamber here today, but our wider society. And I say to the people in this House here today, there is one overarching strategy that we must look at, and that is the protection for the citizens of the United Kingdom and the protection of the citizens of the Western world. And that is, Mr. Speaker, what I am hoping we are doing here today. Thank you.
Gerald Howarth.
Speaker, no one who's taken part in this debate today has approached it lightly, and I think that we would all agree that anyone who were to suffer recriminations as a result of whatever decision they've come to should have the sympathy of the House. There can be no recriminations. We must be free to express our views as we think fit. We are accountable for what we say and what we do to our constituents. Notwithstanding the enormous media hype that there has been about this debate today, it is not a decision to go to war. As my right honourable friend for North Somerset said, this is essentially an extension of existing operations which we have been carrying out in Iraq since the House voted last year by 524 to 43 that the government should take that action. And I do think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, to make the point that our intervention in Iraq has been absolutely critical. Without that intervention, there is no doubt that ISIL, Daesh, would have taken control of the whole country. They were within a few miles of Baghdad, and had they taken control of Iraq, the consequences for the entire region, let alone us, would have been catastrophic. They would have been in charge of the entire oil output of Iraq, and they would have caused absolute mayhem. And since we joined with the coalition partners in Iraq, the result has been that at least 30% of that land taken by Daesh has been recovered. So it has been a contribution well worthwhile. And it, as so many have said, it clearly makes no sense for Tornado aircraft and the Royal Air Force to have to turn back at the border. Many people have made the point, the Prime Minister most effectively, if I may say, about the unique capability which the United Kingdom has and which France and the United States have asked us to contribute to this operation. I say the right honourable member for Gordon, who's not in his place, and also to my honourable friend for Gainsborough, with whom I normally am in agreement, but not on this occasion. The Brimstone missile is a unique capability which only the United Kingdom is able to deploy. There is one other country which has it, but the United Kingdom is the only one currently able to deploy it. And that is a missile which has proven to have precision strike, which reduces the likelihood of civilian casualties to a minimum. Of course, there will never be complete absence of civilian casualties, but Daesh are attacking people every day of the week. And it's important also to note that the United Kingdom has some of the most stringent rules of engagement. I know that from personal experience. I was a defence minister involved in the Libyan operation. And painstaking extent to which the military and the politicians go to ensure that the target is a legitimate target, that that target is an important military target, that there is an absence of civilians around the target, is extraordinary. The House should be under no illusions that there's any kind of cavalier approach to this, and I would like to make that point to the wider public as well. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a complex issue, but there are some simple truths in my view. First, Daesh's medieval barbarity is a threat to the region and to us. Secondly, the United Nations Security Council has called unanimously on all states to take all necessary measures. Thirdly, we have that unique additional capability which I have just referred to. And fourthly, we are working flat out on the diplomatic front through the International Syria Support Group. And there is more that could be done, as my right honourable friend for Horn Price and Howden said. But, Mr. Speaker, Daesh will carry on killing, beheading and raping till we stop them doing that to innocent people. And I think it would be immoral for us to stand aside.
For my voice, and yes, it is hurting, but I wanted to speak today, and I wanted to say 12 years ago I sat just over there listening to a very eloquent speech from our Prime Minister, very emotional speech, a lot of pressure on us on the backbenches in that debate, I think even more pressure than there's been today. And I've listened today to a speech from the Prime Minister, also very eloquent, and just like last time, I just felt an instinct that what we were doing in Iraq was wrong. And I have to say that today I feel that very same instinct. Now, I'm certainly not a pacifist. I was one of the few people, along with Paddy Ashdown, who called for the bombing in Bosnia long before it was government policy. And I'm certainly not a supporter of terrorism coming from Northern Ireland. And I was disappointed, and I hope the Prime Minister will apologise to me personally, privately, to accuse people like me tonight who might be going in to vote against this motion that we are in any way support of terrorism. I take it very personally. We've heard from lots of people quoting generals, quoting all sorts of important people. I'd just like to mention one of my constituents who was a soldier for nearly 20 years in the regular army, and he wrote to me and told me that he said he viewed with dismay the current clamour to re-engage in this war. He said, when we went to Iraq, I was assured that we had a superb plan that could not fail. Then we went to Afghanistan, and I was told this is nothing like Iraq. And when the RAF were sent to bomb Libya, they were told this is nothing like Afghanistan. They always get it wrong. And I'm not against bombing to remove Daesh if I really believed that it would work. But there are so many questions at this stage which need to be answered convincingly. Otherwise, I believe the action is futile. Do we know who our enemy really is? Is it just Daesh, or is it all or many of the multiple jihadi groups? Do we know who our allies are? Is it Russia? Is it Assad, perhaps now? Anyone against Daesh? Do they share our objectives and all of our other allies? I think we do not know that, and can it, as it is at least a five-sided war. Can we trust our allies? This is the trouble with alliances of convenience. What happens when our allies' interests conflict with ours, as they will? Do we bomb our allies? Will they bomb ours? Are Daesh sufficiently concentrated that we can bomb them without unacceptable loss of civilian life? Is Daesh under a centralised command structure that can be destroyed through bombing? When Daesh is removed from an area, who will come in, and we've heard this from so many people, to rebuild, repopulate and keep the peace? No. Will removing Daesh from Syria by bombing reduce worldwide, and in particular, jihadism here in the UK? Will it increase it as Muslims react to the deaths? Why do we always have to be the policeman going in first? And I haven't yet heard a convincing answer genuinely to any of these questions. And if they are unanswered and we go ahead and bomb civilians, then we are being as unthinking and reactionary as some of those people we are fighting. Daesh is an organisation that has no civilised values. We are fighting a cult that has no moral values whatsoever. Bombing will not change that. We have to look at other, cleverer ways, and we have to spend some of that money that we're going to spend on this bombing on guarding our borders and making sure that the work against jihadism and fundamentalism in this country is tackled in a way. There is no moral case, I believe, and I will be supporting the amendment tonight.
Mr. Nigel Huddleston.
Mr. Speaker. I do not wish to try the patience of you, Mr. Speaker, or the House by merely repeating comments and arguments made by honourable members earlier today. I would just say, if anybody wants to know my opinions, all they need to do is review Hansard for the comments made by the member for North Somerset earlier today. I agree with them completely. At heart, my main reason for supporting this motion today is very simple. We have friends and allies, and I have great respect for the friends and allies. And when our friends ask us for help, we need to deliver. The French and the Americans are asking for our help, and they're asking for our help because we have special capabilities that they do not currently have in their arsenal. A constituent emailed me earlier today and said, what would happen if we needed assistance in the future but do not help our allies on this occasion? I could not agree more. I will simply say, therefore, that it is part of what makes Britain great, that when our friends ask for help, we deliver.
Indeed. Mr. Richard Burden.
Speaker, this debate is not about certainties. I think we all know in our heart of hearts that it's not about certainties. It's about judgment. It's about finally balanced judgments, but ones on which the lives of people depend, both here and in Syria. What we do know is that defeating Daesh requires a strategic action across a number of fronts. It does mean taking them on ideologically, it means tackling the causes of their rise, it means thwarting the grubby financial trade paths that keep them in business. And I, for one, accept that military action has to be part of the strategy too. Now, last year, when Yazidis, Christians, Muslims and others were encircled down Mount Sinjar, I believe it was the right decision for the UK to join coalition airstrikes to push Daesh back and to stop further massacres taking place, and to provide air cover for the Kurdish and Iraqi government forces that could take territory back from Daesh and to hold it. And I do not accept that if it is morally defensible to use airstrikes against an enemy like Daesh 200 miles in one direction, it becomes morally indefensible to do so 200 miles in another direction, because there's a border in the middle which Daesh do not recognise. And if there's any doubt about legality, I think that's been answered by UN Resolution 2249. And we are helping in Syria with refuelling, intelligence and so on. Where I have concerns, and what will influence my vote tonight though, is this, under the circumstances we now face, whether RAF participation in airstrikes on the densely populated town of Raqqa makes sense. Because I have seen no evidence to suggest that there are ground forces there that are capable or which intend to be able to take back that town. And I'm afraid that there's no time. We do need to let others get in. So that's not what these airstrikes are about. We've been told what they're about is about degrading Daesh capabilities, communications and so on. An important objective, certainly. But we've also been told that that does not mean a generalised bombing campaign and the use by the RAF of sophisticated weapons to minimise civilian casualties. So I've asked the Prime Minister to give more information about the rules of engagement involved. I've yet to receive a reply. But I am prepared to believe that the RAF will target its strikes very closely on military targets. The point is that it is not simply RAF planes that will be hitting Raqqa. It is already being bombed, and as far as I can tell, with a lot less selectivity than it was being suggested that the RAF would use. A reporter in Raqqa recently, I read an article from him that said there's been a massive escalation since November the 14th, civilian casualties dramatically on the rise and proportionally Daesh casualties going down. Like it or not, we will be seen as part of that general coalition activity, and we have to ask ourselves whether that will increase down the line indigenous forces joining us or decrease it. Will it build support for Daesh or will it reduce it? And I think the risk is very, very real that we will be handing Daesh on a plate a propaganda victory, and we will allow impressionable people to be won towards their murderous brand of jihadism. So in the absence of evidence that these airstrikes will achieve their military objective, in the absence of further evidence about what that objective is, I have concluded that I should not vote today for direct UK participation in those strikes from Raqqa in this House.
Dr. Daniel Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the member for Birmingham Northfield, who made some thoughtful remarks. I have come to a different conclusion about the direction which I'm going to vote this evening to the honourable member. But it's worth reflecting, Mr. Speaker, that no MP, no government takes decisions about committing UK forces into combat lightly. The debate that we have this evening has highlighted that there are no easy answers, no easy solutions to what are very complex questions raised by the conflict in Syria and the fight with Daesh. But in broad terms, there are three issues that we're considering this evening in debate. First of all, the issue of combating extremism at home and the impact that airstrikes may have upon that. Secondly, is it right to engage in airstrikes against Daesh, given concerns over our ability to engage in ground combat in an effective and coordinated manner, or support those troops that are in Syria? I believe yes, and I'll come back to that later. And thirdly, the issue about protecting civilians and refugees. So briefly on all of those points. First of all, dealing with the issue of extremism at home. ISIS I think we can all agree, present a clear and present danger to the UK and our national security as things stand today before the vote tonight. So to those who say that we will become a focus for attack if we voted for airstrikes, it's clear that we are already a target for attack. We heard earlier that there have been 7 plots in UK linked to ISIS in Syria that have already been foiled by the UK police and security services. And there is already a fundamental threat to our national security, self-evident in that information that was passed and put forward today by the Prime Minister. So the question of whether ISIS presents a threat to our national security at home is clearly yes, and in my view, if we have a threat to our national security, it's in the interest of my constituents and those of all honourable members to deal with that threat and to strike at ISIS at its heart in Syria to protect British citizens in the process. Secondly, the issue about committing to airstrikes when we have when there are concerns about the capability on the ground or in terms of ground troops that we can support. Now, we have heard there is a patchwork of ground troops that are involved and working to fight ISIS on the ground. And clearly there is, at the same time as this process, at the same time that there is military action against ISIS from a number of our UN allies and a number of other countries, that there is also a concurrent process, the Vienna process, to build a broader diplomatic alliance. And this is, of course, a work in process, both diplomatically and also in terms of identifying, supporting ground troops on the ground. So the fact that we do not have at the moment a perfect solution on the ground, we do not have in place absolutely the right capability to tackle ISIS and support that fight against ISIS in a ground war by Syrian forces of various different types, isn't, in my view, a barrier to supporting airstrikes tonight, because actually this is an evolving process, and we know that the threat that ISIS poses, not least, not just to the UK, but also to citizens. And the final point I make, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of refugees and civilians, because the biggest threat and the biggest cause to civilian life in Syria is Daesh and is ISIS. They are the big threat to civilians, and they're the greatest cause of refugees, because it's because of the actions of Daesh that we have a refugee-side crisis in Syria. So on those 3 points, Mr. Speaker, I'll be supporting the government this evening, and I urge honourable colleagues to do this.
To follow the honourable member, I think has spoken well, and I too share a lot of the argument of my honourable friend, member for Birmingham Northfield, but I come to a different conclusion as well. I have long argued, in fact, since the government brought the motion 14 months ago to begin airstrikes against Daesh in Iraq, I argued that it was illogical to stop at the Syrian border, that it unnecessarily pinned in pinned back our forces when
we were satisfied, even then, before the recent UN Security Council resolution, of the legality of that conflict, and we were prepared to provide extensive logistical support to it. I share the concerns expressed so well today by many of my colleagues over the ability of being able to bring together ground forces and in what number, of the viability of the Vienna peace process, of the need to stop there being a vacuum created again into which more extremists can flow, and of the need to recognise that this is not simply a struggle of a year or a couple of years. To defeat this evil ideology may take generations, and it may take far, far more than military ventures. It requires, I think, a whole rethinking in the way that we have engaged on the international stage, not just us, but all of our allies, to do much better than we have done. But setting these concerns as hurdles to overcome before we allow existing forces in the region to refocus, not to go to war, as is so often evocatively mentioned in the media and in this House today, not to go to war, but to refocus an existing capability, just seems to me to fly in the face of military logic and indeed of common sense. And I'm concerned that my honourable friend feels he hasn't been given the information that he wants about the level of precision and the rules of engagement that our RAF forces will bring to this campaign, because I feel that I have, and my sense is that they are far more precise, and that our rules of engagement are far tighter, and therefore we can bring a great deal of effectiveness above and beyond what is already there. And it makes sense to do that rather than keep them in an area which is away from the headquarters, particularly given the fact, as we've been given clear information, that that command centre is even now planning missions that would strike at the UK and other countries. Now, the final thing I will say, Mr. Speaker, is I have been really proud today to sit on these benches next to my right honourable friend, the member for Derby South, my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston upon Hull and Hessel, who I think have made superb speeches. And while there are deeply held views on either side, I will do everything I can to stop my party becoming essentially the cheerleader, the vanguard for a sort of angry, intolerant pacifism, which sets a myriad of conditions, of preconditions, which they know will never be met, and will ultimately say no to any military intervention. I think that some of the people on the front bench now, and the people who are heckling behind me, need to think very carefully about the way in which they have conducted themselves over recent weeks. And we need to do better than this to be a credible official opposition.
Sir Andrew Tyree.
Intervention will only succeed if it's part of a coherent military and a coherent political strategy. Both are needed. I've yet to hear them from the statements of ministers, although I very much want to hear them. First, the military strategy. Degrading ISIL's capacity from the air will achieve little unless it's followed by effective use of ground forces. But President Obama has ruled out committing ground troops, so has the Prime Minister, so the question of where those troops are going to come from is paramount. The Prime Minister appears to be insisting that Assad, who still has significant forces in theatre, has no part in the future of Syria. In that case, the ground war rests largely with the Kurds, who are less well organised than they are in Iraq, and these reported 70,000 non-extremist fighters. But the reality of those seems to have faded somewhat in recent days. Second, and even more important, there's the political strategy. Before military action can be justified, we need to have arrived at the point where the main intervening powers are at least agreed about the broad outlines of a settlement. But that's not evident either. In fact, the military action which has recently been taking place in Syria vividly illustrates the absence of a strategy. We have a handful of outside powers attacking or assisting a patchwork of different opponents, some of whom are fighting each other. The political objectives of the Western powers and current military action to further them and those of the Russians are contradictory. The Russians have attacked the groups that the West sees as the potential salvation of Syria. The US and France want to remove the regime that the Russians have been seeking to entrench. For military action to have a good prospect of succeeding, we will need agreement among the major powers about the use and objectives of air power. We will need agreement about whom we are and whom we're not targeting, and we'll need agreement about how the boots on the ground will get there and whose boots they will be.
Honourable friend, give way on that.
I will.
He refers to the objectives of air power. Now, for those of us who've been watching the debate so far, there is a feeling that for those arguing against action, they have failed to answer the question of whether they support the action in Iraq, where we have seen air power deployed very effectively, in my view, since last September in restricting the progress of ISIL and defending Baghdad against the terrorists.
I agree with that. There is a fundamental difference between Iraq and Syria. Iraq is a democracy, at least of sorts. They've invited us in. They are sharing with us the enduring responsibility for what goes on there. In Syria, we will be picking up the enduring responsibility for a failed state if we engage. A political plan is absolutely essential. This requires at least a measure of agreement on a policy for regional stability, and that can only be achieved in collaboration with the Russians and probably the Iranians. There are some grounds for cautious optimism on this. I have very little time to talk about it, but in a nutshell, I don't think there's enough. In the absence of both a military and a political strategy, the West may succeed only in suppressing ISIL temporarily. In time, an equally virulent Islamist-inspired anti-Western militancy may well return. The ruling out of Western ground forces is very significant. It tells us that after Iraq and Afghanistan, the West appears to lack the will and probably perhaps the military strength to commit the resources that may be needed to construct a new order from the shaken kaleidoscope of Syria. As in Libya, it would be relatively easy to remove a brutal dictator and to suppress ISIL perhaps also from the air. But it would be extremely difficult to construct a regime more favourable to our long-term interests. On that, we don't need to look into the crystal ball, we can read the book. The result of over a decade of intervention in the Middle East has not been the creation of a regional order more attuned to Western values and interests. It has been the destruction of an existing order of dictatorships which, however odious, were at least effective in suppressing the sectarian conflicts and the resulting terrorism that have taken root in the Middle East. Regime change in Iraq brought anarchy and terrible suffering. It has also made us less safe. Above all, it's created the conditions for the growth of militant extremism. We should not be under any illusion. Today's vote is not a small step. Once we have deployed military force in Syria, we will be militarily, politically and morally deeply engaged in that country, and for many years to come. That is why the government's description of the extension of bombing to Syria as merely an extension of what we were already doing in Iraq is misplaced. And we simply haven't heard enough from the government about exactly what that reconstruction will mean. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the timing of this vote has everything to do with the opportunity to secure a majority provided by the shocking attack in Paris. Everybody feels a bond with the French. But an emotional reflex is not enough. Military action may be effective at some point, but military action without a political strategy is folly. We have yet to hear that strategy, and so I cannot support the government's motion
Paul
tonight.
Flynn. Fighting and losing the wrong war. Yeah. This is a war of hearts and minds which can never be won with bombs and bullets. The situation is truly terrifying. And we underestimate it if we imagine it confined to a couple of countries. People who've been brought up here, gone to our schools, absorbed our culture and values, find themselves seduced by the message of Daesh. Two went from Cardiff, now dead, gave their lives to this mad, murderous cult. Why? and we must examine that. And the reason is that the narrative of Daesh is very clever. It's very well conceived to appeal to adolescents. It offers danger, it offers adventure in foreign parts, and it offers martyrdom. And it also deepens the sense of victimhood that's there by churning up all the stories from the Middle Ages about the wicked Christian crusaders, how they slaughtered without mercy the Muslims. And it's that dialogue of hate that we must challenge, and we must have a different narrative. And there's a good narrative for us to take, because we've had great success in the last 200 years in places like Cardiff and Newport of building up mixed communities of races and religions. But we mustn't imagine that anything will be over in Syria or Iraq. This is spread throughout the world, throughout Asia and throughout South America. There's hardly a country in the world where Daesh doesn't want to spread its hatred. They have a worldwide plan to divide the world into Muslim communities and Christian communities that are at war. There's great suffering in many of our communities, with the Christian communities in other countries that are being persecuted now. We're falling into the trap. They designed Sharm el-Sheikh, Tunisia and Paris to pull us onto the punch, to say this is the way to get a world war going. This is the way to incite the West to send in military people and have a world war there. This is precisely what they want. They've said so. They want a world war, and we mustn't fall into the trap. I believe that what we've heard today from throughout this House are very good, sincere speeches. Well, I believe that the combination of two dangerous views, something must be done and give war a chance, leads us to the position that we're in now. And those of us that were in the House when we went to war in Iraq, and we were told by the same people who are telling us now there are 770,000 friendly troops there, they told us then there were definitely weapons of mass destruction there. There weren't. In 2006, we were told that we could go into Helmand with no chance of a shot being fired. We lost 454 of our soldiers there. Little has been achieved because of decisions taken in this House in the last 20 years. We've lost the lives of 633 of our soldiers. I believe if we go in now, nothing much will happen. There'll be no improvement. We'll change, rearrange the rubble perhaps on this, but we will strengthen the antagonism. We will deepen the sense of victimhood by Muslims worldwide. They will have another excuse. We mustn't fall into that trap. I believe we need to have a counter-dialogue, get it on to the media, get it on to the World Wide Web, to say that there is a great story to be told of harmony in our country, and that's one that we must put forward as a genuine alternative.
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Newport West, and my honourable friend, the member for Chichester. I shall have to endeavour to explain to them why I think they are both mistaken in their conclusions. All of us in this House have acknowledged, and indeed it's a legitimate subject of debate, that the condition of the Middle East is frankly pretty close to being catastrophic. There are powerful forces at work pulling civil society apart. There is sectarian conflict. There are grievances of a whole variety of kinds that have been exploited by various dictators throughout the ages and which are being repeated regularly. And all the signs are that in many places the structure is extremely fragile, and we are very fortunate that in one or two areas it is subsisting. We can all agree on that, and I also agree that in fact it is not amenable to any easy solution, or we would have found that solution a long time ago. But none of that explains to me logically why some honourable members in this House consider that our action in extending our military operations against Daesh into Syria is wrong. If indeed it is wrong, then our intervention in Iraq in the first place was wrong 12 months ago, whereas I have to say all the analysis I've seen suggests to me it is the one thing that has prevented the situation wholly spinning out of control. We have a remarkable tendency in this House, I think, perhaps it's a good thing in a democracy, to look at our shortcomings and not look at actually the benefits of what we may have achieved. It seems to me that if we had not intervened, the serious risk is that generalised war would have broken out in the Middle East, with Iranian intervention in Iraq to prop up the Iraqi regime, and moreover, ultimately intervention by Saudi Arabia as well. So we ought to look on the bright side of what has been achieved and then consider whether the limited steps that are being proposed are in fact reasonable. It seems to me that they are. They are not a solution to the problem, and to that extent the challenge that remains to my honourable friends through the Vienna process is a very real one. But it doesn't seem to me that they are going to make matters worse. What they do show is a comity of interest with our allies, to whom we are committed, to try to do something to address this problem and to keep it under control until better solutions can be found. And that seems to me to be a legitimate and proportionate response to the problem that we face. Suggested that in some way this will all run away with itself. Well, not if this House is vigilant. The legal basis for intervention is very limited. Every action that is taken hereafter will have to be necessary and proportionate to achieve a legitimate aim, and that aim is severely circumscribed. I have every confidence that my right honourable friends, the law officers, will be able to deal with that, and every confidence in my colleagues in government that they will observe the limits. Suggested that we won't be able to engage in diplomacy. I was staggered, I have to say, to hear from my honourable friend, the member for Billericay, that we ought to emulate the Chinese in this matter rather than the French. I find that an extraordinary notion, because I have to say, no, I haven't got time. I have to say straight. All right, give way to the honourable gentleman.
I mean, as a member of that same committee, the member for Basildon and Billericay was quite rightly making the point that the UK can maintain its influence without military action that will have a marginal effect.
And if I may say to the honourable gentleman, the question that should be asked is a different one. Does our involvement diminish our ability to exercise diplomatic influence? Correct. Because what he fails to take into account is that by withdrawing, as he would clearly advocate, from the military process entirely, we also diminish our ability to influence the allies who share our values in this matter. And that's why I found the suggestion that we should emulate China so astonishing. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, there is the issue, which I think is of great importance and touched on by the honourable member for Newport West, about Islamophobia and the structures of our own society. And here he has my very considerable sympathy. I think he probably knows my interest in this matter over many years. And I have absolutely no doubt that Islamophobia is on the rise in this country, and that indeed our civil society threatens to be undermined by the backwash that comes out of the Middle East. It is a very real challenge, and one which everybody in this House ought to be addressing. And my criticisms, I think, are well known of the Prevent strategy in that regard. But I have to say, I don't believe that what we are doing in Syria undermines that one jot. On the contrary, a sense of powerlessness in the face of the murderous cruelty of Daesh is, I would have thought, one of the most likely causes of fueling Islamophobia in this country. A rational policy enacted and proceeded with by government, with, I hope, the support of many members of this House, seems to me to be a better way forward.
Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since our election in May, all new MPs have faced a range of new experiences and challenges. Today's vote will, of course, mark one of the most significant decisions we've taken in our careers to date, and we do not wear it lightly. I respect the sincerity with which the Prime Minister made his case today, although expressed disappointment at the words he chose to use last night to describe those who, with equal sincerity, disagree with his view. Those of us who find ourselves in support of the amendment to the Government's motion have also thought long and hard about our decision and the enormous consequences it will have for so many. We've each listened to our constituents and the organisations the length and breadth of the country who have contacted us to share their views. We've also considered and acknowledged the outstanding service of the brave women and men of our armed forces who put their lives on the line to protect us every single day. But, Mr. Speaker, we've also thought as well about our own security of the people of Syria. While much of today's discussion has been on the government's motion and the efficacy or otherwise of military action, there is another important perspective on this catastrophic situation, that of the people of Syria and those in the Middle East who have been so deeply and tragically affected by this conflict, and whether adding to the multiple countries already bombing Syria will help them or indeed our security at all. Have to take the intervention.
Thank you, honourable friend, for giving way. Would she agree with me that in all of these discussions and considerations we must think about the human cost on the ground, and in particular those vulnerable groups, for example the LGBTI community, who we've not talked about, who are already being persecuted, other than the member who made a brief mention, that they are already being persecuted, and further bombing will only make that situation worse.
I thank the honourable friend for her intervention and would implore other members of this House to give the respect to us that we've given to them as we've listened to their interventions too. Your intervention has been heard and I agree with it in its entirety. More than half the Syrian population are now living in poverty and civilian casualties are on the increase. Recent Russian airstrikes have killed 485 civilians, including 117 children and 47 women. The facts relating to this vicious conflict are alarming, and it's difficult to imagine the human stories which lie behind them. That's why I visited Nizip refugee camp near Gaziantep to see for myself the scale of the humanitarian disaster there and to hear firsthand the accounts of refugees who have fled Syria. Mr. Speaker, I listened as the people told me how their families have been uprooted by violence, who want nothing more than to return home. I heard that their towns and villages had been reduced to rubble by airstrikes ordered by President Assad. I spoke to Nafal Hassan from Idlib. Her house was flattened by Assad forces in an attack which killed her mother, father, brother and husband. I met with Basil from Damascus. He spent 2 years in prison being tortured by Assad's security services. He's now unable to walk, confined to a wheelchair. Mohammed was a pilot in the Syrian Air Force and fled the country with his family when he was asked to take part in bombing raids on civilian targets within his own country. Salwa, who is a writer, said to me, "We are not numbers, we're not animals. We want to be human beings, not numbers on a page. And I'm not a woman after this conflict. I have no dreams. I just want to go home, but Daesh are occupying my home now." What these individuals and families were united in was their desire to return home one day to rebuild their lives. They are human beings with a story, and that story should be heard. A story which confirms to us all the complex nature of what's happening in the region and the number of protagonists already involved, crucially with different agendas and different targets. Many issues require to be addressed for Syria to be returned to peace, but the proposals today before us do not do this. We need a plan to defeat the terrorist cult Daesh and to replace Assad. We also need to have a plan to help rebuild Syria and a better future for the people I've mentioned and so many more. Mr. Speaker, to join the already ongoing bombing campaign in the skies over Syria will only compound human suffering. Military intervention without credible peace-building plans will only make the situation worse, just as it did in Libya, Iraq and Afghanistan. A comprehensive strategy against Daesh is required. The UK could take the lead in a more coordinated effort to help identify and squeeze Daesh's finances and disrupt illegal trade. Lead a diplomatic initiative using its non-combative position to secure a long-term peace plan. This is not in today's motion, Mr. Speaker, and while I'll be supporting the amendment and voting against the government motion.
Mr. Adam Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I was 18, I've spent a large portion of my life as a soldier and as a television reporter and as an MP in some of the more unhappy places in the world. And the thing that's really struck me is the blindingly obvious, that war and conflict are the result of broken politics. Over the last 15 years or so, our country has made some disastrous decisions which have left tens of millions of people in the Middle East and North Africa in a very difficult position. As one Middle Eastern ambassador put it recently to me last week on the Foreign Affairs Committee trip to Iraq and Turkey, you have to diagnose a sickness properly in order to treat its root causes. Palliative therapy is not a cure. So what have we got in Syria and Iraq? We've got we think of ISIS as being kind of jihadi John, you know, with the terrified offering an orange in front of him. But the reality of ISIS is it's mostly the Sunni populations of those areas. So our challenge, if we ever want to actually have a cure to this problem, is to separate those disenfranchised Sunnis from what you might call core ISIS. We've got to give the Sunnis of the Middle East a different choice. At the moment, their choice is ISIS and security from Shia militias, or Shia militias. So airstrikes play their part, of course they do. But to me, they're very much lower down on the to-do list. We've got to have a proper political and security strategy so that we can separate those mass populations from ISIS. I mean, they are ultimately our ground troops against ISIS, and until we realise that, we're stuffed. A very senior coalition commander in Iraq said the following to us last week: "We have a military campaign, but we don't have a political one." Russia, Iran, Saudi, Turkey, the US, they're all doing their own thing. Think about it. I don't have time to go through it now. So I believe that actually the politicians in this room this afternoon, we've given expert opinions on military things, but the politicians have been a bit short on talking about the politics. Well, it's politics politics mainly that will fix this. And I think that the biggest thing the United Kingdom can do right now is to use the influence that we think we don't have to actually talk to people very seriously that there is a proper long-term strategy that results in a cure. Bombing can only ever be palliative. I'm done.
Yes, well, we're extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman. Most helpful indeed. Mr. Hal Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the amendments and will be voting that way tonight, as will my colleagues in Plaid Cymru. Much earlier this afternoon, the honourable member for the Wrekin, no longer in this place, referred to the parties on this bench, or these benches, with a magisterial wave and referred to us as the pacifist parties. Plaid Cymru is not a pacifist party, as was confirmed only yesterday again by our leader in the National Assembly. We opposed military action in Iraq. We supported it in Libya, though now I have my doubts. I have many concerns about the government's proposals. I will not list them all. I will say that the Prime Minister has said that there are 70,000 moderate Syrian fighters who would supply the boots on the ground, that he, quite rightly in my view, will not commit himself. That assertion is absent from the motion today. My impression is that the supporters of bombing have become increasingly coy on this particular matter, and no surprise there. We are presented this afternoon, have been presented many times with a false choice, a false dichotomy. We have heard we must bomb or do nothing, bomb or do nothing. Well, we can bomb or we can do something, things which are, in my view, reasonable, proportionate and effective. For example, further support for the Peshmerga, the force which has proved itself against the odds to be so effective against Daesh, with very, very few resources. Pressure could be put on Turkey to desist from attacking the Kurds so that they can both concentrate on defeating Daesh. What can we do to secure a future for the Kurds in southern and western Kurdistan, and also secure a settlement for the Kurds in eastern Anatolia, a point which I think no one has made this afternoon, which I think is another small but essential part of the jigsaw. Daesh do not act alone, and it is abundantly clear that they are killers, not talkers, but they have international sponsors providing them with money and material. So what further pressure can we put on Gulf states, on their citizens, on Turkey, to stop the supply of resources that Daesh needs to wage their evil war? Syria, Mr. Speaker, is not some distant land of which we know little. Daesh and their supporters are eager to wage war on the streets of Western Europe. But those supporters who perpetrated their foul work in Paris were homegrown, as were those who bombed London. Terrorists are being trained in Syria, but they are radicalised through the specious arguments of those who see oppression everywhere and who misuse distortions of Islam to inspire mayhem and murder. And they do this here, and they do it on the internet. We could take steps in that respect. Now, there is also the Vienna process, which I will not refer to further because of pressure of time. It has been said this afternoon, well, will bombing make us safer? And some honourable members have said that we are proposing keeping our heads down. Now, in terms of further bombings in the West, I think that if we do bomb Syria, we will be sowing a further 1,000 dragons' teeth. Not bombing is a serious security consideration. It's not just keeping our heads down, it is a serious security consideration. Mr. Speaker, I was in this House when Tony Blair, at his persuasive best, convinced the majority that Britain was in imminent danger of attack and that we should wage war in Iraq. As has already been said, 2003 is not 2015. But, Mr. Speaker, we are still waiting for the Chilcot report. I'm not starry-eyed about the prospects for that report, but I do believe that its earlier publication would have been valuable in informing this debate. That delay is deeply regrettable.
Mr. Richard Benyon.
Thank you. There is a strong pacifist tradition in this country that often requires courage to hold to, and we've seen this in conflicts down the years. I have respect for those who could never support military action in any circumstances, wrong though I believe them sometimes to be. The rest of us have to reach a settled view about whether this proposal before us tonight is right or wrong. And my view is that on balance it's right. I come, like many honourable members in this House, from what you might call the post-Iraq generation. And my default position is to apply a healthy dose of scepticism to any request for military intervention. And we can all think of a great many reasons, and they've been listed on all sides tonight, a great many reasons why not going ahead with an extension of this air campaign is the right thing to do, and I entirely concede it's not without its risks. But we have to understand the true impact of saying that we will sit this out. And if we say that, and accept that air attacks have limited Daesh's ability to operate in mass formations, to conduct clear command and control operations, and all the rest of it, then we are, in the words of the Prime Minister, subcontracting out our security to our friends. I believe that over the last few days we have seen many of the reasons not to proceed fall away. A unanimous UN resolution, a political and diplomatic process involving key parties underway, and a greater understanding of what an air campaign is and is not. And some honourable members... Yes, sir.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I agree with him wholeheartedly that we do need to take action, however difficult it is, because ISIL just will want to destroy everything we believe in their murderous acts. So we do need to act, and act now.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I entirely agree with him. One of the main arguments being put by a number of colleagues, even the chairman of the Select Committee on which I sit a few days ago, was that air campaigns are only to be used successfully with little green men in battalions moving along the ground underneath the top cover provided by the RAF. And in a perfect world, that is how we use air cover. But we do not live in a perfect world. I asked one of my constituents, someone who knows a bit about this, General Sir Mike Jackson, whether he could remember any conflict where air power alone made a difference. And he thought and said one word, Kosovo, and then started to recite other circumstances in which an air campaign can diminish an enemy. And the point was very ably made by the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Derby South. Now we have moved on to question the existence of these so-called 70,000 combatants. And we can all dance on a head of a pin. We can all say that this is the reason why we can't support this tonight, because they may not be all the kind of people we like. They may not be the kind of people to whom we would find an effective force on the ground immediately. But they're there, and they have not signed up to Assad, and they have not signed up to the evil death cult that we are targeting, and we've got to use them. And after the failures of the Iraq War, we have at least got an independent and analytical organisation like the Joint Intelligence Committee that provide the details of this, so they are not being provided by politicians or their advisers. Now, we can quibble about who these people are, but broadly speaking, since the Prime Minister raised that figure of 70,000, that it is more or less stacked up. They are militias, some local, but through the 4-year civil war, they are still there, and they are still there in a way that we should use them. I believe that also standing by our allies at this time, particularly France, matters. Not stepping up now would give the impression that we are happy to subcontract our security. It would leave Britain's role in the world in a very different place in the minds of our friends and our enemies. But Britain's place in the world is not reason enough for armed conflict. Reason enough is found by recognising that the threat is right here and right now. To the thousands of my constituents who travel to London every day to work or to attend a peaceful event such as was taking place at the Bataclan Theatre, or the cafes where lovers and friends met in a way that we would want to see in every town and city in this country. The action proposed is limited, is legal, and has the authority of the UN. And in supporting the motion tonight, we'll be taking the fight with our friends to the heart of the ground controlled by one of the most hideous death cults of modern times.
Mr. Phil Wilson.
Yes, obviously strongly held views on this issue on both for and against action, and I believe that we should respect views that are contrary to our own, but I am convinced of the merits of the case to extend military action into Syria. It seems to me impractical to take military action on the Iraqi side of the border, but we can't take part in military action on the Syrian side of the border, where Daesh, ISIL are strong, and where their headquarters are situated, where they supply their forces in Iraq, and where they are organising attacks on the streets of the UK. This is a matter of national security, and we need to act in self-defence. I do not accept that if we take action in Syria, that will increase the possibility of terrorist threats on the streets of the UK, because that threat exists now. They are out to get us because they do not agree with our way of life, so they want to end our way of life. It is a fallacy to believe that if we leave ISIL alone, they will leave us alone. We need to degrade and destroy them, and we need to play our part. We bring to the table military ordnance that will help to target ISIL operatives specifically, while limiting the threat to civilian life. We have heard a lot about the Brimstone missile, a missile that can be launched from an RAF jet and target ISIL in such a way as to avoid civilian casualties. Even Lieutenant General Gordon Messenger, the Deputy Chief of the Defence Staff, has said the threshold for approving the strikes are high and the skills sets are high. As yet, the UK has not had a civilian casualty incident after months of bombing, and he means in Iraq. We have heard much about the Syrian ground forces that can help, or not, to destroy ISIL. The strategy on the ground should not prevent the RAF's involvement in airstrikes. The ISIL first strategy must be first implemented to suppress their ability to launch attacks on our streets. If the airstrikes limit the opportunity of ISIL to attack us, we should take part in them. I believe it is important that we should support our allies. And I don't know how I could face my constituents if we voted no today, and God forgive there is a terrorist attack in the UK or on a beach in Tunisia, and we haven't done everything in our power to prevent them. And what do you say to our allies who are taking military action and we aren't with them after such an incident? Do we say, get on with it, but sorry, our involvement in military action in Syria stops on the Iraqi side of the border, even though we know the attack on the UK was organised from Syria? If we do not take part in this action, I believe we will be letting down our country, our allies, and reduce our credibility in the international arena. So my prime motivation for supporting this motion today is the protection of our citizens. The wider strategy, both political and diplomatic, are important. It won't happen overnight, nor will the involvement of ground forces. But our military involvement may only be small, but our aircraft can use weaponry that the coalition doesn't have, that are precise, limit casualties and can suppress the ISIL activities. It is not a complete answer in itself, but it is a start. It will buy us time to deploy a wider strategy, and I feel uneasy about Britain not taking part in an action in airstrikes when we know it is a matter of self-defence. And therefore I will be supporting this motion tonight.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Greatest respect for all those colleagues across both sides of this House who have spoken so eloquently against military action in Syria. The Right Honourable Member for Gordon spoke passionately about the risks of being drawn into a vicious civil war, and that is the reason I voted against action against Syria 2 years ago. But I believe this has gone beyond a civil war, that ISIS are bringing the fight to us and would do so again on the streets of Britain as they have done on the beaches of Tunisia, as they have done in Paris. This is an enemy with which there can be no dialogue. This is an enemy that has perpetrated enslavement, rape, child rape, torture and mass murder across all the territories it now takes control. And I believe there's a compelling case in standing not only with our allies tonight and in standing with the United Nations in their call to take every action we can against Daesh. I believe there's also a case for standing with the civilians on the ground, where our military action so far against Daesh in Iraq has helped to push them back and to prevent the kind of atrocities that we have been witnessing across Syria and Iraq today. I give way.
Thank you. Airstrikes, by their nature, are intended to inflict death and pain and suffering on people, and also on families, some of whom will be innocent. Can someone please tell me how this action will stop new people becoming radicalised, how it will stop new terrorists, and how it will improve the human rights situation on the ground?
I thank the Honourable Lady because I think this goes to the heart of the matter. And the heart of the matter is, I would say to her, is that people are already being tortured and suffering across these territories. And I would say to her that actually the action we have taken so far in Iraq, very careful, measured action, has actually reduced the kind of civilian casualties to which she refers. Because I am wrestling with this just as she is, and on behalf of my constituents. And I would say the majority of my constituents who've contacted me agree with the Honourable Lady. And therefore it's with a very heavy heart that I am trying to make the case to them about why I believe it is now not only in our national interest, but the interest of those civilians who risk being taken over by an evil that is beyond our imagining here in the comfortable world that we live in the UK. And I would say to her that those people have no hesitation whatsoever in perpetrating the most barbaric of atrocities. I'd point to the over 5,000 Yazidi women and girls, for example, who have been kidnapped and who are held in conditions of slavery, enforced slavery, and indeed child rape, which is allowed by Daesh. And I'd say to her, would she like to spare civilians across Iraq and Syria that fate, the fate that awaits them? But I agree these are very heavy considerations. And I'd also like to say, as the proud daughter of an Air Force family, that our Air Forces are already putting their lives on the line in the skies in Iraq. And I'd like to call on the Leader of the Opposition, who is no longer in his place, to actually reflect how much it will mean to those forces' families following this debate today to know that they don't count on his support. And I think that even though we all take respectfully different views about the risks or indeed the consequences of inaction if we, in extending our action over Syria, I would say that it is absolutely essential that he states unequivocally his support for our armed forces in the skies above Iraq. But I would say that for any of us considering whether to vote, I would like to just focus for a moment on the consequences of inaction, because our first responsibility in this House is to protect the citizens of this country. And I believe it is only a matter of time before we see the kind of mass casualty attacks that we've witnessed on the streets of Paris and around the world perpetrated in the UK. And I think we all have to ask ourselves, is there a greater sin in omission than in commission? And I feel very strongly that there is now a compelling case for us to be able to look the families of those who may lose their lives in future in the eye and say that we did absolutely everything we can to try and diminish the powers of this evil organisation. This is the fascist war of our generation. And just as we had to take action against fascism in Europe, I think that there is a compelling case to say that we have done everything we can today.
Mr. Jim Dowd.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Can I just say it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. She says she's from an RAF family. My father served for 15 years in the Royal Air Force and indeed through all the years of the Second World War. And I was actually born at the RAF base in Gütersloh in Germany, so that's something we have in common. I want to make just a few brief points, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully I won't even use all the 4 minutes I need. Bill Clinton, when he was first elected as US President, they had the slogan, "It's the economy, stupid," as the primary reason why people vote as they do in general elections. Well, there's actually, I don't disagree with that entirely, but there's actually a higher consideration that people have, and that is that the primary duty of any government or any party purporting to be the government should do anything and everything they need to do to protect them, their families and their homes. And any party that does not do that, and any government or parliament that does not do that, will pay a terrible price, because that's what people expect the government to do. I'm sure everybody in this chamber actually agrees with that. The only question we need to decide is how best to protect those people, our citizens and our communities. And I would ask, others have said this, that we should accept the genuine depth of feeling that there is on this issue on both sides. And I'm grateful for the many constituents who have contacted me, as indeed I'm sure they've contacted all members, for their views on this. Many have just sent formalised text given to them by other organisations, but I don't dispute their belief in what they were saying and doing. I'm grateful for them all. I'm particularly grateful for the ones that said, even if you don't agree with me, I hope you will do what you think is right. And that is what I intend to do this evening. We've got to decide what is the nature. I think this argument, others have said this, this whole debate is really out of all proportion. We're not talking about a new engagement somewhere else over there. We're talking about really a variation of the commitment that this House overwhelmingly endorsed not so long ago. It will have complications. Actually, I have some sympathy with those who say the effect will only be marginal. That may well be true. But the question is it worth doing or not? And you need to decide where you come down on that side of the argument. I will certainly not be voting for the amendment because, for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the weasel words and the sophistry it employs by saying the case has not been made. That's the kind of things the Liberals used to say before 2010, when they had to face up to genuine responsibility. It's like when people say, I have a principled stand. I'm principled, you oppose me, you are therefore unprincipled. No, it's not true. The fact of the matter is people can have deep-held views on this, genuinely and comprehensively, but we should respect people's view on this, whatever it might be. No, I won't, thank you very much, because there's plenty of people who are waiting to get in. Oh, all right, as you've got your gang with you, go on.
For the Honourable Gentleman's information, the wording in the amendment, the cross-party amendment, is exactly the same as the amendment which tried to stop the war in Iraq. Yeah. A lot of people think it would have been a better thing if that had been carried that day. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that for a moment, but I'm not sure what the point is that the gentleman was making. So I'll move on. It's also principle. And of course, the other thing is people set up barriers. They set these barriers up, and they say, "Oh, it must have a UN resolution." The UN come forward with a resolution, and they say, "Oh no, it's not good enough. Oh no, we want a better quality UN resolution than that." Tell them to go home and mark their homework. You know, do better. It's ridiculous. These are weasel words. They are euphemisms. They're basically, it's almost the impression that they have those who say the case has not been made have a higher moral standard, a transcendent judgment, superior to those who disagree with them.
as if they can't do that. I must finish shortly. I just want to say to the Prime Minister, though, the brimstone missile, about which we've heard much, is known as a fire and forget weapon. Well, I have to say to him, well, it's known by some as a fire and forget weapon, maybe not you, but it's been described as a fire and forget weapon. Well, I must say about this motion, which I find comprehensive and persuasive, that this is not a fire and forget motion. If we pass it tonight, we have to come back to it. We have to address all the issues raised in the motion and make sure nobody is pretending that airstrikes alone will solve the problems of the Middle East. There is much more that's necessary to be done, and we need dedication, we need effort, and we need application to ensure that we can do as much as we can to bring peace and to bring some degree of stability to a very troubled part of the world.
John Glenn. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in this debate with a degree of apprehension, as I'm sure everyone who's spoken has, about the implications and outcomes of what we will collectively, I hope, mandate our brave armed forces to engage in this evening. But I also speak with absolute clarity in my conscience that supporting this motion is the right thing to do. In Daesh, we face an enemy that will not ever be willing to sit down and discuss their grievances. An enemy that will not bargain with the West through its intermediaries because they don't have any. And why? Because they despise us simply for who we are. And when you meet an enemy like that, you cannot back off. You cannot cite past misjudgments in Iraq, or the nature of Saudi arms trade, or the lack of progress in disrupting the oil trade as justification for not supporting this motion. We must realise that this evil force does threaten our security. It cannot be contained in some far-off land as we continue to somehow close our eyes, stick our fingers in our ears and imagine it will go away. It won't. They won't. And as we saw... Happy to give one.
Giving way. Really, the decision for us tonight in this House is this: to protect our citizens and our people in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The decision must be taken to go to Raqqa to ensure that those who are involved in the campaign to organise attacks in France and Belgium and so on, that they're stopped, that the source of money is stopped as well, and that those who are involved out there, the town of Raqqa is taken over, and the people who live there have their freedom and their liberty.
This time, I agree entirely with the honourable gentleman. As we saw in Paris, as our domestic security leaders tell us, and as the many desperate refugees flooding into continental Europe testify, the implications of this evil are real. And I don't believe any realistic alternative course of action exists that properly deals with the nature of this threat. My concern is this: we must accept that to defeat this evil, we need a grand strategy covering humanitarian, military, political and security dimensions. And this will likely require more time than many of us want to contemplate, or perhaps even our constituents want to contemplate. But I do believe that special precision strike tornadoes will not be enough. We will need to embrace uncomfortable compromises with Iran, with Russia, and yes, with Assad himself. Syria will not become benign in its outlook until a comprehensive, long-term political solution is found, which demonstrates acute sensitivity to many conflicting but coexisting outlooks. Yet this political solution does not have a hope of success until we realise that some enemies of our way of life, our freedoms, cannot be hidden from. They cannot and will not become less lethal. They will not diminish unless we take military action to degrade them, a task we cannot justifiably outsource to our French and American allies. But let's be clear. Although I believe it is true that air power will not defeat an enemy by itself, by this enemy by itself, it will not be defeated on the ground alone. We will need to see a coordinated approach involving an Arab coalition, NATO, Iraq and Syrian Kurds, the Iraqi army and Syrian army. but our airstrikes are instrumental to the task that we have to defeat this evil. I want to address the argument that says bombing Syria won't stop jihadi bombers already in the UK or France. No, I don't believe it won't. It will. But that is to misunderstand the comprehensive strategy that must be employed and is now being employed. Special forces, the police and intelligence services are well positioned to prevent these atrocities, but the severe risk we face currently will not be likely to diminish if we fail to support today's motion. By failing to act, the evil heart pumping life into this death cult will remain healthy. Finally, we must not underestimate the scale of the humanitarian crisis facing Syria, or the length of time needed and the scale of resources to help bring order to this country. Mr. Speaker, I have thought very carefully about these matters. There is much I do not know, I concede that, but my conscience is clear. We must act to begin this long process, an intense and delicate and difficult process of facing up to a profound evil. And I will support today's motion and our Prime Minister's compelling case.
Mr. Barry Gardiner.
Speaker, I pay tribute to the honourable gentleman for Salisbury who spoke with great integrity. The Prime Minister has been plausible in public, graceless in private. I and other colleagues who will vote against his motion tonight are not terrorist sympathisers. He was wrong to say that we are. The Prime Minister wants us to take action, but he is not prepared to take action that, in my view, is adequate to the task. The House is being presented with a false choice today. The Prime Minister wants us to believe that the choice is between taking the inadequate action proposed by the government and taking no action. That is vacuous. I want to see effective, comprehensive action that will ensure an adequate ground force under United Nations authority, not made up of Western countries whose presence can only inflame the situation, but made up from predominantly Islamic countries and Sunni countries in particular. The PM's statement and the government response to the Select Committee talk repeatedly of, and I quote, the moderate opposition. But the opposition in Syria is neither unitary nor moderate. It is wrong of the government to try to present it otherwise. The Prime Minister knows that the United States had a programme to train and equip Syrian rebels to fight against Daesh. It was so unsuccessful in identifying any capable, trustworthy allies in action against Daesh that they abandoned the programme in September. Every single expert witness to the Select Committee said that there were thousands of disparate groups where allegiances are like shifting sands and there are few moderates left. In September, the US announced that instead of training people, it would now focus on distributing weapons and ammunition to existing groups. The House may consider that to distribute arms to groups whose members are increasingly radicalised and defecting to Daesh, of course I will, is a very foolish strategy indeed and risks doing more to strengthen Daesh than to eradicate it.
I thank my honourable friend. Would he also agree with me that as part of the same programme he talks of, a number of individuals that were trained on that programme ended up joining Al-Qaeda?
My honourable friend is absolutely right and simply reinforces the point that I'm making. I want to eradicate Daesh. To do so requires an effective ground force that can coordinate with the existing Allied airstrikes in Syria. Airstrikes which, in the words of Lieutenant General Sir Simon Males, are not a war-winning campaign. Airstrikes can create a temporary opportunity for territorial gain. But in default of a competent ground force, that opportunity is squandered. And at what cost? The population of Raqqa, who are subjugated under Daesh, will not be allowed into the tunnels. They will not be whisked out of the city in armoured jeeps with Daesh commanders. They will remain in the city and wait for British bombs.
All military action comes with the risk that innocent lives will be lost. I understand that. Sometimes that risk must be accepted, but only when the military and diplomatic strategy that is put forward is coherent, comprehensive, and has a reasonable chance of achieving its objectives. The government's motion today does not.
Absolutely right.
The government has argued that it makes no military sense to curtail our pilots at an arbitrary border. They correctly point out that we are already engaged in military action. It is in itself a reasonable argument about the efficient use of military resources. I accept that. But the government cannot then also try to argue that by voting against today's motion, we are voting to do nothing.
That's right.
We are still engaged in Iraq, where the Kurdish Peshmerga and the Iraqi army can provide a limited but credible ground force.
That's right.
The government has also argued, and it is a powerful argument, that in the face of a request from our allies, we should respond. Of course we should. But we should not respond by doing anything. We should respond by doing something that is effective. What the government proposes is not. I will vote against the motion tonight. Finally, Mr. Speaker, can I simply say to you, I applaud the fact that you have spent the entirety of this debate in the chair. I also admire your bladder.
I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Tom Tugendhat.
Mr. Speaker, may I also give praise to your endurance rather than any other part of your anatomy. I've sat here all day, sir, listening to this debate. And I remember a debate that I heard in this place when I was somewhere else. I was sitting in a forward operating base waiting to go to war in 2003. And when many people in this place were talking about it, I was preparing for it. And I remember vividly the fear in my heart and in those of the men and women I had the honour to serve with. And I remember the nervousness. And I feel it again here today, sir, because again, sir, we are making a similar decision. And I feel that burden heavily. But I know the courage with which the men and women we asked to serve will serve, and I know that the Prime Minister's case is right, honourable and true. And that is why I'm supporting him. Because this is an enormously sad moment for me. I grew up as a young journalist in Lebanon, spending my holidays in Syria. I know the country well, and I love the people dearly. They gave me a kindness that no one else showed. They gave me a warmth and a richness of culture and history. It has been the most extraordinary sorrow for me to watch the destruction of Damascus, of Aleppo, of Homs and Hama, to see the Christians driven from Malula, to see friends of mine, priests and monks, driven from their monasteries and murdered. And I know who is doing it, and we know who is doing it. Yes, it is the Islamic State, the so-called Islamic State, this twisted perversion of Islam that is to Islam what fascism is to nationalism, that is to Islam what communism is to socialism. This vile Stalinist death cult, this dreadful regime must, I'm sorry to say, be stopped. And sadly, the only way to stop it is not through talks. These are a people, this is a group that does not wish to speak to us. They have defined us clearly in their theology as infidel. They have taken the readings of Muhammad Abdul Wahhab and they have interpreted them for the modern age. And they have defined us, sir, as people who must die or convert. I will do neither, sir. I will fight. Because it is not enough for us to look at Syria today and to wish for peace. It is not enough for us to stand here and hope for it. We must fight for it. When our friends are attacked as they were in France, and here I declare a very close interest as my wife is French, when we see our friends injured and murdered and they ask for our help, we must think not only of what is the right thing to do for them, but what is the right thing to do for us. Because militarily, sir, and for very good reasons, we keep armed forces that are actually too small. Too small in technical terms, because actually our armed forces are not limited to our own planes, our own men and our own ships. I will give way.
He is making his point in an incredibly
powerful way, which I think will resonate across the House. But would you agree with me that is absolutely the important reason why we must build an international coalition? No one country can defeat ISIS. It has to be international, Western and Muslim resolve against these people.
Hear, hear. I agree entirely with the honourable member, because what he is saying is absolutely right. Our defences do not start at Dover. They include the Emiratis, alongside whom I was proud to serve. They include the Kuwaitis, the Bahrainis. They include, yes, the French, the Estonians. They include so many of our allies. Our defence is their defence, and similarly, their defence is ours. We must stand with the French today. They may need to stand with us tomorrow. This is not just, of course, about bombing. People have spoken a lot about bombing. It is about territory. But denying territory to the enemy, degrading their capabilities through air attack, is an essential part of warfare. I've heard so much about military strategy here from armchair generals, and may I say to the academic generals that even academics need universities in which to associate. Even academics need places to meet. So too is it true of terrorists. They need space, they need land, they need freedom of movement. And that is what they have now, and that is what we must deny them. It is not enough, as I say again, sir, to wish for peace. We must fight for it. And as Ibn Khaldun said when he wrote his histories and the Muqaddamiyah of the 13th and 14th century, history does come round. And one day, sir, I'm sure we will all be pleased to see that the Middle East regains its rightful position as the heart of light in the region, as a centre of science, of excellence, and indeed of innovation. But today, sir, it is our duty to stand with those who strive for it and fight those who would destroy it. We must stand today against ISIS and with the government.
Mr. Stephen Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the honourable gentleman on a very powerful speech. I've reached a different conclusion to the one that he reached, but I think it was a very powerful case nonetheless. May I, Mr. Speaker, draw the House's attention to my relevant entry in the Register. I visited Jordan in October with my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary. The visit was arranged by Oxfam so that we could meet Syrian refugees in the Zatari camp and living in host communities. And in the motion today, the government's renewed commitment to providing humanitarian support to Syrian refugees is welcome. I believe on all sides of this House we can be proud of the role that our country, and in particular DFID, have played alongside civil society in this humanitarian effort. And can I also pay tribute to those countries in the region which have welcomed very large numbers of refugees from Syria, notably Jordan, Lebanon and Turkey. It is vital that we maintain our support for these neighbouring countries. But it's also increasingly important that we focus on the needs of people displaced within Syria itself. It is estimated that just in October of this year, around 120,000 Syrians fled their homes in Aleppo, Hama and Idlib. So our support for multilateral organisations like the World Food Programme and UNICEF is absolutely crucial. The International Development Committee is currently looking at the Syrian refugee crisis, and we plan to publish our report in early January. We're looking at both the challenges in the region and what more our country can do to help refugees. When I was in Zatari refugee camp, the people there said that they wanted to return home to Syria, but they live in fear of their own government and its barrel bombs. That is part of the context of today's decision. As the Prime Minister said, our debate today is not whether we want to defeat Daesh, we all want to defeat them. The evil actions of this organisation are well documented and have been covered during this debate. The question is how. Last year, I supported the decision to join airstrikes against Daesh in Iraq. I agree with those on both sides of today's argument who've said that our airstrikes have played an important role in helping the Iraqi government forces and the Peshmerga to take territory from Daesh in Iraq. But I also agree with those colleagues on both sides of the House who've said that the situation on the ground in Raqqa is very different to the situation in Iraq. I don't necessarily question the 70,000 figure. The issue for me is where those troops are. Those are Syrian opposition forces that are typically in other parts of Syria, typically fighting the Assad regime. I think it is fanciful to suppose that they will provide a ground force for an operation combined with airstrikes in Raqqa. So I'm not convinced there's a credible ground force for Raqqa. After the Prime Minister's statement last Thursday, I went back to Liverpool and met a Syrian doctor who lives there. And he expressed the views of, I think, many Syrians living in exile, that for them, the biggest threat comes from Assad. Indeed, the moderate forces that we seem to be relying on are currently being bombed by Assad and by Russia. I fear, Mr. Speaker, that the lack of ground forces will limit the effectiveness of airstrikes, and I fear that the strategy the Prime Minister set out last week, ISIL first, in other words, Daesh first, will have the unintended consequence of strengthening the brutal and murderous Assad regime. And for those reasons, I will vote against the government tonight.
Mr. David Warburton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One or two members of this House may not recently have read the Daesh propaganda sheet Dabiq, or indeed heard the address of their leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi speaking in Mosul to mark his leadership. He spoke about territory. He spoke about establishing his hardline caliphate in that territory, and he described how his organisation would trample the idol of nationalism, destroy the idol of democracy, and uncover its deviant nature. I think this perspective is rather important in our debate. Unlike the threat from al-Qaeda, without the occupation of territory, Daesh's claims to authority are literally baseless. Their notional caliphate has quickly turned from a spiritual aspiration into a geographic reality, and so loosening their grip on that territory, on that land, is an essential precondition of meeting the wider challenge that they pose. So Dabiq, their propaganda sheet, consistently emphasises the fact that the existence and the integrity of this territorial caliphate is necessary for Daesh to function. Even the name Dabiq refers to the site of a mythical future battle between them and the West. In that name, even there, the emphasis is on territory. And from reading their material, it would seem that the short and medium-term foreign policy of Daesh, such as it is, has two distinct aims. The first is to consolidate its holdings in the Levant, already covering an area larger than the UK, and the second aim is wholly contingent on that, the spread of Daesh's contorted version of soft power into Western societies where they hope it might calcify into extremism. The Paris attacks tragically highlighted Balzac's principle that the cool, measured gaze of Paris was an arbiter not only of French but of universal human values. But alongside a clear articulation of Enlightenment values, alongside the search for a political solution, alongside the humanitarian effort and alongside our commitment to the post-conflict reconstruction, we must also respond militarily. These people are implacably opposed to our way of life in all its aspects. For them, plurality, diversity and individual freedoms indicate weakness rather than strength. I don't believe also, Mr. Speaker, that we should abdicate our moral duty to others. It's not only nonsensical but also counterproductive to join with coalition forces in Iraq and to threaten fewer civilians there because of the Brimstone missile system, and then not to do so in Daesh-held territory in Syria, where the French, the coalition and the allies and other allies are all asking for help. So I see no place for any kind of twisted moral relativism whereby the Daesh threat is in some way a consequence of our own foreign policy. In fact, Daesh can only be defeated as a result of our foreign policy, and a policy directed at the very caliphate with which they seek to attack us, the territory they've won, that they celebrate and on which they intend to build their movement. Of course, we all feel the enormous weight of responsibility which is devolved to us today, but our message must continue to be unambiguous, that we will not allow terrorists to build a platform with which to attack us, that we will continue to stand up for our universal rights, and that we are prepared to meet murderous fanaticism with force.
Mr. John Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with what surely we all agree on. None of us in this House support Daesh. All of us want to see them defeated. As an atheist, I shiver with horror when I see and read Christians being beheaded. As a gay man, I weep to see homosexuals thrown from buildings in Syria. So let no one on either side of the House impugn the motives of people who speak in this debate. Hear, hear. However, let us remember recent debates. It's not unkind, I think, to remind those who claimed that bombing would bring order to Iraq 12 years ago and to Syria 2 years ago of how wrong they were. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green told this House in the Iraqi war debate the following: the idea that this action would become a recruiting sergeant for those who are anti-West is, I am afraid, nonsense. The same Right Honourable gentleman now sits in the Cabinet and advocates a new bombing campaign against another Middle Eastern foe, but arguing very much the same line. You see, this debate pits mostly the same arguments with the same proponents as did the Iraqi war. I was a journalist at the time. I got to interview all the main political players and the country's leading experts in chemical warfare, missile accuracy and Sunni Shiite politics. And I concluded that whilst Saddam was a monster, he was a monster who controlled the monsters. Now, the Labour government and the Tory front bench disagreed, and they removed Saddam, thereby unleashing the forces of medieval hell on Iraq and its neighbours. As Eliza Manningham-Butler, Director General of MI5 during the invasion, put it, the bombing increased the terrorist threat by convincing more people in the region that Islam was under attack. It provided an arena for jihad. Now, the armchair generals might be chastened, one might have thought, but no. 2 years ago, and by then in government, the Conservatives asked this House to bomb the region again, this time to bomb another secular despot, President Assad. But wisely, the House refused. Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving me. The honourable member mentions that thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member mentions that we all want to see the end of Daesh. If we pass this motion this evening, and I would invite him to join us in the lobbies, our precision airstrikes can destroy Daesh supply lines and, more importantly, the terror training facilities, which are a danger to his constituents in East and Bartonshire as they are in South Leicestershire and the whole of the United Kingdom. Why doesn't he support that?
Interventions must be brief, not mini speeches, however eloquent. Mr. John Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If bombing could destroy Daesh, then surely the dozen countries that are already bombing Daesh would already succeeded in that aim. Without a blush, the government, which 24 months ago wanted to bomb President Assad, now wants us to bomb his enemies. And as members, we're offered ever more florid claims by the Conservative front bench and its Labour allies. Perhaps the most absurd that we've heard today is that 70,000 fighters spread across Iraq from disparate groups and with no central command or shared vision will march collectively thousands of miles to support a British bombing mission. It is clearly and utterly absurd, Mr. Speaker, and that argument has fallen apart during today's debate. So let's examine whether the UK's bombing would make a difference, as the honourable gentleman contends that it would. I don't think so. Between August 2014 and August of this year, 17,000 bombs were dropped on Iraq. 12 countries are bombing Syria at the moment, including Russia, the United States, Canada and France. It's reported that 2,104 civilians have been killed in collateral damage in 267 separate bombing incidents in the last year alone. It is a disgrace, and further bombing will not help. Now, the UN's envoy to Syria says the following: all evidence shows that the overwhelming majority of all the civilian victims in the Syrian conflict have been caused so far by the use of aerial weapons. Now, Daesh is not a Napoleonic army standing out in the open waiting to be attacked. They want to draw us into the conflict. They hide in civilian areas and they use human shields. They rely on our folly, our arrogance and our lack of cultural understanding. As the Muslim Council of Britain's Dr. Suja Jaffe says, as more innocent people die from airstrikes, the appeal of Daesh will strengthen. Daesh craves more Western military intervention in the region. We urge MPs to learn lessons from the past and not to vote for extending bombing. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past. We will kill numerous civilians. We will radicalise the bereaved survivors. We have no credible peace plan in place. We are being fed ludicrous statistics, and on a wing and a prayer, we are hoping for better luck this time. Let's say no.
I'm very grateful to you, sir, to call me in this important debate. We've heard many speeches from both sides which have shown considerable passion and a surprising, I think, in many ways, degree of knowledge and commitment. And this has been one of the best debates that I've had the privilege to participate in. But I think that if we're going to look at the question cleanly and lucidly, we've got to try and, in a way, remove a lot of the impassioned speeches. As other people have mentioned, everyone in this House is equally united and appalled by the barbarous crimes of ISIL or Daesh. Everyone is appalled by that. No one can claim the moral high ground by being more against ISIL or Daesh than anyone else. But what we have to do as legislators is look at the premise of the argument and what the government is trying to do. The government is simply coming to the House in a way that is historically and constitutionally not usual, and it's asking the House of Commons to extend a campaign which the House of Commons itself, in a previous Parliament, only 18 months ago, voted overwhelmingly in favour. The vote was something like 524 to 43. And this gave the Prime Minister and the government authority to launch attacks on ISIS, on Daesh, in Iraq. Now, for the life of me, I have not been able to understand why those people who were in the last Parliament, who voted for intervention in Iraq, draw the line, as it were, in Syria. These borders, as everyone knows, are incredibly artificial. In fact, over the last 100 years, they've moved around, certainly after 1918, they moved around 2 or 3 times. The Sykes-Picot that people go on about, Sykes-Picot didn't define Iraq and Syria. It simply defined regions within those countries under which, which were under British, forgive me, I'll just finish my sentence, under British and French rule in the form of a mandate. I'm happy to give away.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I would ask him to understand some of the problems that we have on this side, because we all want to see peace and stability. We all agree on that in this House. But the difficulty that we've got is that we can't see that the air campaign in itself is going to defeat Daesh. And what we now know is the 70,000 troops don't exist. How are we going to defeat them? It's not clear.
You're right. I'm very pleased to see him in his place. I mean, he wasn't in the last Parliament, but we had an extensive debate about intervention then. And it was never the case. No one ever believed that an air campaign on its own would destroy and defeat this terrorist organisation. No, that was never the case that was made. And when I hear people say, well, it's no good to have an air attack because they'll still survive it, I don't think that's what anyone has suggested. It's part of a suite of things that we can do to fight against this evil terrorist organisation. I've given away once. I want to make some progress. It's part of a. So I hear members on the other side and parties opposite against the government saying, "Oh well, why don't we challenge them on the internet?" I hear colleagues today, "Oh, why don't we, try and attack the ideology?" We can do all of these things. We can do all of these things. None of these things militate against each other. It's not a question of either or. It's a question of a range of responses that we need to deploy against something that we've rarely seen, that we've never seen, I would suggest, in the modern world. And so I think that when people are looking at what the government is trying to do, it's no good talking about the 2003 invasion of Iraq. That was a completely different set of circumstances. It involved the commitment of ground troops, British ground troops, in a transnational coalition. What we're doing and what the government is asking today is simply an extension of what has already happened. And you can't on the one hand say it'll be the most devastating thing in the world if we do bomb ISIS targets, and then on the other hand say, well, it doesn't do very much, so what's the point? It's one thing or the other, and I think people on the other side have said both. They've said it's so insignificant that we shouldn't be bothering, and they've said that it'll just devastate and bomb Syria into oblivion. Both of those things cannot be true. And it's never been the part of the case of the government that a bombing campaign in itself would destroy ISIS. What has happened has been three things. There's been the Sharm el-Sheikh outrage, there was the Tunisian outrage, and there were the particularly savage attacks in Paris. These have completely shifted the circumstances in which we find ourselves, and it is entirely justified for the government to extend the provision to attack Syria as it has done in Iraq.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't dwell on any sense of resentment that the SDLP might have about the line from the Prime Minister around terrorist sympathisers, but I do think it was an unworthy line and it did warrant an apology in the context of this debate. But today is not about any feelings of personal offence that any members of this House might bear. It is about the real fears, the real threats and the dire suffering faced by people in Syria, and the concern that so many honourable members have expressed for the safety and security of their own constituents as well. And people in Syria, as we know, are caught between the barrel bombs of Assad, the barbarism of Daesh, and they struggle to reach the barbed wire that is now going up in Europe. And yes, their plight does need a comprehensive strategy, does compel a much stronger response by this House, by the government in this House, and by other governments across Europe. The Prime Minister has told us that he is offering a comprehensive strategy. He told us in the opening statement to this debate that he has listened to many of the considerations and concerns raised by honourable members, and in effect he has collated these. He has co-opted these considerations into the rolling references that we now have in today's motion, which is presented as a comprehensive strategy. I don't believe that it is coherent or complete in its parts. I don't believe that it is convincing in the collateral considerations and claims that are or are not addressed, nor is it cohesive in how its different dimensions actually meet and join. And like the honourable member for Spelthorne, I do think that it is right that we test the logic of what we are hearing in both sides of this debate. I am not among those who, in arguing against the government motion, is saying that it creates a bigger risk of a terrorist threat in anybody's constituency in the near term. I don't think it makes a difference one way or other to a threat that is real and live. So it is not that. But I do think there is a severe risk of feeding what we are trying to fight by feeding a wider agenda of radicalisation, by adopting the role that the jihadist playbook actually craves a House like this to adopt and say we are going to go for airstrikes. And why? Airstrikes, we are told, should happen because it is merely an extension of what is already happening. And the people who tell us that are also the people who tell us there is no danger of mission creep in what the government are proposing. Yet there has been absolute mission flip already in relation to this, because only 2 years ago the idea was to go in an airstrike against Assad. Now it's to go in an airstrike against the very people that we would have been assisting if we had done the airstrikes 2 years ago.
What feeds the jihadist agenda? Territory. And the more territory they gain, the bigger their so-called caliphate to be able to recruit jihadists, indeed from this country as well. So the fact that we've been able to reduce territory, regain it by 30%, has been able to degrade them, has been able to get it back and be able to start to degrade their ability to radicalise jihadists.
But let's remember, their concept of the caliphate isn't merely geographical and physical. They have another concept in relation to the caliphate, and there is a danger of Western powers all piling in because we say it's merely an extension of what we're already doing. We have the argument been made, well, we shouldn't recognise that border because ISIL don't recognise that border, so ISIL dictate the terms in which judgments are made. We shouldn't be taking our standards just by Daesh. The argument is also made, well, we have to do it to stand by our allies. Does that mean that the next thing the allies do, this House also has to do and support? What about the issue of ground troops, for instance? So, honourable members who are supporting this motion, who are supporting airstrikes, many of them are very clear that they wouldn't agree with ground forces. We're told that that's one of the merits of the motion, that there's no commitment in it to ground forces. But what if people say, well, that's what required? That is what is required. The operational circumstances and requirements, the exigencies of the conflict in which forces will then be, require ground forces because the 70,000 Free Syrian Army people aren't there. They can't be provided by CGA. What is going to be done if everybody agrees that ground forces would be needed to make a success in terms of what the government say they're trying to achieve in Raqqa? Then what is to be provided? What happens then whenever Assad decides he's moving into that position, supported by Russia? And then we have a conflict within the alliance itself, because we have government are doing this on the basis of a shifting alliance with some very shifty allies, including some who have been the syndicators of terrorism. Powers and personages within the Gulf states question what Turkey have been doing in relation to oil and arms in relation to Daesh. Question what is going on in terms of Saudi Arabia and what they have been doing. And these are our allies. And according to the government's mission, when that turns, where do we go? We will have mission creep.
Though I share the government's objectives, I'm afraid I have strong and deeply held reservations about supporting an extension of the bombing campaign without a longer-term strategy. Indeed, my concerns were admirably summed up by the chairman of the Defence Select Committee and the member for Chichester in their earlier speeches. I am not opposed to a bombing campaign per se, but as my right honourable friend the Prime Minister himself has acknowledged, and across the House there seems total agreement that a bombing campaign alone cannot succeed. It can only be a prelude to a ground campaign. The motion before us specifically excludes UK ground forces, and so we are to fall back on the 70,000 members of the Free Syrian Army. Whether this figure is accurate, I don't know, but I'm very prepared to accept the government's acknowledgement that it is. But it is a disparate group, so we are asked to believe that this disparate group is capable of bringing order out of chaos. To maintain order in a war-torn country with so many different factions, as we've seen elsewhere, is a massive challenge, and so we have a vacuum. And as we know, vacuums will always be filled. I'll give way, yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. On top of the points that have already been made and he makes in terms of the 70,000 opposition forces, does he agree with me that those opposition forces are in the southwest of Syria whilst the Daesh is in the northeast, so there are logistic issues as well?
I've no direct evidence of what the honourable gentleman says, but I'm very prepared to accept that that may well be the case. As I said, vacuums will always be filled, and are we to assume that this Free Syrian Army will respect human rights, maintain law and order until a legitimate new regime acceptable to a majority of the Syrian people emerges? And how would we assess whether indeed a new regime was acceptable to the Syrian people? Who will install this new regime? Mr. Speaker, I want to be convinced of what is of a way forward, but sadly I am not yet convinced. We went to help and support our French neighbours, but because unlike the suffering that we often see on our TV screens in, say, Gaza, Yemen, Mali, they tend to be distant places, whereas we can readily identify with our French neighbours. They have a Christian heritage and the eternal values associated with that. Many of us have perhaps even been to the same Parisian cafes, walked along the streets, which are only a short train journey away here. In fact, they're a shorter journey than from here to my constituency and to many others. We desperately want help. We desperately want to help, but we wanted to help our American allies after 9/11, quite rightly so. We were shown TV pictures of beheadings and crucifixions and the like, and other unspeakable crimes. Now we see exactly the same pictures from a different location, supposedly carried out by a different group. And of course, we want to go to and help. But sometimes, of course, helping our friends and allies can mean putting a hand on their shoulder and saying, perhaps this is not the time to be doing what you are doing. In the case of, that was the case, of course, with our French allies at the time of the 2003 Iraq situation, when President Bush and Mr. Blair were planning their particular adventure into the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the government's aims and objectives, but I feel that a longer-term strategy has not yet been sufficiently put forward. My honourable friend, the member for North Wiltshire, said earlier that perhaps if we are undecided, we should fall back on our instincts. My instinct, Mr. Speaker, is to say to the government, hold back at this stage.
Do nothing.
ISIL Daesh are an evil force that must be overcome, but I'm not yet convinced that what is being proposed is the way to achieve that.
Mary Cray.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow on from the Honourable Member for Cleethorpes, although I disagree with the position that he takes. And I want to start by paying tribute to the Honourable and gallant members for Tunbridge and Malin, Barnsley East, Plymouth and Moorview for their thoughtful contributions, and also my right honourable friend for Wolverhampton South East, Hull West and Hessel, and Derby South, with whom I agree entirely. This is one of the most important decisions an MP can make, and it is not one that I have taken lightly. Because as a Labour MP, I believe we have to choose and shape Britain's place in the world if we're to create a world where power, wealth and opportunity are in the hands of the many, not the few. And ISIL poses a clear threat to Britain. 30 British holidaymakers were murdered on the beach in Tunisia in July, and we know that 7 ISIL-related terror attacks against British people have been stopped in the past year. Paris could have happened in London. There is no hope of negotiating with ISIL. We must stop the flow of fighters, finance and arms to their headquarters in Raqqa. And we need military action to stop them murdering Syrians and Iraqis and to disrupt their propaganda machine, which poisons the minds of our young people to commit appalling acts at home and abroad. For the past 14 months, UK forces have carried out airstrikes against ISIL in Iraq with no civilian casualties. So for me, it makes no sense to turn our planes back at the Syrian border and allow them to regroup there. In September, as Labour's Shadow International Development Secretary, I visited Lebanon, where 1.5 million Syrian refugees have sought sanctuary. 1 in 4 people in Lebanon is a Syrian refugee. DFID has made a huge contribution to the aid effort there, opening up Lebanese schools to Syrian children so they can continue their education and have some form of normality after witnessing the horrors of that war. I met Iman, a 65-year-old grandmother from Aleppo, who was imprisoned by President Assad for 2 weeks after she had bravely returned to Syria from Lebanon after her son was killed to rescue her 5 orphaned grandchildren. She lives in a shack made of breeze blocks in Sidon in the port city. Hadia told me how her husband, a Red Cross volunteer, was killed in Syria and how her 4 older children are still trapped in Homs, but she didn't want to go to Germany on a resettlement programme because she couldn't bring her elderly mother with her and she would not leave her alone to die in a camp. And I met Ahmed from Raqqa, and I met the 10-year-old girls working as agricultural labourers in the fields, their childhood stolen from them by ISIL, taking over their town, but it's still better than staying in Raqqa and being enslaved there. There is a massive humanitarian crisis in Syria, 250,000 people killed, 4.7 million refugees outside the country and 6 million people internally displaced. I won't give way because I want other people to have the chance, as we've all been waiting. The UK has given aid to Jordan and Syria, but aid is not the answer to the problems of Syria. Peace is the answer, and we need a fresh diplomatic effort to bring peace to that country. The Vienna talks offer a real hope of that, with Russia, Saudi Arabia and Iran all around the table for the first time. We voted against action in 2013 after the sarin gas attacks, a vote that personally I regret and now believe to be wrong. We know now that we have the largest refugee crisis since World War II, a war that has no end and no laws in Syria, and ISIL expanding its caliphate there. We have had no strategy for Syria, and now we have no easy choices there either. We need to see a ceasefire, a political settlement, and a path to democratic elections, which is why I shall support the government tonight.
Helen Whately.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I pay tribute to you for your incredible stamina this afternoon, which I've been unable to match. I pay tribute to the member for Wakefield for her impassioned speech. Like her, I have recently visited refugee camps. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago I was in Gaziantep talking to refugees in a camp near the border between Turkey and Syria. There were rows of containers converted into two-room dwellings, a school, a clinic. It was basic but sufficient. But without exception, every refugee I spoke to was desperate to leave, desperate for an end to the chaos, for their children to grow up to live a decent life. And there are millions of people with that plea in countries around Syria and within it who want us to help bring about peace in Syria. But, compelling though that may sound, that is not the case to go to war. The justification for airstrikes in Syria is, first and foremost, because Daesh is a threat to our national security. They and their affiliates have targeted British people on holiday in Tunisia through social media, inciting young people to leave their homes and fight, and here in the UK, though their plots have been foiled so far. And as other members have said, targeting them in Iraq but stopping at the border doesn't make sense. If we are serious about reducing their ability to attack us, we have to degrade their capabilities in their heartland in Syria. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we should stand by our allies. After the Paris attack, if we don't stand with France now, when will we? And what confidence can our allies in the Middle East have in us if we sit on our hands now? For months, they have called for us to play a leading role in the coalition against Daesh. We cannot ignore that call any longer, and we have to restore their faith in us as an ally. Of course, there are concerns, and we in this House are right to raise them. Is this another Iraq? Well, the member for Spelthorne just spoke sagely on this point, and I am reassured that we have learnt lessons, and we should be careful that mistakes of the past don't mar our judgment in the present. Airstrikes will degrade Daesh but not defeat them, so what will happen next? Well, some boots on the ground will be needed, and one group of terrorists must not be replaced by another. But as the Right Honourable Member for Rutland has said, we may search in vain for certainty. However, one thing I believe for certain is that the coalition, and Britain as part of it, must commit to seeing this through. I think my colleagues are keen to speak, so I will press on. I'm sorry. This action needs to be part of a serious and long-term commitment, not only to Syria, but to the region. And we must use our influence to promote stability and legitimate governments there, for there are many fragile states in the Middle East. And as I heard time and again on my recent visits to the region, stability in almost any form is better than chaos. And we will need to be pragmatic, because democracies take generations to develop. This action is just one part of the battle we need to wage against Daesh and Islamic extremism. It's a battle which we must wage culturally, ideologically, economically, militarily. It is a battle of our generation, and it's imperative that we win it. I'm just wrapping up. So we must commit, and for that reason, I will be supporting the motion tonight.
Albert Owen.
Contribution by paying tributes to the RAF and the personnel, men and women, many of whom will have done their training in my constituency. They are part of my community. Many of them that are posted to RAF Valley stay in that community, and they are a source of advice to me, measured and not always, as the member for Toness, thinking as one. They think as individuals, and I have listened to what many of them have had to say over the course of a few weeks. I listened also to the Prime Minister last Thursday,
and I agreed with a lot of what he said, but I don't think that he had a coherent policy and plan for the action that he's asking us to take tonight, because I believe that it is flawed on the grounds that we don't have sufficient ground forces. Now, I don't come to that decision lightly. I listened to the debate when we were debating Iraq, and I supported action then, because the Prime Minister convinced us that the very reason we were taking that action is because there was solid troops on the ground and a solid government. We do not have that in Syria. So those that say it's just the same, there's an artificial boundary, should listen to what the Prime Minister wants. And I will quote the Prime Minister, but unlike you, Mr Speaker, when you were on these benches, I have to read the exact column. I don't have the memory that you once had when you're doing it. Because in column 1257, on the 26th of September 2014, in an answer to the Honourable Gentleman from Gainsborough, who suggested that airstrikes without ground forces would be just gesture politics, the Prime Minister said, and I'm quoting directly, "To be absolutely direct," he said, "I'm not claiming that airstrikes alone can roll back this problem. What this problem requires is a comprehensive strategy. What the problem also is a well-formed Iraqi government and a well-formed Iraqi armed forces, because they, in the end, will be the ones that will defeat ISIS on the ground." Now, the lack of that in Syria makes it, I think, unfortunate and makes it wrong for us to proceed with that action. For those reasons, I won't be supporting the government motion tonight, because I believe in consistency. I believe that the Prime Minister is not being consistent in his arguments of that period and what he's saying today. Yes, external factors have changed, but the practical ability on the ground has not changed. I want to ask the Foreign Secretary a question directly. I intervened, as you know, on the Prime Minister early on, and the Foreign Secretary is somebody who I believe can answer this question directly. My constituent's son was killed in an accident as a trainee pilot in 2012. His father has asked me today to ask the government directly that will all the airplanes, and I'll quote his sentence here, will all the airplanes required and are now in Iraq, will they have CWS, which, as he knows, is a collision warning system? Will all the tornadoes have that, and will the typhoons have them as well? Because it's important when we're sending people to war that they have the correct kit. You know, we've argued for that for years. I wanted today to listen to the Prime Minister to come up with something, a UN resolution that he's moving towards, which will give Chapter 7 status and to deal with it. That is not there today. For that reason, I don't think there is a comprehensive strategy. I voted for Libya. I'm certainly not a pacifist. I didn't vote in Iraq because I didn't think the case was to be was made. And I have to say this, it was my colleague Peter Kilfoyle who put that motion, and he's no woolly liberal.
Ms Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today, in his response to the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition quoted from Abdulaziz al-Mashi. He quoted part of his email, but I would like to go on and read some of the rest of it. "We have driven ISIS out of our towns before, but it is becoming impossible to do so while we are facing the relentless bombardment of the Assad regime and Russia. The territory that ISIS controls is crucial to their growth, their capture of resources, and their ability to conduct terror attacks abroad. We need help in order to keep them out of our towns. The Syrian regime has killed 7 times more civilians than ISIS this year. No, it is not, as Julian Lewis says, that Assad is the lesser of 2 evils. Assad and the Russian airstrikes have been focused on our hospitals, our schools and homes, and much less so on ISIS assets. As their bombardments continue, our towns are weakened, ISIS comes in to fill the void, and amidst economic collapse, provides services and the promise of steady salaries beefing up their recruitment and their hold on the land. Make no mistake, however, Syrians are resisting. Just last week, in my own hometown of Manbiji, women were kidnapped, an activist was tortured to death, and protesters were shot for trying to keep ISIS out. These people deserve your support, and supporting them is the only way to defeat ISIS. I was not present. I was not present in the parliament that refused to take action against Assad and his regime. But as Edmund Burke said, the only thing that is necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to walk by. This has not been an easy decision, but my decision to support the motion is based on a clear plan agreed in the Vienna process, the support from the UN to tackle the barbaric operations of Daesh, and the commitment of the United Kingdom to action which is focused on diplomatic, humanitarian, military and national security issues. I have read every email from my constituents on this matter. I agree wholeheartedly with the speeches made by the Honourable Member for Tunbridge and Malling and also the Honourable Member for Derby South. I have asked myself this question. If an attack happened on Chester, masterminded from Raqqa, and my constituents were caught up in such an attack, and I had voted no to further intervention in Syria, would I have acted in their best interests, or indeed in the interests of the civilian populations that are under the devastating rule of Daesh? I believe that answer to that question is no, and I will be voting with the government tonight.
Roger Godsiff. As has been said on many occasions during this debate, everybody agrees that Daesh is an organisation which is a threat to us all, our way of life, our liberties, and it has to be destroyed. However, I'm not convinced that dropping more bombs on Syria is going to add anything to the defeat of this organisation. There are already a lot of bombs being dropped by Russia, America and France, and apart from not destroying Daesh, it's creating terror amongst the population and resulting in mass displacement of the Syrian population. This in turn is causing huge problems for European governments who are trying to cope with the flood of refugees. Of course, we in this country should support France, and we should give support, solidarity in various other ways. The member for Halton Price has outlined some, other members have outlined other ways we can assist. And of course we should give logistical, intelligence and special forces support to the Kurds and the elements of the Free Syrian Army who are actually doing the fighting on the ground, because it is only ground forces and Arab ground forces which will eventually bring about the displacement and defeat of Daesh in Syria. Now, the PM has said that there are 70,000 Syrians who are ready to fight, and I take him at his word, and we shall have to see. However, I suspect that this assertion will come back to haunt him in the same way that the assertion made by a predecessor at the very same dispatch box that the UK was only 45 minutes away from a nuclear or chemical attack by Saddam Hussein has continued to shred the legacy of this former PM. Mr. Speaker, we can also share with the French and our allies our expertise in monitoring and breaking up terrorist cells, because we have a long experience of doing this in the UK. And furthermore, I believe we should go to the UN and seek support for safe havens to be created within Syria. I believe that this would be in our interest and the interest of other European countries, and it would also be humanitarian in helping not to force the population out of Syria. But, Mr. Speaker, there has been one voice
amongst the many that have been raised today, that has not been heard. And that is from somebody who's actually experienced Daesh and been a hostage of that organisation. And I refer to the French journalist Nicolas Hennin. And in a recent article he wrote, "I know for sure that our pain, our grief, our hopes and lives do not touch them. Theirs is a world apart. Central to their world view is the belief that communities cannot live together with Muslims." But he then goes on to say, "They came to Paris with Kalashnikovs, claiming that they wanted to stop the bombing, but knowing only too well that the attack would force us to keep bombing and to intensify these counterproductive attacks." He ends by saying, "I know them. They expect to be bombed. What they fear is unity." Mr. Speaker, we must have unity of purpose in seeking out and destroying Daesh. The Prime Minister will have his majority tonight and he will win the vote, but I don't believe he's won the argument.
Mr. Richard Drax.
Speaker, first may I pay tribute to the brave pilots and crew of the RAF who already fly in operations over Iraq. As always, they do our nation proud and we are indebted to them. Can I start by quoting from the great man himself, Winston Churchill? "Never, never, never believe that any war will be smooth and easy, or that anyone who embarks on the strange voyage can measure the tides and hurricanes he will encounter. The statesman who yields to war fever must realize that once the signal is given, he is no longer the master of policy, but the slave of unforeseeable and uncontrollable events." It's a cautionary observation, and one that runs through all the speeches I've heard tonight. The government's laudable aim is to safeguard the peoples of this great nation, to stand with our allies and to degrade Daesh. Please note that I did not say destroy Daesh, as bombing alone will not achieve this. So what does success look like? The only way Daesh can be truly destroyed in Iraq and Syria is by a large-scale, multinational ground offensive, for which there is no appetite for a multitude of reasons, not least the ghosts of the past which clearly stalk this chamber tonight. But if we truly intend to tackle this problem, destroy Daesh in its lair, and follow through on UN Resolution 2249, a ground offensive is the only practical and logical conclusion. Bombing will degrade Daesh, kill their operatives, and give heart to those fighting this organisation on the ground, but it will not destroy them. The government has made clear that it has no wish to put boots on the ground, which today's motion specifically excludes. But I suspect one consequence of a bombing campaign is that is exactly where it might lead. We are a major player and must play a prominent role, standing up for values that are envied across the globe. Islamic fundamentalism is regrettably our generation's scourge, and it's not going to dissipate in the short term. Could this be our 30-year war? The current threat is real and present and can and must be fought. So let's not discard the idea of boots on the ground, whoever's they may be, but explore that option in the eventuality. As Churchill indicated, conflict subjects us to forces outside our control. Subsequently, every eventuality needs to be examined. Finally, bombing alone will not solve this vexed question, which has divided the House and will do so later. But it will demonstrate to the world that we will defend our island, her people, stand by our allies, and meet our international obligations. As I said on Monday night, in this House, evil does thrive when good men and women do nothing. Tonight, I shall go into the lobby with the government. I am with the government, our allies, and the thousands of innocent victims who are looking to us for help.
Order. I'm sorry to say that a 3-minute limit on backbench speeches will now have to apply. Mr. Douglas Chapman.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and huge advance notice of that. Despite many of the good speeches we've heard and the measure speeches we've heard today, in the background the drums of war are still beating. and I know that that doesn't always make for good and rational decision making. We don't disagree that Daesh are a wicked and evil group who must be defeated, and I am not a pacifist, and I do not doubt that military power may at some point play a part in their defeat. But I am utterly unconvinced by the case that the Prime Minister has made here today. Those speaking in favour of the motion seem to be that they're deploying three main arguments for the necessity of British action in Syria. Firstly, that we should do so much to help our allies. Secondly, that the UK has special capabilities vital to the completion of coalition aims. And lastly, that doing so will make us safer at home. I doubt that such arguments are seductive, but I would caution the government and ask itself whether this bombing campaign brings us any closer to a solution or stability in the region. The most emotive argument is the one they're helping our allies, particularly France, which had to endure the most horrific attacks which struck at the heart of their capital city just over a fortnight ago. I followed the First Minister of Scotland, and I was the first MP to sign the Book of Condolence in the French Consulate in Edinburgh. So I and my SNP colleagues beside me here take our duties to France and indeed our other NATO partners extremely seriously, and we have a determination to go after the financiers, the planners, the enablers of that terrible attack, and that will never cease. It just so happens that I think bombing Syria does not bring justice any closer. The Prime Minister, I believe, has made a terrible mistake in forcing the issue through the House, despite the extreme unease of many in this place and outside about the efficacy of airstrikes. Why has he not focused instead of many of the other ways that the UK could help Syria militarily? UK bases in Cyprus have already been offered. UK logistics and support forces are in the area, and intelligence sharing has increased. At a time where it's widely accepted that UK has lost its strategic edge, the Prime Minister's attempt to make up for this to say, "There's a fight somewhere, why is Britain not in it?" There's so much more we could do to help our allies. Churchill once said that in the face of war, that jaw was better than war. I think we need to reinvent that tonight and say that jaw is not bomb. Just to say that we will be supporting the amendment in the name of the SNP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. James Heapy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 3 occasions, I left my family and boarded a plane bound for Afghanistan or Iraq. As the plane went through the clouds, I took what could have been my final look out of the window at this country. And when you do that, you cannot help wonder whether the people that have stood in this place have made the right decision, whether the nation is with you, whether what you are going to do is worthwhile. Today, I rise to contribute to that decision-making process, and I can tell the House that this responsibility weighs heavily on my shoulders. But, Mr. Speaker, I am clear that this motion should be supported. It clearly states that the continuation of airstrikes into Syria is just one part of the solution required to defeat Daesh and to secure a peace both there and in Iraq. Bombing, diplomacy, aid and countering radicalisation at home and abroad are not mutually exclusive. Indeed, in Iraq, Afghanistan and Libya, we have surely seen that they are utterly interdependent. Today, we must decide on military action, and so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to briefly speak on 4 themes in support of that. Firstly, we are being asked to join a coalition of our closest allies and some of our most important partners in the region. We must answer their call. Secondly, our contribution does enhance the capability of the coalition. Difficult targets present themselves only fleetingly. Prosecuting those targets requires air cover constantly with highly skilled pilots and deadly accurate munitions. Our RAF offers that. Thirdly, the necessity of indigenous ground manoeuvre. In Basra, my battle group was fighting an insurgency that existed almost entirely just because we were there. The 70,000 Syrians and 20,000 Kurds under arms could and should become a cohesive and capable force. However, that bombing campaign will buy the time for them to be manoeuvred into the place that we need so that we can coordinate their efforts in support of those airstrikes. But it is important to note, of course, that those airstrikes do degrade Daesh in the meantime. They have a military effect of their own. And that is why my final point, Mr. Speaker, is that having listened to the debates today, it is clear that the House agrees on the ends that we are seeking to achieve. It is clear that most of us agree on the means with which we are seeking to achieve them: diplomatic, humanitarian and military. The disagreement is when and in what order. I say from personal experience that when trying to buy time in a combat zone, you need to suppress the enemy, keep their head down and deny them any freedom of action of their own. Nothing in a combat zone is perfect, the timing is never right, but we must get on with this. It is what we are required to do to help the Syrian people.
Alison McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, and I think I speak for the whole House when we remark on our admiration for you today. I pay tribute to the contributions of my friends for Derby, South and Hull West. I agree with the points that they made. We come to this House to choose, Mr. Speaker. Yes, to criticise. Yes, to express our anger at times, but not to commentate. Our purpose of our debate is not entertainment, it's education. It's the education we need to choose. And the choice today is not, as some have implied, on a grand new strategy. It's a relatively narrow choice between a motion that extends our involvement in an existing battle or a vote for the status quo. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. It's not the choice also one between... It's a choice that takes risks, involves risk. The risk of doing something has to be balanced with the choice involved in doing nothing, which equally carries great risk for the country and indeed for the world.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't put it better than my honourable friend just did. Now, Mr. Speaker, not for the first time, I have to confess I'm quite angry with the government. I'm angry with them because I believe that they have turned their backs on vulnerable refugees from the conflict in Syria to whom we should have held out our hands. 20,000 refugees by 2020 is too slow. And the government could have demonstrated to the world what it has meant to be British, and they haven't done enough. Now, I know we must put party politics to one side, but it's hard when there's a Prime Minister who says on the one hand, do our bit, and on the other hand, does his part too late. What relevance does that have to our choice today? The answer is trust and commitment. If I vote for airstrikes today, I need to believe that the Prime Minister will stand beside those in the world who need him tomorrow. Part of the justification for the strikes is to show our commitment to the coalition against Daesh, that we are truly part of the fight. But if the Prime Minister wants my support, Mr. Speaker, I want to see his commitment to the bigger fight ahead of us, because the biggest recruiting sergeant for vile extremism is want. It's a dissatisfaction with the chances the world is offering you, whether in the back streets of Britain or in the cities of Africa and the Middle East, where young people find that the powerful in our world forget them far too quickly. It's pervasive want that is fertile ground for the blame and resentment that extremists cultivate. Now, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are right to be sceptical of our own capacities, but I don't think we should be sceptical of the Syrian people. I think rather we should offer them refuge now and our backing tomorrow. Whatever choice we all make, Mr. Speaker, we have to live with it, and I will have to face my constituents and explain myself to them with the decision I take. But that is as absolutely nothing in comparison to what the Syrian people have faced. And too much in the past 5 years, Mr. Speaker, I think that we've seen those in need and we've turned away, and we must not do that now. I might not trust the Prime Minister that much, Mr. Speaker, but in the end, the solution to that mistrust is in my hands. If I vote for his motion today, I want him to know that I will be here every week holding him to account. If I do not believe he's lived up to the trust of the British people, we have backbench motions now, Mr. Speaker, and I will waste no moment in using them. Any support I give to the Prime Minister is conditional, and we will return to this question again and again. As my right honourable friend, the member for Pontefract and Castleford, said so well, if our job is to work for peace, Mr. Speaker, then we will do it with scrutiny, and we will scrutinise the Vienna process to make sure it happens. Now, we vote today just on one tactic in this greater greater struggle, and I see the limits of the choice in front of us. My party, the Labour Party, has a bigger task, and it's one that I'll never just leave to the Prime Minister. The end to the extremism that we face today comes with a decent and fair society, and we waste not a moment now in fighting it.
Wendy Morton.
Mr. Speaker, the first duty of a government is to protect its citizens and its country. And whether or not to use military force is often one of the most significant and toughest decisions that any government, and indeed we as individual MPs, will take, and especially so for myself as a new member of this place. Much of what I have to say has already been said with far greater eloquence from honourable and learned friends and members of this chamber. However, this is a serious matter we are debating here today, and one which my constituents take an interest in too. In recent months and weeks, we have been watching an already fragile and serious situation in Syria further unfold and deteriorate. We have heard statements here in the chamber, we've listened to debate and been able to ask questions, and rightly so. We're in agreement. We're all appalled by the crimes ISIL commit daily against Syrian civilians. We can't fail to be deeply moved by the plight of millions of Syrian refugees forced to flee their homes for safety, and the many more that are displaced in their own country. And events in Paris have brought the seriousness of this yet closer to home. As we have heard and as we see, this is a complex situation needing a complex and a comprehensive response. Mr. Speaker, the UK, through DFID, is already providing humanitarian aid to those in the region. Like others in this place, I have visited a Syrian refugee camp on the border of Turkey, albeit 2 years ago, and I saw for myself the work that is being done there. A political situation, though, is also required, and I welcome news that this process is beginning with the Vienna talks. Working towards transitional government will be a key step towards long-term peace and reconciliation and to establishing democracy. But there comes a point, Mr. Speaker, when humanitarian, political and diplomatic responses alone are no longer enough. As the direct threat posed by ISIL to the UK increases, so too does our responsibility to protect our country and our citizens. ISIL is extreme and must be isolated. We need military action, not inaction. What message would it send out if, as the Prime Minister said, we subcontracted our responsibilities to others? It's time to stand by and with our allies. It's not logical for our planes to have to stop at the Iraqi border with Syria. ISIL does not recognise the border. They do not stop here. Their HQ is not in Iraq, it's in Raqqa. Our RAF is already in the region operating precision airstrikes now. I believe British action can and will make a difference, and I will therefore be supporting the government this evening.
Liam Byrne.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady Forbridge from Brown Hills. She is right that this is a serious debate. It's one that I've considered too, and I'm sorry that I've come to a different conclusion to her. I speak against this motion tonight, and I speak with a great sense of frustration. I'm frustrated because I agree with the Prime Minister that we are at war. We are under attack. We now face an enemy like an enemy we've never faced before. We're fighting against shadowy networks and nebulous states. And today's debate is about the theatre of Syria, but we all know that there are other theatres. We know that there is conflict that we may need to come to in Yemen, in the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan, in the Khorasan region, in Libya, and in parts of Nigeria. The enemy we're debating tonight is Daesh, but we all know that there are other enemies. We know that there are the core of Al-Qaeda that is still present somewhere around Afghanistan and Pakistan. We know there is Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. We know there is the Khorasan group at work against us. We know there is Jabhat al-Nusra in Iraq and their allies. And so what this says to us, Mr. Speaker, is that this is going to be a long march. And as my honourable friend from Hall Green said earlier, what is critical is that we maintain solidarity and unity of purpose at home for what is going to be a very long fight. And that is why we cannot afford in this House to put forward strategies which we think are high risk, which we think carry too great a risk of failure. And that is what the government strategy, I'm afraid, does this afternoon and this evening. It carries too great a risk of failure. Now, I was grateful to see the Prime Minister put such emphasis on how this is a joint struggle for both Western freedom and Islamic freedom. You can see that in the refugee camps of northern Iraq, and we know that Daesh has acquired the capability to plan attacks here in Europe. But that's why what I wanted to see today was sustained short-term action to take out that external planning capability of ISIS, whether it needed air cover or boots on the ground. But in the longer term, like the Chair of the Defence Select Committee, I want to see an overwhelming coalition brought to bear to smash Daesh into history. And that, I'm afraid, needs Vienna first and not Vienna second. We know that we dare not risk defeat. That will hand our enemies a propaganda victory, which we will hear about for years to come. But victory means bringing together air cover, ground forces and politics too. And heavens above, if we can't sustain that combination to take back Mosul, then how on earth are we going to take back Raqqa in Syria? And that's why I was disappointed, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was not able to specify this afternoon just what are the ground forces that are going to help us take back Raqqa under the air cover of the RAF. That is the difference between Iraq and Syria. In Iraq, there are ground forces. In Syria, quite frankly, they're not. I don't want a half-hearted fight. I want a full-on fight, and we didn't have a plan for that from the government today.
Ranald J. Wardener.
I've considered this matter very carefully and respect the views of members, including the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill, and indeed my constituents, whatever side of the debate they find themselves. Having listened to the arguments, I rise to support the motion. I believe it's absolutely imperative that Britain and her allies work together to eliminate the so-called Islamic State, a group whose continued existence is an affront to humanity, a group responsible for unparalleled brutality over recent years, a group that loathes freedom and democracy and despises every value we hold dear. At around the turn of the 5th century, St. Augustine laid out his preconditions for a just war, among them a desire for peace, and as a final decision, when all other means have failed. I believe that his words remain pertinent in the 21st century, as negotiating with the so-called Islamic State would be both impossible and abhorrent. Further, I am glad that this motion proposes to target the so-called Islamic State exclusively. For it is this group of terrorists that have attacked us and pose our people danger. They hate us for who we are, not for what we do. They must be stopped. Now, while we might not approve of the actions undertaken by the Assad regime, our overwhelming priority must be to protect the United Kingdom and support our allies. To do this, we must stabilise Syria, avoiding the creation of further ungoverned spaces in which terrorism will thrive. Had this motion mandated a complete overthrow of the Syrian regime by force, leading to the destruction of the apparatus of government, I would not, in all conscience, have been able to support it, for we would not have learnt the lessons from past conflicts. We would not be helping to stabilise Syria, and we would not be making Britain safer. In this motion, however, I believe we have, we are, and we will.
Natalie McGarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too admire your fortitude for sitting in the chair for so long. I'm very pleased to be able to speak today because I visited Rojava in northeastern Syria for 8 days in October to speak to people, the commanders of the YPJ, the YPG, that are fighting Daesh directly on the front line there, and also to speak to the leaders of the democratic non-confederalism about the democratic revolution that is happening in that part of the world. The Kurds I met were very, very clear that they were working to protect areas and to retake areas that had been taken by Daesh, like Kobani, and they are limiting their actions to where the Kurdish population lie. They're not expansionist, and if they're to be considered as part of the alleged 70,000 moderate ground forces put forward by the government, their geographic limitation must give us all pause for thought. What they told me is they want a democratic solution to the ongoing civil war in the first instance. Daesh exists and thrives in the vacuum and chaos from the uprising, and the continued instability of Syria lies in a fractured, multifaceted, multi-layered and multi-factioned response to Assad brutality and suppression. Yes.
Many thanks. Many thanks to the honourable member for giving way. Would you share my concerns that the allies involved appear to have conflicting goals over the outcome they wish to achieve, the Syria they wish to see, and that we would simply be adding to the chaos and destruction of Syria?
Thank you to my honourable friend for her point, and I will come to that later. I completely agree. Syria will continue to be unstable until the world realises that the only solution is democracy. When will the UK understand that shoot first and repent later is the wrong strategy? Indeed, Harry Patch, the last Tommy who died in 2009, wrote that all these lives ended for a war that finished over a table. Now, what sense is that? The Prime Minister refers to allies like the French, the Russians, the Turks and the Kurds. But the Turks recently exploded Russian military aircraft, continue to bomb the Kurds who are fighting Daesh in northeastern Syria and in the KRG area of northern Iraq. They are also accused of closing the trade border, necessitating pontoon bridges subject to intermittent trade embargoes as the only relatively safe trade and transport route from the KRG. Turkey is making it harder for the Kurds to tackle Daesh. The Russians were accused by the Syrians, whilst I was there, of bombing moderate opposition to Assad. Meanwhile, I spotted Hezbollah fighters in the Assad-controlled parts and streets of Kamishlo. There are already too many agents in this conflict. The French, the Americans, the Russians, Israel, Turkey and more are already destroying and deploying airstrikes in Syria with no strategic plans and little success. And how can we proceed when we aren't even sure who our allies are and who they are allied to? Why would the UK consider that repeating the same mistakes would have a different conclusion? The UK needs to support the creation of a safe, no-bomb zone within Syria in the first instance to protect the ground troops, such as they are, who are tackling Assad and Daesh, and to protect the internal refugees in Syria. And we have to support Vienna and a more comprehensive strategy aimed at a democratic solution to the civil war. And key to defeating Daesh is to stop the money flow. Contrary to some impressions, Daesh are extremely strategic in how they operate, closing supply routes and controlling the infrastructure. There is serious money which props this up. Where is it coming from? Who supplies the arms? Who is purchasing the oil? Cutting the funding will kill Daesh more effectively than gesture airstrikes. The people that I spoke to in Syria stayed in Syria because they want to fight Assad and Daesh. We owe them better than to treat them merely as statistics and their country as a casualty of perceived international obligations.
Una Bruce.
None of us come lightly to the decision we make today, but one thing I'm sure of is that at the forefront of all of our minds is the safety and security of every one of our constituents. In coming to my decision today, I have read all of my constituents' letters and emails. And I've also asked myself a number of time-honoured questions as to whether a conflict is just. Would this military action promote a just cause? Are our intentions right? Is there legislative authority? Is it a last resort? Is there a probability of success? Is the action proportionate? Time prohibits me from a detailed response, but may I say this? In an ideal world, no right-thinking person would advocate military action. But we don't live in an ideal world. Far from it. We and our constituents live with the very real, present and vicious threat of the evil ideology of ISIL, whose ultimate aim is nothing less than to destroy civilised society as we know it. This motion asks for authority for military action, airstrikes, exclusively against ISIL in Syria to defend the UK and to prevent terrorist acts by ISIL. Can anyone doubt this is a just cause? And then again, do we have right intentions? Just as the UK is compassionately motivated in seeking humanitarian efforts in Syria and to support them, supporting refugee camps in Lebanon and Jordan, welcoming refugees here, I believe that support for this motion in many parts of this House is born out of the same compassion for the suffering Syrian people children raped, Christians tortured, aid workers beheaded, whole families dispossessed, given 3 choices by ISIL: submit, leave or die. If our end goal for them is successful post-conflict stabilisation, to help protect them in the meantime from an evil barbaric oppressor which threatens not only their but our peace and security, then I believe we have right intentions. Then there is legitimate authority. Do we have this? Indeed, clearly, if this House supports our government's motion and it notes that we have a clear legal basis to defend the UK in accordance with the UN Charter, then I shall.
Will she join me in welcoming the unanimous nature of this Security Council resolution, so that there can be no question that the Russians and the Chinese are with us in standing against this dreadful threat?
I do indeed. The wider international community, through the Security Council resolution, says that ISIL constitutes an unprecedented threat to international peace and security and calls on states to take all necessary measures to prevent terrorist acts by ISIL. And we note too the requests by other sovereign states, including our allies France and US, for military support. And then, is it a last resort? Well, ongoing diplomatic, humanitarian, political endeavours are continuing, but airstrikes, whilst not of themselves enough, will, I believe now, be an essential component if we are to degrade and defeat this terrible force. And then what of the probability of success? The hardest question of all. There can be no guarantees, we've been told that. But as a probability, yes. I believe as a means of degrading ISIL, in terms of weakening its capacity to attack our citizens here, in terms of preventing the spread of its Hittite caliphates in Syria, reducing its training bases with their allure to those at risk of radicalisation, in terms of attacking ISIL's control centres in Raqqa and elsewhere, from which jihadists are sent out to other lands, in terms of reducing the spread of their terrible ideology, I believe that there is a probability of success. And so in considering all of this, I have concluded in good conscience and good faith that to support the government's motion tonight and the action proposed is both right and just.
Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have heard some excellent and thoughtful speeches today. Now, there are deep issues in the debate, but I want to touch on one issue that many honourable and right honourable members raised earlier. The Prime Minister's use of the abusive term terrorist sympathisers to describe those honourable members who vote against the government's motion tonight, as they believe that he has not adequately addressed concerns that have been raised. Now, ISIL-Daesh struck and deeply hurt the Eccles community through the savage murder of my constituent Alan Henning. That community came together, Muslims and Christians, to mourn our loss and to celebrate the life of our local hero. If I choose to vote against airstrikes in Syria today, as I will do, it will be deeply offensive to me and to that community for me to be labelled a terrorist sympathiser for my decision. Not a single person in Eccles or the rest of my constituency has said to me that we should authorise airstrikes in Syria because of the hurt caused to our community by the savage murder of Alan Henning. Now, I have listened very carefully to the arguments of the debate. The question of the 70,000 troops whom the Prime Minister says we can work with has been raised many times. The briefing MPs were given heard that the 70,000 figure is actually only 40,000 open to Western influence, with 30,000 more strongly Islamist and only potentially open to political participation. This is a key question and we didn't hear many answers. The Prime Minister says the troops are not ideal. The Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay called them mythical. The Right Honourable Member for New Forest East called them bogus battalions. It is important to be clear of the numbers, but as also been said, the strategy also does not address what can stop the moderates splitting into many separate militias in future, given that they are already splintered. It would have been better, in my view, to have worked through the issues around the possibility of coordinating action with these ground troops before this decision had to be taken. Earlier, my right friend, the member for Gorton, gave his reasons for not supporting the motion. He described the military action the Prime Minister asked us to support as a gesture, not effective military action. A gesture that would not get rid of Daesh, would not get rid of Assad, and I agree with my right honourable friend. I also agree with honourable friends who say we must be sure we are taking the right action, the justified action, and the action that will be effective. I am not convinced about that action, and I will be voting against the government's motion tonight.
Mr. David Burrows.
Speaker, we can often have too much to a partial view of parliamentary history when dealing with these particular issues of military intervention. I believe the relevant to history is not so much the vote in relation to Iraq in 2003, but the vote in relation to Iraq in 2014. Should we be extending that motion that was agreed by a majority of 491 on the 26th of September 2014 to extend RAF operations from Iraq to Syria? It shouldn't surprise us that, indeed, my honourable friend from Braintree and Billericay opposes extension to Syria, because he opposed that motion back in terms of operations in Iraq. It shouldn't surprise us the honourable member for Newport West, the honourable member for Vauxhall, who has spoken against today, the right honourable member for Murray, the honourable member for Foyle. All of those people voted against operations in Iraq. It's not surprising that they're against extending operations to Syria. It particularly should not surprise us that the opposition leader, the right honourable member for Islington North, opposes extending operations to Syria, because he not just opposed the motion back in September 2014, but he was the teller in the no lobby. He was making it very clear then, as I'm sure if he had more of an opportunity to respond to my intervention, he would have done now, made it clear that he, similarly in principle, opposes the operations in Iraq. And what that means, but an implication by it, what it means by implication is that they do not support what has been happening in Iraq, what has been doing good in Iraq, what has been regaining 30% of territory. What they would be doing is going against what is the context of our operations in Iraq, which are the operations which we should be reminded of, which was to go to the aid of Iraq, a right to defend themselves, to support them in their efforts to defend themselves against those ISIL jihadists, genocidal jihadists, who were going against Muslims, Christians and Yazidis. We shouldn't forget that context which brought us to vote in favour by such an overwhelming majority. The history we should have, I believe, is as much Kosovo in 1998 as Iraq in 2003. And we should remember there is a real effect here. When we look at the liberation of Sinjar, that liberation effectively was opposed by the leader of the opposition, because it was because of the support of RAF pilots, along with our allies, that led to that liberation. And we saw the horrors of that. And when we now it's revealed... I can, yes.
I'm very grateful to my old friend for giving way. He's making some very powerful points. And would he agree that crucial in our intervention in Iraq to date has been the fact that there have not been civilian casualties from the RAF action? And it does show that we have the capability to take incisive action against terrorist targets without putting civilian lives at risk.
And it is right. I mean, the honourable member for East Darbanshire referred to it as a disgrace. He referred to it as a disgrace, the operations that are taking place. It is not a disgrace to liberate Sinjar. It is not a disgrace. And it's been effective, and it has been effective, and it's also been proportionate. It's not leading to loss of civilian lives. And what was revealed, the grim reality, the horrors that has been revealed in Sinjar, the mass graves of older women who've been butchered by ISIL. So we should stand full square behind those operations that should be extended. As the honourable member for Baron Furness said, I, along with him in 2014, indeed wanted the motion to be further in 2014. I, along with him, recognise the important international principle of the duty to prevent and protect from genocide. That's what we were seeing in Iraq and in Syria, and we had a duty to authorise force which extended logically both in Iraq and Syria. So I wanted us to go further then, and so consistently with 2014, I obviously want us to extend to Syria now, because, as I said to the Prime Minister then, and I say now, the genocidal actions of ISIL jihadists have no borders, and we need to recognise that our response to prevent from genocide, there's the same intent of ISIL now as then in 2014. The right to defend Iraqis, the right to defend our UK citizens, means there should be no border in operations between Iraq and Syria. And, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we've heard a lot of people with their own expert opinion about the effectiveness of the operations. We have to be too careful of becoming armchair, if indeed not bench, generals when it comes to this. Surely we should accept the evidence from armed forces, from security services, from the Joint Intelligence Committee, that we have a very clear and imminent threat to our citizens, and we also have a proportionate response to it. And so my question that I have to my constituents is, if one of those 7 attacks on the UK in the last 12 months had not been thwarted and had got through, what would I have done? I'd have had to say to my constituent families that in the eye that I would say that we must tackle the threat by going to the headquarters.
Smith.
Mr. Speaker, There is no more solemn or important duty of this House than the decision to authorise military action, and it's weighed heavily on me in recent days. To risk putting our servicemen and women in harm's way is a great and heavy burden, and so it should be. In recent months, we have seen the horror of the attacks in Paris, Tunisia, Lebanon and Turkey, all committed by Daesh. But even these acts of terror fail to tell the story of the full scale of the threat and the fact that it's growing. In 2014, there were 15 global attacks perpetuated by Daesh. This year, we have so far seen 150.
Well, my honourable friend, if
I will.
I thought my honourable friend for giving way would add to the list by pointing out that 7 potential attacks in the UK over the last year have been prevented by our counter-terrorism services. Would my honourable friend take this opportunity to put on the record our appreciation of the role played by our intelligence services in preventing terrorism here in the UK?
I would absolutely take this opportunity. I thank the honourable member. The threat, therefore, is not theoretical, and our friends and allies across the world have to live with the consequences, and now they are asking for our help. But we must not forget the murder and mayhem being visited upon the people of Syria and Iraq. When Daesh began pushing north from Mosul to capture Yazidi villages, the men and women of these villages were separated. First, the Yazidi men and boys were taken out to the countryside and machine-gunned en masse. After this, the women were separated by age. Those who were too old to be kept as slaves for Daesh were shot. The rest were rounded up as spoils of war. The mass graves from these killings are beginning to be unearthed following the liberation of Syria by Kurdish forces supported by us. The sheer barbarism of this organisation is difficult to comprehend, and I cannot look myself in the mirror every day if I know that we are allowing this evil to thrive. Honourable friends across this House have rightly pointed out that events and recent history across the Middle East must give us pause for thought whenever and wherever we consider any further intervention. And I agree, but our country and my party have a proud history of standing up to tyranny and intervening to protect people from poisonous ideologies and evil despots. This began with the fight against fascism in the 1930s. If you were to visit the town hall in Stoke-on-Trent, you would find a plaque of commemoration to the veterans of the International Brigades. The men and women of that movement risked their lives for their commitment to internationalism and solidarity, and to stand against an ideology which they knew posed an existential threat to our way of life. Daesh posed no less a threat.
That's right.
For this side of the House, the spirit of internationalism, humanitarian intervention and solidarity with people from across the world is one of the longest and proudest traditions for the British left, which is why we must not fall into the mindset of isolationism and recognise that issues of war are never clear-cut. There is a cost of inaction as much as there is a cost of action. And if we allow atrocities to go unpunished and unrestrained, then we will bear the burden for that.
That's right.
As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, we have a duty to come to the aid of our allies in times of war. As a liberal democracy, we have a duty to stamp out the evils of religious fascism wherever it rears its head. As an outward-looking internationalist nation, we have a duty to play our part against a global threat. It's too late, sorry. If we grow to fear the responsibility of our actions, then we will find ourselves incapable of meeting our obligations to the country, to our allies and to our values. We will all enter the division lobbies tonight with a heavy heart, knowing that there are consequences of our vote, whichever way we choose to act. I am making the difficult decision to vote for extended action against Daesh. No one seeks war, but I genuinely believe that this is the best way to support Syrians and to protect our citizens.
Dr. Tania Mathias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I say that I value greatly the speeches from my colleagues, Honourable Member for Dorset South, Tunbridge and Malling and Plymouth Moor View. I also value all the constituents who have contacted me, and I also value some constituents who I know have been praying. I do believe that Daesh has effectively declared war on us. I do believe that Tunisia and the 7 thwarted attacks are effectively acts of war. In my constituency, I am incredibly grateful for the services of the security forces and the police, because during the Rugby World Cup, most of the blood spilled was on the rugby field. Of course, today and tomorrow, I am concerned. I am amazed by the RAF and the work they've done in Iraq. I'm amazed that we've done airstrikes and there have been no civilian casualties. I do believe it is right that we should allow our forces to cross that border, the border that the enemy does not recognise. But I am also very aware that airstrikes in Syria may result in civilian casualties. But I do believe that whether I walk through the lobby on the speaker to your right or the lobby to your left, I do believe civilians will die. However, with this motion, I am pleased that the government is linking military action with humanitarian action and diplomatic action. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for International Development and the Minister for Syrian Refugees when I have asked them, do not forget the refugees in this area that were there before the crisis. And I'm very reassured that all our action will be for those refugees as well, the Palestinian refugees in UNRWA's camp in Syria. Over 10 years ago, I marched with 1 million other people against the war. Today, I do believe it is different. There is a United Nations resolution. There are Arab countries that will align with us. When I go through the eyes lobby, it will be for the refugees and it will be for the security in Twickenham.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to follow the honourable member opposite for Twickenham. We both overlapped slightly in Gaza, where we both served. I served there as a surgeon for 1.5 years, having started my career in Belfast, where I also grew up. So I have seen the human results of violence, whether it's due to terrorism or whether it's due to bombing. And it isn't pretty, and it's not something any of us would wish. And having grown up in Northern Ireland, and obviously there are members on these benches who are based there, I wonder how we would have felt if someone thought we could have solved that problem by bombing, by airstrikes. We are talking about a situation that is complex. And obviously we've heard all the objections to the military intervention. I'm not going to go over them again because I've only got 3 minutes. But the chance of chaos is high. We have Russia who wants one thing, we have Turkey who wants another. And I'd like to ask, has anyone informed the Kurds that we are all paying great tribute to, that no one has any plans to give them a homeland at the end of this? So 100 years on, yet again they are being allowed to fight, but we are promising them nothing. I think it is important, going to any military action, to get the basics. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? What is the goal? How will we define victory? And what will our exit be? We have had a complex and fairly tragic, incoherent approach to the Middle East for decades. Having worked in Gaza, people describe to me death falling from the sky all the time. Sometimes directly from Western powers, sometimes from regimes that we either supported or created, all the way from the Shah of Iran to Saddam Hussein. We have supported militias and rebels when we thought they could be of use. But what have they turned into? The Mujahideen becoming the Taliban, the rebels and chaos in Libya. We hear about this patchwork of 70,000 boots on the ground in Syria. What will they become? Are they our next problem? And that's the problem. It's not that anyone here supports Daesh, despite intemperate comments. It's the fact that we do not believe airstrikes will work. The 2 points that were raised were national security and stability in the Middle East. We will recruit extremists there. We will radicalize people here. We all have sympathy with Paris. But that will not make bombing any more effective. So for those who've been struggling with their consciences and how to vote, I beg you, please think again and vote against this.
Mr. Bernard Jenkins.
Mr. Speaker, following the Honourable Lady from Central Ayrshire, I'm struck once again about this debate that we're grappling with on the one hand, what is actually no more than a minor tactical correction in the conduct of the air war against ISIS. And on the other hand, we're trying to assess and judge an overall strategic plan which is being formulated amongst a rather disparate and disunited coalition, and which is necessarily chaotic and fluid and bound to change. And this is in the context, Mr. Speaker, if we're looking at it historically, we've effectively been mounting a 14 or 15-year campaign since 9/11 against a global Islamist insurgency, and we haven't begun to get the measure of this campaign yet. Rather like Northern Ireland, to which the Honourable Lady referred, when we spent 10 or 15 years in Northern Ireland getting it wrong, the West is now faced with a far more complex international problem, and we are learning, we're discussing, and this debate is perhaps part of that process, but we haven't got near yet the kind of full and comprehensive understanding that will win us this campaign in the long run. And mistakes will continue to be made, but that does not mean we can simply turn our back on this present situation. There are risks whichever way we turn. And the one other aspect that we've periodically heard in this debate is that somehow what is now visited upon us is our fault, as we are being punished for our own mistakes and errors, and that the terrorist attacks on our own country are something that we have somehow provoked. This is fundamentally to misunderstand the nature of this terrorist threat. The West is omnipresent in the Muslim world. We are beamed in by satellite. The people there are challenging their own outdated religious power structures. The women want equality. Young people aspire to be educated at Western universities. This is challenging the whole structure of the Muslim world, and the extremes of the Muslim world are striking back at us. If we just disengage, they're not going to leave us alone. We have to engage with this problem. We may go on getting it wrong. We may go on making mistakes. But that is the nature of warfare. Paris was an act of war. We have been suffering acts of warfare against our country since 9/11, and even before that. The West is going to have to get better, more coherent, more united, and perhaps the most significant strategic effect of this decision is that we will be joining our coalition partners and helping to create that diplomatic and political process.
Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the debate in 2013 on action in Syria, I voted against, and I was very happy to do so. I didn't think the case had been made. I didn't think the plan was in place. And I thought through that extraordinarily carefully at the time, because I was very conscious of what the Assad regime was doing to civilians in Syria, and they're still doing. And in all the sound and fury and rhetoric, both around that debate and around this debate, it is absolutely vital that we cut through and get to the heart of what we are actually discussing. And for me, I am very much taken with what has been said about that this is an extension of an existing action. This is not a war. This isn't carpet bombing of civilians, as one person suggested to me. This is an extension of action against a barbarous regime that threatens our own citizens. I believe too, as the Honourable Member for Congleton said, that this meets the criteria of a just war, that it meets those criteria on legality, on proportionality, on prospects of success, in terms of last resort. We have a clear UN resolution. The idea that's been put around that somehow you have to have a Chapter 7 resolution is simply not the case. And I quote here from the House of Commons Library, which is set out very, very carefully, and it says, phrases such as all necessary measures as used in UN Security Council Resolution 2249 are code for the use of force in other Security Council resolutions. It is immaterial that they do not mention using force, and they point to a number of examples and different ways in which the UN has argued for that. There is a case for self-defence in international law, and there is also the case of operating against a non-state actor that we are unable or unwilling, the sovereign state in that place, to act against, that threatens us. We have a call from our allies, from France and from others, Jordan, the UAE, the Germans are getting involved, that's very clear. There is the military practicality of this imaginary border where we can only operate on one side and not on the other. And then there is the direct threat to the UK and our citizens. And I say this very carefully, Mr. Speaker, because of the individuals that have been recruited from my own constituency, that have gone to fight in Syria and that have communicated back with my constituency and with people here and may well have been involved in plots against this country. And that is a very serious thing to consider, because whilst I believe that there's no just a military solution to dealing with Daesh's ideology, we have to tackle it here, we have to tackle it in disrupting their communication methods, in terms of security, in terms of tackling the ideology, in terms of community relations, in terms of local policing. We have to get to the heart. And as long as this regime remains as a beacon in that region, both directing and recruiting and inspiring people, we are going to continue to have a problem, even if we meet all of those other criteria. I have my doubts. I have my doubts around the ground troops. I have my doubts around the hopes being placed in the political process, in the failure of this government to follow through on reconstruction, Mr. Speaker, in the past. But we cannot let perfection be the enemy. And I've had to consider, do those outweigh those reasons that I outlined at the beginning? And my answer is no, and that is why I will be supporting the government in its motion tonight.
Neil Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable member for Cardiff and Penarth, because I actually agree with virtually everything he has said. I think the key point is this. There is something happening which is dreadful and totally unacceptable, and we have to act. And as United Nations Resolution 2249 actually states, and it is giving us the scope to do something. It sets out really the reason for its urgency and also the reason why we actually have to take action. And I think the thing to remember is this. Daesh is operating in a state which is broken, that's Syria, and a state which is almost broken, northern Iraq. And we are actually extending the same treatment from Iraq to Syria. It is not a huge expansion, it is simply a question of moving to Syria because there's a need to do so. And that need is actually all about making sure we really do strike at the heart of this dreadful regime. And I would also add, it's absolutely imperative that we do a series of other things. We cannot avoid the need to operate through the Vienna process, for instance, because we do need our allies. And you know what? The key point about Resolution 2249 and the request from France and from the United States is that we are wanted, we are actually needed in this fight, and by demonstrating resolution and commitment, we are also strengthening the cause of the Allies generally to deal with this particular problem. Now, of course, it's a battle of ideas. Yes, I'll give way.
Don't you think it's rather perplexing that more effort has not been made by the government and others to deal with the arms trade in the Middle East, close the Turkish border that is so fluid to the terrorists, and tackle the problem of the funding from Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think the Prime Minister really made it very clear in his earlier speech, and actually previously, that we are taking those steps. Of course, more needs to be done, but things are happening, and they are happening with rigour, and they are happening with appropriateness to the challenges ahead. So I would say, absolutely, we need to do more, and more will be done. But I want to just talk about the battle of ideas because it's absolutely crucial. It is the fact that our way of life is being challenged. It is under attack. Our democracy, our internationalism, our tolerance is under attack. And that's what we have to defend. That's why it's important that we stand up and fight against what is absolutely awful. And the reason it is important that we state those three things and others is because that is how we deal with the moderate Muslims. We remind them that it is important to actually value those things too. Yeah, I'll give way.
Does the honourable gentleman opposite not see a danger in Saudi Arabia being given such a huge position in this? They do not share our way of life. Women are not well treated in Saudi, and yet we're giving them a huge role in the region. I think it's an important intervention, but the danger I actually see is the one where we do not participate and we do not actually apply our values, our skills, our leadership in this cause. And the differences between now and before are actually
We need more unity on this one, more than we've ever had before. And the interesting thing also about the vote we had on Syria the last time was that we should have acted then, because the chaos that's raged in Syria since has actually made it possible for the Islamic State to do so well in developing its infrastructure, in developing its reach. And that is something we've got to bear in mind, and we just don't want to make the same mistake again. That would be fatal to our interests in the Western world, fatal to our ambition to create a new Middle East, which is actually where good governance thrives, where the economics is successful, where the culture is great. And I thought this contribution from my honourable friend, the member for Tonbridge and Malling, really hit the nail on the head when he actually talked about that future, that ambition, that design, effectively, for the Middle East. And it's about us working together as nations. I've said this so often in this House already. Working together, sharing our capacities, sharing our policies, sharing our willingness to actually make a difference. That's why I am voting for the government tonight. I have done so, I will do so on the basis of considerable thought and considerable discussion with members of my constituency. But ultimately, our responsibility is to stand firm with our allies, defeat a terrible, terrible scourge on our globe, and make sure that we can rebuild. But rebuild we must do.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the horrifying attacks in Sousse, Ankara, over Sinai, in Beirut, and most recently in Paris, no one should be in any doubt about the capability and intention of Daesh to carry out further acts of terrorism across the globe. There has to be a strong international response, and the UK should be part of that response. Enough has been said about comments the Prime Minister may have said last night. For my part, having prosecuted some of the most serious terrorist plots in this country and worked with a number of members of the Prime Minister's front bench to thwart terrorism, I hope the House is clear as to where my sympathies are on this matter. The question is whether there is a lawful, coherent and compelling case for airstrikes. So far as lawful is concerned, there's much been said about UN Resolution 2249. It does not in and of itself authorise force, but I accept that impliedly it does reference self-defence, and that would be a lawful basis for action that has been taken and that may be taken in the future. The question for me is whether, if lawful, the action is nonetheless compelling and coherent. The argument that there's no logic taking military action in Iraq but not in Syria is seductive and it's powerful, but in the end it's unconvincing. The situation in Syria is very different to the situation in Iraq. The civil war has a different dynamic. The opposition forces are differently constituted, and of course Russia has a heavy involvement in support of the Assad government. That does not mean there should be no response in Syria, and there is much in the Prime Minister's motion that I would agree with in relation to the Vienna process, in relation to the talks for a transition to an inclusive Syria, and in relation to humanitarian suffering. But whether there are to be airstrikes is another matter. I am not against airstrikes per se, and I accept that it's difficult to see how territory can be taken from Daesh without them. But in my view, airstrikes without an effective ground force are unlikely to make any meaningful contribution to defeating Daesh. There is no effective ground force. I won't, because there's lots of people who've been waiting to speak. The Prime Minister's reliance on what he calls the 70,000 Syrian opposition fighters on the ground is wholly unrealistic. They are a disparate group of individuals with varying motivations and capabilities. They are by definition oppositional, and it's hard to see how we could honour them and protect them without being drawn into conflict with Russia. So on that basis, I will vote against the motion tonight. I will say this: I respect the views on all sides of people who form a different view, and if the motion, the Prime Minister's motion, is passed, I will support our forces in action.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, tonight's motion on Daesh or ISIL is a defining moment of this Parliament. and I follow a typically thoughtful speech from the member for Holborn and St Pancras. And earlier we had outstanding speeches opposite, I thought, from the Right Honourable members for Derby South, Kingston on Hull, Wakefield and Normanton. And all of them highlighted the seriousness of the threat to our nation, the powerful United Nations Security Council resolution, and the urging from regional governments and our closest neighbour France for our action. Many others today have also argued, rightly I believe, that tonight's motion includes a logical extension to what we have already voted overwhelmingly for in Iraq, across a boundary that the terrorists do not recognise. Now, some also argue that the RAF would make no difference to what our allies are already doing, and that the risks to civilians in Syria are too great. But if either was true, Mr. Speaker, why would our allies want us in Syria, and why would the Iraqi government want us in Iraq? If the House felt that this was true, that we were achieving nothing in Iraq, then we would surely be criticising the government and calling not just for debates but the return of our armed forces. And if that was true, then surely the Right Honourable Member for Murray would also be calling for no airstrikes at all from RAF Lossiemouth. But he's not, and we are not. And I believe that there is a good case that we have made a difference in Iraq. So tonight, I believe we can find much common ground across all parties, through supporting a close European partner and our closest ally, through the umbrella legitimacy of the UN, through the competence of the RAF, and the logic of extending our operational boundaries. To those of my constituents with doubts, I believe it's important to remember that we are not invading Syria, we are not waging war against Islam or Muslims, and that this is, as the motion says, one part of a broader political strategy. And this is our government's big challenge, to defeat ISIL so that a peace settlement can have meaning on the ground. It will be unbelievably difficult given the blood under the bridge and the political, tribal, religious and war-scarred differences of those round the table in Vienna. But like Dayton a generation ago, a difficult settlement and transition is the eventual key, and unlike Dayton, we have a role to play in the peacemaking and subsequent regeneration. That agreement and the governance afterwards is what I believe Syria needs, and its success or failure will determine a generation on whether we are seen to have played a positive role. Mr. Speaker, I didn't enter this House with any enthusiasm to commission our armed forces to take lives and risk theirs, but we have a duty to protect our constituents, and the threat is very real. So I will be voting for the motion, and I urge colleagues from all parties to do so, for a decision not to do so would send the wrong message.
Extremely grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. Shabana Mahmood.
Mr. Speaker, like other members, I have struggled to work out what is the right thing to do this evening, faced with a very difficult decision, as I have done with every decision regarding military action since I have been a member of this House. In the previous Parliament, I voted in favour of action in Libya and in Iraq in 2014 and against action in Syria in 2013. I know how hard it is to vote both in favour of action and against action, and I have learned in the 5.5 years that I have been a member of this place that it is almost impossible to say which of these decisions, with the benefit of hindsight, was 100% right or 100% wrong. Having weighed up the arguments for tonight's motion, I will be voting against. But before I explain my reasons, let me say that the House knows that I am a Muslim. Those that know me well know that my belief in God and in my religion is not just a small part of my identity or simply a box that I tick on the census, but the defining characteristic of my life. And I am a Sunni too, Sunni born and Sunni raised, and since I've been old enough to make my own mind up about these things, a Sunni by choice. And though there is a wide variety of opinion and practice within Sunni Islam, we can all agree that ISIL are not representative of our faith, and they are not representatives of Sunni Muslims. They are Nazi-esque totalitarians who are outlaws from Islam, who engage in indiscriminate slaughter, and who murder any Muslim that doesn't agree with them. If you're different or if you disagree, you die. And under ISIL, I am well aware that a Muslim like myself would be killed. So please believe me when I say
say that I don't simply want to see ISIL defeated, I want to see them eradicated. But I believe that the action proposed will not work, and that is why I cannot vote for it. I fear primarily the chaos that may come from a vacuum or an ungoverned space. Many members have said that airstrikes alone will not work, and I agree. I believe that we cannot simply bomb the ground, we have to have a strategy to hold it as well, and on this point I listened carefully to the arguments about the 70,000 moderates, and normally we believe that our enemy's enemy is our friend, but in this case I believe that our enemy's enemy will turn out not to be our friend. There are too many different groups with too many shifting allegiances and objectives, and I think that that cannot help. Yes, I will.
Would she agree that many British Sunni Muslims and British Muslims agree with her sentiments on this evil sect of Daesh?
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I agree with the point made, and I believe in this respect I do, and I'm able to speak for the wider British Muslim and British Sunni community. Mr. Speaker, what of Russia, I ask? They too are acting against ISIL, but they are also bombing some of the very moderates that the government will be seeking to rely on in order to hold the ground that they believe is necessary following airstrikes. Mr. Speaker, I think back also to the decision regarding Syria in 2013, when I feared that action against Assad without a more comprehensive strategy would create a vacuum which would lead to more militancy for which we would be responsible. And now I believe an ISIL-first strategy risks strengthening Assad and creating another deeper crisis for which we are also responsible. And as for our own security, Mr. Speaker, I believe, my instinct tells me that the threat to us is probably the same whether we act or we don't act. ISIL are not going to give us a free pass if we vote against, and we're not going to be any more in their sights if we vote in favour. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the short time left to me, there has been some suggestion in the last day or so that when the time for apportionment of blame will come, those who vote in favour will have to step forward and there will be nowhere to hide. If you vote against, as I will, the implication is that you can avoid the blame. For those who think this way, let me say this: if only the world were that simple. There are consequences, and innocent people will die from action and inaction. Whatever we decide tonight, we will all bear a measure of responsibility.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady opposite, the member for Birmingham Ladywood, who spoke from personal experience and conviction, and with great passion, although coming to a different conclusion than mine. Mr. Speaker, matters of war and peace, the security of the United Kingdom, are the primary responsibility of this government and this House. This is the first time in my capacity as a member of this House that I've been asked to vote on committing the UK to military action, and I can assure fellow members as well as my constituents that this is not a vote that I take lightly. I've carefully considered the arguments made by the government, and it is clear that Daesh poses a direct threat to the UK, and recent attacks across the continent, Tunisia, Turkey, Lebanon, the downing of a Russian passenger plane above Egypt, and more recently the horrific attacks on Paris show that Daesh is capable of truly international terrorism. Clearly, it is a terrorist group which does not respect borders, and the people of the UK are in their sights too. Every day when I come into this House, I see the notification telling me that the threat level to this country and its people is severe. This means a terrorist attack is highly likely. Indeed, we've heard already that 7 terrorist plots have been foiled this year, either linked to or inspired by Daesh and their deadly propaganda. And I pay tribute to our intelligence services, upon who we rely to keep us safe. But as Daesh grows in strength and audacity, our security is increasingly under threat. So in my view, when the UN Security Council resolution calls on member states to take all necessary measures to prevent terror attacks by Daesh and to eradicate their safe haven, we have a responsibility to answer that call. Over recent months, a number of my constituents have contacted me about the situation in Syria and the plight of its people. Along with others, I recently visited the Zaatari camp, the largest in Jordan, situated just 14 miles from the Syrian border. Those people in those camps are living in the most basic conditions, and their only desire is to go home to Syria. Peace in the region is dependent on us reaching agreements in Vienna, and the Vienna process is crucial too. Mr. Speaker, destroying ISIL, bringing peace to Syria and Iraq, and rebuilding the shattered lives of the populations will be hard and will require a multi-layered approach by a broad coalition of nations. In my view, the UK has a moral obligation to assist our allies in this fight and to ultimately help to return Syria and its people to its people. And for this reason, I will be supporting the government and voting for the motion.
Rachel Maskell.
Prime Minister's proposal to the fire with experts, with academics and people from the region, and also military personnel. I've read over 2,000 communications, and on Monday night I had a meeting in my constituency with over 400 people present. Over 99% have said no to the Prime Minister's plans. Daesh exhibits the most heinous and murderous ideology. But how will precision weapons target without coordination on the ground? We've heard how important ground forces are. It integrates into local populations. Local people work for Daesh in order to avoid being murdered themselves. Although they do not share the ideology, they do that to save their lives. So without a concrete military force, their people will be put at risk and there will be serious casualties. We have already heard around the Free Syrian Army exactly what this is. The Foreign Secretary came to the House and said 80,000 strong on the 20th of October. The Prime Minister, 70,000 strong on the 26th of November. Yesterday I heard 40,000 moderates, today 15,000 people we can work with. The reality is they're a disparate group. We've heard about the shifting sounds. There are many groups here coordinated under an umbrella, and we do not know if they will jump to Western orders. It is fighting another war, a more conventional war, and therefore will it move to a more difficult conflict to fight, in fighting a different enemy. And obviously we know that they have fought to protect land against Assad, and therefore will it be willing to move across the country to fight in a different part of the country and to give up that land which it has protected and tried to gain. And therefore I think we have to ask those questions before we proceed. And therefore to take a bit more time is not admitting defeat. It's about being politicians and really scrutinising what's before us. There is no lost face in stepping back in order to step forward. But we also must listen to the people who live on the ground, who have said no also to this action. No one in this place has the wisdom of Solomon, but it is clear that this strategy is weak and the sequencing wrong. I will be voting to reject this motion tonight and just ask that the government can come back with a more comprehensive ground plan and therefore enable us to scrutinise that, and hopefully we can move forward to a deal with Daesh and its evil thought.
Marcus Fish.
Yesterday, while preparing for this debate, Mr. Speaker, I was accused by certain people on social media.
Order. There's quite a lot of order. There's quite a lot of really rather disconcerting and discourteous chuntering from both sides of the House, including the Foreign Secretary, whose honourable friend has the floor and who will be heard. If members wish to conduct an argument, they'll do it outside the chamber, be they ever so high. Let's be clear about that. Mr. Marcus Fish.
Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was accused by certain people on social media of having, firstly, no care for my children, and secondly, no thought for people in Syria. Nothing could be further from the truth. Our families and our children, and those families and children from the Middle East and North Africa, whether in their homes or displaced, are the future of our world. We want them to play and grow without fear in that world, to see good and beauty in it, to see the point of trying to make it better. When they ask, what did I do today, I want them to know that I stood up for them. We want to make life on the ground better for people, to protect them from indiscriminate and summary injustice, to allow humanity, restore normal life and offer better ideas. Our involvement really can make a positive difference, and we must not shirk it. Militarily, we can, with more precision, take out targets that we see that threaten us or those on the ground, saving lives. We are not bombing Syria in the way some allege. And diplomatically, our involvement will give us the best chance to shape efforts towards a lasting political settlement. If we want to be able to negotiate, sometimes very firmly, as we should, with Russia, Iran, the Syrian establishment and our allies in the Gulf states and beyond, we have to be credible. We can't expect to have influence with them to shape our world if we are unwilling to use the powers we have, when asked, to make the transitions to a political solution less painful than they otherwise might be. We want the civil war in Syria to end and for hope to return. I am persuaded that there is, right here in Vienna and our firm diplomatic strategy, backed by action tonight, a real chance that we can help that happen politically. And I want to commend what is, in fact, a comprehensive strategy to the House.
Toby Perkins.
Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against the government tonight, but I will not be doing so with any certainty in my mind that what I'm doing is correct. I envy all those members of the House that are certain about what the right decision is to do today. I envy those people who've contacted me on Twitter. And I envy my constituents and party members who've contacted me and said that it's a no-brainer, that it's obvious what we should do, because it's not been obvious to me. It's been very, very difficult indeed. I've listened to a number of contributions from my honourable friends who will be in a different lobby to me tonight, but I've agreed with a great deal that they've had to say. And in coming to the decision that I've come to, it's been incredibly difficult because there is a huge amount of the contribution that's been made from honourable friends who will be voting with the government, with which I do agree. I agree that Daesh is a peril that must be defeated, and I agree that they are an evil scourge that inflict misery on huge numbers of Muslims, killed far more Muslims than Westerners, and I agree that we should not turn our back lightly upon our allies and have tremendous solidarity with the people of France, upon whom such misery and carnage has been recently visited. I agree, as an internationalist, it's not easy for me to turn my back on that United Nations resolution that went through. And I agree that the action being proposed tonight has a strong legal basis. So why will I not be supporting it? I won't be supporting it because sometimes I believe that the kindest thing you can do as a friend is to say to your friends in their moment of torment that the direction that they're taking might not actually be the resolution to the problems that they face. And I think that what we have in front of us is a motion. I listened with great intent to the briefing that we had yesterday from the Foreign Secretary and others, which I thought was incredibly professional. But it was not able to answer the central point about the ground forces. And when people say, well, we're doing it in Iraq, why aren't we doing it in Syria? The simple answer is that in Iraq we're doing it at the request of the Iraqi government with the support of the Iraqi ground forces. And I believe that the political process that is a fledgling process that is promising, that finally has nations working together in the International Syrian Support Group, must be given a chance to work, because if we have that international transition plan, if it actually starts to lead to something that it's this fledgling stage it possibly could do, then we have a possibility that these ground forces will turn away from Assad and towards ISIL, and then we have the potential that the actions that we take will actually deliver what we all desperately want, which is the end of ISIL and a better and more promising future for the people of Syria.
Mr. Baron Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There can be no graver or more serious topic for us in this House to debate than the use of military force. And I've had much correspondence from my constituents, and I've read every bit of it, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to what my honourable friend from Yeovil had to say earlier, We're asking young men and women to go fight and potentially die whilst engaging in the use of force in another land. I know the Prime Minister and Government have set out serious and powerful arguments for airstrikes on Daesh and have been very clear in this motion that they will be targeting Daesh exclusively. Equally, I've heard some thoughtful, sincere and indeed forensic arguments from members on both sides of this debate. There are many questions and the answers need to be crystal clear. We cannot make the mistakes of the past by failing to have a plan for all ethnicities and sects to have an equal place in a post-conflict Syria. If we fail in our solemn duty to do this, then we will be doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. The mistakes whose shadow covers the Middle East and the consequences of which are deeply rooted in some of the current conflicts and proxy wars that are taking place in the region. In numerous reports, it seems from people who have escaped the dreadful regime of Daesh in Syria that the statehood project of Daesh is failing. We must ask ourselves, will British air strikes help and assist that effort to further weaken and eventually bring around the destruction of Daesh in their strongholds? And so our intelligence, therefore, has to be highly dependable and accurate. Furthermore, we must ensure that our allies in the Middle East are playing their part in this battle. According to a Department of Defense official in the United States, Saudi Arabia haven't flown a mission against Daesh in 3 months, and Jordan in 4 months, and UAE in 9 months. So we need to ensure that there is no political void with coalition of countries who need to be part of any serious solution to this conflict. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll just turn to my decision on my vote on this issue. I'm sure that we all feel the weight of history and understand the position that others who have had to vote on issues of war in this House have felt. There can never be absolute certainty of the outcome of any military action, despite the fact that we're all certain of the need to destroy Daesh. Whilst people have made very clear arguments about the dangers of acting, there are equally dangers of not acting. And I use a quote of former US President and General Dwight Eisenhower: "Neither a wise man nor a brave man lies down on the tracks of history to wait for the train of the future to run over him." I, of course, Mr. Speaker, don't profess to be wise or brave, but I do support the government in this. The reality is, do we wait for a Paris situation to happen here, or do we act now? We act now.
Mr. Brendan O'Hara.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I begin by congratulating the work done by the Foreign Affairs Committee in producing this excellent and thoughtful report. And may I also commend the report to any honourable member who hasn't had a chance to read it. And I hope that the Prime Minister also takes cognizance of the fact that the Foreign Affairs Committee, when they reported last night that they were not adequately convinced that the concerns contained in their report had been met. And the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Foreign Affairs report, just 3-4 weeks ago said that the extraordinary complexity of the situation on the ground meant there were few reliable counterparts and that there appeared little chance of a legitimate functioning ally emerging from the chaos any time soon. Now, Mr. Speaker, miraculously, we are expected to believe that there are some 70,000, quote, moderate troops ready to fight on our behalf. Yeah, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Much has rightly been made in this House by members on both sides of the chamber about the professionalism and dedication of our armed service men and women. Do they not have the right to know who they will be fighting alongside in any conflict they are set to?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and one can only conclude that this 70,000 figure has been a convenient arithmetical creation. That I will come to you in a moment, to let me finish this point, that adds together a multitude of people from different cultures, different factions and with widely differing ambitions for the future of Syria. And I agree that one should be told who exactly they are. I fear that the 70,000 figure, this claim, will define this Prime Minister's drive for military intervention in the Middle East, in the same way that a claim of being just 45 minutes from attack has defined a previous Prime Minister's justification for earlier misadventures in the Middle East. I give way to my...
I'm grateful to the Honourable for giving way. I've been so kind about the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. The least he deserves is another minute. Could I draw his attention not only, obviously, to the Prime Minister's statement, but he might want to look at Charles Lister's work, who's a visiting fellow at the Brookings Doha Centre and who has blogged on the Spectator site, where he breaks down the 75,000 reasonably accurately. So I suggest he looks at that. But of course, the key issue here is the change over the last month at Vienna, which
Mr. Speaker, and I do commend the report. I think it is a first-class piece of work. The report also said that any UK involvement in airstrikes would be unlikely to be a war-winning intervention. Indeed, Sir Simon Maile, when speaking to the committee, said that this is not a war-winning air campaign by any stretch of the imagination. And even the most enthusiastic cheerleader for UK airstrikes in Syria have to agree that very few planes will actually be involved, and our contribution will be extremely small. But at the same time, the Prime Minister was telling us that a major military plank of the argument for airstrikes was that we had a unique contribution to make. And that unique contribution was a Brimstone missile. Indeed, it was the Prime Minister himself who went on the record as saying that UK Brimstone missiles were the unique asset that the UK and the RAF had to bring, and we were being lobbied by coalition partners in order to bring that to the theatre. But as I pointed out to the Prime Minister, the Royal Saudi Arabian Air Force have been using Brimstone missiles since February of this year. And I asked them specifically that question. Mr. Speaker, let's be honest, the UK government's desire to take part in the bombing of Syria is less of a military contribution and more of a political statement. This government has, since 2013, felt left on the sidelines, and it has been itching to get a piece of the action. And similarly, with so much of the UK's thinking, this is more to do with how the UK will look to other people than it does asking what good we can do. Mr. Speaker, no thank you. Decades of military intervention in the Middle East, and we do not have a success to show. Mr. Speaker, there are more than enough people dropping bombs on Syria. We do not have to add to the chaos and the misery and the inevitable civilian casualties by adding to that. Yes, Daesh are evil, and yes, they have to be defeated, and yes, we have a contribution to make. But dropping bombs from 34,000 feet is not the way to do it. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let us embark on another Middle Eastern misadventure. Let's not embark on another Middle East misadventure and go in without a credible plan to win the peace and secure the future for Syria.
Vin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to have a chance to speak straight after the honourable member for Argyll and Bute, who, whilst giving us a range of problems, seems to be somewhat lacking on potential solutions. The one thing I do agree with the SNP benches on is which was the change pushed forward by the member for Ockhill and South Perthshire that we call Daesh. These people, they are neither true to Islam, neither are they a recognised state, and we should not give them that credence. But for me, this is not about making some political statement. If there is a statement to be made, it's about the fact that when one of our allies is attacked, we will come to their aid. The bedrock of our defence is Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, the NATO treaty the SNP still want to be part of, and that is the mutual defence, that an attack in Europe we respond to. I'll happily take an intervention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving way. He mentions the solidarity that one must show with our allies. Would he apply that to the Kurds and our NATO allies in Turkey?
And that's why we protect them.
We stood with the Kurds. A year ago, this Parliament voted to intervene when the murderous thugs of Daesh were on their way to overrun the Kurdish Autonomous Region and would have potentially have a massacre of the level of Srebrenica in this century. And this party, and to be fair, other parties and members sat opposite, wanted to do something. Some of the arguments we've heard so far this afternoon indicate you'd pull away the air support that has helped keep Daesh away from massacring the Kurds. That's solidarity, not warm words. For me, in approaching this motion, I've asked myself two questions. The first was what specific for our involvement, along with allies, and is there a clear legal basis for the action? The second was what will a post-war Syria look like? In short, who or what will be the government there, and how will our intervention assist in bringing this about? Legality is now much easier. There is a pretty clear UN Security Council resolution. Had that resolution not been passed, I know we'd have been hearing today about how we needed the resolution. Now one's been passed, we're hearing how it's not quite enough. I think the reality is no resolution will be enough for some in this chamber, despite the very clear wording of that Security Council resolution. So definitely legal. What are the specific objectives we have? Well, the ultimate objective is to clear Daesh away from the territory they control, which gives them their base of power. You've had plenty of interventions. I won't take this one. It's about making sure we can actually assist our allies. And wouldn't it be ludicrous? Our allies are fighting a Daesh unit. It gets to a border, an invisible line in the sand that they don't recognise, and we say, sorry, you've gone 1 foot over the Syrian border, we're not going to do anything. It's about being a part of a coalition. And I have to say, it's ironic to have shouts we're not doing enough from what's on the two benches. That's an argument to do more, not to do less. So then coming on to the second point about what will a post-war Syria look like. Well, that's what the Vienna process is there for. An agreed negotiation to deliver a government of stability in Syria for the future. I must say, Mr. Speaker, I always love having an...
Order. Stop the clock. The honourable gentleman must be heard with courtesy. And I say to one honourable gentleman whose loquacity has been notable today that he's perfectly entitled to seek to intervene, but he mustn't seek to deny that honourable member a courteous hearing. Let's be fair and decent to each other. Mr. Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to have a compliment. And for me, whatever comes out of that Vienna negotiation, the answer that will not come out of it is that Daesh should carry on having a role in the future governments of Syria. They're not going to be cleared by warm words. They're not going to be cleared out by just hopeful diplomacy. Part of it will be a military intervention. It's right we start degrading them now, whilst we work to build up that coalition that will clear them out permanently, not just say it's too difficult.
Mr. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Torbay and thank him for his comments. With the US adding manpower and Germany and China yesterday announcing that they are joining Russia, France and Jordan, to name but a few, we need today to enlist in the coalition of the civilised in the campaign against Daesh. It is still hard to fathom the utter brutality, the inhumanity and the sheer disregard for human life that Daesh show. Today we can show in the efforts to confine such evil to the history books and to show that we will not sit idly by while innocent people are beheaded, maimed, tortured, raped, massacred and who strike fear into the population. The difference between ISIL's so-called army and us is this. They behead and rape innocent people as if the only law were the law of the jungle. We know our enemy and we decide how to target them and when to target them through the democratic process, the decision of this House and the way forward. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that's where sitting back as leftists, watching the situation spiralling, prevailing and that jungle spreading. The time for restoring order and containment was long ago. We have all seen the Islamic State is not happy to merely confine their horrendous caliphate to one nation or one corner of the globe. Of course, we all know by now the ultimate consequences of appeasement, terror and the threat of terror in the streets. Liberty that this House is, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will vote on whether to join the coalition of the civilised. Let's not be on the wrong side of history. Let's put Daesh out of business.
Chloe Smith.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Strangford. Mr. Speaker, courageous tornado crews based at RAF Marham in my county have been flying to Iraq already in the last year. The question today is, should we ask them to do more? And my answer to that is yes. We have a clear, present and extreme threat, and we have the ability to help defeat it. I vote today in favour of diplomacy, in favour of united resolve at the United Nations, in favour of continued humanitarian leadership, for planning for stabilisation, reconstruction and peace in Syria, for cutting off the sources of finance, fighters and weapons, and for extending our advanced military capabilities in a fight that is already going on, in which we are already involved, in which our enemies want us dead, a fight which we must win to keep British people safe both at home and abroad, and where our allies need our help. It is right also that the government takes domestic action, which is not necessarily named in this motion, but which goes with that coherent military and humanitarian and diplomatic action. I won't give way. I want to proceed, and there are a few other members who've been waiting patiently and want to come in. We all know we are under threat. No action is no option. We all know there is history behind and that there is risk ahead. People are naturally concerned that we may make things worse, or that being part of airstrikes perhaps will make us more of a target here in Britain. Those concerns are valid, but we can only hope to make a safer world for British children and Syrian children too, by having the courage to defeat the evil that we face. Indeed, Syrians are already fleeing it, and desperately. We must act. The UN is asking us to act. I am prepared to back UK action with all of its risks, because I want to protect civilians there, here and anywhere in the world from that greater and more certain threat that they face from IS, the threat of death, repression, torture. People rightly argue you cannot bomb an ideology out of existence. That's true. And that's why we need the breadth of what is in the motion today. And we need to ask what the alternative is. To allow an ideology that recruits from its own military success so far to continue to do so with a headquarters and to invoke our silence in its cause? No. We must today back that motion, Mr. Speaker. My morals, my conscience, my heart and my head say it is Parliament's duty to support the government in the actions it must take to keep British citizens safe against that active ideological evil. It is foolhardy to fail to take an action that may allow us to do our part.
Mr. David Lammy.
Mr. Speaker, my close school friend James Adams was blown up on the Piccadilly line outside Russell Square on the 7th of July 2005. 5 of my constituents, Anna Brandt, Kieran Cassidy, Arthur Frederick, Lee Harris and Samantha Badman, also lost their lives. Terrorism needs to be defeated, and all of this House comes together in that effort. The Prime Minister is right when he says that bombing might well degrade ISIL. I'm with him on that. He's right when he says that Daesh is a force that needs a coalition of us to come together and challenge them. He's right about that. He's right also that there are moderates on the ground that might support our efforts after there has been aerial bombing. However, on listening to the Prime Minister, on reflecting on Turkey attacking the Russians, on reflecting on this debate, I have come to the conclusion that I'm not able to support the government tonight for 3 reasons. One is a deep concern, having looked into the eyes of so many young Muslim men that might be seduced by extremism, the deep concern that there remains a vacuum because there are not sufficient of those Sunni moderates on the ground. I remember this House saying that we will deal with Al-Qaeda, and in dealing with Al-Qaeda, we gave way to ISIL. Given there are 65 disparate groups, and many of them are jihadists, Of course, there will be future extremists that come as a result of this. Much has been said about the Parisian bombings being an act of terror. Of course, they were an extreme act of terror, but they were also an act of holy war. They were bait for us and others to engage in that holy war. We must tread then very, very gently over the coming days and months, it seems to me. If the Prime Minister had come to this House committed to ground troops, and I know no one would put boots on the ground, but I say this, we cannot continue simply to expect aerial bombardment to do the job. It's become the sop, the blanket of the West. And actually the truth is civilians will die, cousins, brothers, sisters will die, and there will be a new generation of extremists that come up in that vacuum. That is why, unfortunately, I am not prepared to put my name to the government motion.
Mr. Simon Hall. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, had I been a member of this House in 2003, I too would have voted against the Iraq War. I have to say, had I been a member of this House on the last vote in Syria, I would oppose the government as well. So I don't stand here today as a warmonger or somebody who revels in military action. I stand here today as a pragmatist who has listened to what the front bench has said and have been convinced by it, which is why I'm going to support the government this evening. It would have been in this spirit, Mr. Speaker, of honest politics, far more honest, if the leader of the Labour Party had come to this House and put up his hands and said, I am a committed pacifist of long-standing and conviction, instead of trying to hide behind artificial barriers of tests. Mr. Speaker, his silence on the subject of our activity in Iraq and his absence of any support for our military personnel there spoke volumes. It was deafening, and the House heard it. But last night, Mr. Speaker, I spent a very pleasant half an hour talking to 4 of the anti-war protesters outside this House. A taxi driver, a teacher, a charity worker, and a tour guide. And they asked me why I was voting in favour. And I will tell you why. This is not a war. This is a recalibration and an extension of an existing operation. That there are civilian casualties now, and we cannot sit idly by. That we have to have an element of trust in those who can see the security documents and are convinced by them. And also, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot rely continually on our security services to be 100% right 100% of the time. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful for giving way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Will you agree with me that there's a threat, a current, present danger to this country now, and it's only thanks to our security services that it hasn't been realised, and we need to recognise that threat now?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and a number of honourable members on all sides of the House, and I agree with the honourable gentleman from Chesterfield. There is no certainty in this, and all of us have come under a huge amount of pressure from constituents. 90% of mine who've emailed are opposed. But I rely on Edmund Burke, who wrote, or who said in 1774, as true today as it was then,
Let's hear about what Burke said in 1774.
I'm grateful. As long as I'm not the Burke of 2015. Your representative, i.e. your Member of Parliament, owes you not his industry only, but his judgment. And he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. We are here to exercise our judgment, and in my judgment, the wording of the motion, covers all of the bases, all of the challenges, all of the tests that members of this House have set the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are not the policemen of the world, but we find nothing splendid in isolation. What we do reflects upon our values and the values that we place on our strategic and our political partners. Je suis Parisienne has to be far more than just a Twitter tag. It is now time for action.
Sir Stephen Githins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a number of my honourable friends on these benches have said tonight, this is the first time we have had to take such a serious decision, and it's not one that we take lightly. We do not ask the question of whether or not we should tackle Daesh, but what is the most effective means of doing so. I'll give way to him very, very quickly.
The Right Honourable Member for Gordon made a point earlier today about choking off the propaganda to Daesh. Does my honourable friend agree with me there's been a lack of discussion from the government about how to choke off both the money supply and the propaganda?
My honourable friend raised a valid point, and that's something that was picked up in the Foreign Affairs report. Before I touch upon that, I want to touch upon this. When we think about how we vote tonight, we think about the lessons that we've learned. We all do. And I respect everybody in this House, regardless of which lobby they go through tonight. We learn from the fact of Libya, and that we spent £320 million bombing the country and £25 million in reconstruction. And we learn from the catastrophic failure of post-conflict reconstruction in Iraq that led to the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives and a political vacuum in that country that has led to many of the problems that we see today. And Mr. Speaker, it has been a privilege for me to sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I pay particular credit to the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. We will go through different lobbies tonight, but I pay credit to his work. I also pay credit to the members for Ilford South and Kinnan Valley, and I'm sure all members will join me in wishing them a speedy recovery as well. With that, but for those of you who have not yet read it, Mr. Speaker, I hope you won't mind saying you've got about half an hour. Maybe you can skim read it, but I would thoroughly recommend it. It sets a series of recommendations. It is based on evidence, and I would thoroughly recommend that you look at it very quickly, so other members won't get in.
I'm very grateful to one friend. Does he agree with me that the government's strategy, according to the Prime Minister's statement last week, is predicated on a new Syrian government? But given the Prime Minister has ruled out regime change or boots on the ground, it's extremely unclear as to how this new government will come about.
We have not seen enough on the forward planning, and we have not seen enough on the long-term planning, and that's something that's a cause for concern for me, and I know in other members from the House. We need ground troops, but we've not heard enough on how we've got them. Where did the 70,000 come from? Now, I raised this with the Foreign Secretary back in July, and he was kind, and this was something that we included.
The honourable gentleman has the floor. It would be a courtesy if the honourable gentleman would respect my wish that two other colleagues briefly contribute. So I feel sure he's reaching his peroration, which won't last longer than 30 seconds or so.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, Mr. Speaker, let me just touch upon a couple of points. We're often being accused of the tactics of the past, the criticism that we fight the last war rather than a current war. That's not something that we want to do. Can I say, and I pay credit to members across this House, we want the same thing, which is to put an end to Daesh for good. It is my view that taking the same old route into bombing without a long-term strategy will only lead to failure, and that's why I will be backing the multi-party amendment tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Ben Howlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I just say it's been an absolute privilege to be, as a parliamentarian today, listening to some fantastic contributions from across the entire House. Mr. Speaker, only a few weeks ago, one of Britain's key allies was attacked by an unprecedented enemy. For centuries, Britain has taken a lead in the world to help fight tyranny and promote democracy and freedom around the rest of the world. And we have a responsibility to support our allies. Daesh is the antithesis to everything that we hold dear, and they must be stopped. The time is now to ensure that we stand firm against our enemies. We cannot delay any further or risk people being killed in our streets. For those people that have contacted me to say that our streets are safer by staying out of the conflict, I feel they have only heard part of the explanation. Daesh will not think twice about slaughtering our citizens in the UK. They believe that our culture, our society, and everything that we believe in should be crushed. Even though we have no military intervention in Syria currently, Daesh will still be threatening attacks on our country every single day. Following this debate and listening to contributions from across this House, I am absolutely reassured from the need for airstrikes in Syria. especially as we have the precision technology available to us that will reduce the number of civilian casualties. Whilst we obviously cannot talk about the particular intelligence, it is quite clear that Daesh headquarters in Raqqa is tweeting tens of thousands of messages a day in dozens of different languages, and we absolutely need to stop this. When I'm asked whether or not this will encourage Daesh to attack us, it is absolutely clear we need to take out their recruitment operations, promoting jihad around the rest of the world. One of the key concerns that I have related to the fact that the head of ISIL snake can be cut off and that it may grow up elsewhere. And in order to stop this from happening, we need to grow a very strong ground strategy. This cannot be rushed, but it also cannot be delayed. Daesh are looking at cut targets all the time. The atrocities in Paris could just as easily been in London, and Daesh are dangerous, and we should start taking the fight to them. Mr. Speaker, I conclude in brevity as I've started. When one of our key allies has been attacked, our freedoms, liberties and beliefs are at risk. When women are being raped, children are being killed, gay people are being thrown off roofs and Christians are being decapitated, can we seriously stand by and watch this atrocity happen from afar? We absolutely have to act now. We have a decent diplomatic solution, we have a strong international aid plan, and the opposition forces desperately need some respite from being attacked on two fronts. As I've clearly said, I will not shy away from my calls for a stronger ground strategy, but this should be created at the same time as an aerial campaign in Syria. We cannot afford to risk our security as we wait. That is why I'll be voting in favour of military action this evening.
Lasts until 9:30. Mr. Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be voting with the government tonight, but in saying that, I want to get on record that I unequivocally condemn those people who've been intimidating members of this House over the vote tonight. I know that honourable members weigh these issues up very heavily, and whatever side of the argument they come from, I absolutely give them my full respect. Mr. Speaker, I've not been convinced by the government about the presence of 70,000 moderate Free Iraqi army forces on the ground. I think the government has failed to make the case that they exist. They're made up of a number of very disparate groups that some of several thousand soldiers, some of just a few hundred. Unfortunately, the government has also failed to make the case about the political side. One of the issues that the government didn't address was the treatment of the Sunni minority in Iraq, and the need to address that issue, because that will fundamentally undermine the future of Daesh more than any bombing campaign. And a bombing campaign without troops on the ground will not be effective. And the government has completely failed to make that case, and that is why I can't support them tonight.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I respond to the debate, I would like to say this directly to the Prime Minister. Although my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and I will walk into different division lobbies tonight, I am proud to speak from the same dispatch box as him. My right honourable friend is not a terrorist sympathiser. He is an honest, a principled, a decent and a good man. And I think the Prime Minister must now regret what he said yesterday and his failure to do what he should have done today, which is simply to say, I am sorry. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have had an intense and impassioned debate, and rightly so, given the clear and present threat from Daesh, the gravity of the decision that rests upon the shoulders and the conscience of every single one of us, and the lives that we hold in our hands tonight. And whatever decision we reach, I hope we will treat one another with respect. Now, we have heard a number of outstanding speeches, and sadly time will prevent me from acknowledging them all. But I would just like to single out the contributions, both for and against the motion, from my honourable and right honourable friends, the members for Derby South, Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel, Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, Barnsley Central, Wakefield, Wolverhampton South East, Brent North, Liverpool West Derby, Wirral West, Stoke-on-Trent North, Birmingham Ladywood, and the honourable members for Reigate, South West Wiltshire, Tonbridge and Malling, Chichester and Wells. The question which confronts us in a very, very complex conflict is at its heart very simple. What should we do with others to confront this threat to our citizens, our nation, other nations, and the people who suffer under the yoke, the cruel yoke of Daesh? The carnage in Paris brought home to us the clear and present danger we face from them. It could just as easily have been London or Glasgow or Leeds or Birmingham, and it could still be. And I believe that we have a moral and a practical duty to extend the action we are already taking in Iraq to Syria. And I am also clear, and I say this to my colleagues, that the conditions set out in the emergency resolution passed at the Labour Party conference in September have been met. Yeah. We now have a clear and unambiguous UN Security Council resolution 2249, paragraph 5 of which specifically calls on member states to take all necessary measures to redouble and coordinate their efforts to prevent and suppress terrorist acts committed specifically by ISIL and to eradicate the safe haven they have established over significant parts of Iraq and Syria. So the United Nations is asking us to do something. It is asking us to do something now. It is asking us to act in Syria as well as in Iraq. And it was a Labour government, if the honourable gentleman will bear with me, it was a Labour government that helped to found the United Nations at the end of the Second World War. And why did we do so? Because we wanted the nations of the world working together to deal with threats to international peace and security, and Daesh is unquestionably that. So given that the United Nations has passed this resolution, given that such action would be lawful under Article 51 of the UN Charter, because every state has the right to defend itself, why would we not uphold the settled will of the United Nations, particularly when there is such support from within the region, including from Iraq? We are part of a coalition of over 60 countries, standing together shoulder to shoulder to oppose their ideology and their brutality. Now, Mr. Speaker, all of us understand the importance of bringing an end to the Syrian civil war, and there is now some progress on a peace plan because of the Vienna talks. They are the best hope we have of achieving a ceasefire. Now, that would bring an end to Assad's bombing, leading to a transitional government and elections. And why is that vital? Both because it will help in the defeat of Daesh and because it would enable millions of Syrians who have been forced to flee to do what every refugee dreams of. They just want to be able to go home. Now, Mr. Speaker, no one in this debate doubts the deadly, serious threat we face from Daesh and what they do, although sometimes we find it hard to live with the reality. We know that in June, 4 gay men were thrown off the 5th story of a building in the Syrian city of Deir el-Zor. We know that in August, the 82-year-old guardian of the antiquities of Palmyra, Professor Khalid al-Assad, was beheaded and his headless body was hung from a traffic light. And we know that in recent weeks there has been the discovery of mass graves in Sinjar, one said to contain the bodies of older Yazidi women murdered by Daesh because they were judged too old to be sold for sex. We know they have killed 30 British tourists in Tunisia, 224 Russian holidaymakers on a plane, 178 people in suicide bombings in Beirut, Ankara and Surat, 130 people in Paris, including those young people in the Bataclan, whom Daesh, in trying to justify their bloody slaughter, called them apostates, engaged in prostitution and vice. If it had happened here, they could have been our children. And we know that they are plotting more attacks. So the question for each of us and for our national security is this: given that we know what they are doing, Can we really stand aside and refuse to act fully in our self-defence against those who are planning these attacks? Can we really leave to others the responsibility for defending our national security when it is our responsibility? And if we do not act, what message would that send about our solidarity with those countries that have suffered so much, including Iraq and our ally France? Now, France wants us to stand with them, and President Hollande, the leader of our sister Socialist Party, has asked for our assistance and help. And as we are undertaking airstrikes in Iraq, where Daesh's hold has been reduced, and we are already doing everything but engage in airstrikes in Syria, should we not play our full part? Now, Mr. Speaker, it has been argued in the debate that airstrikes achieve nothing. Not so. Look at how Daesh's forward march has been halted in Iraq. The House will remember that 14 months ago, people were saying they are almost at the gates of Baghdad, and that is why we voted to respond to the Iraqi government's request for help to defeat them. Look at how their military capacity and their freedom of movement has been put under pressure. Ask the Kurds about Sinjar and Kobani. Now, of course, airstrikes alone will not defeat Daesh, but they make a difference because they are giving them a hard time, and it is making it more difficult for them to expand their territory. Now, I share the concerns that have been expressed this evening about potential civilian casualties. However, unlike Daesh, none of us today act with the intent to harm civilians. Rather, we act to protect civilians from Daesh, who target innocent people. Now, on the subject of ground troops to defeat Daesh, there's been much debate about the figure of 70,000, and the government must, I think, better explain that. But we know that most of them are currently engaged in fighting President Assad. But I tell you what else we know, is whatever the number, 70,000, 40,000, 80,000, the current size of the opposition forces mean the longer we leave taking action, the longer Daesh will have to decrease that number. And so to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that airstrikes should not take place until the Syrian civil war has come to an end is, I think, to miss the urgency of the terrorist threat that Daesh poses to us and others, and I think misunderstands the nature and objectives of the extension to airstrikes that is being proposed. And of course we should take action. It is not a contradiction between the two to cut off Daesh's support in the form of money and fighters and weapons, and of course we should give humanitarian aid, and of course we should offer shelter to more refugees, including in this country, and yes, we should commit to play our full part in helping to rebuild Syria when the war is over. Now, I accept that there are legitimate arguments, and we have heard them in the debate, for not taking this form of action now. And it is also clear that many members have wrestled, and who knows, in the time that is left, may still be wrestling with what the right thing to do is. But I say the threat is now, and there are rarely, if ever, perfect circumstances in which to deploy military forces. Now, we heard very powerful testimony from the Honourable Member for Edinburgh earlier when she quoted that passage. And I just want to read what Kawan Jamal Tahir, the Kurdistan Regional Government High Representative in London, said last week, and I quote, "Last June, Daesh captured 1/3 of Iraq overnight, and a few months later attacked the Kurdistan region. Swift airstrikes by Britain, America and France, and the actions of our own Peshmerga saved us. We now have a border of 650 miles with Daesh. We have pushed them back and recently captured Sinjar. Again, Western airstrikes were vital. But the old border between Iraq and Syria does not exist. Daesh fighters come and go across this fictional boundary. And that is the argument, Mr. Speaker, for treating the two countries as one if we are serious about defeating Daesh. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hope the House will bear with me if I direct my closing remarks to my Labour friends and colleagues on this side of the House. As a party, we have always been defined by our internationalism. We believe we have a responsibility one to another. We never have, and we never should, walk by on the other side of the road. And we are here faced by fascists. Not just their calculated brutality, but their belief that they are superior to every single one of us in this chamber tonight and all of the people that we represent. They hold us in contempt. They hold our values in contempt. They hold our belief in tolerance and decency in contempt. They hold our democracy, the means by which we will make our decision tonight, in contempt. And what we know about fascists is that they need to be defeated. And it is why, as we have heard tonight, socialists and trade unionists and others joined the International Brigade in the 1930s to fight against Franco. It's why this entire House stood up against Hitler and Mussolini. It is why our party has always stood up against the denial of human rights and for justice. And my view, Mr. Speaker, is that we must now confront this evil. It is now time for us to do our bit in Syria. And that is why I ask my colleagues to vote for this motion tonight.
Commonwealth Affairs, Secretary Philip Hammond.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central on an outstanding exposition of the case for the motion tonight. That will go down as one of the truly great speeches made in this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the proposal before the House is clear, it's simple and it's specific. To extend the airstrikes we are already carrying out against ISIL in Iraq, across a border they themselves do not recognise, into their heartland in Syria. The Prime Minister set out the compelling arguments in favour of taking this action as part of a comprehensive strategy for Syria. In response, the Leader of the Opposition set out his well-known and well-understood principled objections to military intervention, objections he's developed over many years and which are obviously sincerely held. I respect those objections as such, although I believe them to be profoundly misguided. But it's clear, Mr. Speaker, from the Shadow Foreign Secretary's speech, from the speeches of the Right Honourable Member for Derby South, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull West, and many other members on the benches opposite, that for many on those benches, the real issue of conscience at stake here is our obligation to act in the best interest of the UK and for the protection of British citizens. And Mr. Speaker, to me, one of the most interesting parts of the Leader of the Opposition's speech was his repeated refusal to confirm that it is his party's policy to support the current action in Iraq that this House voted overwhelmingly for in September 2014. Not only is he opposed to extending action to protect Britain against Daesh, but we have to assume from his silence that he wants to roll back the action we are taking now in Iraq to protect the Kurds, the Yazidis and others, and to support the steady erosion of ISIL control by the Iraqi security forces and the Peshmerga. And I ask him. I asked the party opposite, is that now the position of the Labour Party, despite its long and honourable tradition of fighting what the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central himself has described as fascism? I hope we will have a confirmation, Mr. Speaker, as soon as possible that the Labour Party remains committed to the current action in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, I won't, I'm afraid, because time is very short. Mr. Speaker, today I believe we have seen this House at its best. 104 members in total have spoken. We've heard forensic analysis and we've heard passionate conviction. I think we can collectively be satisfied that as a House we have done justice to the gravity of the subject we are debating. And with so many contributions and only a few minutes remaining, I hope honourable and right honourable members will forgive me if I don't try to acknowledge them all individually, but I will do my best to try to address the principal themes and questions that have arisen during this debate. And I think one of the key issues that's clearly come out is a need to understand what is the military plan and who is going to deliver it. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, there appears to be some confusion about this. Let me try to clarify it. We are all agreed in this House that airstrikes alone will not finish ISIL. But airstrikes will deliver immediate benefit. They will reduce ISIL's external attack planning capability, making Britain safer, and they will, over time, degrade ISIL and force a change in its behaviour. But they will not alone create a vacuum. And honourable members, during the course of this debate, some of them have sought to have it both ways. Bombing ISIL in Raqqa won't make a difference, and at the same time, bombing ISIL in Raqqa will immediately create a power vacuum. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, there will need to be a ground assault on Raqqa, supported by continued airstrikes. But as the Right Honourable Lady for Normanton, Castleford and Pontefract observed, that won't come in days or weeks. That will come in months, perhaps even years. That will be before it begins, never mind before it ends. We've had questions about ground forces. Where are the ground forces going to come from? The context of this is a comprehensive strategy, a military track against ISIL and a political track against Assad. And the time for retaking ISIL's heartland in Syria will be when the civil war is ended, a transitional government is in place, and when the world can then once again support the Syrian government, so that the Syrian army, the Syrian opposition forces, the Kurdish forces can turn their guns on ISIL, liberating their own country from this evil organisation, supported by the coalition, with weapons, with training, with technical support, with intelligence and with air power. And Mr. Speaker, much has been made during the course of this debate about the number of opposition fighters available to join in that effort. The number of 70,000 is a number produced by the Joint Intelligence Committee. It is a number corroborated by the evidence of our US allies. But the situation on the ground is complex. There is a spectrum of views included in that 70,000 strong force. Yes, it includes a large element of secularists who have views that we would recognise as democratic. And yes, it also includes Islamists. But there are Islamists in the parliaments of Kuwait and Tunisia. We can work with Islamists who accept the democratic process and are prepared to take part in it. Mr. Speaker, the second issue that has arisen during the course of this debate is a question about the overall strategy. And the Prime Minister was absolutely clear that military action is just one part of a comprehensive strategy. There has to be a political track and there has to be a humanitarian track. And it's clear that we have to pursue the political track in parallel with the military. It is the only way to end the civil war in Syria and bring about the defeat of ISIL. Now we have an international Syria support group, the Vienna process. That is a major change in the context here, bringing together all the major international players behind a common vision of what's needed to end the war. It includes Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, as well as the US, UK, France, Turkey and China. For the first time, all these countries have accepted the need for Syrian-led, Syrian-owned political transition based on the Geneva Principles, a transition that will leave the institutions of the state intact, avoiding the mistakes that were made in Iraq. Now, of course, differences remain between the parties, particularly about how Assad will transition out. But they have agreed together a time frame for political negotiations, including transitional government within 6 months and a new constitution and free and fair elections within 18 months. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are those who question the commitment of the United States or the engagement of Russia in this process. So I want, if I may, to quote from a letter that I've received this morning from the United States Secretary of State, John Kerry. He says, "The United States has long believed that while military action can reinforce diplomacy, there can be no military solution to the civil war in Syria. We have to pursue a political track. And at the same time, there can be no political deal with Daesh. They have to be degraded by military force." He goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, that the Vienna process presents the best opportunity in 4 years for an agreement that can establish a ceasefire and create a political process leading to a new constitution and democratic elections. Importantly, he concludes by telling me this: senior Russian officials have helped lead the effort to find a common way forward and have expressed firm commitment to the Geneva Principles. Russian leaders have indicated, both publicly and privately, on numerous occasions, that they are open to a political transition, including a new constitution and elections. Mr. Speaker, the third issue that has come up several times during the course of today has been the question of whether airstrikes will make a difference. The Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central and several other members have made the point that they have been effective in halting the precipitate advance of Daesh in Iraq last year and are now contributing to the erosion of Daesh positions in Iraq. The UK already provides a significant element of the high-precision strike available to the coalition. And that high-precision strike will be vital to the campaign in Raqqa. The Honourable Member for Birmingham Northfield asked about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are classified, but I can tell him that the UK's rules of engagement are among the most restrictive in the world. And bringing British discipline, British skills and British precision weapons to bear will save lives as we prosecute this campaign. We will minimise civilian casualties. Mr. Speaker, there is no military logic and no moral logic to prosecuting ISIL in Iraq but not targeting its HQ in Syria. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the fourth issue that has arisen during the course of this debate. Will Britain taking part in airstrikes increase the threat to our security? In 2014, there were 15 ISIL external attack plans. In this year, so far, there have been 150. The scale of this problem is rising exponentially. ISIL already poses a direct threat to the United Kingdom. 30 British tourists killed on the beaches of Tunisia, and what could have been a British plane downed over the deserts of Sinai. 7 different terrorist plots disrupted by the security services in the UK in the last 12 months. The judgment of the Joint Intelligence Committee and the Director General of the Security Service is that the UK is already a top tier of ISIL's target list. They hate us for who we are, not for what we do. We have to be clear that the risks of inaction, as the Right Honourable Lady for Derby South, I think, was the first to say, the risks of inaction are far greater than the risks of action. We have to act now to degrade this threat to our security, and we will do it by targeting their heartland and their control centre. Mr. Speaker, we are not debating tonight, as some would have us believe, whether or not to go to war. 15 months ago, this House voted overwhelmingly to begin airstrikes against ISIL in Iraq. The simple question that we are deciding tonight is whether to extend those operations to tackle ISIL in its heartland in Syria, targeting the head of the snake. This is not a fight that we have chosen. By the atrocities they have committed, by the murderous regime of brutality and terror they've inflicted on the people of Iraq and Syria, and by their clear intent and capability to strike us here in the UK and British citizens abroad, ISIL have made that choice for us. And to answer the question of my right honourable friend for Gainsborough, yes, ISIL do represent a direct and imminent threat to the UK and to British citizens. So the decision tonight is this: do we take the fight to them, or do we wait for them to bring the fight to us? Do we strike them in Syria, or do we wait for them to strike us on the streets of London? What kind of a country would we be if we refused to act in the face of a threat to our security as clear as the one that ISIL poses? Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what kind of a country would we be if we were unmoved by the murder, the rape, the beheadings and the slavery that ISIL imposes on its subjects? And what kind of a country would we be if we ignored the calls for help from our nearest neighbours, even as they grieve for their dead? Mr. Speaker, we cannot contract out responsibility for our national security. We cannot rely on others to take actions to protect our citizens that we are not willing to take ourselves. So, Mr. Speaker, the threat is clear. Our ability to respond to it is undoubted. The moral imperative to act is compelling. The legal case to do so is watertight. We do not propose military action lightly, and we do not propose it in isolation. We will vigorously pursue the Vienna process to ceasefire, transition and a new representative government in Syria. And we will lead the international community in planning and delivering post-conflict reconstruction. But let us tonight give a clear and simple message to our allies, to the enemy and to our brave armed forces who we are asking to do the job for us. Let us show beyond doubt what kind of a country we are by endorsing decisively the motion before us this evening.
Order. I call Mr. John Barron to move Amendment B formally.
To move formally, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby!
Can you just, colleagues, just stop it. Yeah, all right. Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mr. Owen Thompson and Mr. Jonathan Edwards. Tellers for the noes, Mr. Gavin Barwell and Ms. Jackie Doyle Price.
Pause. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 211. The noes to the left, 390.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 211. The noes to the left, 390. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is the main question, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby! Order. The question is the main question, as on the order paper. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mr. Gavin Barwell and Ms. Jackie Doyle-Price. Tellers for the noes, Mr. Owen Thompson and Ms. Liz Saville-Roberts. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 397. The noes to the left, 223.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 397. The noes to the left, 223. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. We come now to the petition Sorry? Yeah, I can. Yeah. I ask members leaving the chamber, however unaccountably, please to do so quickly and quietly so we can hear the petition from the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Chesham and Amersham. Point of order. Order. Point of order, Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Just really to thank the Speaker for going through all of these hours of debate, and as a doctor, could I say that's not terribly healthy?
Well, I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady for what she said. I take note of her health advice, but there have to be exceptions, and I wanted to be here to hear every speech, and I thank colleagues for what overall, I must say, was a remarkably decent and gracious tone that characterised the contributions over several hours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. David Winnick.
It's on record that it's unlikely that any previous speaker has ever done what you've done today, sit throughout without a single break, and I think the whole House should congratulate you.
Well, I'm very flattered and honoured by what the Honourable Gentleman has said. I sought no such compliment, but the Honourable Gentleman first came into the House 49 years ago, and he knows I hold him in the highest esteem, and I thank him for that. But the credit is that of the House for the way it's conducted itself today. I appreciate what he said. Indeed. I'll bank it while I can. Thank you, colleagues. Petition, Mrs. Cheryl Gillan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of my constituent, Mr. Tom Perry, and 202,731 individuals who are residents of the UK concerning the mandatory reporting of child abuse. The petition declares that child protection in regulated activities is dependent upon a reporting procedure external to the institutions in which the concern arises. Further, that the regulated activity is defined in the Safeguarding Vulnerable Groups Act 2006 as amended as any paid or unpaid work with children. Further, that child protection is placed in jeopardy by the absence of any direct statutory legal obligation to report the concern to the local authority or police. My petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to introduce legislation which requires persons in a position of trust who work with children in regulated activities and who know, suspect, or have reasonable grounds for knowing or suspecting child abuse to inform the local authority designated officer or, in appropriate circumstances, children's services, and make failure to inform a criminal offence. They hope that this will improve the position and the protection of children in the care of people in regulated activities.
Petition, mandatory reporting of child abuse.
Thank you, Charlie, very much indeed. Order. We come now to the adjournment. The whip to move.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say I don't expect you to stay in the chair for the whole of this adjournment debate, and you might hear that I have a slightly croaky voice, and I will thereby necessity keep my remarks relatively brief. I certainly very much welcome the opportunity to raise this issue with the Minister, which I know has been somewhat of a recurring theme over the last few months, but perhaps that is inevitable as the government promotes house building and both starts and completions are up significantly. There are more new build homes, therefore, with the potential to provoke complaints. I know my right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, led a very similar debate in July, and I'm aware that my honourable friend, the member for Plymouth Sutton and Devonport, is chair of the APPG for the Built Environment, which is conducting an inquiry into this very issue. I speak on behalf of one constituent in particular, however, with reference to others, as sadly these problems tend not to happen in isolation. Test Valley Borough, which covers the greater part of my constituency, has followed what the government has asked of local planning authorities. Over the last 3 years, there has been either the highest or the second highest number of housing completions in the whole of Hampshire within Test Valley, and that includes the two cities of Southampton and Portsmouth. Test Valley has consistently been in the top 10 across the whole of the South East region for housing completions. But unfortunately, as one might expect, where you get high levels of house building, you might also find high levels of complaints from new residents. Mr. Speaker, buying a new home is an enormous step for most people. It is exciting, challenging and stressful, probably in equal measure. I think it is true to say that moving home is one of the most stressful things any individual, couple or family can go through, but it is also certainly exciting. And how much more exciting when that is a new build home, one which you can put your own mark on, one which has not been lived in by anybody else. I know that my honourable friend will be delighted to hear that during the general election campaign earlier this year, I was out talking to residents in Abbotswood, a new 800-home development on the edge of Romsey. And one resident invited me into her home, bought with help from the government's Help to Buy scheme, and proudly showed me a photograph in pride of place in her sitting room of her and her husband at Downing Street with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. For Lisa and her husband, there was nothing but joy in being in their own brand new home. But sadly, that is not the case for everyone. And I requested this debate today to highlight some of the challenges facing house purchasers of new build properties when things do not go according to plan. Certainly.
I'm very conscious of your voice, so I'll not keep you either. Just to say, I understand that there's a 10-year warranty and that anybody that buys a new house has, but it's a very informal arrangement. Does the Honourable Lady feel that perhaps maybe it's time for government not to formalise the legislation and make sure that the protection that the new buyers need for their homes is there?
I thank the honourable member for Strangford for that intervention. I know that this is an issue that he also has a keen interest in, and this is absolutely the nub of the matter, the 10-year guarantee and how effectively it comes into play whenever there is a problem. Now, as a society, we have become incredibly aware of our consumer rights. When making substantial purchases, we look for warranties, we look for quality assurance, and we certainly look for customer service. There is no purchase in life more substantial than that of buying a house. Yet over the last 18 months, some of my constituents have felt less protected than if they had, for example, bought a new car. And the protections that they believed they had and had taken for granted, and they assumed would come into action should there be a problem, have simply not had the effect that any reasonable consumer would want. Now, we all know that with new build properties there can be snagging problems. Indeed, back in 1996, I well remember buying a new house, and there were some minor issues that did indeed need fixing. The builder came back and sorted them out, and I remember the pride that I had in that house, being able to put my own identity on it, and how happy I was in that home. But what about when the issues are not minor? As was the case with my constituents Evelyn and Ricardo Lallo. Some 18 months after they first identified problems with their brand new house, they remain in rented accommodation, paying a mortgage on a house they cannot live in, and unfortunately still waiting for the builders, in this case Taylor Wimpey, who are yet to remove the undersized ceiling joists, some of the walls, and the roof. To be frank, it sounds to me awfully like a total rebuild, and whilst they are in rented accommodation, one of their neighbours actually lived in a hotel for 6 months. One of the problems I would like to draw to the Minister's attention is the assumption by house builders that building control is necessarily performed by the local authority. This is simply not always the case. It is in some, but in many, the building control checks are done instead by the warranty providers, like the NHBC. This can be for very good reasons. The warranty companies might prefer it, as they will then be providing the warranty for a building that they have been involved with from a very early stage. And there are several inspections that take place at various stages, from checking the depth of foundations, making sure that cavities are the appropriate size, through to the pre-plaster check. And there is a log for each inspection, which my constituents argue should be freely available automatically to the prospective purchaser. But the customer is not necessarily aware of that, and there does need to be a better understanding that a local authority building control inspector might never have seen the building, and the local authority, beyond granting planning permission, may have no direct interest in the subsequent build process. The assumption, however, that whoever has carried out the inspection process might be that throughout that process problems would be flagged up and the build process would be able to have them amended before it moved on to the next stage. I'm conscious my honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, has raised in detail with the Minister the flaws there are with the inspection regime and how this might leave a homeowner in a more vulnerable position than they had ever imagined when entering into the contract to buy a home. I do not intend to repeat those arguments. Suffice to say, I wholly endorse her view regarding the need for a duty of care to be established between approved inspectors and the home buyer, and I welcome the Anchor's report in that respect. But we also need to somehow convey to purchasers that they need to be vigilant in this process and be aware that it might not be their local authority who have inspected the build. In the case of my constituents, Mr. and Mrs. Lallow, they feel very much as if they have been pushed from pillar to post, with each one shrugging shoulders and all pointing back to the builder as the one who must rectify the problems. And that is undoubtedly right. The NHBC system and other warranty providers require the builder to rectify any problem within the first 2 years. And in the situation I outline, their builder, Taylor Wimpey, have accepted it is their responsibility to replace all the joists and trusses which had not been installed properly as required. And tonight, I understand the scaffolding is up and the roof will come off tomorrow. We must hope that the sun will be shining. However, where a defect is discovered and the builder refuses to carry out the remedial work, a free resolution service is offered by the warranty providers. But what happens when the builder does agree to carry out the work, but drags their feet and does not get on with the repairs? And that is where my constituents first contacted me. Their bright, shiny new house had unacceptable levels of vibration. The investigations had revealed that the joists and trusses were acting independently of each other. They have to come out, the plaster must all be removed, ceilings taken out, and the roof will come off. They contacted the local authority, who very quickly stated it was not their responsibility. But they could find no agency able to act as an intermediary between them and the builder, to exert the pressure they wanted to make sure a speedy and appropriate remedy could be facilitated. For 6 months, the family lived with no ceilings after they had been stripped out. Walls were missing, and their living room furniture was in storage. For a further 6 months, they have lived in rented housing, expecting at every moment work to start on the house that was meant to be their pride and joy, a home for their boys. My constituents feel that for big purchases, like houses, there should be some sort of protection, someone to speak up on their behalf, to act as an intermediary. It is their contention that there should be some sort of ombudsman, and there is certainly some attraction to that idea. My real concern is that if, as happened in the case of my constituents, fundamental structural flaws which should have been picked up in the pre-plaster inspection, are already being missed, what can we expect as rates of house building accelerate? I hope my honourable friend can provide some reassurance that the inspection regime remains robust, that the case of my constituent and their neighbours who were similarly affected is unusual, because as house building necessarily increases, we want the owners of new homes to be happy, to have pride in their new homes, and above all to be protected adequately should the worst happen.
The Parliamentary Under Secretary of State at the Department of Communities and Local Government, Mr James Wharton, to reply to this.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for Romsey and Southampton North on securing this debate about the protections for purchasers of new-build homes. I know this is a matter of concern to a number of honourable members. Indeed, it is a matter that I have been personally present to discuss previously here in the House, as the honourable member recognised in her comments. Homeowners, rightly, Mr Speaker, expect their home to be built to high standards, to be high quality. And I understand that things do not always go right when buying a new home, but that when that does happen, it can be disappointing, it can be time-consuming, it can be stressful, and indeed it can be expensive to get things put right. I was concerned to hear about the experiences of my honourable friend's constituents, and I can't comment on particular cases, but I'm sure that the builder concerned will be reflecting on this debate in terms of how they are responding to the situation that my honourable friend has described. The quality of build and compliance with regulatory requirements or standards required under any warranty are the primary responsibility of the builder. There are protections in place, which I will describe, but the industry has to take responsibility for the quality of what it builds. The warranty provides an important protection. If a warranty is in place, the homeowner can contact the warranty provider. Most warranties, such as the NHBC Buildmark, LABC warranty and Premier Guarantee, last for 10 years from completion of the building works. Although, as my honourable friend has said in her comments, in the first 2 years from completion of the building work, the builder remains responsible to right defects caused by breaches of the technical requirements covered by the warranty. However, the warranty provider will try to get the builder to carry out any necessary work, or in some cases, arrange for work to be carried out themselves. In years 3 to 10 from completion of the building work, the warranty provides insurance cover against the cost of repairing defined sorts of defects covered by the scheme. Warranties are not compulsory for new homes, but the Department is aware that the majority of new homes are covered by a warranty such as the NHBC Buildmark warranty. Mortgage lenders will also expect there to be a warranty in place. Out of all of the homeowners covered by NHBC warranties, fewer than 5% need to make a claim under the warranty, and warranty providers also carry out their own inspections, which may be carried out by the building control body as an adjunct to building control inspections. It sounds from what my honourable friend has said that the builder, in the case that she specifically raises in this regard, accepted responsibility for taking action, which is as it should be, but I accept fully the concerns about the time this has taken. My honourable friend may wish to raise that with the builder and the warranty provider if she has not already, although, as I've already said, I'm sure their attention will be drawn, if it is not already, focused on the comments that she has made in the House this evening. A homeowner may also be protected by the Consumer Code for Home Builders, which is an industry-led scheme that aims to give protection and rights to purchasers of new homes. The code applies to all home buyers who reserve to buy a new or newly converted home on or after the 1st of April 2010, built by a home builder registered with one of the supporting warranty bodies, such as NHBC, LABC Warranty and the Premier Guarantee. According to the Code's annual report for 2014, between 2010 and 2013, there were 57 cases referred to the Code's independent dispute resolution scheme, of which 21 succeeded in part and 2 succeeded in full. Sanctions for home builders not adhering to the Code could include financial penalties and suspension from the new home warranty providers' registers. The Code's Management Board is currently undertaking a review to ensure the Code continues to meet the needs of home buyers in terms of driving up industry standards and consumer satisfaction in the new home buying market. And again, I am sure that their attention will be drawn to the comments that the Honourable Lady has made this evening, and that can inform the process that is now being undertaken. It may help if I explain additionally about the building control process. Building control system can contribute, of course, to the quality of new homes, Mr. Speaker. Building work, including new build, is subject to supervision, either by the local authority building control service or by an improved inspector. In the case of new housing, it is mainly approved inspectors that inspect the work. Comments again reflected in the speech the Honourable Lady has given. I should also point out that NHBC has separate corporate entities that carry out the building control function as an approved inspector and provide warranties. Building control can only ever be a spot-checking process and in no way removes the primary responsibility for ensuring work complies with the building regulations from the person carrying out the work. However, building control bodies are not clerks of work, nor are they responsible for quality issues beyond what is required by the building regulations. Building control bodies, both local authorities and approved inspectors, have a statutory duty to take all reasonable steps to ascertain that the relevant requirements of the building regulations have been complied with. Building control bodies carry out this duty by checking plans, by carrying out on-site inspections, checking the validity of energy and water efficiency calculations and other relevant documents, and where there is a need to do so, building control bodies may carry out their own tests and take samples to check compliance. Based on these processes, the building control body will come to a view on whether the work complies, although this cannot be a guarantee and it does not detract from the ultimate responsibility of the builder. Building control bodies provide advice and guidance throughout the building process, Mr. Speaker, on how to bring work up to compliance standards, and in most cases this is sufficient to ensure compliance with the building regulations on completion of the construction work. If an approved inspector is unsuccessful in getting compliance, they can revert the work to the local authority for enforcement action. And if the local authority considers that there has been a breach of the building regulations, it can take formal enforcement action, including prosecution. If anyone believes that a building control body has been negligent in carrying out their building control function, a complaint can be made to the local government ombudsman about local authorities and for approved inspectors to Sicair Limited, the body designated by the Secretary of State to carry out his executive and administrative functions in respect of the approval and reapproval of approved inspectors. The quality of new homes is an important issue. My honourable friend has spoken eloquently about the concerns that she has, and she is aware, of course, of the work of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Excellence in the Built Environment, which is currently considering this issue as well. I'm pleased to see that those involved in the built environment are having the opportunity to express their views on the quality of new homes, as well as how improvements can be made to ensure new houses are of high quality. In particular, NHBC's submission to the group explains that they are undertaking a number of initiatives to help ensure the quality of new homes continues to improve. These include introducing, in 2016, construction quality audits of sites under construction and registered with a Build Mark warranty. These audits will involve NHBC's inspection managers undertaking structured, detailed audits of construction quality throughout the construction stages. The data collected will be analysed and used to provide feedback at industry and builder-specific levels in order to assist the industry in identifying opportunities for improvement, including how this may be achieved. Honourable members have raised, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion and on others, serious issues. Government is concerned that standards are adhered to and look forward to the findings of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Excellence in the Built Environment to see what further work might be done to continue to improve the quality of new homes, both by my department and by others involved in the construction process. The Honourable Lady has raised some very important issues on behalf of her constituents this evening. I have certainly taken note of what she has said. I have no doubt that others are both directly involved in some of the specific cases she raises, but more generally working in this field will have heard the comments that she has made, will be aware of the concerns that honourable members from across the House have brought to this place in recent times, Mr. Speaker. We want to ensure people can confidently buy new homes, can confidently make what is often the largest investment that they will ever make. The Honourable Lady has raised some very important points in that regard, and I will be happy to continue to discuss with her issues as they progress and to work with her to ensure that her constituents and mine can have confidence in the systems that are in place and the protections that they ought rightly to be able to expect.
Order. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
House of Commons sound. 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 House of Commons sound.